things that if they don't have that and don't have that answer, like, okay, then what is causing it? Like, those are the type of things. And you guys
Well, you'd have to prove that it is causing it.
and I get your guys' number one probably hardest to answer, which is gas being without a container. I get that. So I both of you guys.
I don't think those two are related though. Like if you're saying boats disappear over the horizon, and then you say because of gas pressure.
No.
They're not
You
related.
Basically, like, that would be what I've heard as like most reasonable. Like, I can't explain it, guys. Sort of moments. And here's more work, so I gotta disappear. Sorry.
Okay. Did anyone say that they couldn't explain it though?
See, I was more of the angle of he actually gave an answer, unlike someone else.
Yeah, and then that's how conversations start. Yeah. Someone asks you a question, you answer it, then you talk about the answer. Or you can start talking about people in your answer.
Or you can be just intellectually honest and say, I don't know, and hopefully someone else will cough up an answer.
That's why he reminds me of that Alan Carr, the chatty man. You know that dude? He's like a talk show host.
Mate, I don't watch much TV. Actually, to be honest with you, the last television free-to-air television I sat down and watched was the second game of State of Origin last year.
Really? Good on you.
You stay away from that box for about a month and then turn the thing back on. It's just a rolling advertisement of doom and gloom. I just leave the show.
Yeah, it is. I only watch it for sport, really. Still love my sport.
Like, I watch YouTube, how to fix it things and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no free-to-air TV for me. Stuff that.
Yeah. The geeks, if you're not going to talk to me, maybe you can talk to Matrix and I'll butt out. You can give him an answer.
Worth a shot. Hey, geeks, what's your best globe proof, mate?
I already told you I don't engage with bullies.
That's me. I'm the bully, not Matrix.
No, you're post bullies.
Both of us. What did Matrix do?
Called him intellectually dishonest.
That's not bullying. That's just like a statement.
I thought
a true
it was
statement.
The truth, but anyways.
I find it hard that someone can come on a server called Discord, and then when there's some Discord, they chuck a hissy fit and like go into the corner and start sulking.
You can tell Geeks is not a Gen Xer. They would have just said, fuck off, idiot.
I would have preferred that.
Yeah, so I have a question for the flat earthers in here that I think shows that the earth is at least not a flat plane.
Oh.
So I think we can rule out flat plane, which just leaves us with a lot
All
of
right,
other
go
options.
for it.
Yeah, so let's just take someone on Earth that is in the middle. Let's just say they're in the middle of some.
In the middle?
Yeah, they're in the middle of some point.
Wouldn't you always be in the middle?
What we're talking about under a flat plane, it's going to be, there's going to be a middle.
Is there?
Yeah.
Where's that?
Well, it's a thought experiment.
Oh,
I
hypothetical.
thought, so you're gonna prove Earth's not Earth's a ball by hypotheticals. Is that right?
Sounds fun.
Mm.
Hey, Jedi.
Keep going, man.
What's up, man?
Let's
So
go.
what's the
Earth
time?
is a ball. Let's go into hypotheticals.
Well, yeah, because the Earth, well, it's showing that the Earth is at least not flat.
In what way?
In the way as described by flat earthers.
In
Huh?
what way is that?
Flat plane, given that water rests on a flat surface.
Yeah, but how did you show that it's not that?
The thought experiment.
That didn't show that.
Well,
you just said
you didn't hear the
you
thought
just
experiment.
you just said put someone in the middle.
Yeah, so I guess that might
I
have
was-
been too complicated. So let's say you're at where you're at right now. So you're at where you're at right now, and you're sitting there, and then you get up, you get on a plane from where you're at right now, and you start flying eastwards. Right? You keep
Yep.
flying east.
Oh,
Eventually, you're going
Yep.
to end up back at the same spot you were just at.
They
okay.
went around in a circle.
Yes, something akin to that. If the Earth is a flat plane, going east won't put you back at the same spot you were just in.
So
Why
you
not?
can't go in a circle on a flat plane around a central point we call north.
You
Okay.
can't go east continuously, ended up in the same spot on a flat
You
plane.
can, because east is a circle around north.
East is
Yeah.
a circle around. Do you think east is
It's a cardinal.
do you think
It's a
east is a
cardinal
physical
direction
place?
based on a compass. Yeah.
No, east isn't a physical place. North is, though. Magnetic north. That will be the
Okay, so
point
we
that you're.
keep going
Hold on, my
east.
friend. I haven't finished talking. 2 seconds. So magnetic north, where your compasses kind of follow the magnetic lines do, and we have east or west, and we understand that even in the globe model, east or west is a circle around north.
Okay, so this only works if what we're on is not a flat plane. You understand?
No, I can put
Okay,
a
so if
magnet.
I keep
I
if I
can put
keep
a
going
magnet.
east,
Excuse
if
me.
I keep
Maybe
going
this will
east on a
help you
flat
understand,
plane,
dude.
then
Maybe this will
where am
help
I
you
going
understand.
exactly?
Oh, okay. You know,
Do
if
you
I
think
put a
east
magnet.
changes?
No, dude, if I put a magnet on my table and my compass thinks that's north and it will point to it, I can follow east and circle around the magnet on my table.
So what you're telling me is east changes depending on where you are.
East is a circle around north.
Yeah,
Do you
so
not get this bit?
I don't think you're understanding. If we keep
Oh, I
going
do. I
east,
just don't think you understand this.
if we
It's a
keep going east on
circle.
a flat plane, then there's no circle to go around. You just keep going
No,
straight.
but we have
You
a
need to
central
Unless
point.
east changes.
But we
have a
have
think
a
of how a
central
compass
point.
works, my friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, which only
North.
works if we're not on a
No,
flat plane.
no, it's a flat
Wrong.
plane with a magnetic point, and you go in a circle around it.
You go a circle around a flat plane.
Around north.
You are going around a physical place when you go east continuously.
Around north.
And then somehow, instead of being there, you end up at the same spot you were just in.
Yes, because you've gone in a circle around north.
You think circles are possible? You think going around in a circle on a place, continuously
He
going
still doesn't
east on a
understand
flat
how a
Earth is
compass
possible?
works. Okay,
I know, it's
anyway,
weird,
just
isn't
slow down for a
Compasses
second.
don't work. Compasses don't work on this flat plane model.
No,
Timbo, get him.
compasses, all they do is point to the north. That's it. They don't do anything special. They point magnetic north.
Okay, and under the flat Earth, I don't think you're understanding that this isn't possible.
No,
How
it's
is it
just,
not possible? On your
Because-
kitchen table, I want you to put a magnet in the middle of it, roughly in the middle, and then get a compass and move it around that magnet and watch what north does. It
Yeah,
will
so you're-
always point to the magnet. That's
yes,
it.
what you're saying, mate, is that if we keep going east, at one point when we're going east, east is just going to change and then point us in the direction that we were just previously going.
Yeah, it's a circle around
Yeah.
north.
Yeah, so you're
Relative
saying
to north. Yeah.
you're saying east continuously would change as you continue to go east, so that you
Yeah,
would end up turning
in
around
a circle.
physically and going in the same direction.
In a circle around north, yeah.
Well, that's
He's
how
getting
it
it.
works on a globe too. So
I don't think you're understanding that this isn't possible. You need
What,
like a
going in a
visual.
circle
You need a
around the
visual
central point?
representation.
Going in a
If you
circle
believe
around
this
the
is not
central point is
possible,
quite simple, dude. It's probably one of the easiest flat Earth arguments. It's not hard to understand. You're going
Yeah,
in
but
a
it's
circle
not
around the
possible.
central. No,
I
you're
think
going
you
in
might
a
need. I
circle.
think you might need a visual representation.
no,
Alright.
hey, have you got a globe, dude?
Yeah,
Do you
going
have
around,
a globe?
going east on a globe
Yeah,
makes
so-
sense.
Yeah, so you go east. If you're above the equator and you head east, you need to correct to north and turn in a circle. Because if you go straight, you'll end up going south on a ball.
If you continuously, well, it's going to be regardless. If you continuously go east, given your direction, you're eventually going to end up in the same spot, irregardless.
Wow.
This is
I don't
why.
know how you
Sorry.
don't get
If you
there.
start going east and you continuously head there,
Are you
you're
in the,
eventually
are you
going
in
to
the
end up in the
chat
same
room,
spot.
dude? Are you in the chat room? 31 minutes past an hour. Old dude is giving you a visualization of a compass going around a central point that we called north. It's quite easy to understand. Maybe you're the one that needs a visual.
I'm going to draw a visual
No,
demonstration.
can you look at the
This is
image
not-
first, dude? I don't want to waste my time with you. Look at the image. You seem to need a visual representation. So
Yeah, that visual
31 minutes.
representation, that visual representation does not make any sense given
Really?
how compasses work. Yes.
Yes. So how
In
do
reality.
compasses
please
work?
look into
How
the
do
text.
compasses work?
So I'm gonna send a visual
How do
demonstration.
compasses work?
I can get into exactly how
How
compasses
do you-
work
yeah,
after
yes,
I send
tell
a
me.
demonstration.
Yes. So the image that old dude very kindly posted for your perusal at 31 minutes past the hour. The compass points to a central point, the magnetic north. And as you travel around it, don't be surprised you end up where you started from because you're going in a fucking circle.
Yeah, I don't think you understand how it works. I'll send a visual demonstration.
Why do
Oh,
you
okay.
keep saying that? Why don't you just listen to what he's saying? It's a fucking magnet in the middle. The compass points to it. You go east, you go 200 meters. It probably changes. You will go round in
Okay,
a
so
circle.
given we go north, I mean, we can just change this since the east thing is probably too hard to understand. If we go north continuously from the same spot
Why
we're
do you
in,
keep
do you
us?
think we're going to
Don't be
log
talking
the
over me,
circle?
sunshine. Why don't you comprehend a basic thing? Go and do the experiment yourself. Put a magnet in the middle of your table. Get a compass. That's it.
I don't think you're understanding Matrix.
Hold on a minute. You're not the one understanding. I've
Matrix,
told
you
you
gotta
a
stop
basic
freaking out. You gotta stop
observation
freaking
you
out.
can make, and now you're telling me I don't understand.
Yeah, you're just not understanding.
Someone mute this fucking idiot.
Is that your
Given
only
we go-
argument? Like,
given we
whenever
go
someone doesn't
north-
agree with you, do you just like say that you don't understand? Like, how you expect to have like a proper marriage, right? And your woman disagrees with you, and you're just like, "Look, you don't understand. You think
Yeah, you're not
it's like a
understanding the point.
proper? Look, you don't understand that you can't use that as an argument. I don't know why you don't understand that, but maybe if you
Me
gained a
saying
little
you
bit
don't
of
understand is not
understanding,
an argument.
you're just
You're
going,
saying you're not addressing the argument.
nuh-uh. You
So
can't
I
do
am
that,
Larry.
bro.
I'll just ask you this then. Given we go north continuously, and you think the Earth is flat, where do we end up if we keep going north?
That would be the magnetic point. At the moment, I think it's in northeast Canada. It moves around, you see, so you have to take into that calculation.
you
I'm
think
quite finished. So you
you're
have to
finished,
take it.
right?
No, I haven't finished.
Oh,
I
I
was
heard
still
you say you're
talking.
quite finished.
No, I haven't finished. That's why I was still talking.
Well, you
Maybe
said
that
you were
was
finished. I thought you were done.
no. Maybe that was a cue for you to keep listening and not talk.
Well, I mean, if you say you're finished,
You asked a question. I was going to answer it.
and yeah, you
So
answered.
you asked where magnetic north was. It moves around a little bit, you see. I think at the moment it's in northwest Canada. I might be incorrect with that. Like I said, it moves around. You have to take into that calculation when you're navigating across the Earth. But the point is that we know that it's a point, a central point. East or west is a circle around that. Even on the globe model, it's a circle around north. Same thing.
Yeah, that no one
If
says
you
it's
don't
not. The
think,
point is this
if you
only
think,
works on the globe.
no, do you not think that you can travel in a circle on a flat plane?
I think you can, but given the understanding of compasses, this makes no sense.
Really, I
You think whenever
I don't think
whenever
you
we go east, we're
understand
just
what
walking in a
compasses
circle?
do, dude. What do compasses do? Do they point somewhere? What do they point to?
I've already demonstrated this.
What do they point to?
Quick question.
I think there might be a problem.
What do they point to?
On the flat Earth model, no clue.
No, just in general, what do compasses point to?
Well, given the globe Earth, they
Just
point
tell me what they point to.
Given the globe Earth, they're pointing to cardinal directions on a globe.
There's
So
only
given the
one
flat
absolute direction, isn't there?
Given the
What's
flat
that one
Earth, this
absolute
is
direction?
impossible.
What's the one absolute direction we've got here? What is that?
What's the
There's
one?
only
I
one.
just said they're pointing in cardinal directions.
No, so what's the one? So there's a question. What is the one absolute direction?
Are you asking what true north is?
Oh, so is it north? Is the absolute direction that we get from our compasses north?
Compasses
And
point
every
in
other
cardinal
direction is
directions.
relative to that one point that we call north?
I don't think you're understanding.
I think you're a bit slow, Sunshine. We've been here for like the last 10 minutes.
I'm
Dude,
saying
excuse me.
this north model only works on non-flat Earth model.
No, it works on both. This is what we're trying to point out to you. It's just a circle.
Yeah, but
Hey,
given what we're talking about, you think we would literally be walking in a circle on a flat plane?
Yeah, it's the same thing on a globe model.
On the globe model,
it's just a circle around north, isn't it?
On the globe model, when we go east and we continuously
go
east,
around north. It's a circle around north, isn't it? When you go east, that's a circle around north. That's why you end up back where you started, because it's a circle around north, isn't it?
Okay, so I just have.
Isn't it a circle around north?
He can't comprehend that.
It's not a circle given.
It's not a circle.
Earth preconception. No.
It's not a circle around north. So east isn't a circle around north.
These are cardinal directions in relation.
Yes,
to the
so east is a circle around north.
It's not a circle as you're understanding it, like a flat plane.
You can have a circle on a flat plane if you've got one point and you walk around it.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying
if I've got a tree, can I walk around a tree?
Of course, you can walk around on a tree.
Awesome. So we'll call that tree north, and my compass will always point to the tree. But when I go east, I go in a circle around that fucking tree. Now, are you going to get this, Sunshine, or are you just going to be completely slow and retarded, and we're going to have to worry about
I'm going to preface this since I don't think you're understanding.
You're going to understand this point. Otherwise, we're not going to move off of it.
I already understand.
A
you
circle
think that it works
around north.
I already understand that you think cardinal directions work on the flat Earth model.
Yes, because we understand that east or west is a circle around north.
Okay, so given we continuously walk north, we end up
north.
at a place, right?
We're continually walking north now. Why are we doing that?
Well, the problem here is the cardinal directions in relation to actually moving on a flat.
Well, no, but there's only one actual
continuously
direction,
move
isn't it?
on
It's
them,
north.
right? There's a problem.
Is north a central point? A point that we go around a circle?
I already explained how they work.
You didn't explain it. You're fucking bumbling your way through this, dude. And I think everybody is, quietly chuckling behind their microphones.
The point. I think there might be a key conception error here that you're not understanding.
I think it's you that's not understanding, my friend.
No, let me explain what the error is. What's the error?
So the error here is, right, given the cardinal directions, these type of geographical north poles are only going to work given the globe, or at the very least the non-flat Earth model.
Right? Okay, you haven't really explained it. You just said it's not going to work on the flat Earth model because you don't understand how compasses work.
I understand how compasses work, and I understand.
Well, clearly you don't. Is east and west a circle around?
Because we don't live on a flat Earth.
If you understand how compasses work, you understand that it points to north, doesn't it? No matter where you are, it points to north.
Yeah, because we don't live on a flat Earth.
No, it's not.
It's got fuck all to do with it.
It's got nothing to do with that, mate.
It just keeps making baseless assertions and then saying you don't understand why my baseless assertion isn't backed up by anything.
Larry, I don't think you're understanding.
I know that's your only argument. Do you have anything other than that? Okay, what is your actual argument? Stop saying you don't understand and make an actual argument if you have the capacity.
I'm going to send something in the side chat. I'm going to send the argument formalized.
Let me guess. You don't understand.
Like more sense than what he's saying.
You don't understand, therefore you're wrong. Is that the argument?
Well, it's an affirming the consequent fallacy anyway.
No, this is
Right.
affirming the consequence. This is modus ponens.
If
So
Modus
compasses work,
ponens.
the Earth is not flat.
No, it's quite okay. So
Oh,
can you
that's
wow.
formalize that for me?
What kind of shit
What's-
is that, man?
What's the P and what's the Q?
that's if P then Q, P therefore Q.
Yeah. So what is the P and what is the
Yeah,
Q?
so if compasses work,
compasses
then
work.
P, right? Then this is the condition. Then the Earth is not flat. Compasses work, therefore the Earth is not flat. Right? Given this is just easy modus ponens formalization of the
It's
argument.
affirming the consequent formal
Do we got any
fallacy.
Glovers in here that want to help this guy?
Affirming the consequent is a logical fallacy that says if P then Q, Q therefore P, right? That's
Where's
not
Scott
being
Matthew
done.
when you want him?
What's being done is if P then Q, P therefore Q. This is not affirming the consequent.
Wait, so what was that tree? What was that tree analogy that you were referencing earlier? Like, where
So
you could
I've
go
got a
east?
tree. My compass will point to the tree because it's magnetic. Can I walk around the tree following east?
Can I ask a question here?
So,
Okay, so-
you're using the tree as like a center point, right?
Yes. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Like magnetic north.
So that doesn't work because you're the center point because you're holding the compass, right?
No, the,
Yeah.
the center
Holy
point is
shit.
the thing that the compass is pointing to.
So why are you moving the center point from the compass?
Holy
The tree's the
Tree
center
is
point.
the center point, dude.
All right, let's go
Okay,
back
so-
to the
so the
table. Let's
compass
go
is
back
on
to
the
the table
tree.
with a magnet on it then.
Okay, so the compass is on the tree, right?
Okay, let's do it like this, my friend. I've got a magnet and I put it on the table. I get a compass out and the compass points to the magnet. We call that north, where the magnet is. And as I go east, I walk in a circle around that central point, which is north.
I'm starting to wonder if these guys don't know how compasses work.
Oh
No,
no,
I
they
don't think
keep
they
going.
do.
I think it's a language barrier. Because I comprehend it.
So you know the compass is gonna it's gonna turn when you turn, right?
Yeah, it's gonna keep turning as you keep moving, but it's always gonna face north.
So Jedi, if you were to go outside with a compass and turn your camera on, and you go walk around a tree, you want to know what that compass is gonna do?
Well,
It's gonna
Yeah.
turn all around, right?
yes,
The
but
Because
needle
you're
is
walking in a
going to
circle,
point.
right?
The
am I
needle
going
is
to be
going
able
to
to
point
walk?
to north, dude.
Am I going to be able to walk around the tree following the compass east? If the compass is always pointing to the magnetic tree, am I going to be able to go east around the tree while the compass always faces north? The tree.
We should definitely experiment this. Be a really good.
Really, you need a little
Dude, it's been
experiment.
done.
Yeah, we
You
should see it.
you need an
We should-
experiment
Yeah, let's
to
experiment.
see
The
how a
problem here
compass
is
works.
it doesn't
Oh.
work on the
Let's see
flat
if that
Earth,
happens, man.
given south, right?
This
Why
your
do you
guy's
keep
best-
babbling that same shit? It doesn't work on a flat plane. We
Let me-
live on
let
a
me
flat
explain- let me
fucking
explain,
plane.
right?
They
Let me
work.
explain.
Therefore, you're an idiot.
No, let me
You
explain.
wait
let me
until I
explain
tell him
further,
that east, west, north, and south are horizontal
let me explain
bearings.
further, right? So we understand that
It's a horizontal
we
bearing.
understand that it's also known as the magnetic South Pole.
No, it's really
understand-
boring, bro.
No,
If we
man.
understand that south
Is that
going to
fair that
be-
it's boring?
Well, yeah, I'm finishing explaining. If we understand that south is not north, then this means there's another magnetic pole somewhere. Given
It's
that
a
you guys
compass
think
is
the
flat.
Earth is flat, given that you guys think the Earth is flat, the south magnetic pole can't be under the north pole, right? It's not
How do
possible.
you know
So
the
where are these
the-
poles?
How do you
they
know
not
there's a
exist?
south magnetic pole?
How do I know that?
Been
Do
there?
you even know where? Do you know even
Are you
know
are you
where
asking
this
how I know that
magnetic
there's a
north
South
is?
Pole?
What is the position of the magnetic north that you're talking about? Is it under the ball?
No, it's a position. Well, it's not. First of all, you're misunderstanding. It's not just a ball. Okay, it's not a ball.
You know,
Yeah, it's not a
there
ball.
are.
That's not. But that's not what your
Do you
question
know
is.
about? Do you know about the 5 south poles? Do you know about
This
that?
is troll stuff, dude.
Yeah, I think we might
Sounds
be being
like it.
trolled.
So do you know there's 5 south poles, right?
Do you believe that there is 5 locations of the South Pole?
That is a globe claim. That the globers, the researchers of these regions of the world, tell you themselves that there are 5 south poles.
So I want to get my first tattoo. I want it to be Philippians 4, but just
Who's hot micing?
I want my first tattoo to be Fallopian.
Larry's hot micing. Who's it?
Okay.
No, it wasn't me.
So like right here.
Why do you want to?
Oh. Yeah, so I'm not aware. I'm not aware of any glober that's saying that there are 5 distinct south magnetic poles.
Yeah, because you making an argument from ignorance.
Well, no, I'm saying that you're making a claim that there are scientists saying this, and I'm asking.
Oh, that's not my claim. That's a globe claim.
Yeah, so which globers are making this claim exactly?
Because you mentioned magnetic north, right? Magnetic south, and on that list of magnetics, right, south, there is 4 more besides the one that you mentioned.
I'm not aware of.
There is geographical south, magnetic south, geomagnetic south, the point of accessibility, and the other one, I have to find the name because there's 5.
Do you think that
Ceremonial
south
south?
magnetic pole and magnetic south pole are different things?
Geomagnetic south and magnetic south are different positions, like for hundreds of miles. And magnetic south changes position.
I asked, do you think that there's? Okay, so when someone says south magnetic pole, it's also known as the magnetic south pole. These are, you're saying that there's 5 of these,
which is not a position. It changes positions during the year.
Can I?
No one denied that there's definitive changes where the South Pole is.
Can I get references for there being 2 magnetic souths at least, or 2 different types of magnetic south? And
I'll post it in a second. Let me find it.
Thank you.
No problem.
This is phenomena that is detected and is labeled, and then there is other assumptions about them. So you just gotta figure it yourself. But this is the claim that there's 5 different labels for different.
There's not 5 south magnetic poles. There's different.
No. I never said that. There is 5 south poles.
Well, like I'm pretty sure 2 of those are just going to be the same thing said differently.
Possibly, that might be a possibility.
Still, got
but
through
yeah,
the
now
basic
it's like
concept
now you're
of
just like
going in a
denying
circle
the
around the
South
point.
Pole, right? Like you're just saying there's no south magnetic pole.
Who's saying that?
Well, you, because if we live on a flat plane, then there's nothing for the South Pole to be under.
The phenomena that is being detected by the equipment and the compass that you observe in doing certain movement, that doesn't determine the shape of the ground under your feet, dude.
Well, if the South Pole is under the North Pole, and the North Pole is this thing on a flat plane, then according to you, the South Pole is going to be the thing under the flat Earth.
Incorrect.
Okay, so where's the South
Pole? That's because you're building a straw man and you're trying to burn it, but that's only in your mind.
What shape's a magnetic field?
Flat? I'm confused.
What shape's a magnetic field?
Go ahead, Jedi, take it from here. I'm gonna post the other stuff so people can look at it.
What shape's a magnetic field, mate?
Sphere.
Donut. More accurately called a toroid. You know what a toroid is?
Hello?
What shape's a magnetic field?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. What shape's a magnetic field?
I don't know if you guys can hear me. I can't hear anyone right now.
We're not complaining about that.
I wonder what shape a magnetic field is.
I think his first language is math.
Donut shaped.
We can hear you, bro.
Okay, yeah. So like I was saying previously, since people can hear me, I can't hear anyone right now, but just mute me if someone else is speaking. Yeah, what I was saying earlier was that on the flat Earth, I'm not seeing any way that this happens. If the South Pole is under the North Pole, and the North Pole is this physical
Why
place
does he keep
on
saying
the
it's
flat
under?
Earth, then it's going to be the case that the
He
South
can hear because he
Pole
paused.
is not near the North Pole. Where's the South Pole on the flat Earth? Are you going to say it's not a real thing? Or are you going to say that it's, where does it exist if the North Pole is in the center?
Hear anyone?
I don't think so.
Hold on a second.
Is anyone?
What's the South Pole?
Anyone talking?
You can't hear people either. Anybody hear me?
I can hear you.
The South Pole
I hear you.
is a pole. Is a pole in the south.
Where's that at?
In the south.
Okay, that's pretty vague.
This is the what the claim is, that they detect a magnetic signal, right? Or then there is a geomagnetic one, and they say they are at different positions from each other, and they move from position. So when you're saying, look, the magnetic South Pole is right there, no, next by the end of the month, it's going to be on a different position.
Yeah. So if you have a compass and you go south, you will find the South Pole.
No, that's not how it works.
Okay, so can you do that for me? You would get on that and find that for me?
Buddy, I don't have the cash for that.
Okay, so this is not going to be verified.
Correct.
Okay, so this is just a baseless assertion.
Correct.
Okay.
I like his honesty.
So no South Pole. Yeah, I do too. So no South Pole to be verified, just a claim. All right.
Yeah, unverified.
Yeah, the Glovers use it because they say, hey, there is a bottom of the ball, and when we get there, at the bottom of the ball, that's the South Pole. That's what they think.
No, I appreciate his honesty. I mean, really, it's refreshing.
Yeah, Hearn actually dabbles in globe, but he's more leaning on flat Earth, though. I've heard him. He's been in here quite some time. So yeah, he's more flat Earth than he is globe. So he doesn't really fight on the points that you guys raise.
What do you think, though? Do you think, or says who? Do you think that South Pole is not in Antarctica, or?
I have no idea. I don't even know what Antarctica is. I've never been there. I've heard people take cruises to it. They go to a ceremonial South Pole that obviously isn't the real thing. They get back on the boat and they come home. But as far as I know, they just go to a very cold place, take some pictures, and then leave. So is that Antarctica, do you think? Do you think that's verifiable?
I mean, we can call it anything, but it's an icy place, I guess.
Yeah. Listen, that one is not the magnetic. That one is the one that you mentioned. The ceremony is done at the longitude lines converge in the map, which is a man-made thing, right? Those lines, and then they converge to a point, and on the map they write, this is the geographical South Pole right here on this spot, but this is on a map. And then on that point that they reach on that map, they build the bases and put the pole thing, and then they take pictures there, and that's the geographical South Pole. But that's not the geomagnetic or the magnetic. Those are like hundreds, if not thousands of miles away from that position.
Sure.
Right, so
100%. That's the thing, right?
On a globe, you'd be able to walk in a straight line by having with having north at your right hand, perpendicular to the straight line, and you could tell that you're walking in a straight line by having 3 landmarks and walking to the middle landmark and verifying that the 3 landmarks are in line with each other, and then that would only be possible on a globe, because on a flat Earth.
On a globe, you're going to end up going. On a globe, you're going to end up going south.
On a flat Earth, if you try to have a straight line, the angle towards north will continuously change, but it wouldn't on.
Hold on a minute, mate. Just a
It
quick
does
question.
on a globe too.
If you're on a globe,
Yeah,
you're
it's the
at,
same.
say, let's just pick a number, 60 degrees up in the northern hemisphere, and you walk east directly because of your compass. Are you not going around in a circle?
You're going on a circle, but I think it's sort of bending downwards in terms of like over the horizon.
So you're going.
Yes, there it is.
Compass pointing north.
Matrix.
Yeah. So basically, if you had 3 landmarks, like say a mountain behind you, you're on a mountain in front of you, you could line them up. You could,
and then when you get to that mountain, what are you going to do then?
When to the next one, then you look at the mountain behind you. You look at the one in front of you, line them all
and you're
up.
going to keep walking, and then
walk
you're going to
straight,
get to a new point, and then you're going to have to reset. And then, do you think you could be off, or do you think you're going to be in the same direction?
Well, one way I thought of to do it is to not use mountains.
No,
but
just
use,
answer it.
Well, with mountains, it could be kind of tricky to find like a bunch of mountains in a row, like on a latitude that you could use. But
and then when you get to
lasers
the edge of the sea, and when you get to the ocean, what are you going to do? What are you going to do there?
So I came up with this idea. Apparently, I just posted a photo of a laser beam being shot straight up into the air. You can see it for miles around. So you could have three of those. Well, it's kind of
that's required. Flat Earth. That requires a flat Earth.
So you're gonna get three lasers when you're at sea, and you're gonna send someone out to a certain direction, and then you're gonna point three lasers up in the sky when you're at sea, and then you're gonna head to the center laser, and then when you get to the center laser, you're gonna send the guys out again with another three lasers.
You have to keep the laser. So you've got a laser behind you, a laser in front of you. You move to the one in front of you. The one that's at the very rear would have to go all the way to the very front, and you basically keep those three in line. But you have to.
And how are you working out where these lasers are?
Yeah, I guess you'd have to do it on
lasers.
Well, unless you have just a whole bunch of people lined up, you could basically just go from one to the next. But if you do it on land, then you won't have to worry about drifting.
How are you going to get your
This all
direction?
requires a flat plane. This is all requiring a flat plane. This is a flat Earth proof.
I'm heading out, Mr. Larry. Heading out. Nice to talk to you, gentlemen.
Goodbye.
We'll see each other on the side of the line. I hope to two people I didn't have positive experiences with.
Next time, just answer your question. Next time, just answer the question that you're asked, and then you'll be all right.
Yeah, I hope the next time we speak,
it's pretty easy when you have a conversation.
It's like, I hope the next time we speak, it's I could slap you across the face.
I really, really hate long goodbyes.
Yeah, I hope the next time we speak, you're actually near me.
See you later on, guys.
No need.
Answer your question next time.
So if we're going to shoot lasers straight up in the air, that's in reference to a horizontal plane.
No,
so you won't be.
Well, I mean, you only care about the side-to-side angle difference. So on a globe, you wouldn't worry about the fact that the lasers aren't parallel with each other because they're the verticals are different. You just say
No, you're firing a laser vertically. Vertically is in reference to a horizontal plane. This is a flat Earth proof you're giving us right now.
90 degrees.
Nah, not really.
Yeah.
Oh, exactly.
That's trivial.
Most definitely. Trivial. You just said straight up vertical. That's in reference to a horizontal plane.
I mean, I suppose if you can't visualize it on a globe, then you can't visualize it. But essentially, you'd have in one.
We're not visualizing. This was your example.
Pinky, just think about this. You're on water level, okay? It doesn't matter whether it's a cup, a pool, your fucking bathtub, the ocean, a lake. It's all level. So you've got these lasers pointing 90 degrees up on water. Just put two and two together, mate. It's going to hurt for a little bit, but you'll be all right.
Boats disappearing from bottom up. Thank you. Bye.
Can make things disappear from the bottom up and the surface.
NW, there's a lovely little video I'm going to post up for you. Please watch it.
It's also a hypothetical fallacy. You're appealing to something that's a hypothetical situation that is not being done and you won't be doing, and it falls flat on its face. So we're not gonna entertain this anymore. Do you have anything else other than going directly straight, proving somehow that you're on a ball?
Yeah, I was only saying that because the other guy was talking about going east, and I thought this would be a way to show that that if you're on a globe or not. Of course, I haven't done it, and it would take a lot of effort.
No one's done it
still. Yeah, so
no
it
one's
is all
done
hypothetical, but that would still be a proof of the globe. Not proof, but
that's an appeal to the future, and it's a hypothetical fallacy. It's two fallacies, bro.
I'm not saying I've gone out.
We could throw it out.
Done it.
No, I know you're not saying that. You're saying it could be or it would be, right? It would be a proof, but no one's doing it. That's an appeal. So let's go to the part where earlier you said you'd be going over some kind of horizon, like a Earth curvature hump, right? So are you saying that the horizon is the Earth curve, the sagitta, the tangent point of a ball?
Wait, so just really quickly, I think it's still useful to come up with hypothetical experiments you could do to show the shape of the Earth.
I don't care what you think. I don't care what you think.
That's the reason I was
I
saying.
don't care. I think your hypothetical example is a bad one since no one's done it, and you won't be doing it.
Right.
And no one can do it.
I know that. It's still useful though to do. Coming up with
It's not
experiments
useful
to
if
do
no one.
is,
It's not useful if no one can do it and no one's done it.
We can all observe the horizon though, can't we?
Certainly we can.
Awesome stuff. Let's get back to that shit.
Yeah. You could actually have a whole bunch of boats in a row. But
We
that would be very
do.
different.
And then they move around with the currents, and they all get offline, and then who knows who's in the correct position after in about an hour.
Oh,
You'd
we
need
use celestial navigation to figure that out.
You'd continuously have radios and say, okay, move, keep in line, go a little bit left.
But how do you know where you're moving? It's retarded, man. It's silly.
Yeah. That's a good point, though, he's bringing up there, because that's why they have gyro compasses, right? Because they will hold, if you calibrate them correctly, they're going to hold to a magnetic point or a magnetic north, and you're going to go on your trip, and you go for a few hundred miles, and then you're going to have to stop and recalibrate it, and it turns out that you're going on a straight path, but now you've lost magnetic north, so you have to recalibrate it, re-aim it, and then go, continue to go on your path, and it ends up that every time you recalibrate it, you're kind of making this giant circle. Isn't that interesting?
It's also interesting that north, east, south, and west are horizontal bearings.
Yep,
Also,
yes, they are.
I just realized you wouldn't have to go all the way around the world. You could literally just go enough such that you notice that the angle towards north is either staying the same or changing.
Angle.
Yep, azimuthal angle. Jedi on a flat plane.
No, not azimuth. Oh,
Did he just say angle?
Oh, I think it would be.
Go ahead.
Angle, that's defined as the intersection of two straight lines. If you're going to be measuring angles off the surface of the Earth, you're going to require the Earth to be your horizontal line to measure your angle from. You can't measure an angle if the line's curved, sunshine.
And a horizontal line has a slope of 0, change of slope of 0. And a curved line has a change of slope of non-zero. Right, Jedi? Is that correct? No.
So really quickly, correct. When I say angle, this what I just posted comes from spherical trigonometry on Wikipedia.
We're not doing
I know, just
trigonometry, though, sunshine.
I know. I'm just saying that
I
a way to understand
that's not
the
what
angles.
we're doing. We wouldn't be using spherical trigonometry. We would just be using basic trigonometry. Yeah.
In the local tangent, plane, it would all be kind of the same.
Oh, that's begging the question.
Tangents.
Well, I know. So if it's flat, then it's just a flat horizontal. The angle stays the same. And if it's spherical, because at this point we don't know, then you would have a local tangent plane, the angle on the local tangent plane, which is what the definition of angle A says. The one I posted. I mean, it's more complex. Basically, the angle between tangents of the great circle arcs where they meet at the vertex, or the angle between two planes that intersect the sphere at vertex A. But anyway, yeah. This was only in response to what that other guy who seemed kind of confused, was talking about with going east. So,
who was confused? Your globe friend?
I think so, possibly. Unless he was trying to say what I was saying, but I don't think
he knew. I don't think he knew what he was saying. I think he just wanted.
Nonetheless, yeah, he was just wanting to talk. If we are going to assume, or going to beg the question that we have tangent planes, we have to prove that sphere first. Can't really beg the question here.
Well, no, it's not begging the question. It's basically. You know how I was talking about three things in line? At this point, we don't know whether or not we're on a flat plane or on the sphere, but have three things in line is three things in line, regardless of if you're on
in a straight line, so a straight line.
Or it won't be straight up and down. That's why the bending can occur on the globe, but not on the.
When does that happen? Show that to me. Measure it for me, please.
Measure what?
Don't be using hypotheticals now. I want you to show it to me. Don't beg the question in that example too. No, if we put them in a line, there might be, or there is some kind of vertical drop, right? Curvature rate. Even though they're in a line, there's an arc. What do you mean they would be? That's another hypothetical. Okay, we're talking about proving the thing. Prove the ball.
Yeah, but you said that's another hypothetical. I'm saying, yeah, three things in a line would still work on a globe or on a flat plane. If you can't see that, you can see
it would not be a line by definition because there would be a curvature rate.
Yeah, exactly. There wouldn't be
not a line.
Curvature upwards and downwards, but not side to side, which is what we're measuring here.
The best thing you could say is that there is a row of boats at best, but not a line. A line is straight.
Yeah. I'd call it an arc then. Fine.
Where do we measure this?
So okay, so that's
you said we measure it. Where do we measure it?
Where do we measure? What?
Yeah, you said the word measure.
Well, this is all hypothetical so far.
Oh, so not measured then, okay.
Although there might be a.
So the globe is hypothetical.
Maybe there's a way to do it with because some streets and some state maps, like roads, run on latitudes, and so if you follow those and you can line everything up, I don't know.
What the hell? Latitudes, angles.
Yeah, so a latitude will be an elevation of Polaris from the surface of the Earth. 90 degrees, that's the ground position of Polaris. When you're underneath Polaris, it's right above your head. If you continue to move south, you measure an angle towards Polaris. Halfway between the north and the equator is 45 degrees. That's an angle measurement to Polaris. To have latitude lines, you're going to require a horizontal plane of reference to measure your angle up to Polaris from, giving you your latitude lines. It's a flat Earth proof.
I know. I just realized if you're on like a state line, like the top of Oklahoma or Arizona or Montana, like the separation between Canada and the US, or if you have a bunch of people shooting lasers standing on that line, at every single place on that line, there'll be you'll be able to line up the person in front of you and behind you, and I think that should be enough. And every single person on that line might be able to say, "Oh, north is directly perpendicular to the line." I don't know. You'd have to do some measurement. You'd have to do some calculations, but that could be enough to show, depending on how.
Or you can look at the reference of a structure that is horizontal, and then the neighbor of that structure is another horizontal, and then the next neighbor, and then you go to the shore, neighbor after neighbor. You reach the sea level, and then you go 3,000 miles across the sea level. And then you reach the next shore, and that's a horizontal of the first building, and the next one after the next one. No curvature between those horizontals. Really not that complicated, dude.
Yeah, you go to San Francisco and they've got those big hills and those houses built on those hills, and they're all parallel with one another on a horizontal plane, even though the hills are quite steep, because they're all referencing the same horizontal from wherever they are to the coast, basically. So, flat Earth everywhere you look.
Well, the higher the latitude, like the further north you are, the more sensitive the angle to the North Pole would be on a flat Earth.
Angle. So that's requiring a flat Earth. Latitude lines at elevation angles to Polaris. You're going to require.
Angle. I said on a flat Earth.
Exactly. It doesn't matter what it is. You're going to need the Earth to be horizontal for you to measure an angle up to Polaris to get latitude lines. You're also going to require the surface of the Earth to be horizontal to get your north, south, east, and west bearing, because north, south, east, and west are horizontal bearings, as I've demonstrated in the image that I put in the text chat. Horizontal bearings, not curved ones.
I'll post it. Oops, wrong one. Sorry.
You've got loads of hypotheticals. We've just got demonstrations that we use in reality all of the time.
Yeah, so with this local tangent plane, and I'm not saying it is because that would be supposing that that it's a sphere to begin with. I'm saying whether it's flat or whether it's spherical and you're using a tangent plane, you can still figure out which way north would be. And I guess by doing the experiment, you'll be able to see if the results support the globe Earth or the flat Earth, because you'd be doing the exact same thing in both.
What experiment?
Going on like a line of latitude, and with the laser thing. But I think you guys don't want to talk about that anymore, so I think I'll just go.
Oh no, I love.
No, we want to talk about it.
It's my favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe you're projecting a little bit. So if you guys can detect the axial rotation of the Earth with a ring laser gyroscope, how come you can't detect the motion of the Earth around the Sun?
I haven't seen any. I haven't researched it. Maybe you could, but I think maybe
Well, it's called
probably too
Michelson-Morley.
small. It's probably too small to see it.
Oh, so we can detect gravity waves from 3 million miles away, the fraction of the width of an electron, but we can't detect the motion of the Earth around the Sun? Is that what you're claiming?
Well, to be honest, I'm not an expert on this ring laser gyroscope, but I
Well, you
can look
brought
it
it
up
up
right now and see.
You
No, I
did bring it up. Yeah, yeah, you did. You think I quit playing Cyberpunk because I wanted to talk about it?
I think you might be talking about someone else.
No, you did just bring it up.
Larry, he's
Axial rotation.
actually not bringing up the ring laser gyro. He's bringing up apparently people with lasers on the surface in a line proving some kind of latitude. I don't really know what he's talking about, to be honest.
Okay, maybe I was incorrect. Please continue.
I'm gonna look up that.
So
notice the sun's rotation thing, but
yeah, it's called Michelson-Morley, however you want to pronounce it. They call it an experiment, but I don't know if I would call it that. Yeah, Michelson-Morley experiment. The whole reason Einstein came out of the closet, so to speak.
you might be able to detect it. Now, of course, it's like one rotation every year, which is quite slow. And of course, there is the drift of the gyroscope. But I think statistically, you can still see, if you assume the drift is random, if you do many runs, you'll be able to see. You might be able to detect that possibly. I don't know. I'd have to look it up.
Help me understand people on the surface with lasers. What are they pointing the lasers at?
Oh, they're just pointing it straight up, so as to have three things in line with each other, from in the left and right. Not in line with each other, like over the vertically, but in line with each other from left and right, so that you can maintain a straight line, basically. It's a straight line in spherical geometry, which I can get a definition for you if you want.
There is no straight line in spherical geometry.
What is the argument for that?
The argument?
I'm asking, says who?
Oh, argument for what?
For the claim you just made. Do you remember the claim?
Let me know, please.
Okay, I'll repeat it for you, even though it was like less than 15 seconds ago. The claim you just made was that there is no straight line in spherical geometry.
Oh, geez.
That claim is presumably true. Yeah, so what's the argument for the claim, old man?
Someone's highly triggered. Okay.
Oh, no, you're projecting, old man. So just give me the argument for the claim.
Okay, so let's be specific. How about in spherical geometry, are we going to talk about the outside of a sphere?
So that is a question. That's not an argument for the claim that you made. You fucking
Let's
retard.
just go at, okay. Wow, he is triggered today.
I know.
Chill with the hums there.
Having a really decent conversation, and this idiot comes in and starts getting really upset for some reason.
Maybe I caused it. I apologize. Let's reset,
you
shall we?
You didn't. You're fine. It's just maybe we can get this guy to calm down and we can have a conversation with him. Doesn't have to call people retards and all of that type of stuff, does he?
Yeah, Larry, it's your fault that he daddy left.
Another projection. So again, you made a claim.
Oh,
Give the
got
argument for
him.
the claim, old man.
Really
I don't want to hear
upsetting, mate.
sand monkey projection.
I think you need to calm down a little bit. The conversation's been lovely and peaceful up until you join the fucking room. So take a bit of a back seat, mate, and we'll engage with you. Just don't be a complete cunt.
I think he just read a philosophy book.
Hey, fuck you, you Aussie cunt. I'll fuck your
conversation just ended well, didn't it? Oh dear. He can sit on mute for a little while.
It's that the Globers are so classy, I think, is what I love about them the most. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
So anyways, we have people in a line. Is this a straight line?
So it's a line in the definition of spherical. Oh, well, if it is actually an ellipsoid or a sphere, then it would be a line in the spherical geometry sense. If it was flat, then it would truly be a line. But in either case,
so then an arc or curve.
Yeah. I'll just post the glossary that I'm using. But yeah, it does say an arc. A line.
You mean
a line
okay, so an arc.
Yeah.
You don't have to be afraid of the word arc.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, arc. But
so why did you do everything that you could to not say arc? You said straight, you said spherical geometry, and you said not left to right. But eventually we came to the word arc. So we're talking about not a straight line, we're talking about an arc.
I know, but I thought that would be like self-evident if clearly on a globe, we are bending.
Well, I don't know why we're talking about a globe, because that's the thing that you're trying to prove. Why don't you prove that first?
Well, but that's the whole point of this experiment. When you do
there is no experiment. This is a hypothetical. No one's doing this. Once again, we're back to this. Do you have anything other than hypotheticals?
Listen 1 second. There has been tests done with multiple lasers at 3 different positions, and it's been demonstrated that there is no curvature between these positions. So what he's asking for, it has been done.
Oh, well, please enlighten
me. The Brazilians did it. The Brazilians did it in multiple places, at multiple locations, many equipments, and yeah, I mean, it's close to what he's saying. 3 lasers, different positions, observers. Yeah.
What did they do?
What was that?
What did they do, Jonesy?
They went to Tres Minas. It's like a body of water, and they set up multiple locations, 3 different positions. These devices, and it was like they were pointing towards each other. There's videos about it. That was one of the tests. This is one of the tests that they did. 3 positions of the lasers. They did many other
horizontally.
Tests. One of the tests they did. Yeah, horizontal. Yeah, no curvature between them.
Okay.
So what he's asking for has been done, basically.
I thought he was asking to see if people could fire lasers straight up. Isn't this about shooting lasers straight up, or is this horizontally?
Well, straight up.
Yeah, you might start an interstellar war if you start shooting lasers up into the sky. Calm down.
Well, I'll have to clarify with our friend here. On what plane are they shooting these lasers? Horizontally or vertically?
I thought vertically is what he said.
Yeah, is he still here?
Yeah. So if it was a flat Earth, then it would all be in line or plane. If it turns out at this point we don't know in the beginning, but if it turns out to be spherical, then the vertical lines.
I'm asking you a clarifying question. I don't like you going ahead and reversing. Well, it's not reversing converting, but don't just start saying if it was a flat Earth, this would be the situation. I am asking specifically about the example that you are giving that if it's not on a horizontal plane, as far as I know, is not being done. So what is your hypothetical situation? Please detail it. Are we shooting lasers straight up?
Yeah, straight up at each point at vertical.
Okay. So vertical in reference to a horizontal plane.
Yeah, well, it doesn't have to be in reference to that. It's just literally
well, how else would you find your vertical?
To be honest, you don't even need to shoot them straight up. You only need to shoot them. You only need to shoot them really quickly. You only need to shoot them such that you can see where the it intersects the ground. Although, of course, if you're going over the curve of the horizon, it might be better to shoot them straight so you can see.
Yeah. The question is, how do you find vertical?
Well, vertical on a sphere would just be, in line with the local gravity at that point.
Okay, but how do you find vertical? Doesn't matter which shape you think the Earth is. How do you find?
You can use a plumb bob. You can use a dip meter.
And the plumb bob will be in reference to what? You got a nice vertical, right?
Yeah. That's so. What in reference to the vertical direction? Here, let me just post an image.
Not something else.
Well, this
vertical is in relationship to vertical, Jedi.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. So horizontal is in relation to horizontal, is it? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Spill the beans here, boys.
So literally, this is from the Wikipedia page. Vertical, horizontal. It says vertical. A plane is said to be vertical if it contains the local gravity direction at a point. Then it talks about plumb bobs, and then it says on a spherical Earth, when the curvature of Earth is taken into account, the concept of vertical and horizontal take on yet another meaning. On the surface of a smoothly spherical, homogeneous, rotating planet, the plumb bob picks out the vertical direction as it'll be sort of radial, going out such that all the verticals aren't parallel with each other. So strictly speaking, it is now no longer possible for vertical walls to be parallel. All verticals intersect. This fact has real practical applications in construction and civil engineering, e.g. the tops of towers of a suspension bridge are further apart than the bottom. But I mean, it is kind of difficult to understand, but it's only just,
Imagine the top of a skyscraper is larger than the bottom of the skyscraper. If we're just talking about a rectangular skyscraper, is that what's going on?
Oh yeah, I guess it would be ever so slightly.
Yeah.
Oh, unless you have a flat foundation.
Well, if we have a flat foundation and we build upwards, according to you, the top of the tower will be wider than the bottom of the tower because you brought up the bridge, Vallisano's bridge, probably.
I guess so. Theoretically, yeah.
Does that happen?
It might be for something so close together. It would probably be so.
Well, we're talking about a much higher distance than the tops of the Vallisano's Straits Bridge. We're talking about skyscrapers, much taller than bridges. So if we've got a deviation of, what is it? I can't remember if it's 3/4 of an inch or whatever it is for the bridge, then we're going to have a much bigger deviation at the top of a skyscraper. So the top of the skyscraper will be bigger than the bottom of it, according to you.
Because the further away you get from the surface of the Earth, the further the two verticals would diverge. So if you go really, really high up, if you have like two lasers.
This is a radial imagination, right? This is once again begging the question. You still haven't proven that we're going to the center of a presupposed spherical Earth. This is hypothetical again.
Yes, it is. This is all just what the situation would be on a globe Earth.
Yeah. So we don't have any evidence for the globe.
Can I pick something up?
If you can't understand that, then you just don't understand the globe Earth model.
Can I pick something up? So, it's just that he wasn't yielding, so I thought I'd keep going until he shut up. So you said, I know, I'm talking. So you said earlier that there was real practical application for this, right? I'm still waiting for that practical application. Like you said a bunch of stuff that if it was a globe, then it would be like this. What I want to know is how this is being practically applied in our everyday reality in engineering and construction.
Yeah, I can get you a link to that. But also a way it's being applied in geodesy is the whole reciprocal zenith angle.
I didn't ask for geodesy, and I didn't ask for a link. I asked for you to explain to me how it's being used in engineering and in construction. Don't need a link. Right. I need you to tell me with your words.
I mean, I'd have to look it up. I was just reading that from Wikipedia, but I think I remember seeing somewhere that like on a certain bridge, the top of the bridge towers are like, like an inch and an inch 0.75 further away than at the bottom. Yeah, I'll only find it.
You don't think that would be the case anyway, because of certain tolerances due to wind and temperature changes and a bunch of other factors?
Could
It's
be. I
just
think
a-
a
it's
better way to
just a-
see it would be the
right.
reciprocal zenith
Just
angle.
a calculation, dude.
Yeah, but
So,
now
let's say
now you're changing the topic when you talk about reciprocal zeniths, right? We're talking about 2 points on a bridge diverging, okay, by an inch or whatever. You don't think that would be necessary anyway, even on a flat Earth, due to tolerances that would be required in engineering and construction?
Yeah, it could be. I wasn't pointing out to any proof of the globe. I was literally just explaining what vertical would mean on a globe, if you remember.
Yeah, no, but now you're ignoring the previous thing that I asked you, which was a practical application and not the concept.
Well, yeah. So, yeah, I can post an article for that.
I want you to tell me with words.
Well, I don't know. I haven't looked up. I was literally just reading a Wikipedia article.
If
like,
you
that's
don't
something
know,
you would have to look up.
if you don't know, then why are you arguing for it?
Well, I'm not. I was literally just explaining what vertical would mean. This is all hypothetical at this point, to be honest.
Yeah, but I've already asked you to ditch the hypothetical and give me practical application.
I don't think you're following what's going on here. Someone
No,
was
I don't
struggling
think
to
you're
understand what vertical would mean on a globe. I was explaining it. Whether or not the Earth is a
I
globe at all.
know that
matters.
you've already explained the concept. I've already addressed this, and you're not following. I'm not asking for concept. I'm asking for practical application in engineering and construction.
All right. Well, aren't you free to look that up yourself? I already posted a link.
I want you to tell me with your words. I've said all of this stuff 4 times now.
Right. And I think I've given an adequate answer as well.
No, you haven't. You've just gone back to the concept.
My response is, it's not my job to do that. I was literally just describing a vertical.
You can't. That's fine.
I posted a link to it.
You can't. That's fine. Just say you can't. That's fine.
Oh, right now,
able
no. But I think I posted a link that contains some examples of it.
Yeah,
Obviously not,
okay.
I
So
mean,
you're not able to make the argument. That's fine. We can move on. Just admit
no,
it.
I never was making an argument. I was just explaining what vertical would mean, as I've said now like 4 times.
And for the 5th time, I asked you for practical application in engineering and construction. We already heard the concept.
So
Anyway,
at this point, I don't know if you quite understand, but I don't want to repeat myself. I think everything that I needed to say has been said, so it's fine.
Yeah, I don't think you're able to actually follow a basic conversation, so I'm going to dip.
You can just say, I don't have the practical demonstration. Then that's it.
Oh, yeah, I've said that already.
You didn't say that, really.
You actually didn't say that. That's what's frustrating.
I think I did, because
You're just kind of skipping over it, but whatever.
I guess, like, why would there need to be a practical application?
Because so that we know.
I'm sorry, because I can give you some examples that don't have to do with engineering, but have to do with reciprocal zenith angles, which are far better anyway, because of the that you can do them from points that are further apart on the globe. Do you know what reciprocal zenith angles are?
Reciprocal zenith angles prove nothing because they don't allow for perspective. Shit gets smaller as it gets further away. I take your silence as you don't understand what I've said, or you're thinking about it. Thank you.
I'll be back in a bit.
I don't understand what you mean it gets smaller. We're taking an angle to it, not the size of it.
Okay, let's do this. You've got 2 theodolites, 1 mile apart. You zero them. When you look through the viewfinder, oh my God, the other one is below 0. Why is that? We've set them at the same level. That's because shit gets smaller as it disappears into the distance, shrinks down into the horizon. Horizontal. You're starting to understand the flat plane thing now.
I found the short version with the Brazilians. They have like, I think it's like 6 different tests, and one of the most interesting, they did the 3 points observations in Tres Marias as a body of water, and then they also did a very interesting one. They put a geodesic GPS on a building, and then they put another one on a building 3,000 kilometers away from that one, at the other side of Brazil. Well, at the other, away, 3,000 miles away in Brazil, kilometers. And they said that there should be a drop of 173 kilometers between those two, the tops of these 2 buildings. And they established that there is no drop between the 2 tops of the buildings. There is no difference. They are basically horizontal one to the other one. 3,000 kilometers away.
Like for like the video game that's going on right now, like how do I mute that? Like for my own personal thing.
How do you mute what?
Like, you know how I feel like you can usually
Yeah,
mute like a particular user, but like
you must have clicked on it. You
must
must have clicked on it. You have to click on the X, the red X.
Just hang up the call and join again.
Yeah, I got it now. I need to click. Thank you. Yeah.
Listen, I'm gonna post the video from the Brazilians. I'm gonna give you the short version, but don't see the first minute that it's gonna show you some type of cosmology of from an outside perspective. Don't worry about that. Those are cartoons. Concentrate on the test, and these are field experts. This is people with degrees, engineers that were actually testing for the thing in question, the curvature of the Earth, and they establish many different tests at many different positions with radar. They use radar, they use lasers, infrared, long distance cameras. They also use a high altitude balloon. They also build a laser of their own. They build a laser that is stronger than any other the other lasers that were available to purchase. So they made a more powerful laser to be able to do some of the tests. So this is some real stuff here. Just don't worry about the images that you get in the beginning. Why? Because the people, the guy that was how do you say, filming this test, this guy filming the test wasn't the engineers or the people doing this. This guy was just recording what happened, and then he put everything together, and then they kind of added this cosmology to the equation of some image, but I wouldn't worry about that. Let me just post the concrete short version of this one. Copy link, and there it is. Take it for what it is. That image is kind of silly, obviously. We don't believe in that, but when you go to what they're doing from the realist level, you're gonna find out this is real stuff. Anyone? It's only like 12 minutes. It has a lot of good stuff there. Good.
It's the Terra Convexa thing. Terra Convexa.
No, it's not Terra Convexa. That's what I posted. But that title is kind of misleading a little bit, for whatever that means. But then you go to the test, the actual practical thing, and that's what you're gonna find out. Gonna put
I was just making sure I was clicking on the right thing.
Look at this position. They did from this. This is like 3,000 kilometers away. This is one of the tests they did. I posted screenshots of it, and it's from one side of Brazil to the other one. 2 buildings. And they said if the buildings were curving, if the Earth was curving, these buildings will have kind of like a difference of horizontal, right? From the top to the bottom. It will be tilting, the buildings will be tilting from each other. And they found out that they're not tilting away from each other. There is like missing 178 kilometers of curvature missing between these two buildings. What do you think about that,
is the
Jedi,
video,
or anybody? Is the video what?
I was going to check out the video, but is it going to be in Portuguese?
It is going to be in Portuguese. You can add subtitles, bro. Just add the English subtitles. That's it.
I'll give that a shot.
Looks really cool.
Have you tried it with subtitles? Like, I've always wondered, are those like auto subtitles? Like, are they any good? Like, are they accurate?
It might be good, but also they're decent. They're decent. I can read in Portuguese and Spanish and English, so I can tell that the subtitles in Spanish are pretty accurate. Not 100%, but pretty accurate. And the ones in English as well are not 100%, but they're telling you basically what they're saying. But I will say not 100 complete. There might be some.
Yeah, it sounded like you were probably multilingual. So
I think math is his first
whether
language.
those subtitles are any good, because I always wondered.
Yeah.
Math is your first
What was
language?
that, baby?
No, it's a joke. For people who think that like math is reality, it's just a language.
Gregory thinks math is real, concrete.
Don't say it's just a language. What the hell?
So is math a tool?
Why do you guys want to like defame math? What's like, you don't think that's stupid
I'm not
to do?
defaming. So is
Leave
math
math out of this.
Yeah. What do you
He's
consider
white hiding-
reality?
Not what
He's
he's
white
doing.
hiding from math.
What's reality?
He's not doing that, Matt.
Like, when
What
you start
is
saying
reality?
math isn't reality, or it's like it's not, it's just a language, you just make yourself look stupid.
Oh God.
This guy loves
So
math
is language.
so much.
Is math reality?
Useful. I don't love math. I hate math,
It's
but
math
it's
reality.
reality. It's useful.
It's reality, is it? So what's 5 times 0?
If you guys can define reality,
What's 5 times 0?
then we can say
5 times 0. What's
you're
that?
going to do the negative thing. Wow, negative is not
No,
reality.
I'm
You can
not
say that all
going
you
to do a
want.
negative thing. I've just asked you a simple question. What is 5 times 0?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you're going to do. It doesn't matter
I
what
thought
you're
it was
going to do.
reality. Reality matters.
Doesn't matter
So
what you
answer a mathematical question.
No, I kind of
Reality.
was.
Okay. Define reality.
5 times 0. I want to hear where he's going with this.
He's gonna do the negative or the zero thing. He's like, we're zero in reality.
No,
Again, what do you define as reality?
Not 0.
Well,
That's
if
not
like
real.
if I had said 5 times 0 is 0,
reality.
like what would be your?
Just
where would you go with that?
existence. The
Show me a
physical,
0.
He would be
Show
like,
me
physical
we're
world.
zero in reality.
Show me a 0.
It's like
in
when they do
reality.
the negative thing. And he's like, why are you?
It's
You're not
just a
holding negative
concept.
5 apples, so
Okay, how
math
about a
isn't
point?
reality.
Show me a point. Point out a point to me so that I can see.
Can you define
Math is-
reality? I've been asking
Yes,
for so long.
yes,
reality.
the physical natural world. Physical
Right.
natural world.
So would a computer be reality?
The object is, but yeah.
Not the software.
So the object is.
Electronics, everything is real, of course.
So something that's physical is reality then.
The physical natural world is not hard to understand.
No. I'm trying to get the actual definition.
It's hard for
if I
Matt
would
to
write
understand
something on a
very
piece of
simple
paper
things.
and it's ink on it, is that reality?
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Write something, right? And there's ink, right? I'm writing it. Is that reality as well?
Yes. The ink is real and the
math is
paper is real.
When you write, when you write, hello, when you grab the pencil, the piece of paper, and you use your hands and you put them together and you write something, right? Poetry, or you write a story, right? That paper and that ink, whatever, that's real. But then the story that you're writing, right? Like an anime, right? Like Japanese anime, and you're writing a story. That story is not in reality, you know.
Well, then most of us don't really live in reality, according to your definition, because the thing
No, when you make a story, when you make a
Discord isn't reality.
so listen, let's say you're writing about you're cutting out. Is it me or him?
Hopefully it's him.
You can write theory about, let's say, I can boil water with fire, and you know that you wrote about it, and then you can go check that and do it, right? I grab the fire, I grab the water, and can boil the water, right? So you're writing about reality. But then you can write about fantasy, like ninjutsu or whatever chakra powers the Naruto has, right? You can write about it, and you use the paper and the pencil. You could draw it pretty cute, but that's not reality, bro.
It's kind of like money. Like the $5 is the paper exists, but the value is a concept, right? It doesn't exist in reality. It's the same thing with math.
I like that one.
Yeah, I think there's even like a proof for that, like within math, right? Like Gödel's incompleteness theorem, like is about like the fact that like writing numbers and doing math is different than like it's like meta mathematics versus real numbers.
Somebody point out a point in space.
Or -5 apples.
Well, you can't. I mean, dude, you're not
So
going
it's
to have
reality.
-5 apples.
But what is the point of
If someone
holding
owes
this?
you,
Can he not hear me? Hey, bro,
if you
can you
owe
hear
more
me?
than you have, then you're negative. So
I'm
Can
not
you
just
point out a
Yeah, I
point?
can hear you.
Can he point out a point in reality?
Fine.
Because it's a mathematical concept, and he said math is reality.
what's wrong with it? Most things are. Everything is concepts. We're human beings. What do you mean?
No,
Everything
apples
is
aren't
concepts almost.
concepts. No.
Trees aren't concepts.
I mean, the concept of an
Listen,
apple
but
is still a
listen,
concept.
bro. But we're talking about reference on the. Nobody's denying that math is a tool that can be used, or not a tool, a language that can be used
But
to
you have a
describe things,
problem
right? But
with it. It
listen.
makes you guys
But
look
in
dumb.
reference to the server topic, the Earth is not a globe, right? When people are writing about this fallacious fantasy, which is a story, the globe equals the anime that we were talking about, because it's fantasy. You could write about it, but can you show it? Can you show me this globe? No, you can't.
I know, man. I don't understand how you guys. Like, I know you.
I don't
all
understand
sorts
how
of
you
stuff.
can't point out a point to me because you said that it's reality. So a point is a concept in math.
Reality.
You
Why would he need to
said
point out a
reality.
point if he made the statement that it's in reality? It should be self-known, collectively known.
Wait, okay. You're not
So what
since you're
should
not
be
asking,
self-known?
since you're not answering the point from
Saying in
Larry.
reality that he's pointing out.
Can I ask you? Can you have -5 apples?
Oh, I see what you did there. The point.
If you
Yes.
Can you have -5 apples in reality?
If you
I'll
have
answer on his
more,
behalf. Yes,
okay,
you
if you have
can.
more than you owe, or no, if you owe more than you have, then you can be negative. Your bank account can go into negative right now. Is that not reality?
That's a concept.
You didn't answer the question.
No, that's not just a concept. If you owe someone more than you have, you're negative.
That's what I'm saying. That's the reason I answered yes on his behalf.
That's reality.
Owing something is
apples.
Yeah.
You understand?
Like, are you going to fight with bank accounts now, or is bank accounts not reality as well? Just everything is a concept. You don't live in the. You don't live in.
Everything isn't a concept.
Yeah, not everything is a social contract.
That's actually no, it is. Actually, that's incorrect. Everything is a social contract.
No, it's not. There are universal laws that existed before humans.
If you don't think that everything is a social construct, you don't understand what it is, right? But the point is that because in order
That's not true.
well, why don't you let me finish? Because you're objectively
Well,
wrong
no,
about
because you're already making points that are not correct. So I can't let you finish without addressing it.
You're already wrong and talking over my explanation. So just wait.
Listen, if
You're
if you
saying
over talking
something
one more time,
wrong.
you're gonna be muted. You're gonna be muted if you over talking one more time.
Yeah. So anyway,
Okay, thank you.
the whole
Thank
point
you.
of a fuck's sake. The whole point of a social construct is that it's socially understood by a group of people, right? So
Exactly.
everything. Yes, that's the definition, right?
Like-
so if you yeah, I haven't finished, bro. I haven't even started to make my point, and you already interrupted me. Just wait. So the point of a social construct is that once certain things are within a conversation, they must be socially constructed. Otherwise, they don't make sense in a sentence. Okay, but big but that doesn't mean, because a lot of people will use this term X is a social construct, implying that it's not real, which isn't true. Okay, so some things are socially constructed and exist in physical reality, but -5 apples isn't value is socially constructed, but doesn't actually exist. So if you owe someone something, that's purely conceptual because it's based on the concept of value. There's no physical apples in a negative state.
Yes, that was perfectly described.
Okay. Can I give my response now, please? Without getting interrupted by you. Without getting interrupted by you, Amish. Thank you. Not everything is a social contract. The reason I say that is because universal laws existing before humans were here on Earth were not a social contract.
Name one thing that's not socially constructed.
They just fucking did. Universal laws that existed before humanity is not a social contract.
Name one. Without getting upset, just name one.
Alright, fine. No, gravity. Gravity. Easy.
God.
Isn't apples socially constructed?
Gravity, when you said everything is a social contract, that's not true, because before humans existed, universal laws like gravity were not a social contract, they were just existent.
You could have picked a better one than gravity.
Which is not a social contract.
As soon as you invoke the words universal law of gravity, guess what? Universal is social construct because you've had to say it and everyone's had to understand what you said.
No, it existed before that.
Yeah.
So we only agree what a truth is. We as humanity only agree on what a truth is when it actually could not be true, is what you're saying right now. Just because our conception of it has not arrived yet at a statement or something we've learned means it's somehow not true.
No, bro,
because it isn't socially constructed?
It's just that simple. You don't know what you're talking about.
I just refuted you. Obviously, you say I don't know what I'm talking about. I refuted you.
Defined.
I just refuted you.
How you can't help but interrupt me every second when I'm talking. And then when you talked, I didn't interrupt you once. And then the second I start talking again, you just can't wait to interrupt me again. Can you just not? So, social construct is very, very well defined. Look it up.
Are you implying that everything is a social construct within language, or do you think literally
he's implying everything is a social contract, but gravity existed before humanity, and that wasn't a social contract.
You can't refer to it if it isn't socially understood. Why is
you said everything is a social contract. You said everything is a social contract. Gravity was not a social contract before humanity, so not everything is a social contract.
It is gravity of a situation.
It was a universal law. It was a universal law.
So you're saying that before society existed, that something based on society didn't exist. Bravo, fantastic.
Just because we use language to describe something does not mean it was there before language arrived.
Yeah,
to describe that thing.
Language, dude. This is a waste of time.
I'll tell you why it's a waste of time. It's because I've refuted you with the one singular statement of before language arrived does not mean that language, just because language describes something does not mean there was a truth before it arrived.
Was this the guy that came in earlier who didn't know what a fucking inch was?
Oh, yeah.
This is a waste of time, man. Like, seriously.
I mean, you've been refuted. Like, this is embarrassing.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
No,
just claiming you've refuted me doesn't make it so.
Just like claiming something was everything was a social contract doesn't make it so either, right?
But I've proved
explain how
that it is. And it's definitionally the case in a group.
No.
You just can't help yourself.
Your mic keeps cutting in and out. I'm sorry to say that, but like you're honestly, your mic keeps
when you're in a group,
yeah.
just to something, it must be.
I'll let you speak now, but yeah.
You interrupted me. Yeah, I don't think that happened every time you interrupted me, so it might have happened once or twice.
The reason he keeps interrupting you is because your microphone is breaking up. Do you understand English?
Yeah, that wasn't the case originally, though, was it?
Thank you. So now you know your microphone's breaking up. You understand probably why you've been cut off a couple of times.
So
Actually,
anyway.
he was being cut before he started breaking out. Now he's breaking out, but before he was interrupted before that happened.
That's a fucking lie. That was a lie.
You know this is being recorded, dude, right?
Yeah, no, it wasn't breaking up for me, and he was getting interrupted.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't
We all know
actually
that
care
that's
if
the
it's getting
case.
recorded. There's just more proof of me refuting him, so go to
So,
all to you for recording it.
Do you understand
Yeah,
what
again,
he
if
said?
you just
Sorry,
claim-
Crypto.
Jedi, him recording it is just so good for me.
2 seconds, dude. Yes. Do you understand what my friend said to you just then? And how he refuted your claim? Do you understand what he said? And if you do, could you
Well,
at
he
least...
said a lot of things. Can you at least tell me what he specifically said? Because he said a lot of things.
You should have listened to it. That's the
I
point.
was listening, and I understand what you're saying, but I want you to refer to what specific thing you're talking about.
Of what he said, dude.
It's me asking you for reference of what he specifically said, me not understanding what he did say.
I don't understand.
He can't help it. He's just going to keep interrupting you.
Ramesh, stop cutting over Jedi.
Dude, if
Jedi,
you were listening, if you were listening to him, it would be quite easy for you to verbatim literally say what his argument was and how you refuted it.
I did refute it, but you're saying that he refuted me. I'm asking you what specifically did he say? You're saying...
I'm asking you, at this point, I've got a feeling you don't know what he said.
Why is that? Just because I'm asking you to refer what specific thing he talked to me about, because he said a lot.
You haven't given an answer and you're pushing it back onto me. Now,
Dude, I've given an answer.
Do you know what he said?
I gave an answer.
You know what he said?
Yeah, you keep saying, do I know what he said? What specifically are you referring to? He said a lot of things. If I just say one thing and it doesn't fit what you want me to answer with, then you're going to be like, oh, you didn't hear what he said. He said a lot of things. That's why I'm asking you for specification. If you could please give that to me.
You need him to repeat it. Would that be helpful?
All right, fine. No. Oh my fucking... Okay, no. I'm going to tell you what he said. But if it doesn't fit your narrative, you better not be like, oh, that's not what he said, even if it is what he said.
Just answer the
He's saying that everything is a social contract. I'm saying it's not because of the... Okay.
So that was the heading of what he said. He then went on to explain why. Do you remember how he explained
And I refuted him. Do
you remember?
So now I'm gonna.
How he explained
it. Yep.
How
I do, and I am gonna give you the refutation to that, which is that just because language arrived to describe something does not mean it was already evidently true before language or before humanity to make it a social contract.
Yeah,
and I don't know why you won't accept that.
Because we have to find. Go on, Crypto. It's yours. I was just trying to get it back to you, mate. Go on.
No, you're all good. I just find it funny how it. Yeah, because actually, this isn't even really the point. This is a kind of smoke and mirror show that's separate to the point.
Properly articulate yourself.
Which is that you can't have -5 apples in reality, right? That is constructed. That value is a conceptual idea, not reality. And the other gentleman said that bank accounts exist in reality, therefore you can have negative stuff in reality, which is stupid.
Yeah.
That's the point that we should really be discussing.
How is that stupid? And you got destroyed by the dude. when you
There
said
is you can have -5 apples.
Because owing somebody money is based on a value concept, which is constructed, right?
Which is conceptual.
And you owe that money.
You don't owe it
Try to go
in an objective sense.
That's
you owe it
conceptual,
within
though,
your.
isn't it?
You owe it within your conceptualization of the value that you ascribe to
Right,
money.
so that's not reality, is
it affects you, right? It affects you, right?
It's not reality, though, is it?
That's not the point. We can use concepts.
Well, that's
but
reality, sir. That's reality.
No.
No, it's not.
It is.
You're an idiot.
No, it isn't.
You're an idiot. You don't know what reality is.
You think concepts are reality?
Concepts of what? Being negative in your bank
Dude,
account? Yeah, that's
They
reality.
do think the model. They do think the model of the globe is like
Unless you
reality
live,
when they
unless
step
you live
outside.
in some other time,
Your
medieval
brain
times,
on the
maybe not.
Your brain on the globe, you think that negative apples exist in reality? Jesus.
I never said
Dude,
-5 apples.
nobody's
exist in
denying that
reality.
you can use concepts practically. That's not the point. The point is
You have a
we're
problem with concepts then?
No. As long as everybody
Okay, then.
agrees on the convention of the concept, then it can work, of course.
Bingo.
So concepts are only.
So if we all agree that 1 + 1 is 2, then 1 + 1 is 2, right? Simple.
And if some people don't agree, then 1 + 1 is not objectively 2?
Then they can apply the boundaries of what we call mathematics.
Huh? How can you beef with objective reality when it's not theoretical?
Ideas are not real.
Physics?
Ideas are not
Like
real.
1 + 1 equals 2. If you have one and you have another one, you have two of those. That's not reality.
Yeah, but that's not an objective truth. That's an agreed upon.
It is an objective truth.
No.
It's a convention.
If you look at
Does
two
anybody want to
trees
pivot?
in the distance,
The
you're not
only
looking at
thing
two
you're
trees, you're just looking at trees.
conceptualizing are numbers. That's it. You still have two of those things. We're using language, right? That's all we're using. You
Two
still have
is,
two of those.
two is a convention.
It's language a convention that we agree upon.
But if we
Okay. When we're
What's the square root of -1? You're roboting, by the way.
7, then 1 + 1 would equal 7, correct? If we swap the word 2 and 7, then 1 + 1 would equal 7, right?
Yes. Exactly.
Okay, so now 1 + 1 does.
No, it's not that 1 + 1 actually equals 7. It would just be that 7 is actually 2. So you understand 7 to be 2.
You're so dumb.
Yeah, that's the point.
You can change it. It's like language. You can put any words you want.
Well
you still
done. Now he's agreeing with us.
supposed to mean a certain thing,
Now
right?
we
Same
agree.
thing with language.
Yep, now you agree.
Huh?
If we change the convention, we call 2 7, then 1
Yeah,
+
you're
1
just
equals
changing
7.
what it means. You're just changing
Yeah,
what it means. Or
so, but we have got to agree upon it, haven't we?
It still means the same thing.
Yes,
and
but
it's
we've got to
objective
agree
truth.
upon it, haven't we?
No. He's saying that there's an objective
It's
2.
two. If 2
Jedi.
is 1, if
He's
2
not
is
saying.
1,
He's
you
not
say
actually
2
agreeing.
+ 2.
He's saying that 2, the number 2, is an objective thing. Like, yeah.
Well, it is.
Okay, 2 of what though? You need a specific example, otherwise
So
it is imaginary.
if you have one apple and you have another one, you have two of those apples. Now, even in your
Yeah,
brain,
but you
without
see,
math or
in
without
reality,
conceptualization, you know
there's just
you have
apples.
both. You know you have both of those things, right? You know that.
Let me
Now,
let me
language
describe
is
Show me -2 apples. then.
conceptualize it, just like we use language to talk, right?
Okay, can you show me -2 apples?
Wait, let me address
We're not talking about
what he
negative.
said.
No.
If you have 2 apples in your hand, right? From nature's perspective, there's just apples. There's not 2 or 3 or 1. There's just apples.
But you know you have both of them.
You
If
use the
your buddy
number
was asking,
2
how many
to
apples
describe
do you have?
the apples. You use number 2 to describe the apples.
And you can use language as well.
Yeah,
It doesn't
exactly.
really
Yes, so
matter.
it's a language.
But the
Have both of
apples
those
don't.
things.
The apples do not have an inherent quantity.
Oh,
What do you mean? You're gonna quantify the apple. You're gonna say I have
Yes,
two of these.
you quantify the apples. The apples are not don't have a quantification.
They don't need to have a quantification.
Yeah.
You still have both of them. That is still objectively true.
Whatever. I give up.
How is that?
But
How are you
get it
that
right.
stupid?
He
I
doesn't
don't get it.
get it.
It's humans.
No, you don't get it.
That
You can make any.
we're doing
You
that
can make any number.
concept.
I feel like
You
we
don't
got to
get it,
switch
bro.
to like a slightly different topic.
We're doing that socially.
Crypto,
Maybe
you're
we can just
roboting.
let this one go.
Like
Crypto, you're roboting. I love
nature doesn't know what 2 means. We know what 2
Doesn't matter
means,
what
and we
nature
agree.
thinks.
And yeah, sorry, am I coming?
ECR, you're roboting a little bit. Sorry.
You don't need to use numbers. You can use
-2
language
is
in general
not real.
without numbers if you want.
-2 is
You can
not
use the
real.
English language. You can use the German language. Whatever you want to say. To say that you have both of those apples, that is objectively true that you have both of those apples. It's just language.
Okay,
That's
can you
still
show
but
me
I think-
-2
I
apples?
I think
Can
what
you
he's
show me
saying though is
-2
that
I can mean something different in German, right? Is it different now? No, it just means something different in the language.
Okay, so you've got the words, the actual like sounds that you make to
And then you
suggest
have the
that
definition.
map onto the ideas underneath, right? So both I think both the word and the idea underneath are both abstract, not concrete, right? Or maybe someone disagrees, but you should look up the difference between abstract and concrete objects. I think that's pretty much what you guys are talking about.
Yes. Look into that,
Please,
Sir Isaac.
please do.
Would you guys agree though that if someone
Could you
has
just look
2
into
apples, that is
abstract?
objectively true that they're
Just
holding
do
2
that.
apples in their hand?
Could you just do that? I think that would be much easier. Because then you
Look-
don't have to disagree with us. You can disagree with the definition all you fucking want.
I think like a Zen priest would say
Exactly.
that there aren't
Yeah.
2 apples. There are just there are no
Apples.
concepts.
There's just apples.
Yeah, there's just apples.
Yeah,
that's
but
true.
you know you have to. You can have a caveman, dude.
You
He knows he's
use
holding
the
2
number
apples. He
2.
knows he doesn't have 3.
Isaac, do you make hey? What do you use to make applesauce? Apples or the numbers?
You don't need
The
the
math
numbers, but it's the
applesauce
same thing.
sounds terrible.
Isaac. One day I was walking and an apple fell on my head, and I invented applesauce.
Good for you, bro.
But he said you don't need the numbers, right? You said that you don't need the numbers.
I just said you don't need the numbers. You can make any. You can do anything. You can do any language you want to say I have 2 apples.
Right, and negative 2 apples don't exist.
It's almost like if someone. It's almost like if someone got shot in the head right in front of you. You know that they got shot in the head. You can say it in any language. It's still objectively true that they were shot in the head. And what are you talking about? How is that not objectively reality?
Yeah, if you witnessed it, it's the fact that you're talking about when you say 2 is real, when you divorce that 2 from a real life scenario, that's what makes it imaginary. So, for example, if I ask you, can you show me negative 2 apples? That's imaginary. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, and just to bust your bubble,
This is meant so advanced, by the way.
There's a tribal community in Brazil who don't have any quantitative numeric system. So, yeah.
Well, yeah, but they would still understand what 2 apples are.
No, they have only a comparative system.
That means they don't exist.
If they speak a language, they know exactly what 2 apples are.
No, they just have some apples.
They have a comparative system, so they can say bigger, smaller, more, less, fewer, more, but they have no like
more or
1,
less.
2,
It's
3.
more or less reality. Is more or less reality.
Whatever, dude.
Matt, you're not
No, answer
following
the
the
question.
point,
More or
dude.
less
It's not,
reality.
you have to do this all the time. Why do you not understand the
Why do
point?
you
that
have
this-
to do this?
Dude, because you're a fucking idiot. It's been quite
No, you're a
easily laid
fucking
out to
idiot.
you.
Can you have more or less in reality?
Yes.
Okay, then. That's it.
Cool, but this tribe have got an agreed upon convention that they use, but doesn't have numbers in it.
Okay, but you're just beefing with the numbers. All
Yeah,
I'm saying
look up-
is you can
look
use
up-
any language you want to
Anyways,
describe the thing.
besides the LARPer, Isaac's always LARPing in here. So any of the new people got any questions besides the LARP situation that we have at the moment?
Do you think he's live action role playing a fucking idiot? Is that what's going on?
Oh, Sir Isaac, he believes he is actually like Isaac Newton the Third, and he invented all that stuff back then.
How about this? What's the square root of -1? What is that in mathematics? Do you know what that is?
You're still going. You're still going on about this stuff, beefing with mathematics, and you think that doesn't make you look stupid?
I'm just asking. You don't know the answer.
Even if I was a flat earther, I wouldn't be trying to like
We're
defame
just
math.
correctly
That makes me
defining
look
it, mate. That's all we're doing. We're
I'm
just
giving you an
correctly
example.
defining it. That's all.
It doesn't exist, so we give it a placeholder and call it I. Right? 'Cause
Yeah.
that's how
What does I? What does I stand for? What is I?
it's an imaginary number, man.
Yes, imaginary. Yeah, there you go. Ideas are not
they,
real.
They think this is not ridiculous. It's funny.
Ideas are not real.
When did the flat earthers defame math? When did that happen?
It's been happening for the past 30 minutes now.
I think that's when we were trying to correctly define it. That's what happened.
Yeah, can you give a description of who defamed? If you talk over the top of me, you can fucking get out.
Numbers are
right?
imaginary.
So, can you define the moment when flat earthers
defined
when they called numbers
defamed
imaginary?
math? Yeah.
When they called numbers imaginary?
Why is that defaming math? Like what is that? Do you think that we don't use math?
I don't. Do you use math? What do you use math for?
Me, I build houses and stuff, so I use math all the time.
Okay.
I use math to calculate mileage to make sure that my car is running properly.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Everyone
man.
uses.
Oh, so math
everyone
is reality, then it helps stuff, right?
I use math to take the right amount of certain stuff, you know?
No one's saying that math doesn't work. Yeah. No one's saying that.
Sometimes it does refer to reality.
Yeah, but would you
hold on, bro?
agree
Relax.
when someone's trying
Relax.
to say something isn't
Can you not hear me talking? Are you not capable of like letting me talk?
Nah,
You've
you
been
kind of
talking a lot.
interrupted me.
No, he's not.
Okay, I'm interrupting. Okay, there we go. Sir Isaac Newton. That's better. Now I can talk. You're not capable of governing yourself. So, math is conceptual at times, and at times it's spot on. So, like, if you're weighing stuff out, and then you want to make a calculation based on like how much room you got in your trunk, like it's really helpful then, right? And it's more than just a concept, right? It's really useful and it refers to reality. But when people start, figuring, right, and using statistics, for example, when they do gun violence in America and they add suicides in there, I think that doesn't really refer to reality as far as gun violence, because to me, violence is always defined as when you attack someone else. Like, I can't be violent against myself. Like, if I smack myself in the cheek, am I being violent right now? Somebody should call the cops, right? Because I'm being violent. It does look funny, but that's not violence. So that's how math can lie, right? So the numbers can't lie, but the people can lie. That's why it doesn't always refer to reality. So if I identify as the king of Texas, and I'm also identifying as rich, and I got $1 million in my bank, like, none of that has to do with the reality, right? I'm just saying things. And that's what it is with math, right? If you're describing some theoretical concept with astrophysics, like 11 dimensions, that has nothing to do with the reality. Thanks.
Well, that's why it's theoretical, right?
But it's still theoretical math. And it doesn't refer
Exactly,
to
that's
reality.
what I said.
Right, so it doesn't refer to reality.
Theoretical.
Right.
It
It's
can,
also
it's
math.
just theoretical.
It can, but it always doesn't, right?
What doesn't?
Math doesn't always refer to reality, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's pretty vague.
Okay,
It
so we
depends on
finally
what
agree.
situation
You now understand. Now we can move on. Be quiet
you can
for a
do
while,
math
please.
wrong, and then it doesn't refer to reality. So yeah.
Oh no, he's going to go back on it. I thought we got somewhere, but apparently not.
Did he do a yeah, but?
Yeah, I think so.
Sorry, I debated him. Sorry, that was me. That's my bad. I debated. We can move on.
What is someone posting in the chat? The Virgin Glober, the Chad Flat Earther. What is this?
Hey.
Hey.
What up?
Sky.
The sky and the heavens above that, and then the ground is below you.
How do you know that the heavens are above?
Only one way to find out. Am I right?
Go up there and see.
Just look up, bro. Just look up. Easy
I
work.
don't see heaven
Look
when I
up.
look up, dude. It's nighttime for me right now.
God.
That's why I said the heavens. You cannot see the heaven of heavens. You can see the heavens, but not the heaven of heavens. So yeah.
Who said that?
That was Gemsy.
Where in the Bible does it even say that?
Well, actually, you can with electro-opticals, with infrared, with radio and thermal readings, and some other ones, you can actually see the silhouette of what people describe as the heaven above, where the throne of God is. It is actually visible, but not with your eyes, because your eyes have a limited view. You cannot see in the ultraviolet, and you cannot see on the infrared, and that's why you cannot see it with your eyes. So yeah.
I'll see if I can find a biblical reference which describes the several heavens that are above our head. There are several.
You're saying you can use like other wavelengths of light to see like the actual silhouette of heaven?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, yes, okay.
Well, you just said it's not what he said, then he just says it is.
I'm saying that remember, people describe it on the scriptures, and then you can see that description. The descriptions from the scriptures, you can see it at the middle of the sky, like at the center of rotation of all the luminaries. You can see that what is described in the scriptures. So that's just the reference. We can do an observations. I'm not there to tell you what it is exactly, and I cannot verify it, but we can do the observation. So that's what we have at the moment.
No, I just never heard that one before. That was interesting.
Hopefully, Jedi got that. I'm not making a complete claim, Jedi. I'm saying we can observe something, and then we have a reference from the scriptures that adds up to that observation. So yeah.
Yeah, but the thing with the Bible is a lot of things are up for interpretation. It can be a metaphorical sense. So it's like it's
but
really
there
hard
is
to
still a
really know.
description of the heavens, and there are several heavens above our heads. One of those heavens is where the birds fly. The other one of those heavens is where the stars are. There's another heaven, that's where God is. 3 heavens.
What about God's heaven?
Yeah, I
4
can't see
heavens.
that.
Can we get back on topic?
The
I'm
stars
sorry.
are heaven. So for the stars to be some of the heavens or whatever you're claiming, then you'd need like a verse in the Bible that describes stars as heaven, like stars as heaven.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find you right now. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
I
if we
don't
could
know
just-
why I'm wasting my time trying to find something for you, but I am.
If we could get back on topic, I mean, if we were struggling a second ago with math as a concept, and sometimes it refers to reality, and sometimes it doesn't.
No one doubted that math was a concept, dude.
No, Larry loves talking about black holes and fake gravity. So let's do that. Let's go, Harry. Let's do it.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
you got a
not.
topic
I'm not going
or
to go
suggestion?
into the cosmological crisis tonight. Go ahead, guys.
All right. Is there any Glober or flat Earth related question in general from anyone, or is there any new people? Let's get to the new people if there's any before we talk to people who've already been here like a million years. Okay. All right. There's no new people, so I guess we can go back to talking about heaven and math and all that bullshit.
Okay, I just want to say
stay away
this.
from the math stuff. I think we've already got.
Yeah, is math
Did you call heaven bullshit? Those are two different things. Bullshit and heaven are not the same thing.
Sorry, my bad. Yeah, you're right. My bad.
Hey, what's the guy's name that Ariel? I think he agreed with me on the cosmological constant crisis the other night. So when one of the Globers agrees with me, I usually get it out of my system for a while.
He's actually Ariel, and he's aerospace engineer for SpaceX.
Yeah, it was really funny because one of the other guys were like, "I think Ariel won that debate," and I was like, "Oh, just watch, he's about to agree with me." And then right after that, Ariel agreed with me. I was like, "Oh man, sucks to be."
Well, if someone agrees with you, does that mean they lost the debate?
No, bro, it means that we're no longer in a debate. But the other guy was still cheerleading for his team, even though we were in agreement, which is fucking funny.
Yeah, one of the top tier guys, the SpaceX engineer, agrees with Larry, and the Globe Car believers that come in here and want to say nah to everything didn't agree with Larry. But the guy that outranks them agree with Larry. Right, Larry? That's what you're saying?
He didn't agree
You're
with
just
me
saying
on
it in a vague
everything.
context. But...
No, I'm not. He didn't agree with me on every little thing that I said, but he did agree with me on the major points. And then when I pressed him on where he disagreed, then he was kind of vague.
But don't just go around saying, well, this guy agreed with me. A major Glober agreed with me. Just say what was the actual context he agreed with you on, other than he disagreed with me, because we can interpret that many different ways.
It's recorded. Go back a few nights ago and find me talking with
What did he
Ariel.
agree? I'm pretty sure. I don't know if I was here. I'm pretty sure you guys were talking about quantum mechanics or something.
Yeah, quantum mechanics and the crisis of cosmology. But yeah, I got it out of my system, so I'm good for a while because somebody was finally smart enough to agree with what the scientists are saying. Instead of going, "You don't understand. That's my only argument. You don't understand."
Do you want to rehash it, or like what's the cosmological thing?
No, you can go back and watch it. I've been
All
talking
right.
about it for weeks. I'm done.
Interesting thing is this isn't something that Larry's made up. This is kind of science and the religion, not the religious. The scientific consensus of the day is that it's fucked.
Well, I mean, I do have a question for some of you flat earthers, since nobody else really has a question. Since you guys do believe you guys are like right and the majority of humanity is wrong and the earth is flat, do you guys think that there's going to be a day of revolution where reality or everyone...
That is a stereotype fallacy, because I'm left, not right. So there you
Oh my god.
Already told you, Tuesday 10:30.
Eventually, the truth will reveal itself, but we don't know. I mean, who knows? Who knows? I don't know that.
Do you want it on the 6 o'clock news? Is that what you want?
CNN. We need it. We need it mainstream. CNN needs, and NASA specifically. Actually, to be fair, it probably has to come from that. Let's and Elon. Actually, it would be hilarious. It'd be so funny if Elon was the first person. Well, I guess not the first person, but you know what I mean.
So he asked a question about revolution, right? And that's what the crisis in cosmology is actually about. You guys are in the middle of a Kuhn cycle, and you just don't know it. And I'm trying to report it to you guys as honestly as I can about how there's a crisis in cosmology, and you guys don't want to hear it. So you're identifying as a glober, and you identify as all these things. And then when I'm pointing out that actually the math isn't mathing out right, you guys say that you don't understand what you're talking about, you're a crazy flat earther, blah, blah, blah. But the guy in here the other night, Ariel, was actually understanding what he was reading, and the only thing we disagreed on is the Schwinger effect, I think, which the Schwinger effect doesn't really have anything to do with the major part of the conversation. So, yeah, it was an interesting conversation, and you are in the middle of a Kuhn cycle. You're in the middle of a revolution, and a revolution doesn't mean violent, right?
What is a Kuhn cycle?
You have to look it up, bud.
Just because
I gotta do everything.
Quantum mechanics is confusing and sophisticated and complicated does not mean the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's not my argument. That's not my argument.
Well, you didn't really specify your argument, so you can't.
I'll post the Kuhn cycle thing.
Yeah, most revolutions are bloodless. There's a sexual revolution, musical revolution, drug revolution, whatever. Everything is not always violent.
So that's why I was saying, when is the revolution of the Earth being flat and being revealed to everyone? That NASA and all these 70 other space agencies and all these governments that say they're doing all the stuff that they're doing are lying. When is that going to happen?
So,
when will they admit it?
You're asking us.
No, when will it be revealed to the public that the Earth is truly flat and not a globe? Because everywhere out there, right? If you go to any middle school class or anything, you're going to see a globe there. Everyone's teaching about the globe. Everyone's talking about space.
Find people that you're making a fallacy where you think everybody believes that story, but not everybody does.
Well, most people do, right? Most
But
people
not
do.
everyone. You're saying everyone. Not everyone.
Hold on. Everyone gets taught the globe. That's just true. Everyone gets taught the globe.
Not everyone gets taught the globe. You're incorrect.
Okay, I'm not going to enter that field with you where you're going to lie. I'm not going to enter the field with you where you're going to lie.
Not everyone gets taught the globe. That's a lie.
It's homeschool.
Okay, but you understand my question. When is that going to be revealed to the public? That's what it is.
Mainstream.
Is he Nostradamus? How the fuck is he supposed to know?
Yeah, we don't know. Yeah, mainstream. We don't know. They could admit it. I mean, honestly,
could admit it.
Could you imagine tomorrow morning if NASA or Elon Musk just be like, "Hey guys, pranked you. It's actually flat. April Fools," and then boom.
It's not going to be released to the public because the education system is going to be the same, we can assume. So as long as it's the same, then most people will think the same.
Yeah, there's too much.
Really
Honestly, they have too much money to lose. I don't see if I was one of them, and I wanted to keep my job. There's no way, man. There's no way.
The only way to change people's minds into flat Earth would be to literally educate people about it from a young age. Yeah. So as long as the educational system doesn't change, nothing will change. Basically.
But listen, talking about crisis, the educational system is in a crisis right now, and a lot of people are opting to not sending their children to the government hands. We're talking about people. Actually, there's curriculums out there, self-guided guides for children that can go from kindergarten to basically university levels. You can access on the internet. You can go to Harvard. You can watch classes for free in many websites.
Yeah,
you can just sit down on your computer and you're gonna find way more than you can find in some of these government schools. That the government schools are behind on the date. The government schools are way behind. There's a crisis in education right now.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jimsy. I just wanted to say that I've been in here for months talking about the crisis, right? and it took one of the Troll Team 6, that's what I call them, by the way, to actually like look at what I'm talking about and like read it and then agree with me. So it's Yuri Bezmenov. He spoke like prophetically of you guys, that they would resist facts and completely ignore the facts that you were presenting right in front of their face, and they would just completely ignore it based on like pure emotion. So yeah, I posted the link today at 10:17, so 17 minutes after the hour. That's the guy who came up with the crisis in cosmology, and also he went to school, he was a professor in one of the colleges in California with Mr. Kuhn. So you guys can read about it if you like. Steven Weinberg, not a slouch, the revolution that didn't happen. Thanks.
Yeah, I was checking out. Thanks for posting.
Thank you for looking.
To be honest, I don't think they'll ever, even if they find the truth out, they won't show the public it.
Because there's too much money to lose. Like, think about
Well,
how much.
and their pride of being wrong the entire time.
No, just the money. Just the money alone. Like, they can't go
Exactly.
against the mainstream because they get paid with grants and, stuff like this for searching for the thing that they're searching for. Right? So it's like searching for the Cure, that rock band from like the 90s. Like, if you find the Cure, if you
I can
find
understand like the pride or like reputation thing, but like I don't really get like the financial incentive behind wanting to like say the Earth is round.
Because if you're like, imagine if you're like a pilot, or you're like, I don't know, someone who works for NASA, I guess. Someone who has to, in their job description, they have to believe, I guess. That's the right way to phrase it. I don't know if there's any jobs like that.
What is
You're
the
saying
best
it's
way?
just like
Job security.
What are you gonna say?
What is the best way to get to keep getting funding to go to the moon? To never get to the moon.
The moon is not really anyone's goal anymore, to be honest.
Yeah, it is. They keep going on about it. We'll be there.
Or,
I mean, they were. Japan wanted to go into the moon.
Still fucking
They gave
talking. Dude, that's all they're fucking talking about is going back to the fucking moon. They just keep pushing it back.
Well, yeah,
I mean, no one's thinking
like
about
outside.
it. Just
The mainstream media was talking about it or yapping about it, but do they actually want funding just to go to the moon again if they already went to? No, they want funding in other things, to explore other things, and not just the moon, the moon, the moon, the moon, the moon. It just means it makes no sense for you to do something you've already accomplished. It has no real meaning anymore.
We don't need moon bases anymore. We're not going to mine for minerals and so on. We're not going to do that shit. It's not important to mine for minerals and have a stop-off station so it'd be easier for us to get to Mars. We don't need to do that, right? Okay.
No, it's not a main priority.
Okay, well, that's interesting, being as that's suggesting.
Japan was there a few weeks ago, though. I think it was a week or a month ago or something. But
yeah, they just keep pushing it back.
Wait. Who went to the moon recently, you said?
I think it was a month ago or something. Japan landed on the moon.
Oh, Japan.
They landed something on the moon. I don't know what it was, but
that's cool.
I think you're thinking India.
Oh yeah. Maybe that was it.
But one of the reasons listed was priority, right? It's not been like the main priority for them.
Honestly, I wish they would land on the sun. That would be better.
Did North Korea already do that? They just went at night time, so it was okay.
Yeah, that's true. Never mind. That's already been done. Yeah, time to explore other lights in the sky. That's gonna be.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this. Hypothetically speaking, could you, if the Earth was not moving, hypothetically speaking, is there anything that would make you is there anything that would make you believe that would be impossible? Like, there's no way the Earth could not be moving. Is there anything that convinces you that there's no way that's possible?
the Earth was not moving, would it be okay for me to what?
Like, is there anything? Yeah, if the Earth was not moving, hypothetically, is there anything in your mind that would really sort of go against that? Like make you think that there's no way it's not moving. It has to be moving because of something that you experience or something that you've seen. Or
Are you? Yeah, and in this sense, are you talking about like right now or something? Like if it was revealed to me that the Earth is not moving, or
yeah, if you just
before-
found out, let's say you just found out.
the Earth is not
Just like,
moving.
what evidence could you imagine that would prove to you?
Theoretically, I mean, I'd be like, damn, that's crazy.
But okay, but in real life, there's nothing that you would like immediately think of that would be like, nah, there's no way that's true. Like, let's say you read it somewhere in a book or something, and you immediately thought to yourself, there's no way that's true, like because of something, right? There's usually there's something that like prevents the glober from believing that, right? You know what I mean?
His identity with the globe. He's got to protect his own identity. This is a well-known psychological maneuver. When you teach children before they're 8 years old to identify with such a thing like Sunni and Shia in Iran and Saudi Arabia, they're going to identify with that thing to the death. And that's what's going on in the public educational system. They saw the globe on the teacher's desk and they identified with, look, Timmy, you live here. And they point to the globe. And then at some point, they think that they live on a model when in reality they live on planet dirt.
But
right?
how come you
But
escaped
it's not
it?
a planet.
You
Because I'm-
also went to public education.
Yeah, I did. I absolutely did go through public education, but I didn't grow up with a television. We had cable because we were poor, like maybe like less than 5% my entire life. So I didn't grow up with cable television. That programming that you so desperately need for the children so that they get along with society. Yeah, I didn't have all that. And I'm always extremely defiant, and I've always questioned perceived authority. Not real authority, perceived authority.
Okay. So some people have the ability to escape that prison, mental prison.
Yeah, it's called the left brain prison. Look it up.
And most people, they don't really care because it doesn't affect them, right?
Yes.
Apathy is a real
That's also
problem.
a possibility. Like most people,
Yeah.
like just think about it for a second. How much people like go home? How much of the regular population goes home and gives a shit about the Earth shape?
Most people don't care.
Yeah, they're too busy.
Exactly. Like it does not really affect anyone's life. Like a
That's
regular
fair.
person that doesn't work for NASA is not in
If
science,
if
is not
it
trying to
doesn't
get a
matter,
PhD in astrophysics.
if it doesn't matter, why they push
They don't
it
care.
like almost everywhere? They push it like every TV show almost.
It's not that they're pushing
even
it though. What do you mean by they're pushing?
global this, global that, global everything on the globe.
They're
Everything
not
is a globe
pushing
on the
it.
planet.
They're not
No,
pushing
they're not
it.
pushing.
NASA,
But,
listen.
yeah, I mean, I think the simple
NASA is doing
explanation
what
would just be they
NASA is
think
doing.
it's
They're
true.
not pushing the globe to you. It's already an objective
We
thing,
are
right? So it's
going to
already
the
an
moon,
objective truth.
not because it's easy, but because it's hard.
When was the first
That was a pretty
depiction of-
solid John F. Kennedy.
When was the first depiction of the globe Earth on TV and cinema? When did that happen?
Globe Earth.
You tell me.
Probably, well,
Larry knows.
Well,
Go
yeah.
ahead, Larry.
500 years ago.
Moon landing. That's the first time you ever saw a quote-unquote photograph of the Earth floating in space as an object.
Wasn't
right?
necessarily talking about a photograph of the Earth. I was asking when the globe Earth was first seen on television or in cinema. When did
Wasn't
we
it in
first-
the 20s or something when Universal Studios and shit came out?
Bingo. So 1927, I believe it was, the Universal Pictures logo was a ball Earth. 30 years. 40
1933.
years, yeah, sorry. So yeah, 30, 40 years before we even went to space and turned around and saw the Earth being a globe. So the Earth was a globe before we even went to space, and it was pushed straight onto TV screens and cinema screens.
Earth's a globe? What's that?
Well, didn't they
One
say
of the
the
first
Eratosthenes
movies-
era? Right.
Yeah, that's Glover Jesus. But
You
one of
didn't
the
ever-
first
you didn't have
movies
to-
was
you didn't
going to the
ever-
moon. What was the name of that
There's
movie where they went to the moon?
freaking- Freaking Matt Nuclear is just headstrong and obstinate, dude. When he's in here, everything that you say, he wants to be a contrarian to. It's like I'm listening to him this whole time. He just wants to argue for the sake of arguing, like just headstrong and obstinate.
Oh, that's what
all he
Gregory
does.
does. That's not what I do.
Yeah, it's called Trip
That's
to the
exactly
Moon.
what you do.
1902, French black and white silent
There
science
you
fiction
go.
film.
Yeah, so was it Man on the Moon or Rocket to the Moon, whatever it was called?
Trip to the Moon.
Trip to the Moon. So, interesting fact about that. You know, Apollo 11, I think that was the first manned orbit around the moon, apparently. Took place 66.6 years after that film was released.
But by the way, sir, you said Eratosthenes. Do you truly believe in Eratosthenes? Like you were 100% confident that Eratosthenes was accurate with his measurement?
I'm not really worried about Eratosthenes because he lived a long, long time ago. But just to respond to what the guy was talking about when he was like, "Well, how did we know the Earth was a globe before seeing it or whatever?" It was because you don't need to be in space to know.
How's that then?
He doesn't know.
You can look like we always talk about the moon. We always talk about the stars and all those things, and you can tell that the Earth is a globe by looking at those things. But if you want to,
those are other things, the moon and stuff. Those are other things. I'm talking about the Earth. Before we went to space, how was it really obvious?
Yeah, and what were the Greeks doing?
Finished, dude. Seriously, I'm still fucking entertaining you, so be thankful for that, mate. So how was it obvious to everybody that before we went to space, the thing that we were standing on was a ball that spun?
I already told you. Looking at stars, looking at the moon.
So without looking at other things that aren't the Earth, because we understand that people thought the Earth was flat and the moon was still in the fucking sky. They didn't say, well, that's a fucking sphere, so the Earth has got to be a sphere. That was been around for thousands of years.
Well, they just weren't thinking like that.
Okay, so without that then, can you demonstrate to us how the Earth was most definitely a ball that spun before we went to space?
Well, we can talk about things like circumnavigation that proves that
Going around in a circle.
In a circle? So if you go in a circle,
like the maypole?
So if you keep going, well, if I keep going one direction, then I'm just going straight. Right? And I end up in the same spot.
God, dude.
Eventually,
Just put yourself on mute.
I must be going over a curve. Right?
Put yourself on mute, bro.
If
Seriously.
you're going straight, how do you?
You don't know what a heading is, do you? What's a heading?
And you're going to say it's
straight?
like whatever.
What's a heading?
That's a good question.
The way you actually travel is a heading over water or in air.
Do we got another glober in here? Oh my God, we're at the bottom of the
other
barrel.
guy
aren't
that
we?
just is just yapping.
What do you want to trade it in for an older model?
Yeah, we need to get
anyone is better.
Yeah, a little bit more. Someone that can have an argument. This guy just says nah to everything, just like a child. It's
What am I saying
redundant.
not to, bro?
Everything. You don't have any explanations. You don't have any evidence. You don't have any proof. You got nothing. And you want to stand in this room of intellects like you have something to say, and you got nothing, bro. You're bankrupt. You're bankrupt.
Yeah, he actually is a child, though. So
yeah, he
that's
really is.
probably the reason.
Oh, and let me put something to Matt quickly. Something he said earlier. You know, most people won't care about this or don't care about this because they don't work. For example, in the field specifically, right? And I don't know if that would be exactly the reason why people wouldn't care about this. I would venture to speculate that it's the implications of it that people don't want to stomach. Because in my view, if what's being spoken about in here is true, and I think it is, it implies, for example, that we're not just insignificant blips, right? It means that we are significant. It means that it means that it's not the case that we are, not, so to speak, just randomness and no real responsibility and all that stuff. It does mean that we do have.
Let's just see if that landed. Do you understand what he said, Matt? Does that make sense?
Yes,
to you?
I understand what he said. Do you want me to
What did he
explain
say?
it to you?
Yeah, what did he mean by what he said?
He was mentioning that if everything that basically NASA or other space agencies are saying is a lie, right? Or they're trying to lie to us to make us feel less significant in the universe, that God doesn't care about us or love us, that he didn't place us here on this earth on purpose and stuff like that. Is that not what he said?
Yeah, it's pretty accurate.
Is that not what you're saying?
And what? Yeah, kind of. And what that means, people can't stomach that, I think.
Yeah. So the only issue I have with this, I know you guys always do, some of you guys do say this, but I'm pretty sure the Apollo 7 crew had a religious message. When they had a really religious message. I don't know if I have the recording still of it. I might post a video.
No one cares. No one cares.
Nobody cares. You don't care, that's fine. But they had a religious message for the planet, though.
Yeah, but you're trying to conflate religion and
He's on
creation.
mute. We don't care. He's on mute.
Creation and religion is not necessarily the same thing.
Yeah.
But why would you place me on mute for?
Because, dude, you have nothing to contribute to anything anyone's saying. You're a contrarian, dude. It's annoying to hear you speak. You don't bring any arguments to the table. There's nothing you're contributing. You keep the conversation spinning in a fucking circle jerk. And it's irritating to hear you from a third-party perspective. Let somebody else come in here and argue. For God's sakes.
I've dealt with the situation. Matthew,
I remember this guy. He changed his name. Sorry, Jenna. He changed his name recently, but I definitely remember him. Yeah, definitely remember the guy.
Yeah, the kid's having an identity crisis.
I don't mind reasoning with people, but at the level that he's at, every single day, every single conversation, it's fruitless.
All right, we've got a few names in chat that I don't recognise. So Lipscore has joined us. What's up, Lipscore? Katia, no idea who you are. Who else have we got that I don't recognise? Hans is in the house. What's up, Hans? Any other names I don't recognise? DJBZDK, not going to pronounce that. There's a few names that I don't recognise. What's up, my brother? So welcome to the channel, guys. If you've got any questions or points of concern, any new conversation, because fuck me, we're bored of Matt Nuclear. Anyone else?
I don't know if you guys ever discussed this, but this is my theory. I drew an image for it. I was going to ask the guy you just kicked if he believes space is expanding at the rate they say they do. NASA says it's happening. So here's the image I made.
Who are you talking to? Me?
No, anyone who believes space is expanding, essentially. So if you look at the image, imagine those are cars. Well, someone just posted something else, but the image above that, imagine those are cars I just made. And you're the car in the middle. You're the blue car. From your point of view, and the Hubble telescope, would it look like space is expanding? If the car behind you is moving away from you because you're moving quicker than the first car, or than the third car.
So you said like we're the blue car?
Yeah, you're the blue car, and you're looking at the red car and the green car. And in your mind, you're the Hubble telescope going, oh, space is expanding. But in reality, the racetrack is not expanding.
Yeah, I don't think it's expanding either.
They would just weasel out of the question by saying you don't understand mathematics. I've heard these kind of arguments before. It sounds like they make sense in our minds when we're proposing it to a glober, but the glober just weasels out with some kind of mental gymnastics. So it's hard for me to tell you not to ask these questions because it sounds like it would make sense to a logical thinking person, but we're not dealing with that in the case of people believing a fantasy. So they would just say that you don't understand math, you don't understand cosmology, or some other type of, workaround.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying,
it goes.
They've been duped by this illusion of objects all going the same way, but the objects in front of them are moving quicker, and the objects behind them are moving slower, and that's why they believe space is expanding. And
isn't it like
in relation to one another?
Analogy more like
I get what you're saying. It makes sense, right? talking about parallax, talking about like your perspective, your vantage from being on the Earth, a little dirt rock from like other dirt rocks. But the idea that we're trying to portray is in a realm of fantasy, and so we're rebutting fantasy with fantasy, if you get me. So there's nothing that we can garner from that except for endless spiraling into like some other type of imagination. So they'll be just like, well, that's fine because you don't understand what you're talking about. And I've heard this 1,000 times. I know your effort is in good faith to try to get them to realize, but it just winds up being an endless conversation. So, I mean,
I guess
it might not
like
matter
for the car.
This is the facts of the matter.
But like for the car diagram, like isn't like the conventional understanding of like the universe expanding, like wouldn't the green car be moving the other direction and the red car is also moving, like everything's moving away from the blue car? Like why is the green car going the same direction as the blue car?
Because they're all going the same way, but it appears the green car is moving away from the blue car because the blue car is moving quicker. It's an optical illusion, this red and blue bullshit they make up. If you go to NASA's calculations, this lighter I'm holding in my hand should be the size of the Milky Way in 1 year. Why does it measure the same each year? Are our measurements expanding as well?
Yeah, but wouldn't the analogy be like it's more than 3 cars? It's like there's cars like in every direction that are all moving away, not just like
they could
a
all
car behind you that
I got to bet on the next Glober to come in here and tell him that he's wrong, that he doesn't know what he's talking about. I got to bet that that's what's going to happen.
No, Scott Mackey's going to magically appear and say that he doesn't understand.
Yep. He's like, stop lying. He always does
You're
that.
so dishonest. No, but I don't think it's expanding either, bro. I think it's just part of the myth of the Big Bang, the inflationary period, all the stuff that they come up with their mythology, right? This is a creation myth, and it's not really a secret that it's a creation myth. They just call it science. They call it a theory, and that's the ambiguity fallacy. They're being extremely ambiguous with that word theory, and they want you to think it's a scientific theory.
It also ignores the contraction. You'll get people like Neil deGrasse Tyson who go, well, maybe we're in the Big Bang. And that guy is a regurgitated potato. He's never had an original thought in his life. Same with that Cox guy. But yeah, they'll go, well, maybe we're in the Big Bang, and then there'll be a big crunch because Newton's third law, for every force, there's opposite force of equal magnitude in the opposite direction. But that's not how it fucking works. It's simultaneous. So where's the big crunch to this Big Bang, and where's the energy coming to provide this expansion? They just ignore that too. They just, the mainstream theory is full of bullshit.
Come in here any moment now.
Yeah.
Well, see, you don't understand. I come from university, and I can tell you that it works just fine.
You guys don't want to understand.
No, I understand. You put a meatball in a grenade and you blow up the grenade, the meatball will compress. I understand that when I push on a wall, my force is applied to that wall as I get pushed back. It's simultaneous. No big bang and then later on a big crunch. It fucking happens at the same time.
Yeah,
It's all like candy bars.
The bigger objection to the Big Bang is actually
big crunch.
You need outer space vacuum, or at least you need outer space to be real in the first place for that to happen. So that's actually even a bigger. That's actually even more overall why there was no Big Bang is because you cannot.
It doesn't exist. Yeah.
Gas pressure without whatever.
Oh yeah, DJ, that they can all seem to be going in the same direction, but also moving away from you. Because we don't know how big space is.
Anunnaki, I don't know, are you new to the room?
No, I've been in here for like a month now.
Yeah, so the engaging with them on a derivative topic like how do rockets work in space, the 3-body problem, anything to deal with like their outer space mythology is only gonna either inflame or entice others to come in and tell you that you're wrong. So I don't know if you've been in the arena that long to actually encounter such individuals, but what happens is they disagree with you not on a premise that they understand, but on a basis that they want to keep their mythology real in their mind. So that's why it seems like they would hang on to that idea, because not because you're saying something logically consistent, but because the outer space mythology has been ingrained in their minds that they can't let go. So it's more psychological than it is, mathematical or anything. So they're not going to let it go just because you say it doesn't make sense. This is
Yeah, I think I'm pretty reasonable and like. I think I'm like reasonable and willing to engage in good faith.
No, it's
I'm not like
it sounds harmless enough, and to the onset, and for a third party listener, they might listen to you guys be like, that's pretty reasonable. You should just have it out. What's going to happen is it's going to turn into a huge debate between how the one guy doesn't understand cosmology because he's a flat earther, and the other guy does because he can contemplate the cosmos thoroughly with all of academia. So you think that it's sound to have this type of argument, but it's not really. Like Zodiac just pointed out, how can you have this outer space mythology that you're refuting when you're refuting an imagination with an imagination? You get what I'm saying? There's nothing concrete in what you guys are talking about. Nothing will ever be manifested in reality.
Are you saying like
unless
even
you can prove it?
Are you saying like
Yeah,
even
go
if
ahead.
I'm willing to like be engage in good faith, that like some third person is going to come in and not be reasonable? So like, what's the point of talking about it?
No. Because you think that you have a point in the specific argumentation that the gentleman's providing, right? So whenever it's had, let's say he does pose it to the room. Come on, Glober, where are you at? Like, prove to me that the cosmos are not moving in alignment with redshift and blueshift, right? And here comes the Glober, right? He enters the chat. He's going to disagree, not based on something sound and logical, but because he wants his outer space mythology to be real, so he's going to refute you on that basis, not on the logical, consistent one, like you think. So you might cheer on the guy who's logically consistent, but the rest of the world will see that the person who's coming in here as a Glober has a point, because now it's a debate. There's no winner in this scenario because you're talking about an imagination against another imagination. It's like, let me give you an example. If you say the sun is 93 million miles as a Glober, right? And you have the flat earther says, no, it's close and local. Both scenarios are imaginative. How can you provide evidence that it's close to how something is far away as an imagination?
What I said, you can verify yourself any waterfall. Any waterfall you can verify.
Right, but we're going from waterfall to cosmology. Like, you see the logical leap there, sir?
It's like here, like there.
No, it's not.
Well, I think I was just
How do
asking
you know?
for like
Wait, hold on, sir.
I was just
Hold on,
asking for a clarification on the diagram.
Wait. How do you know that a waterfall is like celestial objects in the sky that you can't get to?
If I have 3 barrels in a stream and I drop them in the stream one by one and they go over a waterfall, and the first barrel moves away from the second barrel as it goes over the waterfall because it's going over the waterfall, and it moves faster and faster and faster towards Earth, and then the second barrel goes over and moves away from the third barrel, and I'm the second barrel's point of view. I'm in the second barrel. The first barrel appears to move away from me, and the third barrel appears to be moving away from me, but it's not actually moving away from me. It's moving towards me, but it's just moving slower because it hasn't hit the waterfall yet.
Okay, can you verify that? What you just said?
What about the ground?
Yeah, go to any stream. You can verify that. Yeah.
Okay, so you could verify that, right? Just want to make it clear. You could verify that, correct?
Any stream, yes.
Okay. So now let's move it off to the analogy and actually the application you want to use it for. Now, what are you talking about in reference to cosmology?
That they say space is expanding, when in reality, distance between objects is simply increasing. The space itself is not expanding. Because there's space in between in between me, the atoms in between me. You would think that I would be expanding too, but I'm not.
All right. So how did you verify the cosmological aspect of your argument? You verified the one of the waterfall. How did you verify the cosmology aspect? Thank you. That'll be all. I gotta go.
You serious?
Well, bye.
Okay, but
Yeah, there's no way to access anything. All those lights in the sky that you're talking about with all those distances, no one's ever actually verified any of that. It's just a story from the Globers. That's why we're asking.
And that's why I'm saying it's bullshit. And I'm saying they're being duped. Their observations are duped, and you can verify it at any fucking water polo.
Yeah, but I think Avi was saying like you can't. I think he was saying like your diagram. It's like you can't use that to say anything about the cosmos because there's no reason to think that the things that you can observe on the Earth can be like extrapolated to the cosmos.
That's true too. That's also true. Yeah, nothing. It's almost impossible for me to conceive of something like that's a good question. So, can you guys think of something that you can experience that is similar to any of the lights in the sky? Like, can you think of anything? Because I haven't. I've never experienced.
Like, have I seen a star like in my neighborhood? Like, no. But I mean, conversely, I mean, I'm sure you could think of things that you don't encounter in your real life, but you still think they're real. Like, I've never been to Alaska, but like, I think Alaska probably exists.
That's not an extraordinary claim, though, right? To think that there is a place that you can go to where the sun doesn't set for like weeks on end, right? That's not really an extreme thing, and there's people called Inuit there, and and plus it's verifiable, right? But if someone makes a claim that there's actually a lump of gas in a vacuum called Jupiter, and when an asteroid hits it, it leaves a scar on the surface of gas for months on end, and you can't verify that, like, that's an extraordinary claim. So that would require extraordinary evidence that can't be produced. How can you reproduce gas in a vacuum that doesn't fill the available container that sits there in a lump? You can't do it. It's the story.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm just thinking of it like there are things that you can reasonably assume the existence of and infer their existence, even if you can't, like, in practice, go out and like physically touch them, right?
Existence is we see lights in the sky, and one of those lights, people call it Jupiter, and that's the extent. Like, I'm not disputing that I see lights in the sky. So something there, at least we can agree that the light in the sky exists as far as we see light in the sky. That's it. Like, anything beyond
Yeah,
that.
but there is a difference between what we observe as an observable phenomena with our God-given eyes, with our optics, right, and the devices that we can create and devise to do other observations and see other spectrums. We can do those observations, but then they after looking up, then they look down, drop a piece of paper, and start drawing things, right? Oh, the sun, Mercury, the planets, and they draw the Earth as part of that stuff that they were observing, but they never saw the Earth. So they construct this cosmology, a cartoon cosmology, and they say, hey, this is how it works, including the Earth as one of those things. But those drawings that they do on that cosmology is not the observable phenomena. Those are different things.
Think about this. You can search for or Google the mass of Jupiter, right? But how do you verify that? So you can believe that it's correct, right? You can believe that the math isn't just a concept, that it's accurately measured. But how do you verify it? Like, if you wanted to know if it was true or not.
You create a mythos, and then you create personas that live in the mythos, and they can tell the story as a personality from there. That they know better, so they know what's going on. So they're telling you a story.
Yep. But is there any other globe Earth or flat Earth related questions from anyone before we continue talking about lights in the sky? All right, didn't think so. All right, back to talking about lights in the sky.
The observable phenomena in the sky, the luminaries are valid, and observing the movement of the luminaries, that there is no parallax. They reset like clockwork,
and they converge and diverge from positions like gears, like hands of a clock, like gears on a clock, that completely destroys the claims of the globe. Just looking at the luminaries destroys the globe. That's why they have to replace the luminaries with the cartoons and tell you, look at the cartoons, bro. You see the cartoons? Look here. And they give you this whole mythology story about it.
You're saying that the fact that the motion of the celestial bodies is like cyclical disproves the globe?
Like clockwork, like gears. You know when you look at the switch watch and the gears. Let's say the gear is above your head. It's a huge gear, and you see the gear converging and diverging from position. Right? A part of the gear is moving towards you and then away from you, towards you and away from you. Right? And you're motionless looking at it moving. You're motionless. If you were moving at the 6 different speeds that they claim at 6 different vectors, you will never see the observable phenomena that we see from the sky. That debunks the movement of the ground you're standing on. So it has to be motionless, the ground, for you to observe those luminaries moving in those motions, converging and diverging, like gears. Looking at the hands of the clock. It's a very complicated one. We don't comprehend the whole thing. But if that ground was moving the way they claim, multiple vectors, multiple speeds, it wouldn't look the way it looks for the known history and record of men. And the fact that landmarks all over the world, structures are kind of like aligned to the luminaries, completely destroys the globe. You get my point or no? Hopefully. Have a good one.
No, yeah, I appreciate you elaborating. No, I didn't follow it, but I started drinking a beer, so I'm actually stupider than I was at the beginning, so that's probably on me.
Look, man, it's not a big deal if you don't understand something. We can explain it to you in a different way to help you, understand a little bit better. We don't mind because you're being honest, right, and humble, which is definitely a good start. So enjoy your beers, and when you get to the point to where you can no longer have a conversation, we'll let you know that it's time to tap out.
I appreciate it. No, I don't know. I guess my understanding of I think he was saying that if you look at the motion and it's like a gear, it's sort of like moving to a certain point and kind of returning to its original position. So that refutes the idea of the Earth being a globe. And I guess like my understanding of it is like if you're in the northern oh, go ahead.
Remember that the ground under your feet on the claim is moving at multiple speeds, multiple vectors. So it's spinning on an axis, right, at 1,000 miles per hour. It's also moving towards the sun, following the sun at 600 miles per hour, right? That's another movement, another vector. And then the sun is moving at 666,000 miles per hour at another speed, another vector, you see? And then the sun is following the Milky Way, right? And the Milky Way is also moving at almost the speed of light, right? And you're doing all this movement.
You're saying like why, if there's so many different like axes of movement, like why do the stars appear to return to their original position? But like, couldn't that be resolved by like them just being really, really, really far away relative to like how far we're moving within our local solar system?
Exactly. They put it in a way that it's just, they're so far away. That the clock that we look in reality, that movement that is resetting is so far away that's why it looks like that. That's the only way, bro.
But you're
believe me, bro. Believe me.
Saying it's like that's just like too convenient of an explanation.
Well, where's the evidence? Do you have evidence so that they're far away? Let's see that.
Well, I think that's like if you're saying like the apparent motion of the stars like returning to their original position like every year or every night or whatever, that couldn't be the case. But I'm saying like I think it could be the case. It's just if they're really far away, like that's how that's resolved, and that's where that assumption comes from. Like their apparent non-motion is evidence that they're really far away. But you're saying like if I have to first establish exactly how far they are away.
But you have to pick which one you disagree with, right? Either you disagree that they're very far away, or you disagree that it's possible for them not to look the way that they do. They're sort of exclusive, right? You can say, okay, well, if they are that far away, then yeah, they could look like that, but I don't believe they're far away. That's fine, right?
No, I'm just asking for evidence. You don't have evidence that they're far away. That's it. Bottom line.
Yeah, I don't know. I think like for anything you want to like test or like determine it's true based on what you observe, you have to like start from certain assumptions.
You're assuming they're far away, right?
Right. Yeah.
Or at least not you, but the people who believe that the Earth is a sphere, they are the ones who believe that it's far away. Now, the question is, where are the measurements? Or does anyone know what the evidence for that would be? That's the real question. Because if you can show us that, then we're on board, you know? We're on board. 100%. By the way, if you ever hear the phrase spinning ball space monkey religion, the reason why I include the word religion is because they don't have, it's based on assumptions, basically. That's the reason.
Spinning ball space monkey religion. I'll have to remember that one.
Fucking love that one.
I stole it from QE. Yeah, he's the best. Shout out to QE, man. QE's awesome.
If you don't want to call it a religion, you can just call it the globe tard.
Also, another thing to keep in mind besides the distance is the fact that they're within a unknown medium, basically.
You don't even know how many mediums are out there, and you don't know the medium between the observer and the thing being observed either.
That's true.
The medium or the mediums, singular or plural.
Anyways, that's why I don't like talking about lights in the sky. Is that before we switch to a different topic? Does anyone have any other questions about lights in the sky? Okay.
Just remember, the observable phenomenon in reality is not the same as the cartoon they're being depicted. Those are not the same thing. Because remember, the cartoons always adds the Earth as a cartoon within the cartoon. You never see the Earth as part of the sky phenomena that we observe. The heavens above is not the ground below your feet.
Right. The ceiling is not the floor.
Yeah.
Really quick, I remember hearing someone talk about circumnavigation, and he said he went straight. and then he was asked, "What is a heading?" The reason why we're asking is because basically no one has actually traveled, or at least allegedly, no one has actually traveled in a straight line for, let's say, I don't know, 100,000 miles, like in a straight line, even by plane. Like, I don't even think pilots are, there's no routes, as far as I know, that just let you fly in a straight line and there's no questions asked, or, you know. It's really, that's the real question, is when you travel circumnavigating, are you traveling in a straight line? Because if you're using a compass, you're not traveling in a straight line, because the compass, if you keep going east, north will shift to the magnet or whatever, magnetic declination.
You're saying like nobody's ever actually followed like a literal line of longitude or latitude, I guess, around the globe.
Like by plane or by, I would have to see it happen,
What?
like for 10,000 miles or 100,000 miles straight. I don't think so.
Well, I guess you're so like the guy was saying like, okay, somebody circumnavigated the Earth, so they essentially started at one point, they went in a straight line, they came back to where they started, and you're saying that's not a valid proof of the Earth being a globe because like nobody's ever actually followed like a latitude path like that like perfectly traces a straight line around the Earth because there's always stuff in the way.
They always either one of two things happen. Either they're a pilot and they can only travel certain routes. In other words, as far as I'm aware, I haven't seen a pilot travel in a straight line for 100,000 miles straight. If you can find that evidence, let me know. But yeah, that's it. Like if you have that, that's what we need. Like north to south circumnavigation. That's what we would. But that's kind of like extraordinary. But yeah, I agree. If you can travel in a straight line, right, and you end up exactly where you started from north to south, then I agree with you. That wouldn't make sense on a flat Earth, right? If you travel in a straight line, you ended up exactly where you started, right? That wouldn't make sense. But if you went in a circle around, then it makes sense, right? If you turned, right? If you had to turn, then it would make sense because you just went in a circle, right? So, but yeah, as far as I'm aware, if there's anyone that has evidence that a pilot flew on an airplane in a straight line for 100,000 miles and they ended up where they started, or I don't know, just let me know.
That would take more than a week to fly 100,000 miles.
Do you know anyone who's traveled in a straight line, like north to south, like over? I don't know. They'd have to fly. They'd have to refuel in the air, right? They'd have to refuel in the air.
Yeah, I mean, I think the conventional assumption of the globe it's not 100,000 miles, right? It's like 10 or something like that.
Well, yeah, the equator is 25,000 miles long.
Okay. 25,000 north to south. Yeah. 24,901. Yes. Yeah. That works. If you have that.
Well, you're like east to west.
Oh no. I mean north to south because. But anyway, it doesn't matter. If you go in a straight line and you end up where you started for 24,000 miles, yeah, post that in the chat. That'll be great.
And the thing is, even if you did go in a straight line, unless you were at the equator, right? If you want to get like specific or whatever, you would probably end up like doing like a corkscrew of some sort if you started in the one of the hemispheres, so to speak, right?
Oh, why is that? You mean like if you're in a plane and you like the wind is like pushing you in a circle, or the rotation of the Earth is making you do like a Coriolis thing?
How do I put it? Never mind. I lost my train of thought.
Someone posted a video. It looks interesting, but right now it does look like they have to do some stops, so they are turning a little bit. But yeah, it looks like they have to turn just a little bit. But damn, I was almost convinced. Almost. Or a better question would be like, for a flight path, do you guys know any flight paths that go from the North Pole to the South Pole back to the North Pole in a straight line?
You're saying, like, has anybody done that, or is there like a typical flight path that follows that route?
Both, actually. Either way. Yeah, either way.
I mean, I wouldn't think would be a commercial route that there's not that many people that would want to go from the North Pole to the South Pole, right?
Yeah, it's kind of rare. Maybe I don't know. How about like just a straight flight path, 24,901 miles, going straight
From like Santa's house to the Penguins.
The problem is there's wind, you know. Even just the wind is gonna mess it up. But let's just forget the wind for now. Like just for the sake of this question, let's assume the wind is not a factor. Can a pilot, or has there ever been a pilot that has traveled 24,901 miles going straight? And if so, please post it in the chat.
I believe that has never happened in the history of humankind.
Never? Can't they? But allegedly they could refuel in the air, right?
Right.
To be fair, it's kind of a big, like, I don't know, big burden, I guess. So I wouldn't expect anyone to do that, but yeah.
Have to have a reason, right?
Since nobody's talking, I'm going to go ahead and say I'm posting stuff in the side chat. So it's from Stanford. It's a pretty good read. It's about cosmology and how it's not your typical science like physics. So theoretical astrophysics is different, and why it's different from normal science.
All right. Anybody have questions on flat Earth or globe Earth? Okay. Didn't think so. Well, there's always next year. There's always next year.
What is it saying? It's saying cosmological laws, if possible, differ from local physical laws because they do not apply to subsystems. That's just like the idea that you can have cosmological laws that like apply on a large scale but not on a small scale.
It's not exactly saying that. Like local laws, like the second law of thermodynamics, like we can verify that it happens this way here on Earth. But when you're talking about the galaxy, how are you supposed to test it there to know that what it's like here is what it's like there? That's what they're talking about.
Yeah, I guess I was wondering what they meant by local. You're saying by local, they literally mean like here on Earth specifically, or they just mean like at a particular like small scale spot rather than like in aggregate across the universe?
Well, I don't want to try to divine the thoughts. I would just rather have you read it. To me, this is an interesting study on cosmology. Even if you disagree with me, like this is Stanford, and it's a pretty good read. You don't have to read the whole thing, but I'm showing you some interesting points. But you can read the whole thing if you like.
Yeah, no, I'm like 4 paragraphs in it. I'm checking it out. I appreciate it. The target might be the state defined at the earliest time when extrapolations based on the SM can be trusted, but I don't know what SM stands for.
Probably standard model.
I'm just glad people are interested in learning and reading, you know?
Yeah, no, I mean, the whole point of Discord for me is you get to talk to people you wouldn't normally get to, so might as well try and learn their thought process and, you know, what they think is important.
Right. And I'm not trying to cloud your judgment on what this means. I'm just showing it to you. So I'm just reporting, you know? It is what it is.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. No, I don't really get people who go on Discord just to like argue and be shitty with people. It's like it's way better as an opportunity to like better understand other people, I feel like.
Yeah, there's no law that says that you have to be shitty on Discord, it turns out.
It's just the internet tends to bring out the natural tendencies in a lot of us to be douchebags.
Yeah, I'm 6'3" and 350 pounds. I doubt people would talk to me this way in real life. I seriously doubt it. You know what I mean?
So I think it's George Carlin who says like the angrier you are at a person is like proportional to your distance from them.
Makes a lot of sense. I'm really angry with Australians, and they seem to be the furthest people away from me.
Yeah, who isn't angry with Australians?
Well, T-Dub and that kangaroo guy in here, but they must be asleep because usually I would have bit on that one. Oh well.
He must have had too much Fosters.
They ship that stuff over to Europe, mate. They don't drink it there. They're not that stupid.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. I actually tried to like Foster's, and I really don't like Foster's.
Yeah,
it's like even
we don't drink Shiner Bock.
I'm from Australia, and the joke in Australia is that people, they don't drink Fosters. They just ship it to other countries.
Not even in Australia, huh?
But I don't think it tastes that bad.
Well, that's the thing. Like, well, it's all right. Like, I wanted to like Foster's because even in California, like you can buy Foster's, like a big ass can of Foster's for like cheaper than other beers, but it's just not that good, so it's still not worth buying. But I'm sure Australia's got good beer. It's just, you know, as an ambassador, Foster's isn't the best one. I have a Baja beer problem. I buy a lot of Pacifico.
So I watched a SpaceX rocket launch just now, a couple hours ago.
Like a video, or were you actually able to see like the trail in the sky?
No, everybody in Southern California could see it. It was about 2 hours ago. Actually, I called up my parents who were near Tucson, and they could see it from Tucson, Arizona also.
Oh, really? Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm in San Diego. I blew it.
Ah, yeah, they don't. It's hard to catch them. You would have for sure seen them from there.
Yeah, I actually saw one like a week or two ago.
Yeah, they've done a couple sunset launches recently.
Yeah, there was one. My brother lives in like OB, like right by the beach, and he took some pictures that looked pretty cool. And it was like launching from Vandenberg, I think. But yeah, you can still see it super clear, like yeah, right at sunset.
Yeah, especially from San Diego because it goes south. It goes right over San Diego, basically.
Yeah. No, yeah, it looked pretty cool.
I'm just glad that somebody in here is like trying to understand why cosmology isn't like science. And just to sum it up, for the rest of the class who probably isn't reading, when it comes to like biochemistry, the scientists in the lab and they got their little goggles and all their different tools that they use and lab coats. Like those people are totally different than like Neil deGrasse Tyson sitting back, drinking cognac and theorizing about beer bubble universes that pop in and out of existence and multiverses and, things like that, right? Like those people are actually doing experiments where they eliminate all variables.
No, they're not.
Except for, sorry, are you telling me the biochemists don't do experiments?
Yeah, that's kind of dumb of you to say.
What do you mean, no, they're not? What?
Bro, hit him with the no you.
No, he's just trying to throw me off my group. Anyway, so these biochemists, right, they're actually like proving shit in a laboratory. Like, for example, if you don't have salt in your body, you can drink a gallon of water a day and die from dehydration, right?
Yeah.
And this is from a well-known process, right? We know about this stuff because of biochemistry.
Well, you're trying,
right?
so what happens?
Don't do that. That's not. You have to have salt in order for your cell walls to open up.
No, you don't. That's a myth.
Okay, can you cite your source that humans don't need salt to survive now?
Do you want high blood pressure or what?
Can you cite your source to back up your claim that humans can survive without
My
salt?
source is my brain, buddy.
You're an idiot.
Don't tell me that.
Do you guys know how to make your dick swallow like longer?
Yeah, just don't listen to this guy.
Stop trolling, guys.
I've
Talk
just
about
never
flat
needed
Earth.
to worry about that.
Wait,
This guy's talking about salt. I'm trying to listen. I joined to like learn about flat Earth, and this guy's talking about salt.
I'm talking about science. You're just hyper focused on salt.
Get over to Mike.
Do you have any flat Earth related question? Anyone have flat Earth related question? Or
Is the Earth flat? That's my question.
My okay. It's obvious.
That's what we experience, do we not? When you go outside, what do you see? When you go outside, what do you see?
I don't.
Grass.
Is it do you see a sphere when you go outside? Do you see a sphere?
Well, no, because the sphere is so big, so like it doesn't work like that.
How big is it? Do you know how big it is?
Yeah, search it up.
It sounds like an excuse to me. We can't see it. The sphere is so big, you just can't see it.
Yeah, that's an excuse.
I can
bro.
see it.
Where? Where do you see it?
It's my eyes.
When you go on an airplane,
go
you can like
outside?
see a sphere. So
No, I really don't go outside. So
I don't think you.
when you
So
go
when
on an
you
airplane, you see a sphere.
But you see, my question
post
is,
that?
how flat is
Who just said they go on an aeroplane, they see a sphere?
like obviously the world's flat, right? But like how flat is it? Perfectly flat, or is it tilted?
It's horizontal. So horizontal being an orientation.
What does that mean?
90 degrees from vertical.
English, please.
Oh fuck yes, baby.
Up, down, left, right. Like, come on.
Alright, if you're not going to be like intelligent, at least, I have to explain every single word that I use to you. Maybe it's time you went to bed. You know what horizontal is, don't you?
Wait, who are you talking
down?
about? So
is
my
it up, down,
argument is
or
when
left,
you go on
right?
an airplane, you see the sphere of the Earth. So what's
No,
your
you
like?
don't. No,
Yes, you do.
no, you,
Yes, you
no,
do.
you don't.
Yeah,
No,
I mean, it depends how good
Have you
your
ever been on an
eyesight
airplane or
I don't
no?
mind, dude, I don't mind answering your question, but if you're going to rattle through the answer, I'll just kick you out the channel.
Yeah,
I was
bud.
speaking first, buddy. You have to respect that.
Hey,
I don't have to respect you if you're going to talk through the answers when you've asked a question. Don't have to respect you for that.
Yes,
let Big Bro talk.
No,
We don't
right,
respect hand wave dismissals, and that's all you've got is a hand wave dismissal. So no, we don't respect that. And according to the geometry and the radius of the Earth, you're not seeing any curvature till at least 350 miles high.
Exactly.
So no, you don't see
Exactly.
curvature from an
But we
aeroplane.
don't respect you, handsome boy XC 6'9".
I thought this was a good server, but I guess I was wrong.
It's a channel, and you asked a question. I went to answer it, and then you started talking through
5
me.
people answered it, not you.
We don't respect you, bro.
All right, see you later.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
See you later,
No,
handsome boy.
you're the guy
Night,
who's going to be
night.
leaving.
Can I just ask a question in peace? I'm talking to one guy, not 50.
You can talk to as many, but if you ask a question, wait for the answer.
Tell me how the
and
Earth is flat. Tell me.
It's measured that way. So water, that's the surface of the Earth, is described, measured, and observed, and
What about
practically
the
used.
pictures from space?
Okay, so again, I go to answer your question, and then you change the subject.
Yeah, because you just
You're
answered it
such an
already.
idiot.
No, I haven't finished answering the question. So if you ask a question, let the person answer it before you change the subject and say, more pictures from outer space. You asked me how the Earth was flat. I was going to answer you. So you're obviously not here with good intentions. Do I need to show you the door and remove you?
But how am I not here with good intentions? I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, you went on to what about pictures from space? Halfway through my answer to your previous question. You fucking idiot.
Calm down.
You
Calm down.
fucking idiot.
All right,
You
you're
fucking
gone.
nuts.
See you later.
You fucking pussy. See you later. Oh.
See you later. Bye, clap.
Thought the server was cool. They agreed with me.
That guy was annoying, man.
They disagreed with me.
That guy was so annoying, bro.
Yeah, but did you heard his answer about measurements and practically used?
That doesn't make sense, though.
Okay, how? Why doesn't it make sense?
Because I was on an airplane and I saw a sphere.
Oh,
right. So sorry, Zodiac. Larry tried to answer. Sorry, AJ tried to answer that question for you by giving you the mathematics. He told you the distance above the surface of the Earth that you should be able to perceive curvature. If you think that you see curvature through an aeroplane window, I beg you to go and look out the other side of the aeroplane and look at. Do you need to be removed?
What do you mean?
Seriously, dude. Trying to answer your question. I'm giving you my time and my patience.
I'm listening.
Good. So somebody else made the noise then, weren't you? No problem. But you can't see curvature of the Earth from 35,000 feet. Mathematically, that wouldn't be the case. You do understand that you have a 360-degree circle of vision when you turn around. You wouldn't be able to perceive that curvature from an aeroplane if you joined those. Okay, dude.
Yeah, just let Jedi finish his answer.
No, that's all right. I'm not going to waste my time on it. If somebody else wants to talk to him, that's fine. But I won't.
What did I do, bro? I'm just talking to you.
Just let him finish, bro. You can't. Don't interrupt.
See, the thing is, when you're in a flow state, right, like boxing or something, like you want to
Flow state isn't real,
remain.
that's a myth.
If I could just finish my sentence.
Not going to let you, dude. I've got to remove him, apparently.
Yeah. So when you're in your flow state, you just want to like finish what you're talking about. Like earlier when I was talking about science and somebody was like, no, biochemists don't do experiments. Like that is the most retarded statement I've ever heard in my life. Like they're just in there in the lab all day, like doing what? Not experiments? Come on. They're not like astronomers and cosmologists and theoretical astrophysicists. They're actual scientists. You know how many people put cilantro in their tea or in their drinks or in their everyday food because of biochemists and what they've shown that cilantro can do? Like,
I think he left.
oh, I wasn't talking to him. I'm talking to the audience. Yeah, I mean, there's a
You're supposed
reason.
to put cilantro in your drinks?
Some people do. Like if you make a tea and you blend some cilantro in there with your lemon tea with no, like if you have distilled water and lemon and maybe a little bit of salt and baking soda, like, I don't know. That seems like a good drink to me. Like people are like, baking soda, what are you crazy? That's a chemical. Like, have you seen what's in Dr. Pepper and other drinks?
No, you can eat baking soda or drink baking soda, but no, I mean I like cilantro, but what it's like it's got a lot of vitamins or something.
No, it's got this ability to bond with heavy metals and get it out of your system. So if you're drinking distilled water and cilantro, well, hydrogen likes to bond with things, right? And so does cilantro. So it's going to clean out your body. But this is not medical advice. Obviously, consult your doctor and ask if drinking Dr. Pepper is right for you.
I'm not going to hold you to it, but yeah, no, I mean I like cilantro, so I'll take any excuse I can get.
Yeah, me too. Like anything that I could put it on that makes sense.
I feel bad for people that apparently have some like genetic thing where cilantro tastes like soap to them.
That's me and lavender. I don't eat lavender.
Wait, but Larry, what were you talking about with science and astrophysics being different from biochemistry because of experiments before you were interrupted?
Yeah, what about it?
Weren't you saying something like?
Yeah, there's not one viable.
There's
not one viable hypothesis in cosmology, astronomy, or theoretical astrophysics.
For
like,
what?
There's
For
pseudoscience.
anything.
It's pseudoscience. It's not real. If we're talking about natural science, where you have an experiment where you isolate variables and you manipulate only the independent variable, that's why it's called independent. So I'm being kind of redundant on purpose. Yeah, that's great. But in cosmology, how do you manipulate space? Like, how do you control for variables? You can't.
That isn't the idea, like when they're using, like, for example, like a Newton's equation or something, they're predicting like, okay, what's the position of this body going to be? And then they verify it by just saying like, okay, my prediction was borne out.
No, that's not a prediction.
prediction.
Go ahead, Julie.
It's mathematics. It's category. We're talking about natural science.
Yeah, I guess I was saying like, you're saying like cosmology doesn't lend itself to like validation in the same way that like if you're a biochemist, you can like have a theory and then you develop an experiment and you can test it like in a petri dish. But like for cosmology, can't they say like, okay, based on my equations of motion, I predict that this astral body is going to be at that position at 12 o'clock tomorrow, and then you can test whether that actually happens.
You brought in equations of motion, so that's mathematics. The biology, you would have been doing natural science, where you would have come up with a hypothesis, which would have been a prediction of cause. Then you would have very manipulated your prediction of cause, the independent variable, to see if it has a change on the dependent variable, the phenomena. You can't do that with astrophysics. You can't make a prediction that you can verify through experimentation. Not talking about maths and formulas. We're talking about manipulation of independent variables in a scientific experiment to verify your hypothesis.
Are you just saying like you don't?
You.
I was just going to say. So you're saying like you don't accept that like if you can make a prediction based on a cosmological theory, you don't accept that it's validating to say that like the body actually followed my predicted path.
All right. Well, might have to start again, dude. You know what natural science is, right? And what a hypothesis is?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So a hypothesis is a supposition, a prediction of what causes something else to happen. Your prediction of causes. The independent variable, the something happening is your dependent variable. So your hypothesis can be if this independent variable, then that dependent variable. To verify this hypothesis, you must experiment, vary and manipulate your presumed cause to see if it has a change on the dependent variable, a scientific experiment. You can't do that with astrophysics. You can't vary and manipulate your presumed cause. You can't do natural science. So this is what Larry's talking about. There's no viable hypothesis because you can't vary and manipulate independent variables. You started talking about mathematical formulas, not natural science. It's a problem, right?
I guess I'm just hearing like the distinction is like in a natural science, you're saying the distinction is like you can change some of the input variables and see what the changes to the output. But I guess,
yes,
like, can't you just say like it's like descriptive, the cosmological theory? It's like you're describing what's going to happen in the future and verifying whether your theory bears out. I just feel like it's like a semantic distinction.
Words kind of do mean things, and yeah, it is a semantic distinction because we're not going to be doing natural science when we do your mathematical predictions. Mathematical predictions aren't the same as scientific predictions. Scientific predictions come in the form of a hypothesis. That hypothesis must be tested in an experiment. As Larry's pointed out, like I said, there's no viable scientific hypothesis in any of these realms, like theoretical physics, cosmology.
But like, why can't the hypothesis just be like the moon is going to be at coordinate XY at 12 o'clock tomorrow?
Let me explain why. It's real simple, right? You've got a theory that the moon's gravity causes the tides, right? And I got a theory it's actually not the moon's gravity, it's the green grass on the dark side of the moon that's causing the tides. Well, how do we find out whose competing theory is correct? Well, normally you would test for it, right? So you would turn off the moon's gravity and see if the tides are still going, right? But you can't do that. So another one would be, maybe I have another competing theory. So this is a third theory. It's actually the sun's light that adds heats to the oceans, right? Over 50% of the oceans at a time. Or the surface of the earth, should I say. Let me correct that. Yeah. So how do we figure out if it's the sun's light or the moon's gravity? Which one is the stronger amount of force or energy, right? Well, you can't science that. We can't manipulate the variables of the sun's light and turn it off for 24 hours and see if the tides stop. So both of them are non-scientific theories. And this is why we say this is the ambiguity fallacy. Because when people say the word theory, they automatically hear the word science. So when they hear the word science, they automatically think, that this has been scientifically validated through a rigorous experiment. Not the case. If you don't believe me, I did post a whole lot of stuff about Stanford earlier, talking about the very things that we're talking about.
But can't
Yeah,
you?
no, I was checking
Can't you
that out.
also do a natural experiment, which is a situation in which the treatment, the independent variable of interest, varies through some naturally occurring or unplanned event? Also, in science, you've got experiments where you have the independent and dependent variables, but then you can also just do observations, like
No, you're just forming your own belief of what science is and trying to push it on everybody else because you don't want to accept what true science really is and how it's performed.
Well, I mean, an example of an observation in science that's pretty famous is the Francis and Crick.
You can have an observation.
Observation of what
You can have an observation of something occurring, a naturally occurring phenomenon, but now how are you going to test what's causing? So you need to propose a hypothesis. You need to test that hypothesis. Your event that you witnessed would then be your dependent variable, and your proposed cause would be your independent variable that you need to manipulate to in fact see if it causes that effect. You're establishing a cause and effect relationship only.
Well, a hypothesis isn't a cause and effect relationship. A hypothesis is
Yes, it is.
A hypothesis in science is something that has been verified to to show the cause and effect relationship. A scientific hypothesis is verified.
Yeah, basically,
I mean, I feel like
this causes X causes Y. That is like a hypothesis, basically. Go ahead.
Well, it might be for you, but we could just have different definitions. But I've always it seems to me like a hypothesis is a proposed explanation or educated guess made on the basis of limited evidence, like as a starting point for further investigation. So like a hypothesis wouldn't be, you know, like if you change this, then that will occur, like independent variable, dependent variable, or a prediction. It's it's more like
a hypothesis is what you believe caused the effect. Okay, so again, very simple. You drop something, it goes down. There's the effect. Now, what do you think caused it? Gravity. What's gravity? To me, it's the bending and warping of space-time. Okay, so there's our hypothesis of the cause. Now we need to test and see whether, in fact, it was the cause. To do that, we need to vary our independent variable, which would be our cause, gravity, the bending and warping of space-time. We can't do that. It is not science.
Yeah, I would say cite your sources. I wish I could cite them for you, but I don't have my phone next to me.
Yeah, I can.
I've
But I think I've had this discussion with you guys a couple times.
Did we cite our sources?
I mean, no, I can do it. I don't remember. I don't think you guys provided any sources.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, we
Should I
gotta
put it
cite
in
our
the
sources.
chat?
So you...
I did start dropping some into the chat. One of them's got a 404 on it, though, but I can provide you with a lot more.
Thank you, my
Basically,
friend.
what they will say is the hypothesis is a special type of prediction where we predict the cause of a phenomena. Natural science deals with cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world. Hypothesis, those very special type of predictions, right? We predict how the independent variable, if the independent variable will make a change in the dependent variable. We verify that hypothesis through rigorous experimentation, where you, the researcher, actually do physically vary and manipulate what you think caused the phenomena to happen. Scientific experiment, right? Really simple stuff. But I can provide you with a lot of citations, so just give me a couple of minutes, I'll dig them out.
Yeah, we can provide our citations, but then essentially, I think what's going to happen is we're just going to come up with two definitions of hypothesis.
Okay, so you believe that there's observational science, right?
Well, yeah, observations are a part of science, not just
Right, it's the first step, observe a natural phenomenon. But do you know what the division fallacy is?
Well, I'm not just saying it's the first step. You can use it to support a hypothesis, but no, I don't know what the division fallacy is.
So I don't drive my alternator to work, right? Because the part is not the whole. So the first step of the scientific method is to observe a natural phenomenon. So you can't say that is the whole of science. This is how we do science. It's observations without experiment. The whole point of science is the experiment. It's the hypothesis test. That's what an experiment is. So if you're just doing observational science, under that definition, watching porn would be doing science.
Prove that it's not.
Again, we need to make sure not to equivocate the word science, because again, there are different empirical inquiry methods. Not all empirical inquiry methods are concerned with causation.
Yeah, there's also logical evidence, right? I'm not disagreeing with that, but we're specifically talking about natural science right now, Gregory. Do you disagree that we need to manipulate the independent variable when doing natural science?
Well, again, the term natural science is not specific enough. That's why I specifically say the causation inquiry method, because that's exactly what the method is concerned with. So yes, it's concerned with the causation inquiry method.
Is there other methods where we could just watch things?
There are other methods concerning trying to ascertain empirical facts. Not every empirical fact is concerned with causation.
All right, so
the geodesy, for instance, is not an issue of causation.
So if I look at Jupiter, right, because I can see it, does that mean that everything I say about it then is automatically true because I can look at it?
Of course not.
Okay, so in order for us to make facts, statements of fact about Jupiter, we would have to, get a little closer, maybe take a biopsy, and run some tests in a laboratory setting, right?
If you could, especially with the last part. If you could actually get your hands on Jupiter, then yeah, sure.
Right, because if you had cancer, right, on some of your reproductive organs, and the doctor told you they needed to amputate, and he hasn't done a biopsy yet, wouldn't you want to get like a second opinion? Or would you just like go ahead and transition tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.?
I don't use this thing anyway.
The former.
Yeah, I think I would have the biopsy from the second doctor, because the first doctor sounds like he's a surgeon, and well, if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. If all you have is a scalpel, then everything's a female, right?
A female. Yeah, the C-section, yeah. Just in case nobody got that one.
Just really quick, Pinky, are you still there?
Yeah.
So I gotta ask you a true or false question. So, true or false, there is only one scientific method.
False.
False. Okay. All right. Just check in. Thanks. Thanks.
He cited
He is
it.
right.
He has cited it. He's kind of put a barrage into the text room, so have a quick read through what he said. No, it's fine. It's interesting that this stuff seems to have come up over the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's a worthy issue. You cannot have knowledge without intelligible propositions, right? If you can't make sense out of the proposition, then you can't discern whether it's true or false, and so you certainly cannot know it. So what's been revealed throughout these several years is that scientist academia has not been very good at defining their terms, even the most commonly used and essential terms.
Are you trying to say that just because I see the neighbor's dog squat in their yard and the turd falls at 9.8 meters a second squared, does that mean that everything that Einstein says about space-time is automatically true?
Right, that's not the case.
Yeah, what's worse than bullshit? Well, then there's horse shit. Well, what's even worse than that? Dog shit. You ever stepped in dog shit? Way worse than horse shit, I promise you.
I want to say no. I don't remember, but I want to say no.
Yeah, in there. I live in Texas. Stepped in all three, my friend.
Shit.
That's when you got to take it to the car wash, and you just retire those shoes for like a week afterwards till they dry out. But yeah, it's bullshit, right? Just because you see something doesn't mean that an explanation is automatically true, because any village idiot can give an explanation about what they just saw. But how do you weed out the bullshit, right? Well, you'd have to test things, test all things, and keep that which is good. And everything else just regarded as imagination.
Well, so think about it this way really quickly. The Isaac Newton, he had that law of gravitation. He's like, so the if-then prediction there is, okay, if I increase the mass of the Earth, for instance, then gravity will be stronger, right? That's the relationship, the cause and effect, sort of. Like you might be able to do some experiments with that, to figure out that whole thing. But Newton famously said, I frame no hypothesis as to why mass should attract mass anyway. I mean, and that's true. Like, why should it attract mass? I mean, there's no explanation there. Experiments and observations are in the realm of laws, scientific laws. But scientific laws never become hypotheses or theories. Scientific laws are in the category of observations and experiment. So a scientific law are statements based on repeated experiments or observations that describe or predict a range of natural phenomena. That's the definition of law from Wikipedia. Laws differ from hypotheses or postulates which are proposed during the scientific process. I don't know, I'm just reading it.
Well, this was 1666, and we've had a lot of time to peer review Newton, even though he didn't publish any scientific experiment. But what if the apple fell in a pail of water? It wouldn't sink to the bottom, right? Not till 2 or 3 days later when the apple began to rot and all the gases seeped out of the apple. Then it would fall to the bottom, right? So it's not just mass, right? It's mass over volume, right? That's how weight or gravitas actually works. Because how much does a 550-pound, 5'3" man weigh at the bottom of the pool? He can't get to the bottom of the pool. Not even if he tries. He's too fucking buoyant. He just floats. He could sit there and float without kicking his feet or waving his hands. Right? He's buoyant like the apple. So he doesn't weigh anything. Right? And I guess you're going to go with net forces, blah, 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 but gravitas means weight. How much does a hot air balloon weigh? Well, you would have to tape the scale to the ceiling to find out. Right? Because you can't weigh a hot air balloon full of hot air or full of helium, right? Because there is no weight. It's buoyant. So when you take specific gravity and you look at it, that's a way better explanation of physics than just mass attracting mass.
So the specific gravity is density, right? So are
Relative
you saying
density.
Relative density to water or the surrounding medium. So are you saying that density, like the force, so like, you know, if I hold something in my hand, are you saying the force that I experience, the weight of it is like mathematically related to the density? Like what is the formula for that? Or
What it is a formula, right? But it's way better to understand it this way because what is physics, right? It's the study of particles in motion, right? Well, when is a particle or an object in motion not in a medium? Because the vacuum as a concept doesn't exist. Even if you could suck all the baryonic matter out of a volume, it's still not a vacuum. So physics is the study of objects in a medium. Like that's a very good definition for physics, in my opinion.
okay, wait, so I have a question here. So like if you had like a balance, like a beam, and then on one side of the beam you have a, like say a cube of steel, right, being weighed down on the beam. So it's like a kind of like a seesaw. And then on the other side you had like a cube of, well, like half a cube. So like a cube cut like lengthways, so that the volume of the steel cube was half of the one on the left. The densities are the same, but it's clearly the steel, the full steel cube, or like you could say two steel cubes on one side and one on the other, or 1.5, you know. Clearly the one that has, even though the densities are the same, the one that has the more mass is the one that has the bigger force.
It's kind of a non sequitur, but yeah, I would agree with you.
Matter attracting matter.
Go ahead.
That's not logically sufficient to verify matter attracting matter. It's not logically consistent with the premise, with the hypothesis.
I know. I'm just trying to. I'm not talking about matter attracting matter at all. I'm just talking about the separating out density from the fact that things seem to be attracted downward. Like in that example, are you saying that
you're not talking about matter attracting matter, but you're talking about things being attracted?
Yeah, I'm not talking about matter attracting matter. It could be due to anything. I'm just saying so just so you guys know, the overall thing I'm trying to show is that there is this acceleration downwards, this attraction, whether it's matter attracting matter or some other thing. I think it's due to the it's like proportional to the mass, not to the density.
Is that for all objects?
Why talk about that truism?
Is that for all states of matter? Like gas, for example.
Yeah.
So gas goes down like rocks do, does it?
What?
Gas goes down like rocks do, does it?
Yes, yes.
No, it doesn't.
Well, not completely. I mean, look, it is slightly different. I mean, it does get pulled.
Gotcha. Gas expands, dude.
So
if gas was attracted to the floor, it wouldn't feel the limitation of its environment, the container.
Well,
That's what.
before we start talking about like containers and stuff. That sounds like
Lord, you said everything fucking falls down, man. Bloody hell.
Yes. So like by that I mean
What is
if
your
you
point
have
right now?
if you have a scuba tank and you put more gas in it, it weighs more, right? It does have weight. It does
Because you
get
put more
attracted.
matter inside the fucking tank, but the gas inside the tank is pressing on the limitations of its environment in all directions.
How about we clarify this? Pinky, what is your point?
Oh, so my point is that as opposed to I am Larry, who says that gravity is based on specific what was it, specific density you said, or specific weight?
Specific gravity is relative density.
Yeah, relative density, yeah. I think we can get rid of this whole relative density thing by realizing that buoyancy is a thing, so we can separate that out, and then what we're left with is the fact that things are accelerated downwards, attracted downwards.
Gas.
All right, I got to respond. So this is really easy to understand. When we're talking about applied sciences, right? Things that we can like demonstrate, empirical. You're claiming, I guess, that there's a bending and warping of space-time, or mass attracting mass, right? So I can manipulate the buoyancy and density of an object, right? Let's put a steel anvil in a swimming pool and fill it up with mercury. The steel anvil is going to float, right? I can drain the mercury and it's going to go down. I can fill the mercury and it's going to go up. So now you put a steel anvil in the mercury, without manipulating the volume, the medium. Now you make the anvil go up and down by manipulating space-time or mass. See, I have an experiment. Mine's empirical. Yours is not.
You do, but keep in mind, I'm not. This definition of gravity that I'm talking about right now is just that things are attracted downwards at 9.8 or 9.81 meters.
We don't disagree with that. We don't disagree with little g.
No, but yeah, I do disagree with you because you mentioned mass attracting mass, bending of space time. I'm not talking about any of that right now. That can come later. Right now,
I'm disagreeing with 9.8 meters per second squared for all things.
I know. That's an average. Oh, and you disagree with the gas thing as well. So I'll
because gas doesn't accelerate down to the floor at that rate.
All right, so let's forget about So let's just do one thing at a time. Forget about the gas for now. I'll write circle gas. Okay.
Always like to forget
the thing
about
is,
no problem.
so Larry, you and I have we're both talking about scientific laws, right? You're talking about the repeated experiment of the different densities, meaning that things either go up or down, have different weights based on what the densities are. I'm also talking about a scientific law, but I'm talking about the observation that things are accelerated downwards. I'm not doing an experiment. I'm not changing anything, but it is still based on an observation.
Okay, that's the third time you said that. Okay, so either you're just saying a truism, or you're trying to get to matter attracting matter, but without specifically saying it, thus committing the fallacy of ambiguity. So at this rate, it's becoming annoying.
No, I'm just saying everything is accelerating in this attraction downwards.
You just said it again. That's the fourth time.
Stop
I don't really know what your point is. Oh, fine.
Helium,
without gas.
Helium doesn't accelerate down, right? Beach balls don't accelerate down to the bottom of the ocean when they're filled with oxygen, right?
Methane accelerates upwards through the ocean in a bubble.
So helium does get accelerated downwards when there's no buoyancy. So if you have a helium
proving
balloon,
my point.
Show me. That's the example you just said.
Show me.
Yeah, I'll post it really quickly. But okay, here we go.
But also, so pass the example that Larry just said.
That demonstrates my
You're
point.
going to post a balloon in a vacuum, are you?
Yeah, so the balloon in the vacuum does have weight. It
No,
gets
that's the
pulled
balloon,
down.
not the gas. That's the balloon, because you pop that balloon, the gas expands in all directions to fill the available volume.
That's why the balloon's
That's
getting
what it's
bigger,
doing in
because
the balloon.
That's why the balloon's expanding, because
in
it's
order
not
to-
met. Hello? That's why
in
the
order
balloon's
to-
expanding, because it's not met with a pressure in the vacuum. When the balloon bursts, the gas goes in all directions. The only thing that's actually going down is the rubber of the balloon.
All right. So, but let's talk about the gas thing afterwards. I was just, like I said, let's put a pin in that. But what I want to talk to Larry about is, can't we take away this whole buoyancy thing? Because don't we understand what buoyancy is? Like,
Why do you want to take away all of our points and only talk about your points ad nauseum?
Because before well, the difference in our opinion on this gas thing is one, but before that was even brought up, the whole reason I'm talking about this is I wanted to separate out the what you were talking about with relative density, and I think that's based on buoyancy, but we can get rid of that based on some experiments, and then what we're left with is just things.
Buoyancy is a result of relative density. You're making a false distinction. It's nonsensical. Buoyancy is a result of relative density. You're not making any sense. You're not going to take anything into nothing. Everything is in a medium. Nothing is in nothing. So you're trying to do something that's logically and metaphysically impossible.
So I guess when I say like if you're in a vacuum chamber, Larry says that okay, well there's it's not a true vacuum. Different particles are coming in and out. But if you think about the standard explanation of buoyancy is that the pressure on the bottom is higher than the pressure on the top. So if there was no gradient in that vacuum chamber, then this pressure should be the same on the top and the bottom if there is pressure at all.
Avogadro's law. Okay.
And your point is what?
Well, my point is, so if you have a graph of say the weight of a lead weight in a vacuum chamber, and then you start adding air, and you start pressurizing the chamber, you can see that the weight of the lead is offset by the weight of the volume of air that it would displace.
Proving what I said.
And
so if you have a graph, you have a weight of lead, and then ever so slightly, might be just the top 1% is taken off. Now, if it weighs less, like like something like foam in water or something, then it begins to float once the buoyant force overcomes the gravity. Like we pretty much understand what that is, but taking away everything, objects still have weight. So can't we say that instead of it being relative density, it's just everything is being accelerated downwards by this amount?
By what?
Apart from gas for now.
By what?
It doesn't matter at this point. It's just a law.
Of course it matters. You can't have acceleration without a force.
Okay, so a law is something without a cause.
So what? So by what?
Well, a
just
law
happens like that, doesn't it?
Well, when you say
That's the way
cause,
it is. It's just the way it is.
Well, when you say cause, there's either the cause meaning an independent variable, like cause and effect in an experiment.
Said law.
I know.
Laws are without cause, unless you want to give me the
Yeah,
cause of entropy.
Or there's
Can you
cause.
just answer the question?
I am answering the question. Or cause could mean a hypothesis, like an explanation of what's going on. For instance, with buoyancy, the cause could be, oh, well, the pressure's greater
No, just stop right
at the
there.
top.
No,
So
that's
in a
not a
law,
cause.
but just if I could finish, but let me at least do my sentence
No,
first.
stop right there. No, stop right there. That's
in
not
a-
a cause. Hypothesis is not a cause. No.
Oh yeah, it's just based on, this is just semantics at this point. That's what I'm just differentiating those two things.
Yeah, it's just
Mechanism.
trying to be meaningful, right? Not meaningless. Right?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that.
Semantics. You don't know what semantics is? You just mentioned the word, but you don't know what you're talking about?
No, I do.
Semantics is a study of meaning.
Yeah, no, because someone mentioned cause. I'm just trying to separate, just so we all know what we're talking about when we say cause. I have two different definitions of cause. It seems like you're talking about the independent variable kind, right?
Yeah, what caused
Obviously,
it?
we're talking about the concretely real entity that caused the motion, not some abstract entity like a proposition.
Right. So in both these cases, there is no hypothesis mechanism. There is in yours. There is a cause in terms of the independent variable, meaning different densities. But for mine, there isn't, because I'm not doing an experiment. I'm doing an observation, and the observation.
Is there a cause? Yes or no?
There's no cause. It's an observation. So there's no independent variable.
There's no cause to the phenomenon that you observed.
Okay, let's just say independent variable and hypothesis is the two things. So there's no independent variable.
Is there no cause to the phenomenon you observed?
What's your definition of cause, though?
The antecedent, the necessary antecedent to an effect.
Yes, there is no cause. It's just an observation.
That's ontologically impossible and absurd. If it is,
Oh no. There might be.
And something caused the motion.
No, there might be a cause. It's just as a scientific law, I'm not making any mention of the cause. See, I just posted this from Wikipedia.
Okay, that's a different issue. So you're kind of obfuscating. So either there's no cause, which is not possible. You cannot have an effect without a cause, or there is a cause and you just don't know. Which one?
Or I don't know at this point. I'm not making any statements about that. So like what you have to see
so
is
what
that
does your plan have to do?
What you have to see really quickly, Gregory, is that I can say that something's happening without having some sort of relationship to
We understand that. We understand that. We don't need that explained. So what is your point with all this being said?
Well, now I'm still going back to this whole thing about trying to get rid of buoyancy, so we can just say that objects like metal is being pulled down by an attraction force to the ground. And so my way of separating out buoyancy, apart from the stuff I just mentioned, is twofold. So the first one is, let me just put, okay. You guys might have seen this video, but essentially,
I'm waiting for you to finish the sentence. What is your point?
Yeah, I know. I was just searching a video online. So basically, buoyancy can be, you can do an experiment to change the direction of buoyancy by changing the direction of the gradient. Keep in mind that buoyancy works by having a pressure gradient. So at the bottom, the pressure is higher than at the top. So in this car experiment, he has a balloon that's filled with helium that goes upwards when the car is stationary. But when he accelerates the car, the air pressure at the back of the car, like towards the boot, is higher than at the front towards the hood of the car. And so the balloon, instead of, you'd think it would, get forced backwards by inertia, but actually it goes forward. And so that would be an example right there of augmenting the
right. So what causes the pressure down? What causes the
pressure
gradient?
down?
What causes the gradient?
The up and down one, or the forwards and backwards in the car?
The up and down one that we observe in nature.
Right. So that would be what I'm calling gravity, which is in the same way that the car is accelerating forwards. If everything's being accelerated downwards, then there will be a hydrostatic equilibrium.
So let's test that hypothesis. Turn off gravity and let's see if that stops happening.
I got something for you because Larry's on the right track.
Controlled environment.
Yeah, I got something for you because Larry's on the right track. Look.
Okay, but so just to respond to Larry really quickly, there are a few ways of doing that. One would be if you drop a okay, and I'm gonna have to, for 1 second, I'm gonna have to find another image really quickly. It's gonna be, I'm gonna be referring to this. Okay, I found it. So, okay, so this is you can see a pressure gradient in a water balloon. I mean, sorry, in a water bottle. If you cut different holes, you can see the water spreading out the bottom is faster, right? Now, if you put that inside if you just drop that in free fall, the water doesn't go in and out. There is no pressure gradient. It's just and furthermore, if you had buoyancy, like say something being pulled downwards, and pressure gradient pulling a balloon upwards in a falling elevator, there would be no things would just float around. And so there is no you can basically do that to experiment with what would happen if there was no gravity. Then there would be no pressure gradient, then there would be no buoyancy.
So you think you've eliminated all gravitational forces by dropping something?
Enough to explain what I mean. So the key with this car.
That's antithetical.
So the key with this
that was
car.
A long way of saying yes.
The key with this car accelerating thing is that the horizontal accelerating in the horizontal direction is completely independent from the vertical. So you can have pressure sensors in the car. You can see, okay, higher pressure at the bottom, lower pressure at the top, the balloon goes forwards. Same as in a pool. Same as with this water bottle. Higher pressure at the bottom, lower pressure at the top, corks float in water bottles. And so basically that combined with the fact that we kind of understand what buoyancy is. We can, like, say if we had a cylinder in water, you can figure out the pressure at the bottom, the pressure at the top of the cylinder, multiply the pressure by the area on the top and the bottom of the cylinder, get the force, and then subtract those two, and then figure out, or find the difference between them, and then you can figure out the what you'd expect the buoyant force upwards to be. And then it turns, lo and behold, it's exactly what you expect it to be. So I think, like, I mean, with our understanding of the universe, we'd expect a buoyant force, right? And so if you've got some other thing going on, we can pretty much, I mean, we'd expect the buoyant force anyway, so that would have to be taken into account. I'm sorry, I've spoken for a bit.
So do you mean yes? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
He said yes.
Yes. Okay, so no gravity is affecting it. Then why is it falling?
Oh, from the non-inertial reference frame of the thing that's falling, there's no acceleration, there's no forces acting on it.
So now the Earth isn't spinning under it? Or, sorry, so the Earth is spinning under it, so what? How does that relate? There's no force acting on it because the Earth is spinning?
Wait, what is your point exactly? Are you saying that you would like to see that acceleration?
I said you got to turn off gravity, right? To see if your hypothesis is true, that the reason that everything goes down when it's falling or sinking because of the lack of buoyancy is because of gravity, right? So I said all we have to do now is manipulate gravity and turn it off and see if that was actually the cause. And you said, well, we can do that by dropping a bottle. So you said there's no gravity affecting the bottle.
Wait. So when we say, oh, you know, can you prove gravity? And they say drop something, there's your presence of gravity. Now, when we want the proof of no gravity, the absence of gravity, it's the same answer. Drop something.
Wait, you're saying, you're saying in order to do the experiment thing,
I'm waiting to show you this because
gravity.
we need to get to
Are you saying in order to do the experiment that gravity is what's pulling something down, you want to get rid of gravity? Because then I thought you were talking about buoyancy, not gravity. That's why I was talking about the fact that buoyancy turns off when you drop something.
It pays to listen well.
Yeah, but the thing is that you can, even though I'm not doing isn't it kind of just like an observation, like, you know, the sun sets and rises every day, you know, it's like I don't need to change any.
Okay, so it's just an observation and not a hypothesis test.
Yeah, I'm not manipulating any variables.
Theoretically, it's
okay, so you haven't gotten knowledge. You're just observing. You haven't gotten knowledge of what the cause is.
Well, I don't really care what the cause is at this point, because what I'm doing is I'm just labeling the observation. Like, things get pulled downwards.
You don't care to know what the cause of the phenomenon is? Why are you in here?
Oh no, I will later on. But for this definition of gravity, it's the observation. All I'm doing is labeling the observation. So I'm just saying, okay, things seem to get pulled down.
Okay, so there's the problem. Okay, there's the problem. You haven't identified the cause. You're just using a moniker to identify the phenomenon of things falling. That's the problem. The question is, what causes things to fall?
Wait, but when you say cause,
the cause of things falling isn't the instance of things falling.
But when you say cause, you're just talking about an independent variable in a relationship, right?
Why do you have to keep saying that truism back to me? Do you get my critique?
So then, but if that's what you're saying, then who's to say that there even is?
Do you get my critique, yes or no?
Probably not. You can find say it again.
That's the problem, because you're too busy trying to lecture us. Okay. The problem is you are just using a moniker, quote unquote, gravity, to identify the phenomenon that you observed of things falling. The question is, what is the cause of that? You haven't told us the cause. You just went into a circle.
Okay, so and my response to you is cause, meaning an independent variable which would change the amount of gravity of downwards acceleration felt. Why should such a thing exist? And even if it did, why do I need to make any mention of it if I'm just literally
hang on.
Wait, just let me finish.
What is the cause?
What? No, because you're saying what is the cause, but by cause you mean what is an independent variable in which you could attenuate gravity? Why should such a thing exist? One,
why should there be a cause to an effect? Because it's analytically true and logically and metaphysically necessary. That's why.
Okay, what? So
like
what
I
if
already
it was?
Told you.
Okay, but what if it was the case that that things just are accelerated downwards, and it doesn't matter if you change mass.
But
it doesn't matter about anything. That's
but it
just what
isn't.
happens.
But it isn't. It
I know,
isn't
but
just the
I
case
know,
that things just
if it,
accelerate for no cause whatsoever.
I know, but if they
You've
if they
never
did,
observed that.
but if they did, that would be an
It
observation.
isn't. It's just
There is no
imagination.
if.
You don't need to
That's
keep focusing on
irrelevant.
your imagination.
No,
It
that's
does not
irrelevant.
happen.
You're saying it's logically antithetical if there is no cause, but I'm saying it could be the case.
No, it's
At
not.
this point,
No, it's not. It's not.
I know, but if
It's
it if
not. You keep
there are
saying it
such,
is. It isn't.
but there are such things that do that.
No, there
like,
aren't. No, there aren't. You have never
You
observed an
cannot
effect
judge
without a
the
cause.
behavior of your elements just by observation. And even if you think about it, it doesn't matter at all. Your whole construction about your thought process is negligible.
So it's like, for example, with the sun spinning around the Earth or whatever, like rising and setting, right? If there was nothing that would change that, there's no conceivable experiment. It's just locked into rails and moves around.
Again, you see how you began that logic sequence with if.
Wait, let me
You're
finish.
wasting our time. You're being annoying. Just stop, Pinky. We don't need to hear you running your mouth on and on about your imaginations. We're talking about empirical fact, not your imaginations. We're talking about what caused the phenomenon. This is an instance of an effect. We're observing effects. Pinky, we don't need to hear your imagination. Stop it.
Okay, and my response
your
to that.
imagination is long enough.
Yes,
You're literally just digressing from the subject, and you're persevering to digress from the subject still. You're getting frustrated that I'm arresting your attention on the subject. We are not here to discuss your imaginations. We're here to discuss empirical observations and the knowledge of them.
I know.
The thing is, you don't know what caused the effect. That's the point.
Okay, but at
the
this
effect
point,
matters,
at
the
this-
cause
at
does
this-
not.
right,
And
at
I'll
this
tell you why it doesn't.
We got too
Well, can
many
I
people
really
talking at the
quickly
same
just to
time.
respond to what Gregory's saying?
Let Pinky respond, and please stop
I want to
interrupting.
respond. At this point, the reason why I'm bringing up what you call hypothetical situations is because you seem to say that there's some sort of rule of the universe that I have to have some sort of cause. When it could be the case, especially at this point in the analysis when we don't know.
You keep repeating yourself at this point.
Stop talking over me.
I've already heard you say it. Why do you keep saying it again?
Let me finish, and then when you're done, then you can.
You said it already. Why do you have to say it again? That's not a dialogue. That's just an inane repetition.
All
Say
right, then you
one
don't have
last
to
time
respond.
and don't say it again.
All right, I won't. But I'm just responding to what you're saying. You said that it's some law of the universe, like it's logically incoherent if there is no cause. But if it was the case, hypothetically, that things just are accelerated downwards, which like could be a universe in which we live in up until this point, because we haven't talked about mass attracting mass yet. Then if that was just an observation, then there would be no variable that I could attenuate in order to change that. It is sometimes the case that things are just observations, and there are no. I mean, why should it be the case that everything has to have some sort of
watching a
experiment?
movie, being Spider-Man or Superman, but you know exactly that this is fiction. This is basically it. You're imagining things that doesn't exist. It's imagination.
So gravity's my imagination.
Okay, so
things fall is our imagination. Things fall to like the planets and their orbits.
May I reply to me, please? Can I do that?
Yeah, imagination.
Who is that? Who is that, man? They just have no sense of discernment. So, what if it is the case? Look, that's just a hypothetical. If it was the case, then it would be the case. It isn't the case, so there's no point in talking about it. It's a moot point. It has no logical relevance, no consequential relevance, no relevance in any sense to what we're trying to know, which is the cause of the phenomenon. Okay? It is an effect. Right? This is a contingent event.
You want to know what causes
it's contingent upon something else to initiate it, to make it begin. The instance of things falling. Okay?
You want to
so
know
that
what
necessarily
gravity?
implies and indicates there was a cause. So what's causing the things to fall? That's the question. Then someone supposes a hypothesis, a supposed
Gravity.
cause, the supposed effect.
No,
And
there
then
is no
you do the
gravity.
hypothesis test.
By density, every element seeks its equilibrium, meaning you don't, unless you force the element to move in a certain direction, you have a different outcome then. It doesn't Look at the way you're imagining.
Okay, I'll wait.
Jordan Peterson, please have me. Please have me, Jordan Peterson. Jordan B. Peterson, please have me. I've been texting you forever, and we've been asking you forever.
That is a user named S. Can we handle it, please?
Somebody mute that guy.
Please.
But so
Excuse me, bro.
He's right next to Ripcord. Okay.
Okay. So, but up until this point, I haven't mentioned mass attracting mass, and so it's not even hypothetical.
I haven't mentioned mass attracting mass yet in what I just said either.
Okay. But what you are suggesting is that there must be some cause. Could you provide some logic as to why that must be the case one more time?
I just said it.
Because things must have started. Something must have started the thing from falling.
That's not what I said to you.
Oh,
I didn't just say a tautology. What I said to you, I'll say it again. It's a contingent event. It's an event that began. That which begins has a cause to it. So it must have a cause.
The acceleration downwards, the field of acceleration doesn't have to have a beginning. It doesn't have to have a.
That's a red herring. It's a red herring. You don't observe field of acceleration. You observe material things accelerating. You see the ball accelerating. You see the car accelerating. You see the apple falling off the tree accelerating, etc., etc.
Right, but the thing accelerating is kind of independent from what's causing it to accelerate down.
No, it's not.
I know, but if I pick up a pencil, then it starts accelerating.
So if you know why you're trying to argue that there is no cause.
I'm talking about the cause of the acceleration, not the cause of it dropping. That's two distinct things. Like the cause of my pencil dropping.
Dude. There's a distinction without a difference. So why even fucking bother?
Well, there is a
I don't think this guy's just a dumbass. I don't even know why you're conversing with this guy. He's an idiot.
Wait, could you please, Rascal, please don't interrupt.
I mean, as true as that may be, just don't say it out loud.
Well, what I'm saying is, like in the mass attracting mass example, and I'm just using this as a case in point. The cause would be the mass, right? But me picking up a pencil and dropping it, that initiates that contingent event. But in terms of the actual acceleration downwards, the causes would be the mass, right? But it could be any number of things, or it could have no cause. It could literally just be a law of the universe.
That's not possible. Stop saying it. You have no argument for it.
Okay, well then what's
You just keep saying it over and over again. I've already refuted it deductively.
Okay, so what's the cause of two electrons repelling each other then, in your words? What's the cause?
I don't know about that, but if it's a contingent entity, be it the existence of matter or an event, it had a cause.
Wait. Oh wait, is this some argument that goes back to like
that's not true. There are brute contingencies. They're brute contingencies.
You want to go down some like deontological argument about God, like everything having a start? Because that's not necessary. Like I don't know if you are doing that.
You're making inferences. What are you doing?
Okay, no, never mind. So you're not doing that. So okay, so what is the electrons contingent on? You said it's contingent.
I just told you I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know, but you say it has to be contingent on something. Why is that? One more time.
Yeah, there's two different premises. What is so difficult? Premise one, or idea number one, this is the cause. Idea number two, there is a cause. What's the problem?
Okay, so yeah, I guess what I'm talking about is premise two. Why couldn't it just be the case that from the beginning of the universe, for infinite time in history, the universe is infinitely old and electrons have just always repelled each other, or gravity has always.
So either you're going to do one of two things. See, that's what's in the back of your head. You have this entire asinine metaphysic where impossibilities are possible. You have one of two options. Either you're going to appeal to an eternal, unmoved mover, right? An eternal, I'll say it is, initiator of causation, or you're going to appeal to an infinite regression of events, which is an infinite regression fallacy that implies that there is no beginning, and if there is no beginning, there is no subsequent, which includes the present. And if there is no subsequent, including the present, I'm going to talk to the interruption. Okay. I'm going to keep talking to the interruption until the censure of that interruption. There's no reason for someone to be talking right now. If You go with an infinite series of events stretching back into the past. That is an infinite progression fallacy, necessarily implying there's no beginning. If there's no beginning, that necessarily implies there's no subsequent, including the present. If there's no subsequent, including the present, that includes us and everything that is real right now. And so therefore there would be nothing. But there is something, so that's a patently false implication of that premise. That which implies false, it is false. So, and then after that, you have the last option where you say the absurdity, where something came from nothing, which is impossible.
And so you're linking all of this to the fact that there must be some sort of experiment where you can manipulate a variable to attenuate the observation, but necessarily not. So that is what we're talking about.
Well, it's related. It's related, but I didn't say that as a supporting set of premises for that issue. That's a different issue.
Well, that's what I mean. I think you could have a universe where it's a really basic universe. It's just a white room, and there's this acceleration downwards due to gravity. That could have existed forever. Furthermore, it could have just been a white room for all eternity, or even, and then it just all of a sudden things started falling down, and there's no experiment you could do. That's a perfectly acceptable universe. I mean, if
So
this
you
flat
say,
Earth,
but it's not actually sufficient, right? Just whiteness, right? Whiteness doesn't have causal power. It's an abstract entity.
and I mean, the original definition of gravity was just that things get pulled downwards, and even if you can't think of an experiment to do to change to attenuate that, so there's no independent variable, you can still, and this is my point, as a matter of science, as an observation, you can label that thing being pulled down. Maybe I'll tell you what, maybe you even are right that there has to be some sort of experiment you can do. But if you can't come up with that experiment right now,
An experiment to know what the cause is, just to get the.
Let me finish.
Hang on. You're confusing things. Just stop.
Okay.
You're confusing things. Just stop. Experimentation is a hypothesis test. You keep waffling back and forth between two different subjects. I just went through an ontological argument with you. Now you're going back to the hypothesis test issue, experimentation. Okay, so we established the ontological issue first. Now, do you want to talk about the hypothesis test? Is that it?
Yeah, what I want to talk about is, and this is because my whole point all along is that you can name something for an observation, say gravity, of things being pulled down, even if you can't think of any experiment to do where you can attenuate gravity with a variable. That's still a thing. In fact, that was the definition of gravity all up until before Isaac Newton. It was literally just the fact that things get pulled downwards, right? There was no experiment you could do, but that nevertheless is a scientific law, an observation called gravity. Things get pulled downwards, and then yes, if you can find some way to manipulate it, like control mass, you can do the Cavendish experiment. You can do all this stuff. But that's
pulled down.
What?
That's an instance of causation. So how do you know things are pulled down and what is doing the pulling?
Well, that's just an observation of things having weight that are being pulled down.
Okay, so then now you're equivocating. Things falling doesn't necessarily equal pulling down.
Oh, attracted down. However you want to describe gravity.
That's pull. It's another way of saying pull.
Things seem to be. It could be a pseudo force. In which case, there's no.
Okay, that's a non-cause.
You guys maybe think we've
cause
strayed a little bit
so-called.
from the central subject here.
But that he got us over here. I mean, the reason
Pointing fingers at anyone, I'm just
here.
asking.
Look. Let me make it make sense. The reason we're here is because he wasn't really trying to affirm matter attracting matter or bendy space-time. He was trying to argue that you could just have this event without a cause, but I already refuted that.
You must have me confused with someone who asked how we got here. I just said, why are we here?
Well, by cause, I'm not saying
that's the answer to your question.
I'm not saying there's no mechanism that might be causing it. I'm saying there's no variable you could possibly. There's no independent variable for an experiment. It's literally all that you don't know one.
Okay, so then you can't know. Okay, given what you just said, then you cannot know what the supposed cause is, and to matter.
Well, first of all, things can have multiple causes. In fact, so there could be multiple experiments that can control stuff.
But why are you whistling past what I just said? Given your own premises, you just said I cannot manipulate the independent variable, so you cannot perform the hypothesis test. So then you cannot know the hypothesis is true and to matter.
I'm not talking about mass attracting mass right now. Is that
I
what you
didn't say mass attracting mass.
Oh,
You
right.
just said I cannot manipulate the independent variable, wherever the supposed independent variable is. So then you cannot perform the hypothesis test. Therefore, you cannot know the hypothesis is true. End of matter.
Oh, I don't have a hypothesis. I literally,
Okay.
it's
So you
just
don't
a
have
law.
you don't have the hypothesis to test. So you don't know have a proposition to affirm to be true to test.
There's no hypothesis in a law. A
Well,
law.
I know you just said that. So you don't
Yeah.
have a hypothesis to test. There's nothing for us to
No.
know right now.
Well, there is something to know, which is that as a law, it's things get attracted downwards. That's a
Attracted by what?
Things get
Are we going to repeat
pulled
the circle
downwards.
again? This is annoying.
Things have weight. Things have weight. You don't need to be attracted to anything. Like, it's literally just
Okay, so then it's not attraction then. If you say it's attraction, that's a pull. That's something pulling something else.
Fine. Call it well, attracted to the ground. The ground seems to be the direction it's heading. So.
Well, the ground obviously isn't the cause, not in contact with it. So you don't know what the cause is. You don't know. End of matter.
Why do you keep saying the cause? Isn't there multiple? There could be multiple experiments.
You don't know what the cause is. You don't know what the cause is. Cause, plural or singular. You don't know what the cause or causes are. End of matter.
Yeah, I don't. I'm just talking about the phenomena, not no mention of any of the.
I know. Yeah. You didn't need to repeat that. I know.
All
so
right.
end of matter. You don't know. How many times do we keep
Okay,
concluding?
all right. So
you
then
don't know. You don't know.
I agree. So then I think we agree with each other. That's a perfectly fine definition of gravity. Right?
Okay, so then it's just merely a moniker for an observation which you don't know the cause for. Okay, end of matter.
Yes. All right. I think so. Yeah, we agree with each other. All right. Yes.
Next person.
Yeah. And then after this, you can start adding things like mass attracts mass, curvature of space-time. But I just wanted to talk about before any of that. You don't need any of that. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right. Next person.
Yeah. So wait, Gregory. Sorry if I wasn't following you too well. I'm kind of tired, so maybe that.
It happens. It'd be like that sometimes.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite phrases.
It
really is. It's like saying it is what it is.
Okay.
What a deal.
Okay, quick. You might have to go back a little bit if anybody is interested. I put up a video where they were demonstrating gas inside of a fish tank type container where the gas was a heavy gas that would sink to the bottom of the container. They then put a tinfoil another box inside of it, which then floated inside of that container that had the heavy gas. The girl demonstrates that the gas is affected by gravity being pulled down. I don't care what the cause or effect is. It was pulled down by gravity, and you guys, hang on, let me get to my point. It was affected by gravity. That means it was pulled down. I don't care what, how gravity's caused or what makes it happen. It was pulled down. What you keep asking for is a gas without a container. Guess what? It was demonstrated there because the gas was pulled down, and gas is pulled down
Okay, so you're
towards
just
the
gonna
Earth
belligerently
in
delay
this
your words
demonstration, and we
be
have a
hasty.
gradient.
Right, like be courteous to the room. You're in a
No,
group chat,
I
not a soapbox.
No, I just spent a good 15 minutes listening to rambling. I just wanted to get that out.
No,
Okay.
it wasn't rambling. Your inability or failure to understand what was said is not indicative of what I was saying being intelligible. If you don't have the acumen to engage in this dialogue, then just be quiet.
Yeah, there's a container in the video, by the way, bro. And what you're demonstrating here is specific gravity.
A container without a top, dude.
So you filled
You
up
also
the
have
container
failed to
with
define gravity, so it's just a fallacy of ambiguity so far. And if you don't care to know what the cause is, then you don't know what the cause is. So you're appealing to ignorance, so you don't know.
Yeah. Was there a vacuum above it? Was like there no medium above it? Yeah. Or very, 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 super low pressurized system? above it?
The air was being pulled down towards the bottom
the
of
air.
the
It was
container.
air.
Therefore, the heavy gas, by the way, they demonstrated with a heavier gas than regular air. Okay?
Yeah.
Being affected by gravity.
Is there
You
a lot
guys
of
keep
air
asking
there?
for it, and there it
Is there a
is,
lot of
folks.
air there?
Guardian,
a
you're
lot
going
of
to keep
air
repeating yourself after we critique you every time? Because if you are, there's no need to engage you. Either you identify the cause and give an argument to how you know the cause is the supposed cause of the cause, or you don't. And if you don't, then you don't know. It's very simple.
Everybody keeps asking for a demonstration of gas without a container.
And that's
this
not it.
There's no top on it, dude. If what you
So?
say about gas just goes everywhere in all directions,
It does. Dude.
Then it
How long
did
did you
in that
sit there and watch it?
demonstration.
How long did you sit there and watch
That would
that
include
boat for? How long did you sit there and watch the boat for? A day? 2 days? 3 days? Did it stay floating? Or did it eventually sink?
Wait, did you even observe enough data to make an inference? Is T-Dub's question.
Well,
was
the
gonna say
problem
that
is
the
we all
container-
know that different gases have different effects, yeah, and some gases will settle at a lower level, and some gases won't. Some gases will be higher, but we live in a dynamic system that has temperature variances, different wind currents, and different things occurring. So you're
Sorry, I got
also
timed out or something
forgetting.
weird happened for a moment. I'm sorry, guys.
It could be me.
Yeah,
I
to
could be
appeal
right.
to entertainment dry eyes is just a red herring. That's obviously not how the freaking atmosphere behaves so that we don't suffocate to death.
We're asking for gas pressure, not just gas.
Yeah, and that's a lab setting. You have a container, and then it's in a building that is a container itself as well. So if you put this gas in outside, it's not gonna show what you're trying to show. And even on that container, it's gonna dissipate anyways.
Add some temperature to that container and see what occurs.
Exactly. Yep.
That gas is diffusing constantly, and maybe at a slower rate. Maybe it's got, they took the lid off, and suddenly it's exposed to an already pressurized system, right? Where there's other gases above it, moving in all directions, pressing down on the surface of that new body of gas, right? But over time, it will find gaps to pass through, right? And it will eventually diffuse. It's not going to just stay there like you imagine it does because you watched a boat float on it for 10 minutes.
He thinks that because it's a fish tank, he's gonna come back tomorrow. Like the fish are gonna be there, and he's gonna add food to it. No.
Wow, you peeps,
it's not
you
gonna be
just
there.
don't seem to listen.
No,
It's a
just think
demonstration
about it
of
logically.
air being affected by gravity. Am I wrong
You're going to
about
repeat
that?
yourself again. So why do we have to be bothered with you repeating yourself over and over again without any argumentation?
But it's
Just
just
listen
that
past every critique said to you.
That's not.
So I'm
what
going to
he
irritate you now. So you
the
go ahead, repeat yourself.
He said it was gas in a container at the start. We were after gas pressure. There was no mention of gravity,
Thank
my
you.
friend.
Because you're not demonstrating gravity, you're demonstrating relative density once again.
That the gravity you have yet to define, and that you don't even care by your own words. You said you don't even care to ascertain the cause. So you're literally appealing to ignorance. You're being ignorantly belligerent. Stop.
Well, what's your cause for it?
What did they just tell you? Hard
What's
ass.
your cause for it, my friend? If
What did they
you're
just
the
tell
one
you?
questioning me,
What did they
and you
just
have,
tell you?
if
Hard
I
head
don't
ass.
have a cause, do you have a cause?
Stupid ass, hard head ass, don't want to listen to nothing being said to you as you pretend to act like you want to engage in dialogue. What did Flatsy Klein, what did Larry, what did they just say to you concerning your little demonstration?
They want gas pressure without a container.
That's not what they just said to you, you fool.
Well, that's what I heard 3 times.
Yeah, you're hearing selectively with your poor ass hearing. It's ridiculous. Sitting up here shouting like you know what the fuck you talking about.
Okay, then tell me, what did they say? Because repeat it. Maybe I missed it. Maybe I wasn't completely paying attention.
Density. Density. She said density.
Yeah, relative density is the only thing that you're demonstrating again. And yeah, like you said, we're asking for gas pressure without a container, not just gas, because dense gas can, you know, go to the bottom of a container if you manipulate the conditions.
Okay.
And also, that's
Not
isn't
going to
that like an
repeat it.
ideal?
I'm
Isn't
not.
that like an ideal gas? It's just is that an is one gas, right? Is that an ideal gas? Is flat sea? Is that what you call an ideal gas? No, is it?
I think that the ideal gas laws will only, which they are just a simplified way of explaining gas behavior. Not that gas is always ideal, but it still is going to behave the same way across the board.
Okay, what's gas pressure at 10,000 feet up?
Jump up and tell us, mate.
I haven't taken a barometer at that height and tested it.
The point is, it's way less than it is on the surface. Am I wrong?
It's just there's differentials in temperature causes it to have those differentials.
Can you model that? Can you model that for us?
I mean, I'm
Hey,
sure it's modeled.
So, what do you think is going to happen to that?
I mean, because a lot of you guys always
say
that low pressure moves to, or high pressure moves to low pressure.
As per the law of entropy, that is an absolute fact.
So that
High
gas
pressure
in the
always
tank.
Unless you can demonstrate a force that's acting upon it and bringing it down. I demonstrated a force that was bringing it down, but nobody wants to pay attention to that.
No, you didn't, dude.
You think you're the best? The first one that brings this up. You think you're the first one that brings this up? You think we've never seen this before, dude?
You claimed a
you brought
force
something new here.
that's a not actual force. Yeah, you claimed, without any evidence, gravity was the force. Now, in your own paradigm, gravity is not a force. It is a bending and warping of space-time. So no, you haven't done anything. Like Flutsy said, you've shown us a buoyancy and density relationship. You don't have gas pressure without the containment. And you don't have what you call to be gravity acting as a force as the container. And our atmosphere is considered an ideal gas, as Flatsy stated. And an ideal gas has no attractive forces. It only has elastic collisions with itself, solid
Then where's your
objects,
container?
for the walls of its container.
Yeah, where's
And
your
you were
container?
talking
Then
about
because
a density
why isn't it all to the
gradient.
ceiling of whatever your container is then?
And then you
Why
start
doesn't
talking about pressure. Hang on.
isn't it
Then you
pressure
start
gradient?
talking about a pressure gradient, right? A pressure gradient requires pressure. The antecedent to pressure is containment, right? So you can't have your pressure gradient without containment in the first instance.
There's 14 psi around you at this very moment.
That you would not have if it was not a contained system because of entropy.
And if you go higher, the gas pressure will be less.
Correct, because it's a gradient, a pressure. What is the antecedent to pressure? What is the antecedent relationship? Gas particles pressing upon the walls of their container. Something
And
you
so-
don't have.
And so does water when you jump into the pool and you could be able to dive 200 meters. Guess what? Your pressure would be so high you wouldn't be able to breathe at all. So there's that. It's just the same
I
density.
guarantee you,
Right.
I guarantee you, if the pressure on the inside of a container filled with SF6, right, sulfur hexafluoride, right, is greater than the pressure on the outside, and you open a valve or take the lid off, it's going to rush out and fill the volume. It's going to equalize with the surrounding
Yeah,
ambient
no shit,
pressure.
because it's a pressure gradient that is forced upon the container.
Right. You're not going to
Paul.
take the lid off and still be able to measure the same pressure that was there before you took the lid off.
Exactly.
The point is, it was demonstrating that you keep saying you want to see a force that could bring air down. Am I wrong?
You don't have a force and you keep repeating the same garbage. Gravity is not a force in your paradigm. So to just claim that gravity is holding these gases in, causing pressure, is just absolute garbage.
It's not the only force, by the way, that I do claim, and that is you can also demonstrate it with an electromagnetic
It's not
force.
about your claims, dude. You can claim gravity's a force all day. It is not the current paradigm. Yeah, it's not the current belief system. So gravity is not a force, according to Einstein. And you just seem to keep ignoring that very simple fact to try and win your point.
So, again, you've not explained the gradient and what causes it. Which I do have an explanation for, which is because
Temperature is what causes the pressure gradient.
It's within the
the pressure gradient is caused by temperature. There's way less air because of temperature in space. Am I wrong?
Not only that, you have to understand that the gas is produced down here at ground level. So down here where all the gas is made, there's higher pressure. We also have cycles. Gas goes up, comes back down as rain. That's the hydrological cycle, for example. But if you're asking why there's a pressure gradient, there isn't just a pressure gradient vertically. There's a pressure gradient horizontally away from the equator with latitudes towards the north and the south. This is caused by interspersant heat from the sun, which is radiated from the surface of the Earth. In your model, PV equals nRT, which is the ideal gas formula. T stands for temperature. You have a gas pressure gradient when you vary and manipulate the temperature within the system. If you keep the temperature constant, though, obviously the pressure will increase all throughout the system. But we live within a dynamic system. It gets hot, it gets cold, day, night cycles, seasonal cycles. It's really simple, dude.
I just love that you guys want to live in the imaginary world.
It's not imaginary. This is your model. This is your model for why we.
No. I the one that you keep saying is the flat plane that does not exist, that can be demonstrated by a horizon in reality, but you just don't want to ever see it because you don't want to see the horizon.
Brother, if
because
you
you don't want to see the actual
listen, if you want to believe in the globe, have at it. But you're trying to evangelize the globe to a bunch of flat earthers. Come on, man.
Hey,
And the horizon.
There's another
say we ignore the horizon. That's absolute bullshit, yeah? We use the horizon as evidence that the Earth is not curving. Just like I heard Jedi speaking to you earlier about the horizontal plane that's 90 degrees from perpendicular, the horizon, the horizontal line.
Oh, and fun fact,
Pull the cotton wool out of your ears, bud.
horizons. If you're above the clouds, guess what? The clouds determine the next coming together to the heaven. So you don't have any trees or mountains being obstructed. Okay, I mean, mountains at some point, but the percentage is less than 1%.
I'm really sorry, and I do mean this sincerely. I did not understand what you said.
I said we have two horizons, basically. One which begins at sea level which we usually use as an example. And two, it's above the clouds when you go with an airplane, for example, and observe the cloud mountains, or the clouds in general, which then form the horizon if there are enough clouds around you, which meets then the heaven which you can observe.
You know what's kind of funny?
It's same the phenomenon.
You know what's funny? I've climbed mountains before, and I've actually seen clouds from eye level. Because I've climbed Katahdin. I don't have any pictures of it because,
Yeah,
sorry.
of course there are differences. You know, but in the general sense, it's of course it's not the best example, but it is a good example in terms of observing something in the distance, which then conforms the elements of the cloud which converge in one level, which otherwise others would argue that, oh, the sea is waving and the moving sea then would not actually form a coherent horizon, you know?
Well, what
Just
happened to water forming a level plane?
yes, so does the pressure which has been formed above the clouds, depending on how much water is gathering right now and the difference in pressure, you know. Of course, it could have a mountain of a cloud in front of you, which when would be either low pressure or high pressure, depending on your ground level, which you can't observe basically. But if you could, this would be the reason why you have the mountain of cloud above you, because there's so much water gathering right now that it actually takes a while in order to fall down again.
Can I ask a question unrelated to whatever pissing match is happening at the moment?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
So is this like the new server or something? I've been on voice in the 24/7 Flat Earth a couple times, but I see many familiar faces here. What did I miss? I've been away a little while. You guys might remember me.
No,
I
I
remember.
don't remember you, dude.
I remember you.
Thanks, Flatsy.
Yeah, I guess we kind of. It's not a new place. It's just like a home away from home. That's still our
Summer
home, sir.
home. Vacation home.
Yeah,
Call it
kind of.
community outreach.
All right, thank you. I'm just
No
curious
worries.
why everyone's
What
here
was
and
your
not
other
there,
name on
you
the
know?
server then, dude?
Sorry?
What was your other, did you go by another name on
No,
the other
same
server?
name.
I
Same
hear.
name.
Yeah, same name.
Okay.
What's the name?
It's just the name, just right there.
You're
I
the.
dot dot dot.
Is that
You're the.
RITETHEIR?
He's the astronomer, right? Aren't you?
Ita.
Like, or going? Are you going to school for that? I don't know, something like that along those lines, because we were talking about how many. This is the guy that I had the conversation with about the 6 to 9 pixels that he observes, and then it's
Oh,
exoplanet. He's the exoplanet guy.
I remember.
It was 9 pixels, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, it's a 3x3 square, so yeah.
I remember now.
So we have an astronomer in here?
I'm just here to listen tonight. I just wanted to ask why everyone was here.
Fool the Globers, they're learning that gravity's not a force. According to Einstein. They're learning the hard way.
I don't even know if they're learning from what I'm seeing.
Kicking and screaming, mate.
Yeah.
Gravity is, yes, an effect caused by mass.
How?
The bendy, warpy spacing of time. We agree to that. But guess what? Also bendy, warpy, spacey time. Also the little tiny molecules.
Okay. Is
Can you describe
space
spelling
time?
and what spacing of time?
That's just a
for
coordinate
curious.
system. Space-time's just a coordinate system that you bend and warp because you tell your maths that you can bend and warp it with math. what it is. I mean, I'm glad you said bendy space-time and stuff, at least that is the current scientific rhetoric. To suggest that mass attracts mass arbitrary just because its mass is stupid. At least you've got something that's causing this to happen between the two masses. But that's just a coordinate system. It's a reification of not actual things.
Yeah, I'm just curious because it's named weird, you know? It just doesn't fit the actual thing that is happening or being observed.
Well,
Just
isn't that what
curious.
Newton demonstrated, though, at least, when he did his experiments and showed that, you know, if you shoot a cannonball and if you do it at a fast enough speed, it will just keep going off in that direction?
He did an experiment, or was that a thought experiment?
Well, thought experiment. I'm sorry.
So not an experiment.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I did leave out the word, and I'm sorry about that. You're right.
No, it's okay. I'm not trying to trip you up.
But the math showed that if the way we see gravity work, if you shut it off at a high enough speed, it would leave the orbit and start orbiting the Earth instead of hitting the ground. If you could maintain that speed.
Okay, so not bending and warping the space-time. You mentioned Newton. So that's mass attraction.
Well, Newton basically did not believe, he didn't know what was causing gravity. Again, it goes back to, he just knew what it, he's like, okay, this is what I observed, this is what I would expect to happen because of what I observed. This is how I would
What did he observe?
overcome that. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
What did he observe?
Things falling towards the Earth, and if you shot something out, he saw that it could go X distance, if it kept going off an X distance and at enough speed, it could continue in a full, and I know you guys don't believe in the globe, but it could continue in a full orbit of the globe.
That's a lovely thought experiment. If all of those things were true.
Anyway, is there anybody else that wants to speak? I'm just wondering if anybody's got an argument for globe or showing of a flat plane or anything tonight. Like, is there an edge that somebody's finally seen?
Not me, mate.
That geometric horizon,
I've not been able to see the edge.
hasn't been found yet. So we're missing the globe Earth edge.
Well, you're missing the edge,
it
at least.
has been found, but we do not know if the actual information is being present to us, you know, and this is the answer, and it's basically no.
Okay, so nobody's seen an edge yet. Okay, good. I just
Yeah,
checking.
the globe Earth has a missing edge.
No, the definitely the flat Earth would have a missing edge because.
Well, we're not claiming one. You guys are. That's the problem.
Listen, if there would no edge, then we would to the fullest agree with your theories, you know. But since the way the elements behave, which we observe, it is not, you know, out of the way to assume that it is actually the case that it is a confined system which we live in.
By
Have a dig at us for not having an edge. Show us the curve, my friend. Wait for it.
I know. I'm just. You guys say, "Show me the curve," and I say, "Show me the edge."
Well, you can fly around your imaginary ball and go and look for the curve, or you can fly down and have a look at the edge. Either way, you'll win for all of us.
Man, some days I just wish I had an infinite.
Don't claim an edge. There's not some edge where you can look over and fall off of or something. That's absurd.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get at. Though, if there's no edge, what do you suspect
Container.
lies at the of what we know?
Container.
Nobody knows, but yeah, container.
Well, actually, to be precise, what we are contributing to and believe in is when we read in the Bible what God has said, that He created the firmament. This is one of many reasons we believe that there is a container, but it depends on the people who have different point of views and being different kinds of religions usually, or do not believe at all, who then they believe only in science, what people have conveyed to them,
Would it surprise you to believe that I'm a Christian and still believe in a globe?
Yeah, well, then I would say read again and read Enoch, for example.
It doesn't surprise me, and congratulations on being a Christian.
No, I just he started bringing up religions and like I'm sorry, I can, and that's the other thing. I just really so many arguments are made from the point of there was a beginning. We can definitely agree on that there was a beginning to the universe. And that causes have effect. I agree with the gentleman earlier that causes do have effect. We just don't always know what the cause is but we can still observe effects without knowing a cause.
That's where our natural laws have come from. There are effects in nature that have no known or given cause.
Yes, and those those elements are non-partial. They obey His commandments, what He has conveyed to the elements. Therefore, we can only see what we observe, and how they behave.
By the
it's
way,
different between a living thing that has free will and such, like us.
And I know my brain goes off in 9 different directions sometimes, but I was wondering exactly how does GPS work on a flat plane globe? Or I'm not flat. Wow, a flat plane.
It's easier when there's no curve in the way. I'll tell you that. It's
really.
Yeah, which is a part of a formula which has been put upon a formula, in which the bending of, let's say, Google Earth, when you look at it, takes place then.
Don't you think it would be harder on a globe because there's curvature in the way? Like, just think about it logically. You have this massive object in the way, right? But if everything's flat and there's nothing obstructing it, just logically it makes sense. It would be easier. You know what I mean? Like, just think.
Okay. This goes to my bendy spacey time thing. Imagine an object going in a straight line. Okay. Now, imagine the bending of space-time so that object it still believes it's going in a straight line, but because space-time is bent, it now goes around another object.
So you're saying there's this concept called space-time, and
yes.
So where do you witness space-time in physical reality?
Nothing that I can actually show you today, or with my current means, I should say, even.
But do you believe that it's a
escape
concept?
to the
It's an
future.
idea. It's an idea, right?
It's not even escape to the future. It's escape. My budget is not that high. I don't
Escape
have
the poverty
government.
fallacy.
How about this? Do you believe that ideas are real? True or false?
Oh, I believe ideas are real. Like
Why?
that. Okay. Well, let me put it this way. I believe in a. Hang on, my brain just farted and can't remember a certain term, so give me a bit.
Oh my.
Let me rephrase. I'll rephrase the question. Do you believe that imaginary ideas are physically real? How about that? True or false?
Okay, not physically real. No.
Okay,
But I believe ideas can be objective. You can have objective. There's the word I was looking for. Objective morality, without.
Yeah, it's also an idea. Yeah, I agree. I know what you mean, but yeah, it's an idea as well. It's not, but it's not physically real. That's what I mean. There's no space-time. That's if I say there is no space-time, it's all based on assumptions. It's a religion. That's what I mean. It's not physically real. It's just a belief system, just like a religion.
I say that if you had the right tools, you could probably show that space-time is a real thing, but it would take a decent amount of resources.
Do you know anyone who's done it in the past? Just put. How about this? Whoever told you that they've done it and they have demonstrated it, just post whatever they did in the chat and we'll take a look. We'll see if it's actually real. Just post whoever told you it was real. Just ask them, can you show me the physical evidence, and then just copy paste that in the chat and we'll take a look.
That's a lot of research and a lot of time, man, but I could do that and probably come back in 2 to 3 days and get you, but we both probably end up missing each other.
But but do you know why I'm asking? You know why I'm asking?
Oh, I know why you're asking. I get it.
Okay. Okay.
Don't get me wrong. I would love to have every piece of information anybody asks for me at the snap of my fingers, but it doesn't always happen that way.
No, it's all right. It's all right.
That's why I also asked if anybody wanted to put out some claim or something.
When I say real, I mean like my hand in front of me, like I can sense. I can use my senses to detect its existence, like that. That's what I
get it.
Real. Yeah, that's why I don't believe in space-time or any of that.
It's not made of baryonic matter, meaning matter from the periodic table.
By the way, hey, Larry.
Yep.
How goes it tonight, man? You've been having a decent night?
Yeah, man, just going over some things.
I really should be able to enjoy the silence sometimes, but sometimes it's unnerving.
Actually had a good day. I was live on a YouTuber that I follow's channel by coincidence, so it was actually a pretty good day.
No, you're queued up.
I expected a lot more views than that. That's actually pretty low. I guess people clicked on it and saw there was no debate.
Sorry, did I miss some? I'm probably not paying attention to chat. Give me a sec.
It's okay. Yeah, it'll probably get deleted anyway.
Oh yes, that very long post. I really need to go through that. By the way, I think we were speaking about two different things when I was saying it's a force. Because there's like four basic fundamental forces in the universe. Gravity is the weakest among the four.
So you're a fundamentalist then?
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by gravity, though? Like, like.
Okay, so there's the electromagnetic force. There's the strong and weak forces, and there's gravity.
Do you believe that? How about this? When you say gravity, are you what do you, can you define what you mean? Are you talking about space-time bending, or are you talking about mass, or what?
Space-time bending is the demonstrates the force of gravity. It's hard to basically, like I said, when you're looking at quantum physics and the just regular physics, there's four fundamental forces. There's, like I said, the strong and weak, which are your nuclear forces, which are dealing with atoms and that, and then there's the electromagnetic force, which is your light, your electricity, that type of those forces. And then there's gravity, which is the weakest of the four forces, because you can demonstrate actually the electromagnetic force actually being stronger than gravity, because you, with magnets, basically you can see it pulling up a magnet from the ground without having to ever touch it.
Google doesn't explain it very well, does it?
No, it doesn't, but I'm not reading from Google.
It doesn't sound like it.
No, I know it doesn't.
So wait, you're saying that space-time... Okay, hold on. When you say there's four fundamental forces and gravity is one of them, and then you said space-time bending is gravity, or causes the force of gravity, is that what you said?
It's hard to explain it because, like I said, I'm not really one that, has gone and done the studying and understanding for this particular field, and I'm just pulling most of my understanding from what I've learned from particular documentaries and videos and such that I've watched before, but I know that there's within science we believe in like 4 fundamental forces in the universe, and that it goes actually if you want to go back to like the creation myth of quote unquote, which is the Big Bang. They believe that those 4 forces were actually one force at the beginning, and they broke down into the 4 forces that we now observe in current modern day this time.
I think we can observe something moving down toward the surface, but if you say that's space-time bending, that would be a religious fundamentalist belief. Like we can see something fall or rise like gas, or fall like a rock, but as soon as you start talking about, oh, what's causing it, space-time bendy, force, whatever, that's, you're getting into like, all of that is an assumption. None of that has actually been, it's just beliefs, man. At that point, it's just religion. That's why when I say spinning ball space monkey religion, that's what I mean. Like, it's just,
I didn't know they were fundamentalists till just now. They always ask you, don't they? Don't you believe in gravity? I mean, don't Christians say that? Like, don't you believe Jesus is the Messiah?
Not really. It's not. I mean, you can actually observe gravity working. Like I said, Newton didn't know what actually caused gravity. He just knew it as something that could be demonstrated and how it worked.
Okay, so you observe an object falling, and where do you observe the space-time? Because when you say gravity, I think you're trying to, I don't know if you agree with this, but it sounds like you're saying object fall equal bendy space-time, but that's not the same observation. You're not observing space-time bending.
Okay. Let me put it this way. Imagine a 3-dimensional grid in your head.
Okay.
Now, that 3-dimensional grid, imagine being infinitely down to the Planck length in your mind. Now, draw a line in that space, 3-dimensional space. Now, imagine just twisting it just a little bit, and you'll see. Do you get what I'm picturing or trying to make you picture?
You're twisting the 3-dimensional
The 3-dimensional grid, you're just twisting it a little bit, but your line also ends up twisting with it.
Okay, but you said you observed this, right?
We observe it in the effects such as gravity, because gravity is just if you, like I said, throw the baseball fast enough, and this is the thought experiments that Isaac Newton thought of, and I barely can understand some of what, because it's, I'm not a Newton. Dang it! Why am I?
You observe the effect. You observe the effect of something. You're observing the effect of what you assume.
Oh yes.
What you assume is this grid being twisted. That's why when I say you're a fan of the spinning ball space monkey religion, the reason why I say the word religion is because you see the effect of something, and then you have this religious belief of something that no one has ever. It's not real. That's why the assumptions are not real, is what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying you're in a religion, basically. That's the argument.
Would you? I'm not saying it's good nor bad, and science is not determined by majority. But you guys would consider that you're in the minority, for the most part, if you're a flat earther.
How do you know that? You got a poll that you want to present?
Well, I could probably pull one up that says it, but have you seen any that say that you're getting towards a majority?
Yeah. If you look at the Google Analytics for Flat Earth, at one time we were #1, and they since changed the Google Analytics to where it doesn't just show like whatever they want it to show, right? Since then, we've been shadow banned because the government literally asked the corporations, like social media corporations, to do something about this flat Earth thing. So they're actually actively suppressing flat earthers, and that's why when you search flat Earth on places like YouTube, you're going to find like a 99-to-1 ratio of anti-flat Earth videos where they strawman the fuck out of us, logical fallacies, stultification, all these other tactics. And on every flat Earth video, you're going to see Wikipedia where it shows that the flat Earth has been scientifically disproven. I would just like to, say, hey, what's the science, right, for geometry? Is there a scientific method that we can use for geometry? I think that's a category error, but it does say that it's an archaic cosmology. And I'm curious, the globe comes from Eratosthenes and Pythagoras. Would that be an archaic cosmology?
Hey, good points. By the way, I totally disagree with those stupid context things they put at the bottom of videos. I really just find them annoying, and most of the time just ignore them. And they put them on the videos that are positive towards the actual, like, most of the ones that Dave does, they put their context thing at the bottom, and I'm like, why put that there? He's on your side, guys. So I totally don't care for them, but yeah, their #1 thing is to link to Wikipedia and show that it's like, oh yes, it's an archaic cosmology that nobody believes or anything anymore. And I'm like, okay, I'm not really sure the majority, like I said, determines what is objective reality.
Anti-flat earthers that come in here like Troll Team 6, they do the same thing, right? You notice how they always interrupt me in the middle of my crescendo? Right when I'm getting to the point of me talking, because I try not to talk unless I have a point, right? Right as I'm approaching the end, that's when they start interrupting, right? So it's just like
I've seen it.
Wikipedia. They try to hijack the
So,
narrative.
mic check.
Go ahead, bro. You're good.
Oh, thanks. I was trying to respond to NW Guardian, but I wasn't coming through, obviously, because he just kept on talking, and I was like, "Hello, hello."
I'm sorry,
No
man.
one
I
could
saw
hear
you
me.
keyed up.
No. It was a glitch. I just wasn't being heard by anybody.
What was it about, gravity or what?
No, I was just going to say that tramp stamp, that that disclaimer about flat Earth is on any video, whether you're a proponent for or against. It's on every video, just about. I think you'll find it on Professor Dave's videos and Dave McKeegan and whoever, Dave Weiss, and so proponents and against, for and against. You'll find it.
Yeah.
But I just looked up like one for Christian Fellowship, right? A live service. It's not. They don't have one for theirs. Like, that's a bit strange, isn't it?
There was
Scientifically,
Sorry, brother. Go ahead
proven
and
that
finish.
that's not true. No, you're right. Go for it.
There was a blacklist Google whistleblower released not that long ago, within the past 5 years or so, and It has a big long list of stuff they don't want popping up on Google results for searches. And flat Earth is on there, conservative views, Christianity, free energy, renewable energy, things that they don't want you to know about. And I always tell people, please go to Project Veritas, find the source of this Google whistleblower, and pay attention to what you're not supposed to see.
Yeah, I like Project Veritas. It's pretty cool. Too bad they pretty much. Well, he went out and made his own company afterward. Anyway, I forget his name right off the top of my head. The name of his new company, though, is a cool acronym. I just can't remember what it was.
I mean, like there is Christian preachers out there, right? Ministers, pastors, whatever, priests. They're standing up at the podium and they're declaring things to be absolute truth and fact, right? About a creator, about creation, and what it should mean to you, right?
Yeah,
They're
being
not
objective.
getting shut down. They're not getting censored. They're not getting deprioritized by algorithms, etc., etc. Where's their scientific proof?
What about Bigfoot? Do a search on that. See if they got, Wikipedia warning people that Bigfoot has been scientifically disproven, even though it's kind of a weird thing to look up. But
Yeah. Also, there's like new species being discovered daily. We don't know everything that exists. That is bizarro. Man, I wish I could have made it into this channel on April 1st just to see what people were trying to punk each other with.
April 1st makes fun of people like me because I think that's the beginning of the new year. So they're saying April Fools as degradation towards me. So I don't participate in April Fools.
Wait, what? Wait, say that again? Why?
April Fools is a tactic to make fun of people like me who thinks that April 1st is the beginning of the year.
Oh.
So you say something stupid to trick people, and then when they fall for it or if they don't, you say April Fools, right? Because the April Fools are the ones that think that the year starts at the beginning of the year because they reject the Pope's authority to initiate new times, is what it's called in the Bible. New laws and new times. So the new times is the Julian calendar. The new laws is they did away with the second commandment: "Thou shalt have no other gods before me, no graven images."
Why did they want to change the calendar?
How many weeks are in a month?
4.
How many months are in a year?
12.
When you multiply those, what number do you get?
48.
48.
How many weeks are in a year?
52.
50.
What, you guys aren't mathing right. What's
I
wrong
know. There's an extra.
Wait, I'm not even. I need like a second to like process what just happened. Wait, how? 12 divided. Sorry. 4
12
times
When the
12.
dog disc wears off, he'll realise that he's missing a couple of weeks and he's getting ripped off at work.
Yeah, or the way you pay rent sometimes, because I really love the places like that want to do by the week thing.
4 times 12 is 48.
And there's
What's the big
52
deal?
weeks in a year.
Oh.
There's a whole extra month somewhere, you know? Like there
There's
should be 13 months.
on the lunar calendar.
Yeah.
Wait, so there's not 48 weeks in a year?
No, it's 52.
That's hilarious. This whole time I didn't even know that. I never looked it up. I think I've heard it in passing, but I've never actually thought about it.
That's lunar months, right?
Correct. 28 days.
12 is 40.
Ask the women; they'll tell you.
Why did they? Because some months are 31 and 30, and then other months are 28, 29. They end at different days, right?
Yeah, 30 and 31 are your average regular months, and February is either 28 or 29, depending if you're in a leap year or not.
But does that really make up an entire, like those tiny adjustments? Do those tiny
Yes, that makes up a whole month, dude.
Wow.
See, what it does is it takes the time that we've been given, the month, right? Moon, right? And it takes it to a solar calendar. So they're sun worshippers. They want to be going to, church on Sunday, right? They want everybody on the solar calendar, and they want Christians to bow down to their statues and statutes, for that matter. But when you look into it, we're not supposed to bow down to the Antichrist, his laws, or his calendar.
So that's why. Okay, so the reason why they wanted to switch it is because they wanted Christians to basically be involved in a calendar year that is centered around the sun, and the sun is like sun worship or something.
Yes,
The Antichrist
and
will... Go ahead.
I was going to say, you'll find that if you look into it and into church history, that the Roman Catholic Church is probably the most evil organization in existence, yeah? And they show it openly, like Crit just said, with their worship of their idols, their statues. The Bible makes clear instructions that you're to pull down your Asherah poles and your groves, okay? And we have the biggest Asherah pole on earth, gifted by Babylon, in the center of St. Peter's Square. So what you'll find is that they were trying to, back in the day, they were trying to rule church and state, and they couldn't do that due to the atheists or the other heathens that worshipped other gods like sun gods, moon gods, all the different gods that they worshipped back then. So what the Catholic Church did, and this is a fact, this is in church history, is they brought that pagan symbolism into the church. So, if we see a statue of Jesus with a sun behind his head, then we have the Christians worshipping Jesus, the Son of God, and we have the pagans worshipping the sun god. And this is how they tried to control church and state. Now, we were led to believe that they didn't succeed, but I believe they surely did. This is where we get the heliocentric model from a Jesuit Catholic priest.
Would anybody like to read? Sorry.
They hide a month as well? I don't
Would anybody like to read the Jesuit oath that I just posted? Only the red part. You don't have to go through the whole thing.
It's kind of no. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I do furthermore promise and declare that I will, when opportunity presents, make and wage relentless war secretly or openly against all heretics, Protestants, and liberals, as I am directed to expatriate them from the face of the earth, and I will spare neither age, sex, or condition, and that I will hang, burn, waste, boil, flay, strangle, and bury alive those infamous heretics, rip up the stomachs and wombs of the women, and crush their infants' heads against the walls in order to annihilate their, an execrable race. That when the same cannot be done openly, I will secretly use the poisonous cup, strangulating cords, the steel of the poignard, or the leaden bullets, regardless of the honor, rank, dignity, or authority of the persons, whatever their condition in life, either in public or in private. So this is the Jesuit oath. Yeah, it's crazy. They are taught to lie. They are taught to infiltrate, which is what they have done. And like I said, the heliocentric model, the worship of the sun, placing the Bible clearly places the earth at the center of God's creation. The scriptures very clearly tell us that the sun, moon, and the stars rotate around the earth. And what we have today is the sun at the center, and everybody is worshipping this sun god.
So
All
they
from
are
the Catholic Church.
It's so interesting.
It's not the
'cause
sun's fault.
It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre for it to hear that, because like the fact that there would have to be a group of people that are they're basically obsessed with the sun, or say, I don't know, they're motivated, and they want everyone to be on their calendar. It's just so weird. Why? To me, it sounds so bizarre. I don't know why. Like, they're obsessed with the sun. I don't know. I'm too new to this concept. I need to get used to it.
Yeah. The problem is that there are people and atheists who don't believe in God or this spiritual world. However, the people that rule over us, they do believe this, and this is what they manipulate.
Posted
You
something
can
else
deny
for
it
you
all
guys.
they.
You don't have
Sorry,
to listen
go for
to
it.
it right away. This is Larry, by the way. Yeah, I posted something else for you guys. Listen to in your free
Sorry.
time. Please continue.
Yeah, unfortunately, you don't have to believe it, but they do, and this is what's used against us. The Bible clearly tells us that our fight is not with flesh and blood, with powers and principalities. It's a spiritual battle.
That word principalities, I believe they used the word tyrant in the Geneva Bible before King James got a hold of it.
Yeah.
Tyrants. Our battles against tyrants.
Imagine if you wanted to. Imagine if it's so hard to conceive of this, because I can understand the shape, deceiving someone by withholding information, or with deceiving what they believe their surroundings are. But then, in addition to those two things, having the motivation and let's say effort to deceive them in terms of their calendar, like time. That's even there's I don't know why. I feel like that would be. I don't know why they would do that, but I understand.
Well, I
what you
feel
mean.
like it's more to do with, well, this would be my belief, yeah. If you don't know where you are, you don't know what you are,
And when
you believe you're insignificant, and we don't even realistically know what year we're in. We're just lost souls, yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean.
This is all to steer us away from the Creator.
So there's no way to track what time, in terms of certain events happening. I guess you could deceive someone by making them not aware of when to prepare something. Maybe that would
Well,
be a reason why.
even with this eclipse coming, yeah, we've got lots of Christians who are claiming that these are certain signs or certain things that are occurring scripturally because of the times. A lot of people go back through the numbers. They try and work out the numbers, the dates, the years to try and predict these times. Now, if you look at the numbers and the dates, yes, they do align with these times. But do we actually know the year we're in and the date that we are actually at?
Right.
Yeah, this is something that they could then play out on us as a ritualistic event, as something else.
Yeah, I always go back to the thing though that nobody knows the date nor the time of his coming, so
that makes sense.
No, but there are numbers that you can work it out, and there are scriptures that tell you that they're. No, you're not going to know the day or the exact time, but there are numbers and there are things that give a description in the scriptures. Yeah.
It says day or hour, but they're talking about the coming of Christ, right? And they're not talking about the Antichrist, the one that comes first, right? We all know
Correct. This is
that the day
big
and
issues.
the hour thing is a separate thing from the tribulation, because the Matthew 24, right after he wraps up telling us when Christ will return in verses 29 through 27, immediately after the tribulation of those days, the Son of Man will come in the clouds and his angels will gather the elect. Right after that is the parable of the fig tree. You want to know when these things are going to happen? Keep an eye on Israel. So read it for yourself.
yeah, it all comes down though to if you're post, mid, or pre.
That's why I said read it for yourself, because if you're post and mid, after you read the man himself saying that immediately after the tribulation, the Son of Man comes in the clouds, if you're still pre-trib after that, I don't know what to tell you. You're arguing with the man himself who told you when he was coming. Matthew 24, verse 29 through 31. But let's get back to the video that I posted. The
That's
Secret
pretty
Covenant.
gnarly. Yeah, that's pretty gnarly, man. I didn't make it all the way through yet, but yeah.
I mean, look at what's going on like today, and that Secret Covenant thing. That's pretty rad.
I think keeping a questioning in mind, by the way, Larry, is a very good tool, at least. And I mean, even if you, like myself, still hold that the Earth is a globe, that, you know, keep a questioning mind about everything, because, I mean, you should not accept everything that's just fed to you. I do get that. You're hot micing, by the way, Larry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, question everything. Think for yourself. Question authority.
Well, I have no concerns of those days anyway. I know what I am and where I'm going, so good. That doesn't really.
Yeah, does hold
all
your
this
head
stuff
high.
they talk about. all these things they talk about doesn't really affect me. Yeah.
Hold your head high, because your redemption is nigh.
They took the calendar too. Why'd they have to take the?
It's prophesied he'll change the laws and the times.
Oh, that was in the Bible as well.
Yeah.
They really did not leave anything out. What didn't? Let's see what did they not corrupt yet? Besides, okay, so they got the calendar. They got the Earth being a globe. What else? What did they not corrupt?
The
I guess newborns, right? So if you have like a newborn baby, that's
yeah,
like
guess what they're trying to tell us to do on the regular to our children? Hmm?
Rip up their wombs.
Oh yeah,
Right there in the Jesuit oath. Come on.
Maybe that is the solution, actually, because not that, but I mean the opposite of that is the solution. In other words, like a newborn baby is not that person has never heard or been exposed to any of the lies, right? They haven't been lied to yet. So I guess the strategy would be like, you have a bunch of people that are not they're not exposed to lies, but I don't know. See, the thing is, how would you you can't really insulate them without, you can't really insulate people. After a while, they're going to figure out.
Well, I educate all my children from what I know to be true. They definitely don't fit into with the kids their age, yeah.
But that's only in terms of the globe, right? Not in terms of
No, many different things, not just the globe.
Okay.
You know, they're taught there's no absolutes, that you can't know anything, you can't. All types of different things just about the society that we live in, basically, and they see it for what it is. But then others their age don't. Yeah, they're probably a lot more mature and don't want to hang out with those types of people anyway. Yeah. But I think the answer is that yes, we can't leave schooling up to our governments. That's our responsibility as parents to teach our children, to bring them up, to school them. And,
yeah, that's true.
That would help the situation, yeah. Regardless of what you believe, I think we all know that the school's there for a certain narrative. It's definitely not to teach them how to think outside the box, or it just teaches them to be a cog in the wheel.
I think they usually send them there because of money, financial issues, right? Is it, unless, I don't know. I don't know what they do.
Well, again,
yeah,
they've done this on purpose, haven't they? They've destroyed the family unit. They have made sure that the wife has to pretty much go to work because it's very hard to survive with a family on a single income today. They're just flipping everything on its head. And the whole point is to indoctrinate the children. They're the next generation. They don't want them with the older people learning from their grandparents, great-grandparents. They don't want them learning from their parents. They call that child abuse now. They want to take over the schooling. They want to indoctrinate and teach what they want for their agenda.
Means necessary.
I'm still surprised that they actually. I'm still surprised that they actually wanted to take the calendar, like lying about the globe. And I mean, to be fair, they can lie about anything, but like that that's so, to me, I don't know, that hasn't hit me yet. I need to I need to get over this.
I think that feeling that you're feeling right now is called muffin top.
It's just weird to me. It's bizarre.
Right?
Like, why would they? I get it. It's just crazy. They wanted their paradigm to be true so bad that they not only did they lie about where we are, but they also said, "Oh, guess what? Your calendar is also not the right." That's like they just can't stop. It's like obsessive compulsive. They just like can't stop. What else haven't they corrupted besides newborn? I wonder what else.
Well, that's the question, right? What have they not gotten to, right? Because Every time people get self-sufficient and move out and take some land, like here comes the government and the lawyers, and they want to make all these like laws and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like Animal Farm, right? And then every time they get away again, well, they had to put us on this globe so we would stop expanding. Because if we kept expanding, then the lawyers would have to keep moving, resettle the land, retake over, and it's hard to take over when free men get on the land and when they're undomesticated and unindoctrinated. They're really powerful beasts, like really strong when they know their true power. But when they've been subjugated and infiltrated and demasculated, they're very easy to control with the proper indoctrination.
Maybe like uncontacted tribes are like the few people that have never been corrupted.
Larry,
But
have you
also
heard
the
of
least
organized
productive.
chaos? Oh, sorry.
Yeah. What'd you say, tribes?
I was gonna say maybe like uncontacted tribes in the middle of the ocean somewhere.
The least productive people in the whole world.
Yeah,
What?
but at least they haven't been lied to, right? That's the key.
Awesome.
How are they the least productive, though?
If
They're
you live
living
in
in a
Congo,
tribe in the bush. They're looking after their own quite sufficiently, and they don't need any of the stuff that we need today to survive. If your supermarket closes down the road, what are you going to do?
Yeah, who's going to survive an apocalypse easier? Us or them?
Yeah.
Them is more likely.
No, I get it. No, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, who are the biggest targets, the most productive members of society?
Oh, that's interesting.
Well, it's a fact.
Because that they would be the most
The cash
valuable.
cow.
Yeah,
The cash
the most
cows. Yeah.
Look at the truckers, by the way. What did they do in COVID?
Wait, who?
They were preventing truckers from actually doing their jobs during COVID.
Sorry, I thought you said. I heard something, but then you said truckers. I was like, oh, okay, got it. Yeah, it's been a while. Actually, I don't know if are we allowed to talk about that stuff. I don't know why I get the live stream banned.
Yeah, it's streaming on YouTube, so you probably better not.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that stuff. Which is interesting because we could talk about how they lied about the flat Earth, or sorry, the globe Earth. We can talk about that openly, but we can't talk about the other thing openly.
Well, that also gets censored and demonetized, so not 100% free to speak about it, yeah?
Well, if you tell someone the Earth is flat and they believe it, the worst that'll happen is like maybe they'll lose their job as a pilot. But if you tell someone, not to do some medical thing, the worst that could happen is they die.
Right.
So I guess that's why that's censored.
That is the dumbest shit.
Don't just call it dumb, mate. Give a reason why it's dumb.
Yeah, nice bait. After just saying that you can't talk about it, but then you make a really vague, stupid statement like that and then say, hey, talk about it. Get real specific.
No, we don't have to talk. We don't have to talk about the actual thing. I'm just saying that can you understand that like medical advice might end up in death, but advice about like the shape of the earth, something that we don't actually have to like make money off of, won't kill us, is going to be different advice, or they should be treated differently.
I get it.
Yeah, but it's not controversial. Someone's just butthurt because I made a good point.
And then if I elaborate, then I get muted, obviously. So is it a good point?
Just elaborate by using the term medical advice instead of mentioning anything specific.
Yeah, it's funny how
YouTube is the one that doesn't think
self-censor.
that YouTube doesn't think you're capable of handling these things. So don't be mad at us just because we're trying to play by the rules that YouTube has set for us.
I mean, Jordan Peterson and Destiny literally had like a 15-minute conversation. So like, it's probably been watched millions of times now, where they talked about the things that we're not supposed to talk about. And there's other streamers I watch quite regularly. David Packman, he has segments all the time about it. He hasn't been banned for demonetized. You just can't be dumb enough to say, hey, everyone should go and do this thing.
Yes. And it's interesting to, at that same time that I will not mention, they also were trying to determine who was essential, and I find that interesting. What they determined was essential.
Well, the important part is, what do
You
they
mean
consider
essential work?
unessential? So the government's unessential? Tell me more. Like we're going to shut down the government? Tell me more.
Yeah, you definitely didn't hear them about shutting down the government then, did you?
I've been watching this guy, Inland Audit Media. I Am Free is his YouTube channel, and he's been going to these government buildings, especially in like places like Washington, Seattle, that area. And what he's finding out is that
The
like
government
90. Hold on, just relax.
Wait, Larry, wait,
Hold
Larry's
on.
talking. Larry's talking.
Yeah,
I'm
because
almost
government
done.
body to do it.
Hold on. So 90% of these government buildings are like empty, and people are working remotely from home. And yet, we're still paying all the taxes and the air conditioning, heating, electricity for these buildings to be running, and no one's in there. You can't go in there and get any services. Everything's done by appointment and permission only. So our tax dollars are paying for this stuff. And you have to meet certain criteria to be able to even redress your grievances. He's struggling to redress his grievances, like the fundamentals of the First Amendment. In case you guys, I'm pretty sure you guys know, but for those of you who don't know, there's 5 elements, and that's one of the elements. So not allowing someone to redress their grievances is like saying, hey, you there praying on the street with a Bible in your hand, you can't do that. It's the same thing. It's under the same amendment.
Yep.
Wait, so...
Wait, did this guy, 90% of government buildings are not staffed or workers are working from home?
Yeah,
How do you determine that?
Because he's going there and trying to get into these buildings and seek the services that they had before, what happened in 2020.
Yeah, a lot of services have cut staff year after year after year as online services have come on. So, like, if I want to access, there's a thing in Australia called Centrelink, which has all your child benefits because I've got kids for schooling, stuff like that, and the child tax credits. If I want to access that, I haven't had to go into an actual physical building for probably a decade or so. Everything's been done online, which means that year after year, Centrelink is having their staff numbers cut. And it's the same with like births, deaths, and marriages, where you get your birth certificates and marriage certificates, or Medicare, which you guys have, but we have, like a nationwide open to anyone Medicare system. You don't have to go in the building. All of it's done on an app on your phone now, so there's less workers.
Wait, so Larry, you're saying that when they have these buildings that are empty, do they turn off the lights when they leave, or is it just they leave everything on? You're saying the air conditioning's on even though there's no one in there?
I'm saying that offices that used to hold people are now empty because they've got remote jobs. So we're still paying for these buildings and the use, because if you've ever been to a government building, like these are like magnificent marble, the chairs are like top notch, like everything is like kings and queens own it, right? And then you go in there and like there's all this like, billions of dollars being spent in these places and they're freaking empty. Marble, granite, like
And are the lights
cream
still on?
leather chairs. Yeah, lights are still on, air conditioners running, but there's hardly anybody there. Like you go in there and you want to go to like each department that's in the building, and there's always like a security guard going, "Hey, you can't come in here and walk freely in the public. You have to make an appointment. It's by appointment only." And then you're like, "Well, I'm going to walk in there and do what I want to anyway." And it's like, "Hey, where are these people?" Like, "Oh, they're remote. That's why you have to get an appointment."
Is it only like
why would you?
2 people there?
Watch it for yourself. Inland auditing media. I am.
A lot of these
Why do
people
people think
don't
you can
understand.
just walk around these buildings?
Exactly. I was just going to say, a lot of
public.
these people here do not understand what the First Amendment means. It's public. That means you have the right. It's public. Public space, you have the right.
Like if you're outside and you're sweating because it's Texas outside, right? And you want to go in and enjoy the air conditioning, as long as you don't break a law, they can't kick you out.
I see.
That's also not true. Of course they can. Like, it's trespassing. All they have to do is be told that you're not. They don't want you there. And once they've told you that, then
is for private
you're meant
property.
to leave.
You cannot be trespassed from public in America unless you have committed a crime.
Or about
know
to
if that's
commit
true.
a crime or suspected of
Yeah, I know.
committing
You
a
don't
crime.
know. I agree.
They don't understand.
What about a 35-year-old walking into an elementary school? Do you think they can be?
That's different. That's different.
Why?
Because there's children there.
So that's the difference?
Yeah, it says here. This is just a really simple, like, a criminal law site, and it says you can still be convicted of criminal trespassing if you stay after space closes or fail to leave after you've been ordered to do so. So, criminal trespassing still applies to public spaces.
I don't want to do my I'm a lawyer hat, but I'm a lawyer, and absolutely you can be trespassed from a public space.
So you're telling me if I go to file a FOIA request in a public building and someone doesn't like my shirt and the fact that I'm recording, they can trespass on my God-given rights to be a journalist in public and file my FOIA request? That FOIA, it's not just like somebody's opinion. Isn't it kind of the Freedom of Information Act? I'm not a lawyer or anything, but does the act mean that it's the law?
It is the law.
Larry, you can be asked to leave. You can be asked to leave any space if they feel threatened by you being there. And someone publicly recording people, or even wearing a shirt that has a really a slogan on it that they think could indicate some political leaning that might cause you to be a threat, they can ask you to leave. And more than that, you don't have God-given rights to enter a US public government building, mate. It's US government-given right to enter that building.
Larry, we got snowflakes here.
Yeah, but who pays those taxes? Who pays the taxes?
Cohen versus California. 19-year-old department store working.
What year?
Vietnam. Hold on. Cohen versus California, 1971. A 19-year-old department store worker expressed his opinion on the Vietnam War by wearing a jacket that said, "Fuck the draft, stop the war." So he wore this into court, right? So what this guy said is provably false, according to case law. I'm going to go ahead and post my link. So you can wear whatever you want in public, and the government can't do anything about it. It's called freedom of speech, because we have inalienable rights. And also, in public, if you're a journalist, they can't just say, "Hey, you're recording, get out of here. Excuse me, I'm trying to file a FOIA request." You can't be denied your right to the Freedom of Information Act because someone doesn't like the way that you look.
So this is
you can watch Freedom of Information Act online. And
you can also fill them out in person. You can also fill them out in person.
The case
I've seen
case that you
hundreds
cited
of these videos in the US. Yes, and you are
It was about
100%
public
correct in the US. You are 100% correct in what you're saying in the US. And I've seen many auditors that like you're speaking of, that the police have attended these public buildings, and the police have said, yes, they have the right to be in here, they have the right to film, it is a public space. And the ones that have been arrested have had lawsuits filed against the police where the police have lost. However, it's not exactly like that in Australia. Okay, so
yeah, it doesn't.
What dogs and gods are talking about will probably occur more in Australia, but yes, in the US, I agree.
No, I'm talking about US law.
So the case law Larry cited was for disturbance of the peace, not for a criminal trespassing charge. So yes, you can wear whatever the hell you want clothing. But if you walk into a building, and your clothing violates the stated rules of entering that building, or if you are perceived as a threat because of your clothing within that building, like you can be turned away just for wearing a helmet inside in some buildings, then you can be told to leave, which if you refuse that lawful order, you will be charged with criminal trespassing. So your case law does not matter to the discussion.
I'm not really a betting man, but I'll make a little wager with you. What do you say Wednesday? I go to a government building and we'll test that. And if I'm wrong and I get trespass, I'll give you $1,000 for my court case winnings. And if you're wrong, you'll send me $1,000 worth of Bitcoin.
Yeah, sounds great. Let's do it.
Israel, that's right.
So I guess I got to go to a government
Send me a
building
DM with the specifics of the bet.
request. So $1,000 of the winnings, huh?
Yeah. Send me a DM with the specifics of the bet, and if they're like good terms, I'll agree to it, and I'll pay you $1,000 if you fill out the terms of the bet.
If the cops tell me that I'm allowed to record in public?
I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Oh,
can you explain?
Never mind. I went close for yes.
What? I didn't say you couldn't record in public in a lot of buildings. I'm just saying if you get criminally trespassed because you're recording in public, I'm pretty sure that's a lawful order and there's case law to support it. You can be criminally trespassed from public buildings.
And then you get a lawsuit. I mean,
yeah, go ahead.
You just go ahead and it's real simple, bro. Just go ahead and look at the cases that what is it? Island audit? Island, what is it? Not Rhode Island audit. Let me look up this guy's name.
So
are we going to like YouTube like audit channels, because like these have all been debunked? The First Amendment is time, place, and manner. Like they evaluate all of these circumstances. You cannot just like do anything that you want to do in public spaces.
Obviously.
Long Island audit has been arrested 10 times and he's won 9 out of the 10 lawsuits. He recently got arrested, so it hasn't happened yet. He hasn't had a time.
And he's probably tried to audit 100 different places, and 10 of them, like he got arrested for bullshit reasons.
Right, for bullshit reasons, because a journalist has a right to a FOIA request in a public building.
No, I mean, you can go in and FOIA request in any place that you can FOIA request. You can't FOIA request in a fucking elementary school. Like, he probably
That's not the claim. That's not, no. Nobody goes to elementary schools. Hopefully, they're not stupid enough. If there's auditors that go to schools, they're idiots. They don't understand what's going on. Now, if you go to an administrative building where there's no children, a Freedom of Information Act, it's public information.
Yeah, I'm aware of what the term stands for, but you say when he goes to do a FOIA request, as I understand it, a FOIA request is a submitted piece of legal document that asks for a classified document to be, or information on something to be released to the public.
Knowledge. Public record request is what it is, not classified.
Yeah, I get that, but what do you mean when you say this guy is doing a FOIA request? Do you mean he's walking in with a piece of paper to submit it, to get information
He's
on
getting a
something?
piece of paper from them and requesting specific information from the public record.
Okay, cool. But can't you submit them online in most cases?
You can, but you can also submit them in person according to the law.
But do you not accept that the First Amendment has the qualifiers of time, place, and manner?
Of course I do. So there's limited public forums, traditional public forums, right? And you have to know the difference between the three. What's the third one?
I don't know what the third one is.
Yeah, there's limited and traditional. So traditional public forum would be like the steps of the courthouse. the steps of City Hall, sidewalk, a park, right? Then there's limited public forum, which is like a library that's open 9 to 5. If you're there inside the library at 5:09, you can be trespassed because you're a criminal. But if you leave at 4:59, there's nothing wrong with that. You can record in public. I've done
Yeah,
it.
but they can also trespass you at a library if you're breaking the rules of the library, even if it is your First Amendment
So let me
right.
get this straight. Let
If
me
you
ask
go
the
into a
lawyer.
library and start screaming, they can boot you out of the library, and if you don't leave,
Well, that's
the police can be
disorderly
called and
conduct.
you criminal trespass.
That's disorderly conduct. They can't kick you out for
Well,
filming.
then it's still your First Amendment right, right?
No, there's limits to your First Amendment right. You can't try fire in a crowded theater. Obviously. You can't be screaming at the top of your lungs. There's legitimate reasons why you wouldn't want to do that. You wouldn't allow someone to do that.
What
But
if you were just shouting?
If someone is acting orderly, they can't kick you. You have to be breaking the law. That's the part that you don't understand. You have to be breaking the law to be removed from a public place. Like loitering.
No, that's not true. All you have to be doing is something that the whoever is in charge there deems is worthy of you to be trespassed.
No, you have to be breaking the law in a public place, and that's the same in Australia. You have to be creating a breach of the peace. You have to be breaking a specific law. Otherwise, in public, there is nothing that they can do.
That
is true.
No,
you cannot be arrested
the easy way to know it's not true.
Breaking a law.
When we
this is how you know it's not true, because people can be kicked out of buildings for being a threat. People can be kicked out of buildings for being a threat without breaking the law. So a threat isn't something that has that has set rules around it. It's an opinion of something. So if the person who has authority within that building has the opinion you're a threat, they can
When we say
it's a breach of peace, it's not doing anything, it's just a threatening the person. It's not breaching.
When we say time, place, and manner, there aren't laws that revolve around time, place, and manner. The time, place, and manner is the forum in which free speech is provided. They're not individual laws that restrict the way that we can exercise our freedom of speech in a time or a place and a manner. Like there are not individual laws to regulate that. So you do not have to be in breach of a specific law to be in breach of free speech rights.
Okay, read what I posted, please. Department of Homeland Security. Memo from March 30th, 2018.
So
Photography for news,
that's going to be
advertising.
a federal law, right?
Okay, what do you think we're under? A federal constitution or not?
Well, no, we're all under the federal constitution, but we're also under the state, the state jurisdiction.
Does state law trump federal constitutions?
This is actually
they're different.
This is actually something really interesting.
Different.
Does state law trump the Constitution?
No.
It can in some cases. Any place where it's not definitionally outlined under the Constitution.
No.
What does Madison versus Marbury say? What is Madison versus Marbury?
It is absolute that federal law trumps state law. However, there is a division where they don't occupy. It's like oil and water. They don't occupy the same space.
I get it. There's different jurisdictions, but I'm asking you a simple question. Does any law, whether it's a city ordinance or a state
does
law
not trump
or
federal
county
law.
Does it trump the Constitution?
No, it cannot. It absolutely cannot.
Well, what's the case law on that?
Marbury versus Madison.
All right, I'm going to post it right now. Here you go.
This thing that you posted, it just says that you can photograph the outside of government buildings. It's got nothing to do with trespassing. In fact, it says photographing the interior of federal facilities. It states, except where security regulations, rules, orders, or directives apply, or a federal court order or rule prohibits it, persons entering in or on federal property may take photographs of space occupied by, so that they can take photographs of things unless any of the conditions above are met. So,
you're allowed to do
my point,
everything.
You trespass just by filming.
You have reading comprehension issues. You're allowed to do everything except for that you're not allowed to do. So you're not allowed to go in places that are locked for places that have signs that say employees only. You're not allowed to go past key card places, but you are allowed to go into public and record in public building. I don't know how you don't know this. Have you ever heard of the
Yeah, I just read it. Page number 2 under the heading Photographing the Interior of Federal Facilities, Title 41, Section 10274.420 of the Code of Federal Regulations. And you can see that it states, except where security regulations, rules, orders, or directives apply, or a federal court order or rule prohibits it. So what do you think security regulations, rules, and orders would mean? If someone walks in and they look all janky, maybe the security regulations states that janky person should be kicked out.
Listen, you cannot record in the courtroom if the judge says that you can't. But you can go record in the courthouse. Listen to what it says. Building, entrances, lobbies, foyers, corridor, auditorium for news purposes. It's right there, bro.
Yeah, what section are you reading?
That's all fair. That's all fair. That is not what is contention.
Yes, that's what he's contending. You're lying, lawyer. Liar, lawyer.
Okay, maybe I didn't hear it.
So what section are you reading?
Don't call me a liar.
Well, you're a lawyer.
Oh, I see what you're reading.
Yeah, but
so
don't call me a
section C,
liar.
building, entrances, lobbies, foyers, corridors, or auditoriums for new purposes. So you can record in there, except where security regulations, rules, orders, or directives apply.
Look, I apologize for calling you a liar. I must admit I have a bias. I don't like lawyers. I believe you esquires are occupying this country. So I don't exactly like lawyers.
Would it help if I said that I was a philosophy major and was cornered into being a lawyer because there's no other option for philosophy majors than to be a lawyer? I was cornered into it.
What, you can't just write papers and that type of thing?
No, I don't want to be a professor. It was the only I love knowledge and I love learning. And the only thing I could do with it was to get a Juris Doctorate. Kill me, sue me.
I definitely don't want to sue you because you're an officer of the court and they're going to side with you.
Okay, all right. I don't love being a lawyer.
Make money though.
I don't love you being a lawyer.
But I like
Larry, are you one of these guys? Are you one of these guys that thinks you can travel without a license?
No, bro, I have a driver's license. I don't tell people to travel without a license. So you're wrong. Thanks for trying to label me as a terrorist, though. Nice try.
No, he was trying to label you as sovereign.
Don't say that word. Don't say that word. Don't say that word on the stream.
Or a free man on the land.
Don't say that word.
Larry.
Voldemort.
Larry, how did I try to label you as something? I asked you a question.
I know what you're trying to do, bro.
Are you stupid, Larry? Can I label you as stupid now or disingenuous?
He's not
stupid. Should I do that?
He's not stupid. I don't know about the.
No, I'm not labeling him as that. I'm asking a question if I should label him as that because he was happy to just label me as someone trying to call him a terrorist. Although I did call Esoteric a terrorist one time, but that's because he said he wanted to be a terrorist.
By the way, Larry, if you ever message me, if I think I can handle it, I will give you free legal advice.
Well, there's no such thing as free legal advice. I would at least have to give you $1 in order for us to have the client
True.
privilege.
True. But that is a special privilege that I will give to you specifically, Larry.
Why is that? Why would you offer that for me?
Because I think you're a good guy, and this is maybe the 5th time that we've talked.
What's your name?
Cortico.
Cortico. Okay, I remember you. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just don't like lawyers, man. I see what happens in these courts.
I don't like lawyers either, by the way.
It's frustrating because the courts should be like what's on TV. When we wake up in the morning, when we sit down after work, we should be watching what's going on in the courtrooms because it's my opinion that these 13th Amendment slave houses, the courtrooms downtown, they're in the business of slavery. There's an exception to slavery, in case you guys didn't know. And
what you're
in the
watching?
13th Amendment.
Everyone knows it's in the amendment.
You're breaking up.
And you're there like, oh, these crooks. It's so funny. Bless you, Larry.
Larry, what you're watching are politicians. That there are judges that are politicians. and they just are politicians. But lawyers at large are philosophers. Like they are trying to judge. Well, they're philosophers. They're philosopher sharks. So they're trying to argue their point of view, but they're doing it from a philosophical standpoint. Like, if we could boil it all down to like what the Romans did and just use philosophers to decide everything, the way the society should be written and the way the rules should be conducted, that would be much better. But lawyers are philosophers, but many of them are getting paid large sums of money to argue viewpoints and attack them from any avenue they can to defeat the enemy, even if they don't believe it. And for that reason, I agree with you. Like, people will argue viewpoints that they don't actually hold, just to make a dollar, because that is their job. Like, I do agree there is that there are problems with lawyers, but it's the nature of the beast.
All right, so let's see what his argument actually is. Title 41, blah, blah, blah. Policy concerning photographs, advertising, commercial. It states, except where security regulations
By the way, there are some lawyers that will only take cases that they absolutely believe in. There are some lawyers that do that, and they are philosophers, and they are true. They are true with their convictions. And
so, Larry, that citation says you have the right to photograph in the spaces you listed, but only but the exceptions are if any of those exceptions apply. Like if there's a security rule that states person shall not be allowed to photograph or document the inside of a certain room, then that rule stands. If you do that, you can be asked to leave, and that can be confiscated. And if you do not leave, then you criminally trespass. That's what your citation said.
yeah, there are no federal laws governing how states should conduct their courthouses. A state can conduct their courthouse as they see fit. Like where there are First Amendment challenges, that would go to the case law. Like, and we can work with the case law, but they can set out their own statutes saying that this is prohibited. But unless those prohibitions have been challenged in federal law through the district courts or the Supreme Court, then those will stand. So unless you can show that in this particular jurisdiction, these state laws on these courthouses have been challenged and shown to be a violation of the First Amendment, then the state laws stand, and you can be arrested for it, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I'm a nationalist, so I believe that the states should be able to pass whatever laws they see fit to govern themselves, regardless of the federal dictates. So yeah, it says there's an exception to this policy for photographs, right? So it's orders or directives applied or federal court orders or rules prohibits it. Person entering in federal property may take photographs of space occupied by tenants, non-commercial purposes. So if you're doing a First Amendment, that means you're the press, then you can go in these places, right? I don't know how you focused on the exceptions to that rule that you can record in public and cherry pick that out, and you couldn't read the rest where it says A, B, and C. I really don't know.
I read the rest. The exceptions are the things that disprove your argument. Your argument was that a First Amendment auditor can walk into these places and freely and legally be able to videotape or audit or wander wherever they want in these places.
Public
but
areas.
It says
Did
here
you
there
not hear
are
me say
exceptions to that. And some of these exceptions are things like security directives, and that fits for the areas that you outlined on section C of that page.
You obviously have a hearing problem or an understanding problem. I said public areas. It is not a public area to wander off into a courtroom where the federal judge has an order that there's no recording. It's also not public areas in the bathrooms. You think I meant that they could record in the bathrooms? If that's what you understood, you're an idiot. Because there's also locked doors and key card entrances and
interrupt
areas.
Cortico. Let him finish.
Yeah, I'll interrupt Cortico with the middle of my sentence anytime I want to.
No, I was interrupting Cortico to tell him not to interrupt you, Larry, so please continue.
I apologize.
Yeah, so,
I'm sorry.
Yes. So what I'm saying is you have the right to record in public. You can't go into the private part where it says employees only, but you can go to the public part. And we probably should get back to the purpose of the room, because I'm definitely hogged, 25 minutes on this topic, because people in Australia don't know how the law works.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll just say my final part. I don't have a hearing problem. I seem to be better at disseminating, looking through information and getting out the important parts and then applying that. Because I took your citation saying that you can record in public spaces. Your citation didn't actually say you could record in all public spaces. And then I pointed out that there are exemptions put into the thing, your own citation, saying that even in the spaces like corridors, foyers, entranceways, those public auditoriums that are in this document that you decided to list, you can have exceptions to your ability to record in them with something as simple as a security directive. So if a building or a security officer in that building says, no one is allowed to record in this building because there's maybe sensitive information throughout the building, then you can be criminally trespassed out of that building if you refuse to comply and are asked to leave.
Oh, you
Thank you, Larry.
strawman
Your
me.
own citation disproved your bullshit again.
You
And
strawman
you
me.
insulted the shit out of me, which is weak.
Well, and what kind of world would we live in if okay, say we have a post office and someone goes in every day and is disruptive, like supremely disruptive, like they
There's laws against that.
State laws?
Well, there's probably state laws about disorderly conduct, breach of peace.
I mean, but
right?
there are not federal laws against that.
Yeah, there are.
No, there aren't. No, there aren't.
Probably not, actually.
Okay, my point was, hold on, just real fast, Cortico, I'm going to let you speak. He strawman me. I never said the all or nothing fallacy that you get to record anywhere you want in these public buildings, including the bathrooms or the courthouses. This has never been my argument. I said in public places. There is no expectation of privacy in public. Now, there is in the bathrooms, so of course you can't go in there. You can't go past locked doors physically unless you break them down, which is committing a crime, which would get you kicked out. Or you can't pass a sign that says restricted area or something along the lines of
do not enter.
Yeah, something along those lines. You can't pass those signs legally. Everybody knows that.
Mm.
Like, I don't know why you did the all or nothing fallacy straw man of what I actually argued. It doesn't make any sense. And then you pat yourself on the back like you won, like you're your own personal little hype man, like, okay, what? Like, I don't understand your, obsession with controlling the narrative and declaring your own little victory. You're dancing on the 50-yard line, and you act like you just scored a goal. You're weird, bro.
So, thank you for more ad hominems, thanks for more insults. They're like water off the duck's back. The reason that I did this was to show you that the citations that you provide to back up the things that you believe don't back up the things you believe. So when you said you can you can film in public places, you said here, this directive, this memo, it outlines this fact. And then I looked at the directive, I looked at the memo, not only does it not outline your fact, but even if it's a public space, if there is a security exemption in place, you cannot film there.
Go ahead, Cortico.
I just want to get back to flat Earth. Like, is that agreeable? Like, I don't have an argument. Like just offhand for flat Earth or for globe Earth, but like if we could redirect back to that, like maybe I can chime in. Like, okay, so tomorrow we have a it's not a solstice, it's a lunar eclipse. Like, does anyone have an opinion on what they think is happening there and just the phenomenon that like many of us are going to observe? So my take is from a global perspective. Like, I think, because I've been told, the sun is 93 million whatever miles away, and the moon, coincidentally, is what is it, like 230,000 miles away, and they both represent like one is 1/400th of the diameter of the other, and the moon will be able to eclipse the sun. I'm like 45 miles. I have to travel 45 miles to get into the actual like deep part of the shadow. Like, I'm just lucky enough to where I don't have to travel too far.
Are you in Texas?
I'm in Oklahoma. So I can go out to southeast Oklahoma and I'll be able to see it. Like, my mom bought sunglasses. We're gonna all go together, and hopefully we can see it. Hopefully it's fun. I don't think this disproves flat Earth. I don't think this means we're a globe, but I'm open to anyone's discussion about how this means we're on a globe, how this means we're on a flat Earth.
You and I are pretty close to being neighbors. We're like less than 5 hours apart. That's pretty funny.
So you're Dallas area?
East Texas, yeah.
East Texas. So I was at do you know the WinStar Casino?
Oh, in Oklahoma?
Yeah, well, it's like a Oklahoma-Texas border, but like in Oklahoma.
Yeah, there's none here, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Don't you wish they'd let that shit happen in Texas? Like, you guys would make so much revenue.
I don't like gambling, but we do have bullshit gambling. It's the lotto. It's rigged, but yeah.
I made $400 on slot machines on Thursday. I was pretty happy with it.
I try my best not to gamble. Like, I really, really try.
I only do the slot machines, and I never, like, if I'm losing, I dip out. Like, if I'm really losing, I just dip out.
That's why I wanted to make a bet with that guy, but I don't think he would actually follow through with it. But my bet is it's not gambling if you can't lose. So if I get arrested, then I have a lawsuit and I make money. If I don't get arrested, then he has to send me $1,000.
Larry,
so
there's
the only way that I gamble, I know that I'm going to win.
There's
send me the conditions of your bet, Larry, and maybe I'll agree to it if the conditions are fair.
Larry, what I'm telling to you is that there are zero reasons, there is zero positives to take like internet clout or fucking whatever the hell this is to mess up your life. Like never take that challenge. Never take that bet.
What's good, fucking faggots?
What's good, faggot?
Can't say that. Hey, you can't say that. You guys are getting muted. What's the matter with you guys?
Oh, what?
Where you at? Yeah, you can't say
funny.
that in here. Terms
Okay,
of
my-
service. Where are you guys at? Who said that?
I was talking about a bag of sticks. All
right. I think I got the right guy. Did I get the right guy, guys?
Yep, that was him.
Yes.
Okay, he can't say that no more. Yeah. Terms of service, take it up with Discord. Take your grievances to your Discord partners. Can't say that stuff here.
All right, about faggots.
Was that Chowda? I miss anybody?
All right, so don't say that word. Like just don't say that word.
I'm tempted, Larry, but I won't.
Okay, as long as you don't, we're good.
It's not even fun. Like, what do you...
And it's just because it's taboo. That's the only reason.
Do you know what it actually means?
A bag of sticks, right?
Yes.
Hellfire kindling. Yeah,
Yeah.
a bag of sticks. So you're basically judging them and saying that they're gonna burn, which I'm not really into that. That's not really my thing.
But I will say, that casino has nothing to offer unless like you're willing to play the slots. Like it's like 5 miles, like in a circle. Like the hotels are amazing.
5 miles?
Yeah. So me and my parents, so I went with my parents. Like they take me to a casino maybe once a month. Like it's just like a little bit of family tradition. Like we don't like roll hard. Like we just play like slot machines. We maybe spend like $200-300 or whatever, and it's like a family gathering.
I get that. That's cool. You go with a small amount of money, and if you win, you win. You don't, you don't. But my thing is that according to the neuroscientists, they say that you get addicted to losing. So you don't want like a dopaminergical positive feedback loop to losing, right? That's not what you want to program your brain to at all.
I'm sure that's hella what's happening. Like I'm sure there's a lot of fucking like dopaminergic like processes going on here. Like but hey, if it works for my family, like if it works, like they got like 10 years left, you know? Like I'm just gonna go with them. And we have fun, and we just kind of like do it. We just kind of roll with it. But yeah, it was so we went out, like we spent the night gambling on the slots. We never played the tables. And in the morning, we wanted to get some breakfast and get our shit rolling, and then get on the road back home. And we asked these security guards, like, hey, where can we get some breakfast? And they were like, yo, it's 1.5 miles in that direction. And they pointed into the casino, like into the heart of the casino. They said it was 1.5 miles that direction. This casino floor was miles around. So it would literally take miles to get to where we were going. And we went, and we had some IHOP, and yeah, this casino is literally miles in circumference.
Back to the eclipse. The eclipse is really interesting for me because back in like 2015, 2016, people kept coming in and asking, what about the eclipse? That proves the Earth's a globe. And I started looking into it, and the path of totality is actually very small, like 100 miles across. So if the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth, how could it make a, shadow that's freaking 100 miles across? It should be like 3,000 miles across or 4,000 miles across, something like that, right? Well, they say that the globers respond with it's the umbra and penumbra, right? But I've seen partial eclipses, and if you're in the penumbra and you can see the sun is partially obstructed by the moon, why would you use that to measure the size of the moon? It only makes sense to me that you would use the path of totality, because when you're in the path of totality, well, that's a totally different thing. You can see the entire moon is blocking out the entire sun. So you could actually use that to measure the size of the moon. So when you look at the model that they make for the solar eclipse, it shows this umbra and penumbra. But when you look on Jupiter, there is no umbra and penumbra. When there's a solar eclipse on Jupiter and the moon's blocking out the sunlight, it's just the shadow of the moon. It's not a umbra and penumbra like they show in the diagram. So I like to tell people who think the Earth is a globe, do you want to keep your Eratosthenes measurement and think that light comes in at 90-degree parallel collimated rays of light like railroad tracks? Or do you want to keep the size of your moon being 1/4 the size of the Earth, and take the penumbra as the measurement of the size of the moon. But you can't have both. Either light travels at 90 degrees parallel rays, or it doesn't. So you got to pick one.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. It's so slight a difference that it doesn't matter.
So it doesn't. So Eratosthenes needs to be taken out of the proofs for the Earth being a globe, right?
No, that's incorrect, Larry, because the margin of error in Eratosthenes' measurement was much, much, much bigger than the change in angle from light coming to the sun and it not being parallel. So it's kind of like if I was to measure a 1 centimeter piece of stick with a 1 centimeter ruler, and I needed a measurement to be exact within 0.0003 millimeter, that would be an impossibility with that measuring device. But that doesn't mean that, let's say I wanted to measure it at 1 centimeter, I couldn't get close to 1 centimeter and say it's close to 1 centimeter.
Does the moon magnify the shadow? Or the sun light?
Technically, it does. Technically.
I don't know. Is there a reason you're asking that question? I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
I'm just curious. So if you don't want to answer it, that's fine. I'll plead the fifth.
According to Einstein, it does.
Well, it's like, it's interesting, I guess, if it does or doesn't. But
if you can't answer it, then
failed to recognize the margin of error problem. So
if you can't answer it, then be quiet. So does the picture that I posted correctly represent not the scale, but the Eratosthenes observation, so-called experiment?
That's what I posted earlier when I was at work.
It's a yes or no?
I think that.
No?
Well, okay, so you have your sun's rays. They are parallel rays. But we're talking about the moon. Like how do...
That's coming next. I'm just trying to get you guys to not plead the fifth.
They look like parallel rays.
Do those look like parallel
the sun's bigger than the Earth, so why would you draw it like that?
Well, both time dogs are gods refused to answer, so he's pleading the fifth. So we'll continue on. Do those?
No,
look
I said
like
no. Sorry, I said no. It doesn't. No, it isn't. No.
So Eratosthenes' photo that I just posted does not represent the Eratosthenes observation.
No, it's ridiculous. The sun is bigger than the Earth, and the light isn't parallel.
Nothing you said.
Yeah, but not to scale would mean that, like, it's not a 1 to 10 true representation. But this is a fundamental aspect of this of the universe: is that the sun is bigger than the Earth. So, while sure it can't be not to scale, it has to at least be analogous, right?
Apparently, you don't know how scale works. It's so okay to have a diagram.
Probably do better than you.
So far, so good.
I mean, how many times do I have to correct you on shit before you realize that every time you say, "Oh, you don't understand this," or "You're not that smart," or "You've got a hearing problem," that you're the problem here, Larry?
You could be projecting. That's a possibility.
Hold on.
It could be a projector, like a walking, talking projector. So yeah, if you look at the solar eclipse image that I posted and you click on it, you kind of have to zoom in a little bit, I admit, from in between the moon and the Earth. Right? You can see that there's something weird going on with this these images, and if you look at where I got the images from, it's quite concerning.
No.
Yeah, but what specifically?
What? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's what I want to ask. Because, okay, so the lines come from just like what you could call the surface of the sun, right? But there are 1, 2, 3 outer boundaries that are projecting no light. No light. Like, why is that happening? Like, we have the dotted lines, but they seem to only correspond to the innermost layer of the sun. Like, whether or not that's important to your argument, I just want to point out that there are 1, 2 further layers of the sun that seem to not be enacting with the Earth.
Well, I'm just looking at light that is converging on the solar eclipse, and then I look at the light from the Eratosthenes, and they're parallel. So this is the law of non-contradiction, right? Both can't be true at the same time. So this is a true dichotomy. Either light
But they're
travels in
not
straight rays.
parallel, buddy.
Can you please not interrupt right in the middle of my premise? That'd be great. He's saying they're not parallel, which I would agree. But if that's
by the
true,
way,
then hold on, you're interrupting in the middle of my premise too. Can you hold your tongue?
Sorry.
So if the light is not parallel when it comes from the sun, then Eratosthenes' measurement can't be accurate. Because if the light rays aren't parallel and they're diverging or converging, then that angle that he's trying to record is going to be skewed because his assumption was that the light rays are parallel. Go ahead.
So what I was trying to get to you was like my most fun response to someone interrupting in the middle of your sentence is when you say, "Oh, sorry, did I interrupt you with the middle of my sentence?"
Yeah, I said that earlier.
It's just like really fun. Like, "Oh, sorry, did I interrupt you with the middle of my sentence?"
So, Larry, you don't seem to understand, can something be measured to be parallel or non-parallel compared to is something parallel or non-parallel? So Eratosthenes, the point at which the light would skew his experiment would be if the rays were converging such that they overwhelmed the margin of error with whatever measuring device he was using for the shadows. And it doesn't. In fact, MC Toon replicated Eratosthenes' experiment with someone in Israel, and he figured out the margin of error for his measuring device compared to the convergence of the rays, or the divergence of the rays in this case, because it was coming from a convergent point and diverging outwards. And he found that it was multiple decimal points smaller than the margin of error for his measuring device. So your logical argument does not work.
Well, light rays are not parallel. Light doesn't travel in collimated rays like train tracks, correct?
I'm sorry, you must have a hearing problem. I've said this about 4 times.
It's a yes or no.
Yeah, I know. You've got a hearing problem. I've said it 4 times.
So no. So no then?
Maybe you should go back, rewind the stream and...
Look, if you can't give me an honest answer, I don't know why you should be allowed to speak here. It's a yes or no question. And one yes or no question could be answered simply with a yes or no. You don't have to speak for 45 seconds to answer a close-ended question. Did you not know that? Do you not understand that? Are you having problems comprehending that?
Yeah, you should have just listened to my original explanation, because I said light rays are not parallel. They diverge, but only by a very small amount for the comparatively larger margin of error on the measuring devices we use to measure the shadows. Now do you understand?
Well, that would be no.
Yeah, I started my explanation. I started my answer with that, and I added some more context. Which, did you listen to that context?
Yeah, you're saying it's negligible.
Thank you, Larry. After the 8th time, you acknowledge what I said. So that means Eratosthenes can be correct, and it can also be true that you get the penumbra and what umbra.
Penumbra, entumbra.
Yeah.
All that.
But it also is kind of funny that you moved on to the penumbra, umbra, diverging, converging light thing instead of addressing the fact that we predicted the eclipse, the path of totality, and the exact time, and no flat Earth model, ancient model, Sarah cycle is capable of doing that.
Because the Earth isn't flat.
Larry, why don't we talk about the photographic evidence? Like, why don't I go to that?
Photographic evidence? What's that? Is that like a married bachelor?
It's like the like quote like cartoon that like NASA has. Like what's all that about?
You know, they've been photoshopping, colloquially speaking, since the 1850s. They would take slides and make little composite compilations, and they've been doing that, right?
No, I don't know.
Oh, well, they would just take like a slide and lay it on top of another slide and create pictures that don't represent reality. It's the 1850s.
So, I know that in the 19 10s and stuff, whenever Hollywood started doing a thing, that was the beginning of visual, I don't know, you want to call it deception, when they would expose frames to a certain amount of light, and then they would stop the light, and then they would expose other frames to that same amount of light, and you would project a ghostly experience. You would do fade in, fade out, or in horror, you would project a ghostly experience. You would project a ghost using light tricks. I don't know about fully defined bodies like we had in the 40s, like the first times they tried to visualize Earth with V2 rockets. I don't know how we Photoshop those. Are those painted?
Is what painted?
Okay, so there are photographs of the Earth from rockets from as far back as the 40s, literally the 1940s.
Rockets do take off, yeah.
Yeah, they go up and they go up and they go up, and however high they go, that's not discussed. That's not part of this discussion. But but when they look back on the Earth, they take pictures, and we have to account for that. And there are pictures of the Earth that go as far back as the 1940s that show it to be a circle, it looks like a globe Earth. What do we need to make of that?
I don't believe everything I see on TV. I don't believe anything that I hear, and only half of what I see, especially if it's on TV.
I agree. But what do we do with that? Are they lies?
Who knows? It's on TV. Pictures, photography, movie magic. Now, if you had two cameras going, right? Let's say I'm getting arrested, right? I'm a big guy. I'm sure the cops are going to say, "Stop resisting," and start beating me up, right? If I had two separate cameras recording me not resisting, and you could see that my arms aren't tense, it would be really hard to get that conviction that I was resisting, right?
They'll still try, by the way.
What?
They will still try, by the way.
Oh, I know. Yeah, they're dirty. Yeah, I know. I'm absolutely aware of that. But my point is that if I have two witnesses in accordance with the Old Testament, it'd be really hard to get a conviction if the jury can see that I'm super chill, not resisting. Right?
Right. But
But if I had one video and just get one angle, well, it'd be a lot harder, right?
What is the highest standard of evidence for you?
First-hand primary knowledge.
So you'd have to go to space to acknowledge that space exists.
Well, I mean,
that would be the best. That would be the best way.
You could choose to believe it or choose not to, but it's obvious to me that Richard Branson and that other guy, Amazon, those guys didn't go to space, did they?
I don't think Richard Branson goes to the accepted level of space. I don't think he goes to the Kármán line. I don't know so much. But
what about Jeff Bezos? Did he go to space?
He goes higher. So I think Blue Origin stops before the Kármán line, and they go high, and they experience quote 0G. But that's not the same zero G. I think that's the same 0G that you get if you were to take the Vomit Comet airplane and you were to go up and you dip down. at 9.8066 meters per second squared. Like you get to experience gravity, but it's not literally 0 G. So I think Richard Branson is a fraud. I think that Elon Musk has proposed, he has offered kind of space tourism in a way that, like, I actually think that, like, you would be like a certified astronaut, like you would actually be going into space. So I don't know off the top of my head what level the Kármán line is, but I don't think that, like, space tourists at this moment like reach the Kármán line. But what would convince you? What would do it for you? Like, what is your standard of evidence? Like tomorrow, if you woke up and you just have this hangover of revelation, like, what would it be?
Asked and answered. What would convince you that I'm 15 feet tall? What would you? That's a pretty extraordinary claim, right?
Oh yeah.
What
if
would
I saw
convince you?
I wouldn't trust you. Like, if you told me on Discord, I wouldn't trust you. I would have to see you be 15 feet tall.
Right. You would have to meet me in person, right? And use two or more of your senses, right?
If I had 10,000 scientists measured you as a 15-foot tall man, and you were put in the encyclopedia of really tall people, I probably wouldn't bet my life that you weren't 15 feet tall. I'd probably say that you had gigantism and some horrible disease. I'd probably say you're probably 15 feet tall, and gosh,
That would be a belief at that point if you didn't meet me in person.
A justified true belief, yes.
I've heard that before. Yeah. So you're saying that it would be justified for you to bet your life, wager your heartbeat, that
if I had a gun to
my scientist.
That's my measure, is like if I had a gun to my head. If 10,000 scientists measured you to be 15 feet tall, gun to my head, I get $1 million, I'd pull the trigger.
Okay. Well, you have the right to whatever religious belief that you want. You can believe what the scientists say. As an American, I respect your right. You said you would believe in the scientists, but for me, for somebody to make that claim that there's a 15-foot tall man in East Texas, I would have to see it to believe it. I'm with George Carlin. I'm in the corner with doubt.
I like George Carlin.
Yeah, me too.
But when I said, like, I had 15,000 scientists like backing up that claim that you're 15 feet tall, like this goes with that. Like I had 15,000 people saying, yeah, he's 15 feet tall, and like no one's saying anything else. At that point, I'd pull the trigger. Like, gun to my head, you pull the trigger. It's blank if you're wrong, or it's $1 million if you're right. Like, at that point, I would pull the trigger. Like let me hypothetically you. Like, they say there's an island in the middle of the Atlantic. There's 15,000 unbiased scientists. Well, I mean, take the scientists as you will, that studied it and did their research, and they produced papers, and they say it's there. They say it's volcanic. They say there's reasons for it to be there. They say it's been there forever. And you get shoved out, and there's a golden gun in front of you, and they say, "Hey, you have a choice. You can either pull the trigger, or you cannot pull the trigger. If you don't pull the trigger, nothing happens. If you pull the trigger, you either die or you accept their claims. And if you accept their claims, you win $1 million."
So you ever been to the shooting range? Do you know much about shooting?
I was in the Boy Scouts. I shot a little bit.
Right. So you know that if you're like a millimeter off at 1,000 yards, you're going to miss the bullseye that predictable amount, right?
Well, I shot with a shotgun. That was my Boy Scout experience.
So
A little bit
let's
different.
go over this. It's real simple. It's real easy to aim. It's difficult to stay aimed while pulling the trigger. So if you're off by, let's say, 6 centimeters, well, 10 feet, that's not really a big deal, you know? You're probably still going to hit the target. But at 1,000 meters, you're not going to hit the target, right? Do you understand why?
Because of the inverse square law?
No. Because if you're off by a little bit at a short distance, you're going to miss the perfect bullseye, but you're still going to hit the target. But at 1,000 meters, it's exponentially bad for trying to hit the target. You're going to miss by like 6 feet. You're going to miss by a lot, right? You're going to miss the whole target. So for the guys in here claiming that the sunlight travels from 93 million miles away and it doesn't travel in a perfectly straight line, I'm just curious, like, what other line did it travel? Did it take like a left at Albuquerque and then a right Cincinnati? I mean, what other path could the light have taken?
I don't want to watch some Roadrunner right now. Just because you. It's supposed to travel. It's supposed to travel in a straight line, right? Like that's the way it's supposed to work, right?
Well, I mean, unless there's something causing refraction, right? But
well,
that would be.
Of course, we have refraction, but like we're talking about between the atmosphere and the sun. So there's the sun, and then there's 92.9 whatever million miles, and then it encounters the Earth's atmosphere, and then refraction comes into play. So there's all that distance that we can kind of like minus. We can kind of disregard that. Like nothing is going on there. And then we have the Earth system that includes refraction, and there we are.
Did you hear the sheriff in Nottingham?
Well, for me, I think it's pretty easy. I understand how sniper rifles work. I'm not a talented gunslinger or anything like that, but I understand the concept. If you miss by a little at short distances, that's okay. If you miss by a little at great distances, you're not going to hit the target at all. So my thinking of the light not being parallel is really hard for me to believe. Now, once it reaches the Earth, that's one thing, right? You know, I guess you could say that there would be lots of scattering and or et cetera, et cetera, et ceteras. But traveling through 93 million miles of a 10 to the 17 negative torr vacuum, unobstructed by anything, I just have a real hard time believing in the solar eclipse diagram that we've been shown as the model of the solar eclipse.
So let's think of the sun as a whole bunch of bullets. Like so the sun shoots a bullet. It is, let's say it's perfectly parallel to you in the vertical and the horizontal. Like it is coming straight for your eye line. In the vacuum, I don't think that the bullet travels left or right. I don't think it travels up or down. I don't think it does anything until it encounters this atmosphere. I think it, like, everything it does is negligible until it encounters this atmosphere. Like, are we okay with that?
I'm not sure. I think that in your model, the light would travel perfectly parallel for 93 million miles.
Like parallel and then X, Y, and like up, down, and left, right way. Like it will go straight to your eye line.
Right. Let me give you an example. I was probably 12 or 14-year-old hanging out with this guy, Guadalupe. And Guadalupe took me to his parents' land, and they were shooting skeet with shotguns. And I never really experienced long-range shooting with shotgun. All my shotgun stuff was up close. Well, he takes me out into the field after we shoot skeet, and I was terrible at first. And he's like, "You see that bird over there? We're talking like 100 yards away." He hits this bird. We're talking like a little, the size of like a bluebird or something,
right,
like a scissortail, like that size, really small bird. He hits this bird, and my jaw dropped. I was like, "What the? How did you get that shot?" Well, those pellets, one or two that maybe struck the bird, they had to travel at close to 90 degree. It wasn't exactly 90 degree because they probably did drop a little bit, but
it was 90 degree to
all the rest of them missed.
To the angle of the gun, right?
Right. But all the rest of the BBs completely missed the bird. That's my
Right.
example with the light. All the other light rays completely missed the Earth, except for the ones that hit us, right, in your model. So those light rays had to be traveling at a pretty freaking straight path in order to get here. And the rest of them were traveling in a straight path, but they didn't get here. And my thinking is if they didn't travel in a straight path, that doesn't make sense with light, because in order for it to change path, it would have to be something like a double slit experiment, which doesn't exist in the sky, or some sort of interference like a nebula, but that doesn't exist in between here and the sun.
Right.
Or some sort of planet, which if there was a transit, those light rays wouldn't reach us. But yeah, I think to me this demonstrates that the light would have to be coming in at 90 degrees. But when you look at that diagram of the solar eclipse, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. That both of those things are happening at the same time, and both are true. Like, this is an obvious violation of the law of non-contradictions. This is a true dichotomy. These acorns.
Alrighty. I think that I've reached the end of my night. It's been a good one, Larry. I will catch you on the next one.
Hey man, I just want to apologize one more time. I try my best to govern myself. I'm not perfect.
Larry, you're a fucking good dude. I enjoy you. I wish I had a rebuttal to what you just said. I don't have a rebuttal. You in the day. I'm just getting a little bit tired. So catch you on the next one.
Some other time. Looks like we got one that's muted. I wonder who muted them. Anybody else want to take over for a while? I am also getting tired. Fix crash of error reporter.
You did a great job, Larry, I must add.
Yeah, I did get frustrated with dogs and took it out on the other guy.
Dogs just likes to play on words like all the rest of these fools, yeah. He knows exactly what you're saying. I can understand in Australia exactly what you're saying. Just wants to try and win the argument again.
I just really hate the wannabe sophists. Can't stand them.
There are a lot of Australians like dogs, unfortunately. I think T-Dub would probably support that opinion.
Yeah, we got our fair share of bootlickers too. Just some people deep throat the whole boot, you know.
But a lot of Australians do love the government. They do believe these things. They do get involved in American politics and sit here and have discussions about American gun rights, and they know nothing about the country, yeah? It's all based off their assumptions, what their mates have told them. You know, it's garbage.
Let's see. For me, you know, gun rights are real simple. Does Israel have the right to defend itself? Yes or no? And then if the answer is yes, does everybody else? And if the answer is no, then why not? And if you can't answer that, go ahead.
I don't know exactly what's happening in Israel, but I believe that anyone has the right to defend themselves. Yeah.
Right, it's a true statement, right? Anyone.
Anyone, yes, but they don't. That's changing here, and it's changing in the law, and well, they're trying to change it, yeah. And there are a lot of rules and regulations in Australia that I don't agree with, and yeah, this is one of them, I suppose. Even in the schools, they used to tell my kids in school when they first started, before I pulled them out, if you're being bullied, you can't defend yourself. Well, you can't defend your sister. You got to stand there and put your hands in the air and say, "Please stop it. I don't like it." Well, you're going to get bullied even more just for doing that.
For me, it's like real simple. It's not your right to defend innocent people. It's your duty. Like, it's absolutely your duty to defend the innocent. If you walk up on a woman or a child or an elderly man and they're getting thrashed and you don't do anything, you're a criminal in my mind. Like,
well,
you didn't do anything.
I can send you a video of that exact situation, yeah, where I was working and I had a dog with me actually, and a guy walked up and just king hit a girl at the bus stop from behind. And my first reaction was to put the dog on him. Shouldn't have done. King hit a defenseless young girl. Hey?
I'm curious, did you get sued?
The police turned up and I had video footage of certain stuff, and yeah, the guy was off his guts and then he bashed cops and whatever, and I got away with it. And the police talked her out of pressing charges because she was a tourist and she'd have to come back for court and blah, 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 and don't worry about it. Yeah. Keep it to yourself. I'm happy to send you a video. I don't think there's much you can do with it from America, but I do have a video of all that.
Man, if I saw something like that, I'm not saying that I would have brandished or anything, but I would have been all over that dude. You're gonna hit a girl in front of me, like unprovoked? And I would have to see the whole thing from beginning to end. You know what I mean? I couldn't just walk up on a couple fighting.
I got it videoed. I seen the whole thing. The guy was off his guts, laying on a chair, and the girl was looking at the sign at the bus stop, and he just walked straight up behind her and kicked her legs out from underneath her. And I jumped the fence where I was with the dog and front kicked him to the ground and let the dog go.
Yes, it's donut.
Yeah.
We got a cop in here now. He's talking about donuts.
Maybe.
The S is donut.
No, Homer. Is it?
I don't know who said that. Sounded like he had a Middle Eastern accent.
He likes donuts.
Is there like different shapes of the flat Earth like model for you guys?
Well, we don't have a model.
Well, like, do you guys have like a belief in like a different, like, do you guys think it's like much bigger, or do you think it's like what the Earth is mapped out now, or do you think there's stuff like hidden? Like, what is that?
Well, it would only be speculation. We know that we can give a description of the surface. We don't know the entirety of the Earth, but me, myself personally, being a Christian, I would take the biblical description, but I wouldn't argue that point as fact, especially with someone in here that doesn't have that belief, doesn't hold the same belief, yeah?
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, we don't have a model, and flat is not a shape. It's a surface description. So the claim is that the Earth has a shape. And if that's true, then you would be able to see the edge of the Earth, meaning the geometric horizon, meaning the Earth curve causing us to see things or not see certain things. But what we observe when we go outside and check for ourselves is that we can see too far when we take the math that we were given the geometry, and we test it, it doesn't comport with reality. Now, there are some people in here that will argue that they believe in observational science, but when we point this out to them that we can see too far, then they ignore even the observational science. So these people, this type of person, will ignore experimental science and observational science to go with the theoretical science. And to me, that doesn't sound like science at all. Of course, that's not everybody. I'm not generalizing. But some people do make those arguments in here, and they're globe Earth believers.
Sure, but the thing is, Larry, a lot of you guys say that you see too far, and then you don't tell us how far we should be able to see, right? Sometimes we see too far, and then sometimes we shouldn't be able to see too far. So which one is it?
Actually, we do. We tell you it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if you got a 10-mile observation times 1.225, that's where the horizon should be.
So can we also have a 100-mile observation?
Incorrect. It's not likely that.
Can we also have a 100-mile observation?
Can I answer the question without you repeating it?
Yeah, go ahead. Answer that question.
Okay. Yeah. It's not likely that your average person is going to have a 100-plus mile observation, but the world record is 270-plus miles right now. The answer is yes.
So we can have a 100-mile observation on the regular day, right?
That's not what I said. Is that the question that you asked?
Well, why can't we?
You ever heard of?
Why can't we?
You ever hear of atmospheric conditions? You ever heard of fog?
Sure. But
yeah, hold up. I'm not done. Let me tickle his penis. I don't care if he's at Venus. I want to tickle it harder than I mean it.
What the hell?
It's okay. Caught a murderer today.
So, was that the original question that you asked?
Yeah, it's just the thing. I hear you guys always say you see too far, and I'm just curious on how far can we see? What's the limit? Do you think there's a limit to how far we can see?
I just told you, according to the globe Earth math, it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
No, I'm saying according to you, though, what is it?
No, that's according to the globe math, bro. Why would you ask me to make
exactly,
up numbers
that's why I said
for
according
your
to
model?
you, what is it?
Hello?
I'm not worried about. What do you mean my model?
The globe is the claim. We're testing the claim. Did I claim a model?
Okay, that's fine. I'm talking about the flat Earth right now, though. I'm not talking about the globe.
So you're going to come in here and just completely abandon your own claim?
What claim?
Doesn't sound very confident.
How do you know it's my claim? When did I ever say the Earth is a globe?
So you're arguing for the concave Earth, then?
No, I'm not arguing for any Earth. I'm just asking you some questions.
Okay, go ahead and ask questions.
Yeah, so do you believe that there is an optical limit that we can see on the Earth?
Yeah, there's atmospheric conditions that limit that.
But I mean, are your
Okay, so
eyes
atmospheric conditions are the limits, then?
limited distance?
Hold on, Dream Skill. Can you go one at a time, please? Ask your question again.
Yeah,
Newton.
I'm asking the question, Senka. Can you just let me ask some questions?
You're not the mod, bro. Just ask the questions.
Yeah, so atmospheric conditions is what causes us not to be able to see really, really far?
Yeah, you do know the atmosphere is translucent, not transparent, right?
That's fine. Can you cite some sources that would say that the limit we can see is due to atmospheric conditions?
Just look up the definition of horizon. The apparent location.
That's fine. I'm just asking you.
Bro, stop interrupting or I'm going to mute you. Don't ask me a question and talk through me. That's incredibly rude. So, the definition of horizon is the apparent location where the sky meets the water or the ground. So what does apparent mean? When you think through this logically, it means that there's going to be different locations for the horizon based on atmospheric conditions. You understand?
Yeah, sure. I'm just looking for the citation that says the limit, the reason we can't see forever almost, right, is due to atmospheric conditions.
Just like any weather report, we'll pull it up and you can see how far you can see that day. any weather report. You can pull it up, and it'll tell you how many miles you'll be able to see that particular given day.
Can I get in on this?
Just asking if you have a citation.
Bro,
I'd like to point out that
can
if
you
you
just?
You can go down to the damn beach and look at it yourself. You'll see the horizon at 10 miles one day, 20 miles the next, maybe 40 day after that.
This
There's
guy
your
needs a
citation.
citation, though.
Yeah.
All right, so
That's the citation. Go down
let's
there and
pull
get your
up
own damn data.
Weather report. New York.
But you're gonna get the weather data it's claiming the globe Earth model though, Larry, is it not?
Does it say the Earth is a globe? No, it says broken clouds, humidity, precipitation, wind. Doesn't say anything about a globe. What a stupid question.
Yeah, but those people believe the Earth is a globe.
And they probably also believe that our taxes go to pay for the roads.
That's a different argument.
Right. That's that. Now you get it. It's a non sequitur.
Can you post a citation though?
It's a non. I'm looking for it.
Good Lord.
You are so impatient. Your parents did a great job.
I thought you already
raising
had it. My bad, dude.
You've never seen a weather report where it says, the distance you can see. Yeah, it's a visibility. Like what a boat captain goes out and he checks out what the visibility is going to be for that day.
Well, I'm just driving in sunny England, but it's not very sunny today. It's very foggy, and I'm just driving, and I can hardly see in front of me at the moment.
Foggy.
Yeah, sometimes it is very foggy, but what about like on a very sunny day? What about on a bright sunny day?
And you can see freaking really far.
Good.
Just like you were saying, it's different on every day. It's different on every day.
What? So okay, but when if it's hot and sunny for 2 days in a row?
Then you're gonna be able to see clear for freaking 2 days in a row, probably.
Okay, so there should be a limit.
Not the
then.
same
There should be an
exact.
actual limit.
Well, yeah, there's a limit to your freaking eye, to your eyes.
Not just your eyes. You can use telescopes, dude. You can use a P100.
Okay, but you can't see. You're never gonna see to France. You know, you're just not. Even as much as globetards want to say that dumb shit, you're not gonna see to France, man.
I'm not saying to France, dude. I'm saying you should see really, really far.
Well, you do. I mean, on clear days, you can see a lighthouse down to the beach from 100 miles away. It's pretty far, isn't it? Is that really, really far? 100 miles?
I'd love to see it. I'd love to see.
Well, dude, it happens all the time. Happens all the time, man. And you shouldn't be able to see a lighthouse after 30 miles, man. What's it at 10 miles?
Can you always see that lighthouse? Can you always see that lighthouse on any given
on a
day?
clear day? Pretty much, you'll see the lighthouse. Yeah, and you shouldn't be able to see what 10 miles is 66 feet, right? Or is it 666? Shit. Now I'm freaking forgetting.
Whatever you're claiming, just post it in the chat.
I'm just telling you what it is. The hidden for 10 miles is 666, I think, and then the 100 miles is 6,666. If I'm not mistaken, or maybe that's 1,000. Whatever. It's all damn sixes, which is pretty convenient. Sixes, nonsense.
Interesting.
Okay, cited my source for visibility from weather.mail, blah, blah, blah. Can't believe you didn't know about visibility and you needed someone to cite you a source because you didn't believe it. Or is it that you don't understand, right?
I have a question
Visibility
about
measurements at sea. Okay. Seems like an old website.
What's your question? Go ahead, bro.
So, like, when you're looking out into the horizon, you say that there's like a limit there of like, that the atmosphere blocks, because you can't, you can't see past the atmosphere.
It's not that it's blocking, right? There could be fog. There could be all sorts of things, right? When you say blocking, it sounds like obstruction, right? Like there's a big ass school bus in your way, right? So there's all kinds of different things that can cause you not to see long distances.
You want
the number
those
one thing is limitation of
details in
your
the
own
cupboard, or
eyes.
do you want them in the kitchen?
You're hot micing, AJ. This guy here calls himself Sir Isaac Newtonian, didn't know about visibility.
Well, I'm actually gonna check your little article out so I can refute what you were saying.
You're gonna refute the fact that there's visibility?
What?
I never said that, dude. Never said that.
Well, you just said you're going to refute it. You're going to refute it.
I'd like to see that.
Hold on.
Larry, what is it at 10 miles? Is it 66 or 666?
66.6 feet from zero.
There you go. 66.6.
I mean, I'm sure there is. I'm just driving at the moment. There is information out there on the limitations of human sight. You know, it's explained in biological documents and things like that. The human eye, how it works.
So what about, like, I'm gonna put a link in the chat here. So if you can see this far only when you're on top of this mountain and looking at another mountain, which is 443 kilometers away, why, even in any scenario, can you not see that distance, like on the most perfect days of weather? Why you could on a flat
Did you
Earth,
throw those empty jars out, Dale? Okay.
Well, AJ, you're hot micing again.
Always moisture. There's always moisture.
Sorry.
All right. So the reason that you can't normally see 273 miles away is because A, most people can't get high enough to see that far. B, most people don't have an object big enough to look at from that far. And C, your eyes are very limited, especially the aperture.
So I live in Australia, and I live on I used to live on the Great Dividing Range. So it's like this mountain range that overlooks Sydney City. Now, I can see most of the buildings of the city. However, the city's right next to the water, and I cannot see the water, even though the mountains that I'm standing on would be well above the line of would be well above the building, so I can see the buildings clearly from the top of this mountain on a clear day, but I can't see the water that it's right next to. Why is that?
Does that make any sense to you?
It's about 64 kilometers away.
You can see you can see a building from 64 kilometers away, and you don't.
Yes.
And what you think the Earth is curving and it's just blocking just the water, but you can see the buildings right next to it?
Yeah.
Does that make any sense to you?
Yes.
Holy shit! Okay.
Well, I'm standing from a high point. I'm looking at a high point, and I'm looking at tall buildings. I can't see the small buildings. I can see the tall buildings.
You're talking about it at night? You're seeing the lights at night?
No, not at night.
Oh, he said he can't see the ocean.
No, I can't see the ocean, but I can see the buildings.
If you could draw that.
There's actually a spot. There's actually a spot in it's called in Australia, Currajong Heights Lookout. You can see the city. I'll spell it out.
Talking about in daylight In daylight?
Could you
Just want to clarify a
imagine?
couple
You
of
can
things. Are you
see
talking
it
about
both.
in daylight?
You can
Yeah,
see
he
both.
said daylight.
Okay. Are you
Phase
using
in
high
daylight.
powered optics? Are you using high powered optics or just your naked eye? Naked eye.
I mean, all this
Naked
is just
eye?
hearsay. Sorry,
Yes,
this is just
naked eye.
hearsay, by the way. This is just all hearsay, by the way.
No, it's not.
Just saying, think about that. Draw that map in your head, like where you can see the buildings, but then the water right behind it. You
It's
can't see that
skyscrapers.
at
They're
all.
skyscrapers. They're not little buildings. They're not houses. They're skyscrapers. They're big
Okay,
things.
now you've
Yes.
got an optical limit. You've got the the angular limit too. So
The angular limit.
I'm standing about 500 meters in the air, and I'm just looking at buildings about 50 meters high.
Can you describe stooping and sinking to me?
Well, it wouldn't have anything to do on the flat Earth, though.
So you're
Like,
telling
I would
me
be able to see the water.
Are you telling me refraction wouldn't happen on a flat Earth?
Refraction would happen on a flat plane, yeah.
So can you describe stooping and sinking to me?
Like the object is sinking under the light. Like sometimes the light can refract so downward so that objects get pushed down. I've heard that one. I don't think there would be enough refraction.
So let me get this straight. If the Earth is curving, hold on.
People like me that are
Hold
here.
on.
What's sky?
Yeesh. Okay, so I'm trying to respond to the guy. I'll mute you in just a second, Boulder. So you're telling me that the light will bend enough on a globe Earth to make you see down around the curve, but if the Earth is flat, it won't bend down enough to make things disappear from your eyesight.
I
Is that correct?
am 500 meters up.
It's a yes or no. Did I get your argument correct? Yes or no?
That would be my argument, yes.
Okay, go ahead. Now that I've steel-manned his argument, go ahead, Boulder.
I didn't. I just wanted to get context. I just joined and I listened for a little bit, but I couldn't figure out which skyscrapers or observation you were talking about. So I just wished either one of you would kind of bring everybody that just joined up to
He's literally saying that he can't see the water behind these big, tall skyscrapers from 60 miles away because the Earth is curving.
Not 60 kilometers.
All right, 60 kilometers.
skyscrapers. Which city are we talking about? That's all I was asking.
Hold on.
Is this also called the Bellbird Lookout in Kurrajong Heights?
Yeah. I've got to get a better measurement because I'm kind of guessing that it's 60 kilometers away from Sydney.
Yeah, but the images that I'm looking at here online, it's that far away to that location. Yes,
yeah,
you
but
can see
if you're
land
there,
and
you can
buildings
literally
and
see
such.
the city.
All right, so you can't.
Okay, so
everything compresses, into the ground. So what happens is, at a certain point, you visually cannot make that point out anymore. And this is what's occurring in these photos from a long distance. So I'll post a couple of photos here that I'm see online, so everyone can see here what he's talking about.
That's why we said angular limit. The same way a boat starts to disappear from 30 miles away from the bottom up on certain days, but it'll disappear at 40 miles up from another day, or from 70 miles it'll start disappearing.
Is it
from the
not
bottom up.
0.02? You
It's
can't
an
see.
angular limit. It's just going to happen. It's going to happen at different distances.
I just want to clarify for everybody. Okay, so he's at a lookout. He's saying 500 meters above sea level, is it?
Yeah, I'm just about to post a photo.
So he's at a lookout looking east, right, towards the city of Sydney, right, which is on the east coast.
I've got a photo of it on the link here. That's a good photo of it. That's pretty clear image there. You can see the top of the buildings here.
So beyond the city is ocean.
Yeah, but right next to the city is the ocean.
Not being able to see the ocean beyond the city. Although let's take into account that Sydney is fucking huge, man. It's huge.
Yeah, but there's like the viewpoint. If you're looking at the plane here, so like if you look at other images, the city's not covering the entire line. Like the city stops, and then there's beaches like heaps across both south and north of the city. So it's not just the city I'm focusing on here. It's like that whole horizon area. You can see the city there. It's in the middle of my point of view, and then around it there's no buildings blocking that view. So I should be able to see the ocean.
Do you understand why a boat disappears from the bottom up? Do you understand that?
From the bottom up?
Yeah. Do you understand why it does?
I would have a different opinion compared to your opinion.
Okay, well, you think if you think it's Earth curve, and it happens at 10 miles an hour on one day, 20 miles an hour. 20 miles at on another day, and 60 on another. Then your ball is either growing or shrinking by the day, or it's optical and it's apparent. It's it moves. It's optical due to conditions. That's why it happens at different.
Somebody
Okay,
post
well then
swans, please.
Then show that. Then show the horizon at 3 point whatever. What is it? It's for a 6 foot man. What's it like 6 miles? It should be the boat should be disappearing at 3 miles for a 6 foot man. Yeah. All right. So it's 1.22 at like that's the one. Yeah, that's the black swan. So yeah. So there you go. The boat should be disappearing at around 3 miles every day without any difference. If it's an edge, it should be going behind that edge at the same point every day. You should literally be able to go stick a damn a stake in the ground out there, go there and point to it and say, this is the edge, this is where boats disappear over every day. Doesn't happen like that. It never will. It's apparent. It's not a frick.
Is there like an experiment?
Not a place you go to. It's where the sky appears to meet the ground. The horizon's whatever. It's optical. It's not a place you can go to. You can't go and hang out.
Sorry.
Where boats go over. Sorry.
No. I was just going to ask: is there an experiment or a thing where someone goes out every day and sees the same ship go the same shipping route at the same time every single day, and do those distances change? Like, you're varying. Like, you're saying that this varies from, you said, from like 10 miles to like 60 miles.
It'll change. It changes like a lot. Like due to the atmosphere, what the conditions are, just like he was talking about earlier. Visibility. It's the same thing.
What's the variation?
I can't really state it for a specific
Blooming,
area.
stooping, thinking. These are all Fata Morgana. These are all different variations because you're looking through atmosphere, correct?
Yeah.
So we can show you images of the same oil rig taken from the same location at different parts of the day or different days. I can't remember which one. And it's really easy to tell that the horizon's behind it one day and then in front of it the other day.
But
showing that it's optical.
Sorry.
One place it's never at is at 1 mile, which is where it's supposed to be.
Right.
In the Black Swan, or 1.2.
Who was the guy that gave us the 1.225 formula? What was his name?
Can I ask Larry a question?
Yeah, as soon as somebody can answer my question or not. Give me just 2 seconds. Anybody know the answer to that question?
Yeah, was it Walter Bislin?
That's right. Yeah.
Damn it.
He's a Glover, by the way. Go ahead, Eggs, or whatever your name
Yeah,
is.
Walter B, man. Wally B. Wally B's a Glover.
Go ahead, Sisyphus.
Yeah, Larry, you said oil rigs and the pictures were taken from different times or different places.
No, same place.
You didn't
different
know.
times.
You just said you didn't know which, but it didn't matter. You reached the same conclusion.
It was taken from 1 foot observer height.
Different times,
I'm
same location. Different times, same location. Say it with me.
Okay,
different
so you
times.
figured it out. You misspoke a minute ago.
No, you misheard. I said, can't remember if it was the same day or a different day. I was questioning whether it was
what
hours
time of the
apart
day.
or days apart. That's what I was questioning, not the location. I know you thought you had a discrepancy, right?
I'll give you the
Go back
benefit.
to the new guy.
That's not what I heard.
Oh, good
but as
lordy.
you said, I misheard. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, so back to the new guy. Go ahead, and I would appreciate it if you Australians who are familiar with the landscape continued.
There's elevation change between that point and the ocean. I mean, like he's viewing something that is itself is still above sea level somewhat, right? They've got to take that into account. Also, that's going to be blocking a lot of your view. Go on.
And there's also like you know, the northern beaches and stuff like that. They're all on hills. So
like not that big
you
a
have
hill.
to go-
Like 500 meters can look over the like 2-meter hill before the ocean.
2 meters. Do you think they're 2 meter hills?
Some beaches are
back-
pretty flat, mate.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
Go have a look.
I've been up there. There's
No
literally
shit, you live
like
in Sydney, don't you?
Budgie and like near the entrance area of the Central Coast, which is just below Gosford. They're like some of those areas. They've got the lake and then the beach, like just like over about 2-3 meter.
Are we talking about Sydney or Central Coast?
Well,
You're talking
I could see clear.
Now you're talking about
I could see clear across entrance. I could see.
Yeah,
from the
but you
entrance
can
clear across
from
that water all the way to Martin's Creek way.
You can. Where's the map here?
Have you got a photo of the? Have you got a photo? Have you got a photo from the lookout?
I've just posted it in the link, like the link in the chat of the.
What's your
voice
name?
Chat.
Hinka.
Hinka. Yeah. Like it's that's a link to a photo, but the rest of the Google Maps link is the location.
Pyrenees. That's not the right photo. What timestamp?
At 1830.
That's not the 1830. Okay.
Wait, what are we looking at? Sorry.
No, that's all right. Yeah. So you're 500 meters up. You know the place where the main CBD sits, where the harbour is. What elevation is that? Where the rocks are.
Where the Sydney Harbour is. Ah, that's like what, 10 meters? Even
higher than 10 meters.
Where the rocks are.
Yeah.
Fuck on the rocks.
You know,
Sydney yeah. I know cities. I know Sydney is itself like pretty fucking hilly.
Elevated. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's not.
So you're only
500 meters elevated.
You only have a 500. Yeah, but you're 60 kilometers away. So think of the angle that you're looking at.
So are these buildings expected to rise? Because it's like
What do you mean are the buildings expected to? Buildings aren't expected to do anything.
I'm technically higher than those buildings.
Yep.
So I should see over them.
Well, how far? How far do you want to see over them? If you
on a
line,
flat Earth, I should see unlimited.
Oh, well, you just agreed with Larry that refraction counts on a flat Earth too, yeah. So what I'm saying is, right, you're 500 meters above sea level. Sydney CBD sits on a hill. So you're going to look, you draw a line from your point to the Sydney CBD, and you see the angle that you're going to see at, right? So how far out would you expect to see the water? There's clouds behind it. Look at it. You got the harbour, and then you got the ocean, and you got hills all the way around the harbour.
But
it's
I'm
not a
still
very good.
above those hills.
You're not listening, are you? Draw an angle. Draw a line.
How much
Draw
refraction?
a line from your point.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Elevation, 500 meters, and then do the distance. And you'll get your angle at what you're looking at to the CBD, and then get the elevation of the CBD. And what should you be expected to see? Like that hill in front of the CBD. Well, how high is that? You're not going to see over the buildings, are you?
The buildings are not 500 meters tall.
Yeah, but you're forgetting about the angle that you're looking at it at. You're 60 kilometers away.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm getting this now.
I think the problem is that he has this preconceived notion that because he sees what he sees, it verifies that the Earth is the globe. When really you have to take a systematic approach to it very carefully. Find all the topography and factor that in, which is usually not what we would recommend for beginners. What we would recommend is that you go find the ocean, make some long distance observations where the ocean is, because if the Earth is a globe and 70% of it's covered in water, you would want to make observations where there's no topography or very little waves.
But there's a lot of moisture at the ocean. Like there's a lot of influencing factors that that warp the refraction. Like if a hot day, there's more moisturizing, there's more refraction. Even if it's a clear day, there's still evaporating water, which causes a lot of refraction, which causes a lot of optical illusion. So I'd say it's a very
well, then you can't tell if it's a globe or not. Then going by your own narrative, if you have to take all these things into consideration, you couldn't prove that it was a globe to begin with.
Standing at the water, no, I don't think you can sit there and look at the Earth from the water and be like, yeah, sure, that's a globe. But I am arguing that from where I'm standing at this Bell Point lookout, that you can argue for a globe.
Argue for a hill.
You're measuring topography, bro.
I'm trying to get measurements for you now.
The only thing that I can see in this picture is a hill in front of the CBD. That's all you've got. Like you'd have to work out the whole way to the Sydney CBD, the elevations of those hills in front. It just looks like a hill. Because what you're actually saying is, from this point, you're seeing Earth curvature. But it's not. It's just a hill.
He's measuring topography. And conflating it with the curvature of the Earth. Unless he wants to go into long-form explanation.
So, like, there's no point in the city that's taller than 88 meters. I might add. I think this is including the buildings. Or 103 here at Bellevue Avenue, which is Bellevue Hill, which is just before Bondi Beach. And I was going to zoom out of the city more. This is on this map, by the way. I'll put it in the chat here. So I'm looking at Sydney from this map. It does take a bit to load, so that's why it's taking me a while to give you the proper answer.
I guarantee you're not going to get a conclusion from it, because what's that suburb that's in front of the CBD from the Bellbird?
Yeah, that Bellevue Avenue, that Belval, whatever that fucking place is, Bellevue Hill is 103 meters.
Yep.
Elevated.
So now you're 500 meters, and you've got a 100-meter hill, right? And then you're 60 kilometers away, so your angle is going to be not much. Not going to be. It's not a big angle down where you're going to see over the hill to the water. Because if you follow that angle to where the water is might take you out to like another 30 k's offshore. Yeah, and you're not going to see 100 kilometers to the water and be able to decipher where the ocean is on that water, are you? You're not going to be able to do it. Like you said, there's moisture in the air, there's clouds, everything. You even said there would be refraction on a flat Earth too. So you're not countering in refraction either.
Well, there's refraction anywhere with air.
Of course. So how are you going to
That's
counter
why
that?
you can't claim to measure the curvature, because there's always refraction.
So how much refraction am I expected to see in
It varies.
on a clear day?
Who knows? How do you measure it? And how do you confirm that your calculations are correct? You need to measure the ball first.
It really is a wild card.
Okay. Yeah, and then go, okay, well, I can see this far, so there must be this amount of refraction because the Earth is this big. It's circular reasoning.
Terrestrial refraction has the radius built right into it. The Earth's radius is the very thing that you're trying to prove. So when you take this terrestrial refraction and use it, you're basically circular logic, which is a fallacy. What you would want to do is you would want to measure that radius first, but you can't do that because refraction. So anytime you guys admit that there's refraction, you're admitting that you can't measure the curvature, because all you're measuring is the apparent location to the horizon or distant objects through refraction. So if you're measuring refraction, you're not measuring the Earth curve. Sucks to be a Glober after 2009. Forgive me, I had to say it.
There seems to be a pause, so I think I can jump in. Larry, it does not at all suck to be a glober. So.
Then why are you guys like struggling so hard to do cleanup on aisle 9, like 24/7? You guys are in these. There's always one in here, like all the time. One glober
That's
to go.
A weird thing to say. I mean, there's always one flat earther in here, so why is the flat Earth trying so hard to lie to folks?
Lie?
I mean, that's such a weird thing to say. There's always one glober in here, but there's always one flat earther in here too. So, Gibbs, what's up with the flat Earth?
Is there refraction? Is that true?
No. Go back. No, we're not going to jump to refraction. There's always a flat earther. You said there's always a glober in here, and that's weird.
Yeah, we're flat earthers.
Touche.
No, that's
there
not
always
touche.
Seems to be a flat earther in here. Why?
We're flat earthers. We want to hang out with one another and talk to people about ideas. You guys feel obligated to be here to defend the globe like it's your magic little football. And you guys are linemen.
It says here flat Earth to make a claim to debate. So we're here to debate.
Larry, you're saying that this is the Flat Earth Club and the Globers come uninvited?
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Okay, then sorry. Say what you said again.
You guys are always here playing defense for the home team. The Gooberman.
You said this is the home. You said this is the Flat Earth channel. Home advantage Flat Earth. We're playing away games?
We definitely don't have advantage because you guys have like what?
Okay. Which field is this? Is this the globe field or the flat Earth field? This channel right here. Is this the flat Earth or the globe channel?
I guess both. Now that I think about it.
Okay, so then I guess we gotta circle back around. Why is it weird to always have one of each in here?
Just don't think that the anti-Bigfoot people are like trolling the Bigfoot people. I don't think that happens.
Don't think. Now you're talking about Bigfoot. We were talking about Earth a second ago.
Yeah, I know, but try to follow me, right?
It's hard to follow you. Why don't you not speak in metaphors and analogies and just...
No, I'm not speaking in metaphors and analogies. I'm talking about
Bigfoot is a metaphor or analogy.
No, it's not. I'm talking about the Bigfooters.
Bigfoot is literally Earth?
No.
Okay, then it's a metaphor or an analogy.
It's not. I'm talking about the Bigfoot people that believe in Bigfoot. If they have a Discord, do you think they have people
here right now?
Bro, can I just finish a fucking sentence? Do you mind?
Okay, go ahead.
You don't mind? You allow it? Thank you, Master, for allowing me to speak.
Talk about Bigfoot when we're here to talk about Earth. Go ahead. Yeah. Take it down that road.
So I'm just curious, like, do you guys go in the Bigfoot rooms at all and say, no, you guys are stupid, don't breed, drink, whatever, you know? You guys do that to the Bigfoot people?
Who is you guys?
Is there a Bigfoot room in here?
No, not in here. I'm saying...
Who is you guys?
You anti-flat Earth, truth-seeking people that don't want people spreading lies, like you said earlier. Aren't Bigfoot people spreading lies?
Am I one of...
No.
What am I?
I'm asking you, are Bigfoot people spreading lies?
I honestly don't know what Bigfoot people are.
People that believe and promote the idea of Bigfoot? You think that's a lie, right?
I don't know. It's not on my radar right now. I haven't thought about it.
So you're just concerned about the flat earthers, right? Because they're the ones that need to be contained, right? There needs to be a narrative over the top of their premise, right at the crescendo of it, right?
I don't know about that either.
Well, that's usually when you guys interrupt.
Which guys?
Anti-flat earthers.
And am I an anti-flat earther?
I don't know. Do you identify as one? Are you pro-flat earther?
Well, I don't know. You're dropping lots of labels. You're labeling Bigfoot guys and anti-flat earther guys and flat earther guys. So you seem to want to categorize people with labels, and
isn't that normal
I'm not
human
sure
psychology to label people so that you can understand them better? Because you can only remember about 200 folks at one given time, right? It's really easy.
You're totally right. I mean,
understand archetypes and how that works.
Human brains want to take shortcuts, and they want to put people into generic groups, and they don't want to think about individuals at all. And that breeds a lot of problems. That breeds slavery. It breeds holocausts. The black folks, the Jews, the whatevers, like the flat
Well,
earthers.
you took it to a weird.
All of that.
I was talking about
stuff.
Bigfoot, and you took it to a weird spot.
No, exactly. The Bigfooters, like doing that, labeling
you took it to a really
group.
Weird spot.
No, I'm pointing
You
out
automatically
to you
went to
labeling
Hitler.
a group.
What's that rule?
I'm pointing out to you. You are trying to force me into some sort of group, like an anti-Bigfooter or an anti-Flat Earther or an I don't know.
Are you pro-Flat Earth? Like you want people, like especially children, to hear about this?
See, there you go. Now you're trying to force me into a different group. You're trying to force me into pro-Flat Earth. No, you're not just asking a question. That's a phenomenally dishonest statement.
How is asking a question dishonest? So Socrates was dishonest by asking questions, according to you, right?
See, asking questions is not dishonest.
That's what I just did, and then you accused me of being dishonest. So you just contradicted yourself.
Because you prefixed your question with "I'm just."
Asking?
Right. And that's not true. That's not true at all. You weren't.
I'm not asking? So
you
if I
were
were to wrote that down, would I have ended it?
See, look, I'm not going to fuck with you. You were asking a question and simultaneously implying something, and if you say you weren't, you're full of shit.
I can't imply something with a question. I can imply something with a statement.
See, you invoke Socrates. Socrates didn't just ask questions. He asked questions to teach. And,
right,
and
so
likewise,
if the room wants to learn, you need to answer that question.
Right, but you said, I'm just asking a question. And that's a bullshit. You weren't just asking a question.
So what else was I doing? Scratching my arm?
No, you were trying to make a point, like Socrates.
So how come you can't answer it? You gonna plead the fifth?
So which point were you trying to make?
Are you pro
now Socrates,
talking
dear
to children?
Teacher, now Socrates, dear teacher, you've been called to the task. You weren't just trying to ask a question. What were you trying to teach?
Trying to educate the class on whether or not you're
educate them about
Flat Earther, whether you're pro Flat Earth, talking points, speaking to children, or against it.
So you were trying to educate the class that categorizing people into this or that is the right thing to do.
Yeah, they need to know where you stand.
Into one class or another, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, they need to know where you stand. Are you pro Flat Earth? Can't answer it, can you?
No, I can totally answer it.
Go ahead.
Quit
waffling.
I am so supportive of Flat Earth talking to folks and learning. I'm very much in favor of Flat Earth exploring and learning. So I guess that makes me pro Flat Earth. I want
I accept that.
People that think Flat Earth to learn and grow.
Okay, so you're pro
Flat Earth.
Earth.
Is that pro Flat Earth?
Yeah.
Like I'm pro people that think Flat Earth.
But you called us liars, so you're pro liars? You're for people who lie?
Oh yeah, definitely. I am for people. The people that lie are, when they can kind of come around and see that they are lying, like you and the Socrates thing where you lied.
When did I lie?
When you said, I'm just asking a question. You knew you weren't just asking a question.
Yes, I was absolutely just asking a question.
You even said, like Socrates, and you even said that you realized Socrates was trying to teach and wasn't just asking a question. So, like, somehow or another, you're lying. Either you're lying about knowing about Socrates, or you're lying about you just asking a question.
It's okay. So the other day I met the new owner, right? He comes to my store. We shake hands. We talk for a minute. He's so impressed that he shakes hands and makes it a point to remember my name. Again. Well, I asked him a question I already knew the answer to. Right? I asked him a simple question. And all I was doing is asking a question. But I also wanted to see how he would respond.
See, that's a lie. That's a lie. You already knew the answer. So there was no reason to ask the question, so you had an ulterior motive. You were not just asking a question.
Yes, I was just asking a question so I could hear his answer. There doesn't have to be a motive behind everything.
So to hear his answer isn't a motive?
Why else would you ask a question?
Oh, to learn. I am Larry. I ask questions to learn. You ask questions with motives to trick people or discern something about them or because you already know the answer. I ask questions to learn.
How can I trick you with a question?
That's the answer. You just said, why else would you ask a question? The answer is to learn. That's the thing you're missing.
How can I trick you by asking you a question? Please elaborate on that. I'll go on mute.
Didn't you just tell me a story about asking a prospective employer a question that you already knew the answer to?
How is that a trick?
Okay. I do not ask questions I already know the answer to. I ask questions I don't know the answer to because I hope to learn. You ask questions to manipulate people and try to discern something about them from their answers.
You just asked.
It's a totally different thing, right, Larry? Right, Larry?
You just asked a question that you knew the answer to, so you just told a lie.
Oh yeah, I tell lies all the time. Sometimes accidentally, sometimes on purpose.
So everything that you say from this point on
I do not represent myself as consistent.
See you later, man. We're gonna move on to flat Earth.
That was weird. How is asking a question dishonest? Isn't that what schools do? So are the teachers lying to the children when they don't make any statements and ask a question? Are they being dishonest when teachers ask questions? And if so, why would we allow our children to go to school to be interrogated by dishonest teachers? Well, that was weird. That was some sort of attempted sophistry where he attempted to get me in a gotcha or something. Like somehow it's dishonest to ask a question. That question I asked my new boss, it was a real important question. Why did you come to Texas to do business? Because I wanted to find out if he was a authoritarian, libertarian, communist, or capitalist, or Republican or Democrat. And the only way I could ask that question without asking that question was to ask that question. That's not dishonesty. It's just a question. Now, statements can be dishonest, right? Because there's 3 ways to lie. So when you go to court, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, right? But you can't say that the lawyers are being dishonest just for asking questions while the person's on the stand. That's weird. What kind of a wormhole does your mind process have to go through to think that asking a question can be dishonest? Statements can be dishonest. You can tell a lie, like Henry had Sally when Henry didn't, right? That would be a lie. But if you ask Sally, did you and Henry? That's not a dishonest question. Somebody please define dishonest question. I'm just flabbergasted. Dishonest questions. You ask a question to catch somebody in a lie, not to tell a lie. Because a lie is a statement.
What was the topic before?
Measuring curvature over topography as opposed to over flat stationary water. because they said that, well, there's a lot of refraction over the water, so we got to measure over the topography instead. And I said, either way, you're not going to be measuring the curvature of the Earth because there's always refraction, and over the land especially, there's always topography.
So, like, what about places with, like, low humidity? Because humidity plays a big part in refraction. There's more moisture in the air, more
like the desert, where there's all those mirages?
So if you go to a salt plain, yeah, well, there are mirages in salt, like in a salt plain or in a desert. Like just optical illusions of the heat waves rising, looking like water, which just tricks your brain into thinking it's water because you're thirsty. But you should, in a desert, see further away. Did it disconnect or something? Was that last bit not heard? Or
I did go out of range. I was hoping that someone else was listening. I apologize.
Sorry, no, it just went quiet. I thought I disconnected. I don't have the best internet connection sometimes.
Australians never do. Stereotype fallacy.
But yeah, like I would like to see more. Like I feel like you could get more of a consistent measurement over a desert than what you would over water, because water swells, water is humid, heat can change the density of the humidity. Sorry, the percentage of the humidity in the air. Where if you go to like a salt plain desert, I am quite sure you could get a more consistent measurement of where the horizon is.
Are they salt plains or is it a desert? Plains or desert? Pick one.
Salt plain, desert, either.
No.
Where it's drier, where there's less humidity.
There's always going to be moisture in the air, and
there is, but there's a lot less.
But deserts are known for mirages.
They are, but that's refraction. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's consistent.
That's the thing
refraction.
you're trying to avoid. No, it's not consistent if you're seeing two of the same image.
Well, if we're going to avoid refraction, we need to just remove the air.
You can't do that. That's why I said you can't measure the globe because there's always refraction.
But you can measure like a maximum distance you can see. If you're over a flat desert plain, or if you're over a flat salt plain, you should, like, there's huge ones. There's some in Australia. There's some in America as well, isn't there? There's like really big salt plains in.
There is. But let me explain something to you. Do you know about Karl Popper and the Black Swan? Do you understand the argument?
Who that is.
So if you claim there are only white swans, and I say no, there are black swans, and you say, well, I disagree. Well, if we make a bet and I produce a living black swan, and it has children and it produces living black swans, right? And you refuse to pay me and I take you to court, it only takes one black swan to prove you wrong, right?
Did that actually happen?
There are such things as black swans, but I don't think anybody went to court. Because it only takes one black swan to prove the claim wrong that there are only white swans, correct?
Who's Karl Popper? But yes, correct.
He's a philosopher of science. Famous philosopher. Go over his problem with deductive or versus inductive reasoning. It's a good read. But the point is that once you see that one black swan, the argument's over. It's done. You can produce 1 million more white swans, photographs and videos of white swans, doesn't matter. Well, the thing is with the geometry of the globe, if we're to believe the 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, you can see the horizon closer than that, but you can never see it further than that. Because in order to see something further than that, you would have to see a deer on the other side of the hill. So the light would have to be bending down at 8 inches per mile squared, the same curvature rate as the Earth, to see that deer on the other side of the hill, or to see that building, or that whatever fill-in-the-blank object on the other side of the hill. Well, we've seen the horizon 10 times further than it's supposed to be. So you can show us 1 million more white swans of boats disappearing over the horizon, but we've got the horizon 10 times further than the globe Earth math is supposed to be. That's why you guys say, well, I have an excuse, like why I was late to school, right? That kind of excuse. It's refraction. So when you guys say refraction, you're admitting that we can no longer measure the curvature of the Earth, and that claim that boats go over the horizon is null and void because it could have just been refraction. So anytime somebody says that I got a proof the Earth is a globe, look at the horizon, look at things disappearing over it, it's just refraction. Because you can't never say there's no refraction because you can't remove the atmosphere. And percentage, was that you that asked that question?
Which one? Us? Who's Karl Popper?
Yeah, you asked about Karl Popper.
Yeah.
That inductive reasoning, you'll find that they use that a lot, right? So inductive reasoning works like this. You're playing the game Clue. You have to find out who the murderer is. So you have to use the process of elimination, deductive reasoning, where you eliminate all the possible murderers until they're no longer possible. So think Sherlock Holmes, right? And at the end, you'll have a murder weapon, a location, and a person. You get all three right, you win the game. What inductive reasoning does is you start out with, I think it was the chef in the kitchen with a steak knife, and you only look for evidence to support that claim. That's how inductive reasoning works. A real investigator would not start out with a conspiracy theory like that. They would start out by looking at all the evidence and eliminating everyone they could off of the list. That's why you have an independent variable that you manipulate by itself, hence the name independent.
So the argument for the horizon, because refraction, is a pretty pointless argument.
Well, not for us. It's the argument we wanted you guys to make ever since like 2017. It just took you guys a while to start making that argument. And once you guys started admitting to refraction when we destroyed your 8 inches per mile squared, horizon causes boats to disappear argument, now you guys don't have that argument anymore. So the only thing you could say is, well, must be refraction. Well, that sounds like an excuse to me. And if it is true that this refraction thing happens the way that you says it does, then you can never measure curvature. You're only measuring the results of the atmospheric conditions of the day. Go ahead.
With all fairness, when you address you guys, to me, I only recently learned that people believed in flat Earth like a few months ago when a family friend of mine said that he believes the Earth is flat and pointed me in the direction of the flat Earth debate. Dude, fucking, what's his name?
Is he in here now? Don't box him. But...
No. He's Oakley, that guy. So that's why I'm here. So if you're bringing up things like in 2017, I fucking got no clue what you're talking about.
I understand that.
So
yeah, it was a stereotype. Doesn't mean you. Go ahead, bro.
So, but like just from then, you've said that it it's like a black swan, different thing that you've talked about. So okay, so it's just not really much of a point arguing it in terms of, because
Right,
like
because
we
it
could
doesn't
always
matter
just
what you
both
show
say
us.
refraction.
Right, it
And
doesn't
then-
matter what you show us. You can't prove anything because I've been to the ocean and I've seen objects 10 miles away from less than a foot above the surface of the water. Assuming 1 foot waves and assuming 1 foot eye height, which I was actually less, the water was up to my armpits, then there should have been 66 feet of obstruction according to the globe Earth math. A globe Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles. Well, I could see Ingleside on the Bay from North Beach next to the USS Lexington. I'm never going to be able to unsee that. So you can show me a million images and I'm not going to believe whatever it is that you say because I have firsthand primary knowledge that there is not, for a fact, a 66-foot earth hump or water hump in between me and that object that I saw. So I trust my senses rather than trusting men and their arguments.
Okay, so what other talking points are used here? Like, do we talk about other things here, or
We just did
is it
quite a few hours
argue
on other
refraction?
topics. There's
What
lots
about,
of topics. We talk about
like-
the eclipse before this. We talked about law before that. We talk about a lot of different things, but we try to keep it on topic. I think religion snuck in a few hours ago, but we try to keep. Yeah, sorry about that. We try to keep the conversation based on the Earth. So there's 3 claims. There's curvature, 8 inches per mile squared. There's axial rotation, and there's a vacuum of space 10 to the 17 negative torr with no container or barrier, allegedly, between us and the air that we breathe and the vacuum of space.
Oh
Now,
yeah,
can
that was one I heard before. Yeah.
Right, and then the fourth thing I like to add is they cannot demonstrate an example with a cause and effect relationship between gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density. So I can demonstrate what holds the oceans down. You can say that it's gravity all day long, but I can take a bit of ocean, put it in a vacuum chamber, and boil it at a very low temperature, or I could take it and put it in a tea kettle and boil it at a low pressure. So that demonstrates, that demonstrates scientifically, empirically, that what is holding the ocean down is high pressure and low temperature, not gravity. Unless you can demonstrate how you can manipulate gravity and make the ocean fuck off.
Well, that would be breaking the rules of gravity. You can't just fuck off the ocean and turn off gravity. Like that's
like an excuse to me.
Well, you just brought up that buoyancy is an effect of what we have today. So when we jump up, it's the buoyancy of ourselves that brings us down.
It's the density.
Density. So in a vacuum chamber,
you're the densest object in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, but let's take people out of the vacuum chamber. I'm now. So why do I go down in a vacuum chamber?
Because you're the densest object in a vacuum chamber. There's not enough buoyant force to make you float. Did you know that steel anvil will float in a pool of mercury?
No, I didn't, but I don't understand the point of that.
I can show you Isaac Newton's observation of the apple falling. So we have a naturally observed phenomenon. But let's say that it falls in a pail of water, right? It's going to float. So I can shoot a hole with a crossbow in that pail of water, and it's going to leak out, and the apple will sink. I can plug that hole and put water back in it. The apple will float. So I just demonstrated specific gravity, also known as relative density, is the real gravity, and the other ones are pseudoscience because you can't make demonstrations like that. You can't use science to prove a cause and effect relationship the way that you can with specific gravity.
What does specific gravity like?
I told you, it's relative density. Look it up. Specific gravity.
So what brings? So if I'm in a vacuum chamber and I drop a ball, and the ball goes to the ground,
it's because it's the densest object in the vacuum chamber, and there's not enough buoyant force to hold it up.
So what's keeping it down?
The density. You might ask what is causing density, and that's a very interesting question. And I can give you a paper called the Electrostatic Model of Gravity. If you'd like to read it, I can post it for you. But that would be the end of my conversation on that. You would have to read it and make up your own mind. I'll post it for you. Let me go get my phone. Hi. Give me just a second. I'm looking for it now. All right, posting it now. I think I have some other documents on the same topic. Let me look.
Morning. That looks interesting. I'm going to take a look at that.
Well, you know that an atom is a theory, right? The atomic theory. And they say that
no, the
atom
itself is not a theory. They've got a photo of an atom. You can also prove an atom exists.
How do I do that?
Do you know how smoke detectors work?
Not exactly.
So there's two. Do you know why? It's illegal to buy a shit ton of old smoke detectors?
Uranium.
That's correct. Radioactive particles are used to shoot between the uranium and the sensor, which is detecting the radiation being shot out, and smoke blocks the radiation from hitting the other side of the sensor. So when the atoms get in the way, they block the radiation particles flying one, or whatever fucking radiation's called, and when the sensor sees enough of that, it goes off. And they've done the same thing to take photos of atoms by shooting radiation at it and seeing where it's deflecting off.
So is this a smoke detector or an atom detector?
Smoke detectors are the same thing. Like, they do almost the same thing. Particles are atoms. It can be as small as atoms.
You can look up cloud chamber.
It doesn't have to be smoke either. It's like it could be steam or any kind. As long as it's a density, it's just like a density measurement, isn't it? As soon as the density gets
once there's enough atoms in there, it's deflecting the radiation, which is causing the problem.
Yeah.
But like they have used the same purpose. They have used the same method. I wasn't using a smoke detector as proof that that atoms exist. I was saying that they use radiation to deflect it off atoms to get a better sense of what an atom is, and that's how they take photos of them.
Yeah, because as soon as there's interference, then it that's the detection, right? As soon as the waves interfered with, it's detected something. There you go. Goes off.
Well, that proves the atomic theory. I don't know. That kind of feels like a.
I didn't say that the smoke detectors prove atoms. I said that it's like the same method. Like they're shooting radiation at the atom to deflect it off. So to take a photo of so when they took a photo of the atom that they have a photo of an atom. It's pictures.
I don't know. How do you take the photo of something that small? Have you looked in how small atoms are? I forget the exact explanation, but it's like the size of an apple compared to the Earth. Whereas
they're small.
The apple compared to the atom is the same. I think that we could take a picture of something like that, or split something like that, like a cantaloupe. I don't know. It just sounds crazy to me. Give me a second. I'm gonna post those other two things. But please continue.
But just because that does sound crazy doesn't mean it's not real.
I know. I'm a skeptic. Like I'm a true skeptic. I don't believe in things just because someone says that they can take a picture of it.
Like the microwaves work the same way. Like they're shooting like microwaves at a more focal point, and that shakes the atoms, and vibrating atoms is what causes heat. Like the microwave oven doesn't actively like have any elements that heat up in the microwave oven. Like it's shooting microwaves at one another. Like otherwise the microwave would burn down because it's not designed to heat up. There's no element in it. It's shooting microwaves at a single point, which is where your food is. Speaking of, I'm going to go use a said microwave to heat up my food.
I don't know if you should do that. A lot of free radicals. You probably don't want those interfering with your cell walls. At least let it
My
cool down
grandmother
before you
used
eat
a
it.
microwave for a very long time, and she's bloody 78 and still alive, so I'm sure I'll be alright.
Okay. I wonder if she had as much radiation when she was younger that you have nowadays.
They did a study. They did a study on where these guys in the military ate freaking microwave food for a month straight, and they all felt freaking, they all felt like really horrible after a month of just straight microwave crap.
It could be just like the food quality as well. That could have made them feel like crap. Because I use the microwave quite often.
See, now I'm skeptical, right? Alright, I posted the other two documents about gravity. Yeah, it does kind of taper off as to we all agree that buoyancy and density are the two main forces that force things to float or sink. But why? Why is there a downward bias? And a lot of people don't like to talk about it, but whatever, it don't matter. Posting it anyway.
This is just this first paper is just claiming magnetism.
So there's this fundamental belief that there's four fundamental forces, right? And most people just accept that to be true.
Yeah.
Well, if you accept that to be true, that's fine. I don't care what you believe. You can be a fundamentalist if you like. But some people believe that gravity doesn't even exist, and that's why they always make excuses for gravity, like, well, gravity is just a weak force. And there's, dark matter and black holes because gravity is so weak. And, they always have an excuse for why we can't demonstrate gravity. But I can manipulate the relative density, also known as specific gravity, and I can make objects sink or float. So I believe I have a better claim, scientific claim, whereas you guys just have a, theoretical astrophysics claim of bending and warping of space-time. I don't think that's scientific at all.
That's one part of the claim, though. Like real, gravity used in practicality. You see, I tried to argue this with Mr. Oakley, and 2 days ago, and he shouted at me, "Gravity's not a force." I ended up just derailing. I don't know why. Like, it's just ended up going into this like weird like rant pit of That's actually pretty cool. That gif of the anvil floating in Mercury. That's pretty lit. But anyway, I digress. He said that like, oh, gravity's not a force, and this is why it doesn't happen. And that's why the atmosphere needs a container, and yeah. So the whole point of gravity not being a force was kind of a weird one to me. So I looked it up the next day. That was taken out of context. Gravity is a force. It just doesn't act like a normal force. So that's what Einstein.
You know what
meant
pseudo
by that.
means, right?
I know what pseudo means. Yes.
Okay, so like if I'm talking about a kangaroo court or a real court, right? That's two different things. A pseudo. Let me think of something that could be a pseudo intellectual is not an intellectual. This is called a grammatical qualifier. So if I say, hey, can you define a man? Well, that's easy, right? Adult male, capable of producing sperm. If I say define a good man, well, I've completely changed the meaning of that word with that qualifier, right? Because good man, well, that's a deep philosophical question, right? That's not just an easy ABC answer.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing with that word pseudo. It's a qualifier. When you say something is a pseudo force, you change the definition from force to now we got to define what is a pseudo force. So if it's a pseudo force, it's a not force, right? Just like a pseudo intellectual is a not intellectual.
So I don't understand the point we're trying to make here.
Okay, that's fine. Maybe I didn't word it right.
So you're saying that gravity is a pseudo force?
According to Einstein, gravity is not a force. It's the bending and warping of space-time.
No, he doesn't say gravity is not a force.
Okay, I'll post it for you.
I've looked it up. He says gravity is not a force like the others. In context, he says it's a force, but it's not like the other forces. But how he's saying it is just easily to misunderstand that he's saying he's not a force. Like, it's not a force. But like, if you understand the whole thing of what he's saying, then yeah, he's saying gravity is a force. But you've just taken like half of his sentence out, put it in, and said he said gravity is not a force. But it is. It is an actual force. It just doesn't act like a standard force. It's like me saying God killed everyone because it said in the Bible that one sentence. Like you've thrown out all his other work because he said a line that was easily misunderstood.
No, not misunderstood. It literally is not a force. You can quote
read the sentence.
George Musa from Scientific American. It literally isn't a force.
Who's that? I don't know who that is. George Musa.
Like, these are scientific communicators, astrophysicists, theoretical physicists telling you it is not a force.
George Musa? How do you spell that?
Oh my god.
Well, you would normally ask him to cite his source because he's the one that made the claim.
Oh, okay. Could you cite that source, please?
I'd have to find the clip of him talking with Fight the Flat Earth, Craig, whatever his name is. It was an interview, a video interview, where he said it literally is not a force. Do you want me to have to go find that for you? I can try and find it for you if you want.
Honestly.
What about
do
George
it in your
Cox?
own time.
George Cox has said it isn't really a force. I'm sure Nathan Oakley parroted off all these quotes to you himself.
No, he literally just said Einstein says it's not a force, and then continued. Like, what citation did Oakley give?
I can grab you other citations that say it's not a force. from other leading.
Yeah, I just did a simple search on YouTube, and
It's just you type in is gravity a force? Is gravity a force?
What does it look
Gravity
like?
is indeed a real force. That's the first thing that pops up.
Yeah,
But just
I
not in the
know.
traditional
It's gonna say
sense.
that. I know. Just like they teach you in high school that it is, and then once you get to college, they say we lied to
Listen,
you.
They'll tell you live on a globe, mate. If you Google that.
Well, do we have any other search engines that I could look up?
Well, I mean, how do you observe gravity in the first place?
I personally probably fell over when I was like maybe 2 years old. That was my personal first observation of gravity.
So how did you come to the conclusion that it was the mass at the center of a globe that did that?
When I was 2, that wasn't really what I was thinking about. But it does make sense in growing up and now in today. It does make sense. Down is towards the center of the Earth. It's because that's the center of mass.
observe that. You do not experience that, and you do not observe that.
We experience that all the time. No, we don't.
No,
I don't
you
get
do
it from a
from
cartoon at all. No, I
No,
don't.
you do.
No, I don't. You see satellites going across the Earth all the time using the same principles of gravity.
You see something in the sky, and you're told a story
I
about
see
them, and you
lights
accept the
that's been
story.
predicted to be a satellite. And then boom, there's lights in the sky.
You accept the
There's
story
literally
of what
photos of
you're
the
told they
ISS.
are.
Right. So listen.
Doesn't matter
So
what you think it
you're
is.
saying it's a force at the center of a globe Earth. Now, do you think you live on a globe Earth? You must do.
I do. Yeah.
Right.
I'm not going to say that I don't.
Right. So you need the globe for gravity. So let's talk
Yes.
about how do we know we live on a globe? How is it measured? Who measured it? What equipment was used to determine the radius of 3959? Who did that? And when?
The measurements of Earth.
Yeah. How is it
argument
determined?
for it.
Right, I got
Well,
one.
I mean, the Earth is measured quite a lot. Like now, it's been measured like an incredible number of times. Like
It's measured using sea level. Sea level is the a baseline for all elevation profiles.
Actually, Earth has been measured innumerable times.
I don't like to be mocked, thank you. But
I just posted Brian Cox saying there's no forces acting upon you at the end of the video, and then he says basically that's Einstein's theory.
You just posted that.
Did Brian Cox speaking himself?
Where did you post it?
In Side Chat, I think.
Isn't he a pop artist? The Brian
Oh,
Cox.
wait.
Is he a pop artist?
I did not. I'm in the wrong place. Brian Cox is a theoretical astrophysicist, I think.
Yeah, former pop
I have a
artist.
question. I have a question for the flat earthers. Who amongst you, and I'm not trying to start something here, but who amongst you do you think the strongest and most well versed in these flat Earth topics? Trying to see like who's the most qualified.
Probably Alpha or Crypto.
I'm the top flat earther here.
Who said that?
Renee? Renee and me said that?
Yeah.
Who said that?
Reneen. RENEENME.
Renee, are you the top flat earther here? It's like Crypto.
Yes, I most certainly am.
Okay, why do you think Earth is flat, Renee?
Because when I walk outside, everything looks flat.
Not bad, not bad. Okay, does the rest of the call support this, or is there like
Of course, I support that.
I'm trying to figure out who he is. I think he's the Irishman. I can't remember his other name. I think he's going by a different name.
We're talking about Jedi.
No, Jedi's strong too, yeah. But I don't think he's here.
Jedi be stronger if he joined the dark side.
That's okay. We're here, and and it's an open forum, and we're all offered to input. Right?
Okay, so
one
I
deck
would
was
like...
on a line of questioning. One deck was on a line of questioning.
Theo's trying to 1v1, bros.
No, actually, I brought geeks over here because they are they're flat Earth queer, and they're not there yet, but they're getting there, and I was hoping that maybe one of you guys can really convince them.
How many people are you geeks?
It's not convincing anyone, or it's fine. It's convincing you to go look for yourself outside.
You're saying they, and then your name is plural. Like, how many are you?
No, all of that was supposed to be confidential, but
We've spoken with geeks plenty of times. I don't know if you're aware already previously.
I don't know. I don't know your relationship with
go
this
ahead and
person.
ask the question, please.
Go on, geeks.
I don't know, man, he said flat Earth queer. That just sounds gay.
wait, me? I thought you were interested in asking some questions. I don't think they want me.
We've spoken at
So you guys didn't really strategize properly, huh?
Yeah, I feel like I got
If there's new people in here, we'd prefer to talk to them if they have questions or if they want to engage in conversation.
Yeah, exactly.
But like if not, then fine. Yeah, we're happy to continue on with geeks or anyone else that's seems to be a regular in here.
I mean,
all it takes is tennis balls. Tennis balls prove that gravity doesn't exist. Because if gravity existed, there would be no tennis balls.
That's a terrible argument.
That was the dumbest argument I've ever heard.
First one was way better. When you go outside, that one was way better.
So what do you guys think is the best thing to say to a bunch of roundies that the Earth is flat? Like, what is the best standard argument that the Earth is flat?
Find some water at rest, right? Don't go during a hurricane, right? Calm, clear day. Make some long distance observations. Compare it to the claim that is given with Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles. And see for yourself, is the horizon where it is said to be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet? Or is there obstruction at 8 inches per mile squared? And you type in all the numbers real, what's the word? Real accurately into the Earth curve calculator and understand that those calculators are going to be accounting for refraction. But the old
You're
original
not going to say all that to the at first. At first.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling them, to go look for themselves outside. Go check it for yourself.
So you're saying there's like
the second word, man.
You're saying there's like a learning curve here. They gotta.
No, there's not. It's real simple.
The only curve is a learning curve.
Hey-o.
So if you the Brian Cox video that you posted, he said something about proving the Earth is a sphere, kind of, because he says that if you walk in one direction from the equator north, then you guys are gonna meet in the middle, no matter where you are from the equator. As long as you're walking straight north, you're gonna meet.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
except it's never been done.
You have a loop around your town, like our towns, they have loops, which is basically a really long highway that is in like usually a diamond shape around the town. Do you have those?
No.
Well, we have highways that surround the town. It's like a really long circular road that goes around the town. We call it a loop.
Okay.
Well, if I were to start at the southern end and you were to start at the northern end and we were to meet in the middle, does that prove that my town is a sphere?
No, but if you start from anywhere in the middle of your town, and you walk straight north, and the other guy starts from the middle of your town and walks straight north, you're both going to appear at different points of the highway.
No.
Yeah.
If you guys are both walking north, you're going to be walking together. What kind of dumb kind of thing did you just say? Listen, man. Walking north doesn't prove anything. Okay, it's walking south. Okay, because we agree that there's a north, north like a celestial pole and North Star and everything like that. And sure, you could say that there's north terrestrial pole, right? But it's south that would be the thing that would distinguish it from.
So if they walk south and both met in the middle, would that disprove?
One would have to walk north, one would have to walk south, and they'd have to meet.
Yeah.
And this has never been done, mind you. There's no north-south transnavigation.
There are two giant land masses in that way if you're going to do it by a boat.
No, by plane, by whatever. It's never been done by any means. North-south transnavigation. It would prove a globe Earth or flat Earth, definitively, and it's never been done.
How far can a plane go? What's the range on a plane?
Depends what kind of plane.
What's a far range? Like, what maximum?
Yeah, some of them can circle the globe these days.
And not just that, you could leave from the tip of South Africa and the tip of, Africa and the southern tip of, South America. It's easily doable.
Yeah, so I got a question about this. Going back to the laser argument, the laser distance one. So you guys are saying that the Earth calculator, it accounts for the fact, or at least to my understanding, that light bends. Like, how fiber optic cables, how you can bend the cable and the light will follow the path. So similar to our atmosphere.
8 inches per square mile. That's not.
I was listening to
the Earth calculator. It lies. It's being manipulated by the Illuminati.
It's so real.
Didn't you know that?
Okay.
Did you know that?
That's funny. So I was listening to. Hold on, guys. Give me a second. I was listening to Indio, and Indio said that they were doing the Mount Conahu, or whatever the Guinness Book of World Record is right now. It may have changed. Don't quote me on that. But
Mount whatchamacallit.
Yeah, Mount whatchamacallit at 273 miles is the longest distance photography ever made. And when they did the math and they put it into the Earth curve calculator, it had the exact amount of refraction needed for you to be able to see it. So that means that the refraction that's added into that Earth curve calculator is backward engineered to fit that observation.
Maybe. That's an inductive claim of yours, Larry, and I don't know if it's accurate.
I don't know if it's accurate either, but it's something you could ask Indio about.
Okay, so can you guys restate exactly, like, how do you not know that it's because the light is bending, or?
Okay, let me explain it like this. If you claim that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, and the curvature rate is roughly 8 inches per mile squared, and then I see past that, and then you change the goalpost and say, well, there's refraction. If there's always refraction, because there's always atmosphere, and the distance to the location is based on your optics, your aperture, the atmospheric conditions of the day, and it moves around from point A to point B based on that, then your horizon is, and this is kind of a redundant thing to say, but it's apparent. Your horizon is apparent. And look up the definition for horizon: the apparent location where the sky meets the ground. So if your geometric horizon can't be seen because of refraction, how can you then claim that both are going over the horizon, and this proves that the Earth's a globe? How do you know it's not refraction? And at any time, how could you prove that, okay, now that we see the boat going over the horizon, now it's Earth curvature, but any time that we can see too far, then it's refraction? That's cherry picking the data.
Okay, right? I see what you're saying there, and yeah, that's a fair point. So then we'd have to kind of take a bigger look and try to figure out other ways that these claims are being made. But so far, from just using this claim, just using this one singular claim of using lasers to measure across the surface of the Earth, so far, you can't prove either direction, because on one hand, you could say, oh, the Earth is bending, and on the other hand, it's not bending, or on the other hand, you could say, oh, light's bending.
Well, the rub
this is the argument I brought up before.
It's also not a fair point because both disappearing bottom up over the horizon and refraction allowing you to see over the horizon are not in contradiction with each other.
Yeah. Except for one factor, that you're not observing any curvature to begin with. So who has the higher ground?
I think
we're not observing any curvature.
Well,
Birch disappearing bottom up and being obstructed by the Earth is observation of curvature.
You don't know.
No, it's not.
That's by Earth.
No, it's not. That's an inference.
How else would you have that happen?
You
talked about that 3 days ago, mate.
Fallacy and an argument from incredulity, and I have no obligation to answer that question.
So
you're saying it's just an inference? Great. So what's another possibility that could cause boats to
you're
disappear
observing
bottom
something
up?
and interpreting it as being the result of Earth curvature, which you don't see. You're not observing Earth curvature. You observe something else and interpret that thing as being the result of Earth curvature, but you're not seeing the Earth curvature. Actually, you're seeing a flat line, a flat horizon. So what do you think? Do you think the Earth is cardboard roll shaped, like a toilet roll shape?
No, because it happens in all directions.
Yeah, but it changes with the weather, with temperature and pressure changes. So how can you say that's actually the Earth causing it?
Because nothing else can cause that to happen.
Well, so
that's
other
an argument
shapes
from ignorance.
Well, hold on.
Even if you wanted to claim physical obstruction, there are other geometrical shapes which cause obstruction of view, not just spheres.
So what do you think it is, a cube?
Well, hold on, gents. Let me jump in here. So
no, I'm not making an inference. You are.
Yeah, talking about the argument. So once again, in terms of like the scientific method, we have to isolate a single variable. And in this particular example, there are two variables because it could either be that the Earth is bent or light is bending. And we know for sure that it's one of them because we could see the object. It's not unseeable, it is seeable. So, but this doesn't prove in any direction because once again, you have two variables.
What's your point, bro?
So then that means that we go back to square one about what do I tell all these roundy guys? What's the best standard argument? Because so far the best standard argument was this laser thing, but the laser thing could go either way.
First off,
the best argument is to ask for validation of curvature. What is the validation of curvature?
Well, so first off, the thing you said was a false dichotomy. It could either be curved Earth or curved light or both. And secondly, the second one, that like the curved light, is something if you give it just, hours, not even, you could watch time lapse of the horizon and it changes. The amount that's obstructed will change. You'll see farther or see closer depending on the temperature and pressure changes.
Okay.
So if it were the false dichotomy that you were saying, then that would instantly mean that it's not a curved Earth because it's curved light. But I'm still manning your position. It could be both. You could have the temperature and pressure changes and stuff like that. You could have curved light with a curved Earth. Who knows? The point is, we can't distinguish between one or the other. So we can't say, we can't account for the curved light completely and then say, so therefore it's curved Earth or not. We can't actually control that variable.
I agree with you. That's what I'm saying, which is why that particular laser example is not like if I was to go into battle against these roundies, all right, that would probably not be the best sword. So
then you would be on the offensive, not the defensive. Yeah. You would be on the offensive.
If I'm taking the offensive, if I want to make a claim, what's the best claim to make where the evidence
to ask them to prove their claims?
No, but see, that's weak. That's defensive. What is the best?
Yeah, no, it isn't. That is the offense. That is not. If you're going to let them put the burden of proof onto you, then you're on the defense. The thing is, do not observe or experience Earth to be the thing you're living on to be a spinning ball in outer space, which they claim it to be. So you ask them to prove their claim, since it's the thing that you do not experience.
Okay, but are you saying that we have no data that completely supports a flat Earth? Are you saying that just all of their data is insignificant because they didn't follow the scientific method?
I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying that.
So then what data do we have that says that we have a flat Earth, that have isolated every other variable other than the roundness of the Earth, and they found out?
He just told you, bro.
No, the laser example doesn't work.
No, not the laser example. Did you hear what T-Dub just said?
About letting them letting them make the claim?
He said that
it's
empirical... Go ahead, man.
It's your natural experience to begin with, right? If you want to try and confirm that that natural experience is true, but then by all means look into it. And there are methods. You've already been told some, like long distance observations, laser tests, just observing water at rest.
Yeah, but you don't have to go that far.
You can measure that, right? You can measure that, right? But it is your natural experience that the Earth is planar and motionless.
It isn't mine.
The thing you're doing is you're
I see
framing
both
it
go
as
down.
if they're even. You know, that they're like each 50-50. That, you know, that the different paradigms are on equal footing. But they're not, because you see a flat horizon when you go out to like the beach or whatever. You don't feel the Earth spinning. You know, the only movement you feel, it might be like an earthquake or if you're dizzy or what have you. So it's not even. The default kind of like stance, the presumptive, like you know, the default stance or the status quo, what have you, would be that the Earth is observably motionless and flat, you know, planar. And so the positive claim of it being a globe has a burden of proof, and that's not being met, which is where we are.
Okay, well, once again, we could play this game where these claims that you're making once again don't support. Like, for example, you don't feel the Earth moving. Well, yeah, human beings don't feel speed; we feel acceleration. When you're in a car and you're traveling 60 miles per hour, you don't feel you're traveling 60. But when you step on the gas pedal and you change from 60 to 70, yeah, you can feel that. So, but I'm just saying, I'm not.
But isn't Earth accelerating according to your model?
Wait, but that is an excuse for why you do not feel the thing that is claimed to be happening. What is the evidence that it is happening?
Mechanical gyroscope, Foucault pendulum, observations of the stars moving.
Nice try, bro.
Wait, well, can you guys address those without just saying "nice try"? Like, what are the
counter? Gish galloping, number one. Mechanical gyroscopes. Where's the frame of reference? Are you actually
What do you mean the frame of reference? If you have a mechanical
this,
gyroscope on a moving surface, the gyroscope will turn.
Forget that.
What if it's not in a moving surface?
Well, then it won't
Make
spin.
it flat.
Okay. So why is it not spinning then? Hold on.
Which
Why
means
can't we
the Earth
calibrate
spins.
it? We can you know, set it to not move on like when it's just stable.
What do you mean you can set it to not move when it's just stable?
The reason gyroscopes work is because when you're in a moving vehicle or something like that, you get like, you know, precession or drift or whatever it is. But if it's not in a plane or in a whatever, it's not gonna do anything. That's the whole point. It remains motion. It maintains its
maintain its rigidity. Space,
exactly.
Yeah, but mechanical gyroscopes and Foucault pendulums do turn, and they turn in opposite directions.
They're constantly turning all the time. How do you calibrate them if they're constantly turning all the time?
What do you mean? How do you calibrate them?
How do you calibrate them to know that they're accurate if they're always moving?
We just have to see if the movement is consistent. It depends what you're calibrating it to.
Oh, so as long as it's consistent, it's calibrated.
Well, yeah. Like, calibrate it to what? You need like a reference point to calibrate it to.
Bro, how do you?
Like, what does this question even mean?
My point is, you're putting the cart before the horse, man. If it's supposed to prove that the Earth is moving, and for it to be calibrated, you have to somehow account for the Earth moving. Like you're stuck.
No, do you know what a mechanical gyroscope is? It's basically just a wheel that spins.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's on a free axis.
Does it not?
No, it's just a wheel.
Really? So they don't balance it, counterbalance it. They don't calibrate it whatsoever.
No.
You don't know what you're talking about.
For this purpose, no.
What?
You can do the same with the Foucault pendulum as well.
So they're not weighted at all. Mechanical gyroscopes aren't weighted.
I don't know what you're getting at.
I'm getting at you can't calibrate something without knowing the.
Why would you need to calibrate it?
You need to calibrate it to know that it's actually working properly, don't you? Like, how else are you gonna rely on
How can it work improperly?
Well, because if it's actually giving a reading that's not in line with the movement, then it would be working improperly.
It doesn't need to give a reading.
Oh my. Okay.
It's just a wheel, a free spinning wheel. Okay, and as the Earth spins, the gyroscope will turn in the opposite direction.
That's a claim. That's the claim. What's the evidence?
Well, we've got video evidence of it.
When have you confirmed that the Earth is spinning for you to account for that in the calibration of this device?
What year was this first discovered? Using a gyroscope.
Oh, I don't know the history of measuring Earth spin with mechanical gyroscopes. I don't see why that's relevant.
Who discovered the Earth was spinning in the first instance?
I have no idea.
Okay, we don't need to talk about that any further then.
Why do we need to know?
You're claiming the Earth's spinning, aren't you?
Yeah. Why does the first person that determine that?
Well,
matter?
how was it determined?
Well, like I said, you can do it with Foucault pendulums and mechanical gyroscopes.
How was it first discovered?
That's irrelevant.
No, it's not.
That's a red herring.
No, it's not. Yeah,
Yes, it is.
how do you draw the conclusion that precession in a gyroscope or a pendulum is due to Earth motion? How do you draw that conclusion from those things?
Because you can see that the more the surface that you're on turns, the more the gyroscope turns. Or the pendulum, or whatever.
No, you see the gyroscope turn. You don't see the Earth turning, you see something else turning or precessing.
Yeah.
And then you're drawing
it's pretty simple physics.
The ground moves. That's due to the ground moving.
So now are you invoking we've got some magical force that's causing these gyroscopes and pendulums to spin?
I'm not invoking anything. I'm not inferring anything. You are.
A hovering helicopter, the continents will come to the hovering helicopter. Is that what you're saying?
Something like that, man.
I don't know about helicopter.
You're saying the Earth's spinning underneath things, aren't you?
Yes.
So if we had a hovering helicopter, the land mass would move underneath it.
No.
No, not necessarily, because the atmosphere.
Well,
helicopters hover in the atmosphere, and the atmosphere moves with the Earth.
So, gentlemen, we've been talking a lot about gyroscopes and helicopters, right? So, inertia in this case, or momentum. When we consider momentum, the momentum of Earth is a lot greater than the momentum of a helicopter blade because of its mass and velocity.
What momentum?
So the angular momentum of Earth is certainly a lot.
It's spinning already.
I haven't proven that exists yet.
Well, this is what I'm saying, is that if you guys are saying that, why doesn't the Earth spin below as a way to prove flat Earth? That's one of the ways that it doesn't, because in this case, we can argue the angular momentum of Earth is greater than that of the helicopter.
But you'd have to prove the angular momentum of Earth.
The Earth's measured flat, mate.
Okay, wait, hold on. You think
where's it measured flat? You guys keep saying this. Where's it measured flat?
From sea level.
Where's it measured flat?
How is the angular momentum of Earth?
How are you measuring the Earth to be flat?
Yeah.
From a level baseline called sea level.
Where? Show me these measurements.
Just look at a map. Any map.
It doesn't address the argument, because they'll just
a map's not a measurement.
We already concede that light can bend.
Grab the map.
Say that's bending light.
Yeah, we're not talking about light right now. We're talking about angular momentum and gyroscopes.
No, we say
Wondek said that the Earth is measured flat, and he told me to look at a map.
Measured flat. Sea level is used. Yeah.
Sea level isn't a measurement.
All maps are measured using sea level as a baseline. All elevation profiles on all maps use sea level. It's level.
Yeah, that's altitude.
Yeah, so that's how maps. That's how
not
you
a flat
measure
measurement.
Earth. It's a measurement.
No, that's not a measurement.
What is it then?
It's certainly not a measurement of flatness. That's just altitude.
So you're saying flat is level have nothing in common?
No, I'm not saying that.
So sea level.
But you told me that Earth was measured flat, so please show me this measurement where Earth is measured to be flat.
Mez, you're not like ready, man. You're just not ready. You're mezzing up a lot. Maybe let Kyodai handle it.
No, I'm asking. Wondek made a claim. Okay, I want him to provide evidence of this claim.
All maps. There's your evidence.
A map's not a measurement.
What is it then?
A map.
So from point A to B, you don't have a scale on a map, do you not?
It's just
you do.
So it's a
that's not a
measurement.
measurement. That's a measurement of distance, not flatness.
Yeah. So when you measure elevation from sea level, is that a measurement, a height?
Yes.
Topographical map.
Right. So it's a measurement then.
Location is.
Well, you can measure from sea level.
Yeah. So maps have measurements.
But that's not a measurement of flatness. That's a measurement of altitude.
It comes from sea level.
which is
measurement
flat.
of distance. It's measurement of distance of how much elevation.
Are you telling us
have
level
increased.
is curved?
I'm saying level and flat are not synonymous.
Well, let's have a look at that then. Shall we?
A measurement of elevation in reference to horizontal.
Should you have a look at that?
Sure, have a look at it.
All right. So what?
And
what we're
use
saying
use a proper like a relevant dictionary. You know, like a surveyor's dictionary.
Oxford languages. Level.
How about you just agree on the definition? And you guys just carry on.
A horizontal plane or line with respect to the distance above or below a given point. So that's a horizontal plane or line. Now, what does plane mean?
So you're begging the question now.
Oh, let's have a look at plane. It's a flat surface on which a straight line joining any 2 points on it would wholly lie. So we've got horizontal, level, and flat.
So is your argument that these
Let me,
terms are used to describe the surface of the Earth sometimes? That
We're using sea level for all mapping, all elevation profiles. Sea level. We've just gone through the definitions of level, plane.
Okay, but Deck.
Yeah, then if that's your definition, then I don't agree with that definition.
Yeah.
Because you're just appealing to a dictionary and saying, well, this word confirms my belief, therefore I'm going to go with this definition.
That's extremely relative. In this case, they're using sea level as a measure of altitude, and we could also make this levels. We could use these terms of levels as orbitals. Like, for example, in like quantum physics and stuff like that, you can call the electron shells as levels or orbitals, and you can also refer to the same altitude around a circumference around a circumference around a round object as a level. So it's not the best example you could use. Like, it's just relative to what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's level, and it's used in all maps. It's a baseline for all measurements of maps.
A map's not a measurement.
It doesn't mean that it's a plane. It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that it's a plane, though. Level and plane.
Why not? Why doesn't it mean that, Kyodai?
We've just gone through the definition.
Because in the example of any kind of orbital mechanics, whether you're talking about altitude or you're talking about electron motion, you can.
Hold on. No. Prove electron motion. Prove that electron orbitals.
No, we're talking about maps.
Okay, so
don't just say something as if it's true when it's not true.
Fine, no, fine. So now you want to talk about like Schrodinger's equations and exactly the different orbitals that exist.
No, have you ever seen an electron in its valence shell orbiting?
I've seen that when you put certain chemicals together, those chemicals love to bond with each other and they do exchange electrons. For example.
Or you've seen electron exchange?
Well, yes, I have. So for example,
let's see it.
Yeah, for example,
did the proton, the nucleus, like have one, and they just kind of like it was like a kidnapping ransom type thing. They just like exchanged electrons, kind of.
Well,
no money
if you stop
involved, just
interrupting,
trade for trade.
If you stop interrupting, I'll tell you.
Kind of a discussion for another time, I think.
Well, if you take iron oxide or rust and you mix it with aluminum powder and then you light it on fire, you get a very exothermic reaction called, this is thermite. This is how they cut steel for like rails and stuff like that, right? And so the chemical reaction there to the chemistry understanding, unless you don't believe in chemistry, is that an electron jumps.
No, hold on. See, that's where you fucked up. Okay, so everything you said up until like you get thermite, exothermic reaction, all that was real. It was actually like it's factual. It's stuff that's observable. And then as soon as you went to chemical understanding, and you said electrons jump, that's when you got to fairyland that you've never proven that. So that's what I'm asking you to prove.
Okay,
show me the electrons jumping so I know it's real. I want to observe it.
If you're going to say fairyland, okay, so if you're going to make the claim that this is fairyland,
I'm saying it's fake. That's a negative claim.
Okay, fine. Then let's talk about exactly where it is fake. Because you said yourself the iron oxide's real, the aluminum is real, and the fire is real. Okay, so if you agree that iron oxide exists and iron and aluminum exists, which iron and aluminum and oxygen can be found on the periodic table of elements, where exactly are you disconnecting? You think they don't have electrons? Are you disagreeing with how the periodic table?
Yes, your electron understanding, this understanding that an electron jumps or what have you. There's no observational phenomenon or something like that we could rely on. There's no evidence for it. So I'm asking you for evidence for your claim that electrons are jumping.
The combustion of the reaction.
Start off. Just prove the electron to start off. Do you have any sort of like images of an electron, any video, anything we can observe electrons with, or is it just an understanding?
Let me get back to you on that. I don't think we have an image of a singular electron.
Why do you believe
it's
in
very
that, then?
difficult to capture. But let me get back to you on this.
Yeah, we don't. All right, can we get back to the measurement of Earth then?
Well, you can use a cascade of like a light effect for highly radioactive elements with neutrons ejecting.
That was a bit of a deflection
Overarching
from,
point is
from
that you
the
should question
conversation
everything.
that was happening.
Yeah, my point was that question everything. You don't like invoke something that you haven't confirmed is real as like proof for another thing.
Well, if you deny the
Earth
existence
is
of
not
electron,
flat.
you deny the existence of tunneling electron microscopes and scanning electron microscopes, which
An
we've
electron
used.
microscope isn't an electron. It doesn't see electrons. Do you understand what an electron microscope is?
Yes, I do, and it can use electrons to see other objects. But if you're saying the electrons don't exist, then what are they using to see other objects?
Okay, so show me that the electron microscope is shooting electrons. Show me that.
Okay, it uses a tungsten filament. I actually can show you this.
You can show me a filament. Show me the electrons, though.
This is the point I'm telling you. If they generated an image using electrons, you
haven't proven electrons to say that they use them.
He's cooking.
Okay, so you think it's something else, correct?
Look up
Is this
the
what you're
plummeting
saying?
model, please.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Look up
it's
the what
modeling. It's modeling
called
that's
the-
used to describe. It's describing something that we do see, right? And it's explaining it with something we don't see or experience. That's modeling. It's just a convention that's used to try and understand what we are observing, but it's using something that we don't observe to explain it.
Elon must prove the Earth is
Okay,
not flat.
you have a fundamental disagreement with atoms and how they work, correct? This is where it is.
I haven't seen an atom yet. Yeah.
Measured flat.
Go ahead. Show me an atom with electrons bouncing around in their orbits and the protons just sitting there.
How about we get back to the? How about we get back to the topic?
Well, no, because we could talk about like solar cells, for example. Solar cells are a great example. You
guys could have this conversation elsewhere if you want.
Yeah, just DM me the video of the electron.
I think sea level got them going a little bit, and all mapping, horizontal, flat level planes for measurements on Earth. Now we're talking about what? Come on, guys. The Earth's flat. It's measured like that. No proof of
Nick, where's the Earth measured flat?
Put a camera in space.
Sea level.
Put a camera in space.
That's not a measurement.
A map's not a measurement.
No, a map's a map. It's not a measurement.
So there's no scale on a map for measurements, distances.
That's not a measurement. Show me where the Earth is measured flat.
On sea level.
Where? Okay. Show me the measurement. Show me the numbers.
All map.
Who took this measurement?
People who draw the maps.
Who? Where?
Have you seen a map?
I've seen maps, yes. That's not a measurement.
So what?
That's a measurement of distance.
Tell us what a map shows you.
Not flatness.
So 0 degrees sea level is the baseline.
0 degrees sea level. What does that mean?
Yeah. It's a flat level surface for all elevation profiles.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
Show me. Show me the measurement.
Look at the map.
That's not a measurement.
You're using sea level, as your baseline. It's level.
Yes, that's for altitude. Okay.
Yeah, it's level.
Level? Sure, I could agree. I could agree that sea level is level.
Very good. Welcome to flat Earth.
No, because level doesn't mean flat.
Let's have a look at what it means then, shall we?
Yo, this
okay, sure.
happened
Oh,
5
look here,
minutes
I'm on
ago.
Merriam-Webster. A measured distance of difference of altitude
This
between 2
literally
points.
happened 5 minutes ago. Let's not go back.
Yeah.
Elon Musk already proved everybody here.
So please, Wandek, show me this measurement where Earth is measured to be flat. And don't say map, because that's not a measurement.
Level. Let's have a look. Level. A horizontal plane or line with respect to the distance or above or below a given point. So it's a horizontal
Yes, great. Yes,
plane.
that's altitude.
Yeah. So we're using sea level. It's a horizontal plane. Yeah?
See, you're begging the question. If you're going to say that sea level is flat, then you're just begging the question. So
Yeah,
please, show me the actual measurement.
No, level is a horizontal plane. Do you agree, yes or no?
Level is a horizontal plane. No.
So what is level then?
A measurement of altitude.
No, that's discorrect.
That's discorrect.
So it is incorrect, bro. You don't even know what level is, Mez.
You don't even know what level
Yes.
is. Don't
It's a measurement of the difference of altitude between 2 points.
No, it's not.
No,
Yes, it
We
is.
get altitude or elevation from sea level.
You don't know what level is, bro. You're coming in here talking. You don't even know what level is.
What's this say?
Okay, so we're sidetracking here now. Percent. I want to go back to this electron thing because this actually does break everything else.
No, electron's stupid. They're never going to accept that electrons even exist, so don't even bother with that.
Well, hold on, because percent.
You don't have proof.
You're basically saying there's this particle that exists, and we do use it in science, but you just don't want to call it an electron, right?
I didn't say particle.
Okay, what do you call it then?
There's charges. There's charges.
Okay, so there's this charge.
But you to say that there's this electron that's an actual piece of matter. This really small, super small piece of matter that we haven't even ever seen.
Has mass.
And sure, it has mass, and it's spinning around super quick in its valence shells and stuff like that, orbiting protons and nucleus and stuff like that. All these are positive claims that have never been substantiated. They're conceptions, bro. This is how we understand it. It's a framework for understanding. It's a paradigm, but it's never been proven.
How do you,
okay, so this is where I will disagree with you, is because that
engineering.
What's that, comrade?
How do you use RF communication systems then?
Yeah, so this is exactly so.
How do you use your phone without the ability of the existence of an electron?
Bro, light still exists. You don't have to have
RF. Sorry, light.
When did we
spectrum of frequency of range of energy?
Yeah, when did we start playing with electromagnetic frequencies? Did we figure out what electrons were before we started playing with electromagnetic frequencies by any means? What came first?
We looked at the frequency. We saw the results of the frequency and stuff like that. Then we worked backwards. We worked downwards. But once again, but here's the thing: is that you're saying that we have this like. First of all, you agree with the existence of a phone and a scanning electron microscope and a tunneling electron microscope. Like you agree these machines exist, and you agree that iron oxide.
Yeah, it's a misnomer to say electron microscope is a misnomer, but yes, I agree the machines exist.
Okay, so really, what you think there's a misnomer? Okay, so this is why I want to get very precise with you and figure out exactly where your disagreement is, because you are disagreeing with the definition of an electron.
No, I'm not disagreeing with the definition. I understand what the definition is. I understand you guys think electrons are,
so what would you call?
I'm disagreeing with the existence. You're saying they exist. I'm saying they don't. Prove they exist.
Okay, so what replaces it in your model? Because we know
I don't need to have replacement. You just need to prove your claim. You're
yes,
saying
you
that
do.
Electrons
Because
exist.
if you don't replace it, you're saying that this whole thermite reaction happened for no reason because you believe in
I'm not
iron.
saying that.
Well, yeah, you are, because you're saying that if there's no electron transfer in the thermite reaction, then what is causing it? Because our claim is that yes, there's this thermite transfer, there's this electron transfer, and we see the thermite reaction. Now you're saying that this doesn't exist. So what is your explanation for the thermite reaction?
Can you have positive and negative charge without the conception of an electron?
No, not to my understanding.
Really, you can't have positive and negative charge now.
I don't think you have negative.
Electrons. You're saying electrons had to were necessary. Hold on. You're saying electrons were a necessary antecedent to having. Hold on. You're saying that electrons were a necessary antecedent to having positive and negative charge. Bro, come on, man.
Yeah, but then you're making an argument of positive and negative charge, and why do some elements hold more positive charge than negative charge then?
Who knows? I mean, that's a separate thing.
Anyway,
that's not a separate thing.
It is a separate thing because all you guys are doing is taking positive charge,
negative and positive charge, and why can't you use water as an unlimited battery system for power or energy?
Again, that's a red herring. The point is,
it's not a red herring.
You would agree. You guys would agree that protons are positively charged and electrons are negatively charged. So I'm saying, why do you need to take the step to protons and electrons if you've never proven them?
Because it proves what other elements actually can hold a greater charge of power or energy.
How?
Because the gravitational force holds more electrons towards its element grouping, which means you can charge it more. That's why, radioactive material, it has higher electrons, and that's why it's radioactive.
No, so you're understanding it backwards. You could just say this material holds more negative charge. You don't have to say it groups more electrons. You're just framing it in a way that's you're presupposing the thing that you've claimed but never proven.
Mr. Percent.
Yeah, it would be called affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. You're asserting the cause of an effect, right, that you have observed, and you're asserting a cause of something that you haven't observed.
Mr. T-Lab, Mr. Percent, may I very, very quickly? We're talking about electrons and stuff, and blah, blah, blah. I think you might like what some of the questions that Miss Bunby has to ask.
Geeks, what the fuck? Don't listen to him. I'm not interjecting.
No, I am.
Basically, what's happening is you're saying my model is correct because I observed this effect. That does not logically follow.
Okay,
Please
so
don't volunteer other people.
Sorry, Bundy. I thought you wanted
when they're not
I do not want to speak.
So Percent. So
yeah, it's rude. Don't volunteer other people. Speak for yourself.
So
thank you.
We call these fundamental particles and I won't even call them particles. I'll just call them entities, right? We call these fundamental entities these certain words so that we can describe these natural phenomenon in the universe, right? So we came up with the names electron, proton, neutron, photon. Like we came up with it. Yes, that's the English language to describe a natural phenomenon. But you still agree that the natural phenomenon exists. And one aspect that I've noticed with your argument is that if you can't see it, it's not real. However,
that's straw man. Hold on. Now you hold up. You're partly right. Yes, we need to observe them with our physical senses. Every phenomenon is observed. Everything is observed through physical senses. It need not be our eyes only, right? What physical sense? What physical sense? Hold up, I'm asking you. What physical sense did you use to ascertain the existence of an electron? Did you see it, smell it, feel it, taste it? Did you do anything physically
well, you
to
can.
ascertain it?
Actually, you can. So yes, you can feel it. You can certainly
I've
feel
been
it.
electrocuted.
If you put your hand in the way of one of those electron guns, your hand is organic matter that will get really hot and explode. That's
electricity, bro.
That's an effect. That's an effect.
We agree electricity exists. You're saying it's an actual subatomic particle. Quit swapping electricity or negative positive charge with electron and acting like the same thing. They're not. They're taking it one step farther.
I'd run away. I'd get away from this, honestly. It's kind of all over the place.
You can't prove it, bro. It's never been proven.
If we're going to have this conversation, then you have to realize you are invoking cause and effect relationship. And in science, when we observe a phenomenon in nature and we propose a cause, we then test that hypothesis, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we do that by manipulation of an independent variable, which would be your presumed cause, your supposed cause.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I would listen
you
to
can
Geeks,
also prove a
tactical retreat when
hypothesis
it
in
comes to this
scientific method if you can reproduce the experiment multiple times over and get the simulation of reaction that you're trying to gain from, right? So if I stick my hand in front of like a proton gun, right, my hand is going to feel heat from the energy emitted from the electrons and protons being launched off the atoms.
Don't assume.
Right?
You're presupposing the thing you're claiming.
No, but you can continually do that over and over again. So it's not just this is a random effect of action.
You don't want to do that.
How do you know it's just not like electricity, positive, negative charge? Why are you going one extra step saying it's protons and electrons without ever seeing them or feeling them or by any other physical
do feel it. You literally do.
No, you feel electricity. You feel heat.
Heat. Electricity is not heat. You understand that, right?
No, well, I mean, you feel both of those things, right? I imagine with this proton gun that you're talking about.
Mr. Larry, are you there, Mr. Larry?
Yeah. So thermal. So here's. You're getting confused because thermal energy is a measure of energy of a particle, which is heat.
No, that's just how they say it.
Well, electricity. Well, hold on. Now let me finish. Now, electricity, which I think is what you're saying that what we're referring to is electrons, which electrons do have mass.
Again, that's never been proven. You're making positive claims. You just keep on not proving them.
Okay, so
electricity is electrons without ever proving an electron.
Okay, have you heard of the gold Rutherford experiment? The gold foil Rutherford experiment.
Electrons, is it?
Maybe.
Well, it describes.
The model is electrons.
I'm sorry.
The plum pudding.
Bumby has a lot of experience.
I don't. But the plum pudding is the electron one. The Rutherford one is for something else.
Right, you're talking about plum pudding. I'm trying to describe the structure of an atom, starting like first principles.
My bad then.
Why did you describe it? Why can't you just show it?
Well, this is how I'm showing it to you. It's because
I can describe a unicorn. Doesn't make it true.
Well, no, it's because first of all, I think you're arguing in bad faith because these particles are smaller than our eyesight. Like it's too difficult for us to see with our own eyes. Our lenses.
Okay, then how do you know they're a phenomenon?
Good point.
Because we see their effects. So, for example, when they shot,
that would be affirming the consequence.
TW already said this 5 minutes ago. You're affirming the consequence.
Good eye. We are going around in circles. Unfortunately,
when they shot a cathode ray at a piece of gold foil, and the ray primarily went through the gold foil. Okay, and they ended up with the conclusion. Their hypothesis was that that atoms are actually mostly empty space. Okay.
I feel like now.
Are you denying? Hold on. Are you denying? You're basically saying that we can no longer deduce anything because that's working backwards by your definition. That we can't say that.
Intervention is a model. Do you understand that by saying this, right? If electrons exist, I will observe X. I observe X, therefore electrons exist. Do you understand that's what you are basically concluding?
Yeah.
Do you understand that's affirming the consequent fallacy?
That's called it's called affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. It doesn't mean you're incorrect.
Let's just turn it around. Let's just say
your argument is not valid or sound.
Let's just say if electrons didn't exist, I wouldn't see X. I see X. Therefore, electrons exist.
Because that's not what happens. Because there's other causes, right? Like electricity.
Okay, no, I think you guys are just you like to say that everything is a fallacy, but really you're just throwing out logical deduction. No. If you make if you're saying that if X happens, then Y should happen. You do X 1,000 times and Y occurs 1,000 times. What is wrong with this?
Correlation does not equal causation.
Yeah, that's right. You must manipulate your cause, your supposed cause, to produce the effect.
Yeah, and also from a thermodynamic perspective, then everything is correlated, because from a thermodynamic perspective, when you account for entropy, any reaction can occur. It's only temperature and pressure and all these other factors that we account for that make other reactions more likely at like room temperature and pressure. Or for example, if you take two hydrogen particles in our atmosphere, they're going to travel away from each other. The likelihood of them colliding is very small. But when you put them in the center of a sun, the likelihood increases. Or when you explode them, like with a nuclear weapon, the likelihood of those two particles, because they're so pressurized in a direction towards each other, of hitting each other increases. So all of these reactions change with temperature and pressure, which does not imply causation at all. Again, that's correlation. So if you're going to throw out correlation, you've now thrown out all of thermodynamics. Everything we know about thermodynamics is now thrown out.
Throw you out of it.
No one threw out correlation. What are you talking about?
You are saying that we can't use correlation. You're saying
No, I'm just saying correlation isn't causation. So you can say if I do X, then Y happens. Like, of course you could do that, right? But you haven't shown that Y is actually the thing that or the X is actually the thing that you're claiming. You're saying that X is electrons. I'm saying it's just electricity. You know, like, how does a cathode gun work? Are you actually ascertaining that it's firing like electrons? When have you ever seen electrons being fired?
Okay. So then, do you believe in statistics at all? Like, for you, can you see a reaction like, or if something occurs 99% of the time? Are you going to say?
I don't think you understood my point. You're not listening to my point. My point is you're saying it's X, and you haven't deemed it to be X.
Well, because a lot of science, or currently science, relies on statistics. We conduct experiments several times, and if it's repeatable, then we say, okay, yeah, this is probably
this conversation is repeatable.
So statistics is a huge part of this, and I'm asking if statistics is relevant to you, because if you're saying that causation and correlation just have no effect on each other whatsoever, then you're again basically throwing
out what I'm saying, bro. Like, you're not listening, man.
Well, there's a huge portion of statistics that teaches us that once correlation occurs for so much, we can say for the purposes of whatever we're trying to do that this is a cause and effect situation. That's how statistics works. We draw a line somewhere, and we say if it's past this line,
Bro,
then we could do something. You're the one that's saying the statistics doesn't work because you're saying
I never said statistics doesn't work. What are you talking? You're just spiraling, bro.
You're saying that under no context can causation and correlation be related. Can they imply each other? Where in science,
did I say that?
Well, in science, we imply them all the time.
Bro, you're not getting me, man. I agree with you.
Pseudoscience.
I agree with you. We could get the effect by manipulating the variable. I'm saying the variable is electricity. You're claiming it's electrons which have never existed. Okay? That's the issue. You're saying X is X, and I'm saying no. It's actually like P.
Why can't I say it's? Why can't I see it's?
Because you've never proven X, bro.
Right. You've never proven electricity. How do you prove electricity?
Are you seriously denying electricity now?
How do you prove air? How do you prove
this
any of
is where you fucked up, man.
How do you prove any of this stuff? Hold on, no. If you're going to deny my science, how do you prove that anything is the way it is? What is the scientific method?
Okay, because we can see electricity, we can feel electricity, we can get shocked by electricity. Electricity exists. Okay,
that's just an effect, my guy. How do you know the cause?
Dude, that's
who cares
exactly
what the cause right
argument. That's exactly the same argument that I used to tell you about electrons.
No, because we can't see or feel or do anything with electrons. That's just a
yes,
understanding that's been made up. It's a conception.
Has anyone had that concept of ears bleeding and it's not
seriously,
like it's just it's awful. Hello, everybody.
You're
actually cherry picking
talking.
Yeah,
excuse me.
My thoughts exactly, Larry.
Sorry, Mr. Larry. Sorry. What did you say, sir?
So, yeah, I'm definitely interested in the conversation, but this is the room for that. So, if you guys would like to get a room somewhere else and talk about,
don't say get a room.
Well, that just sounds like what you guys need.
Well, I apologize to my Muslim friend. You know, he's leery of these college kids these days.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you.
No, it's not offense. Oh my God, it was a joke. Percentage here,
Mr. Larry.
Percentage here is my buddy, and I'm joking.
He seems like a very cool guy. But Mr. Larry, I must introduce you to someone who is well versed on concepts of philosophy.
Are you gonna do this again?
Hey, Bun B.
Oh my goodness.
Excellent.
I need you to stop saying my name, geeks.
I wasn't.
I said it this time though.
It's a bit presumptuous.
No, I felt it. It was coming.
Very well.
Bunby does not want to play, geeks. Okay.
All right. So Geeks has introduced us. Thank you, Geeks, for bringing your friends on here. I really appreciate it. Gentlemen, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I think GF6 said a really good question in the chat that did not go answered. But he said, He said, at %, can you give an example of something that has been proven to be cause and not correlation?
Yeah, there's a lot, like water boiling because of fire.
No, that's wrong percentage. Always, if there's a cause, there's going to be a correlation. But correlation doesn't always have causation.
Oh, so he said cause and not correlation?
Right.
No, there's always correlation. Causation is correlation.
No.
All causation is correlation, not all correlation is causation.
Slow down. Say it again.
I said all causation is correlation, not all correlation is causation.
I disagree with that. Okay, so I think we have a causation-correlation conflation. So anytime you have causation, there's going to be correlation. The correlation is going to help you form your hypothesis to test for causation. If there's not causation, or it can't be proven, then all you have is a correlation.
That's exactly what I said.
Okay, Larry. So that's a great statement. And I would ask, how do you, once you've conducted your experiment, how do you conclude that it is in fact causation? Because to my understanding, you look at your experiment, you look at the data,
manipulation of the independent variable.
Hold on. Let me finish. You do a statistical analysis of your data because you've run this experiment several times, multiple times, and it's been repeated by the community and the society and all that stuff, right? And then only after looking at this correlation for X many times and it occurring X many times, then you say, okay, this implies causation.
No, I told you. I just gave you the answer. But I'll let Larry go. Go ahead.
What did you say, T-Dub?
I said via manipulation of the independent variable.
Okay.
I would agree with him. That's the first step of, completing the experiment, right? Once you get that results, then you can get into the statistical analysis and giving it to your friends and have them testing it out, right? And then you're going to end up with a certainty of 5 sigma, right? If it's a really good test, right? But without that independent variable, you got all these variables flopping around. You don't know what the cause is. I would agree with my friend here.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement here. But
finally, yes, good.
But so once you've isolated that variable, right? You guys are kind of missing this step here. So you've isolated the variable, you're manipulating the variable in your experiment, and then you look at your data and you do a statistical analysis on your data and you say, okay, this is enough data for me to be convinced that that X implies Y. Correct or incorrect?
No, because you're looking to produce an effect, probably the one that you observed occurring in nature, that you pondered what the cause of was. That should be what your hypothesis and your experiment is based around.
I think
and you're looking for and then you are looking for X will cause Y or X won't cause Y to happen.
Correct.
We're in agreement again.
So within a very strict and controlled environment, very strict parameters, right? You'll conduct your experiment, you'll manipulate your independent variable, and you will see if X indeed does cause Y to occur or it doesn't occur. In either way, in either case, right, you will have falsified one of those two hypotheses, your alternative hypotheses or your null hypotheses. You cannot get any other result if you conducted the experiment correctly.
Well, so that's the thing, is that well then I would ask you, what about entropy? Because entropy is that one situation where if you do a reaction 99 times, or if you do a reaction 100 times, one out of those 100 times, it might not occur. And obviously I'm throwing around some arbitrary numbers. The numbers are a lot different statistics. But what about entropy then? Because, like, for example, if we're going to talk about the spontaneity of reactions, like, for example, Gibbs free energy. If you look on what's called an Ellingham diagram, which shows Gibbs free energy on the y-axis, and it could be anything on the x-axis, typically it's usually temperature, it'll show you that at certain temperatures, certain reactions are more likely to occur. And we calculate these based off of thermodynamics first principles. And yes, it can be done through empirical data, but that's the causation stuff. But if you're using models and stuff like that, then you take into account entropy. And so we've witnessed, not only through the empirical data, but also through the models and the thermo, that sometimes, under certain conditions, we can expect reactions to occur, but a small percentage of them don't occur. So the question is,
those
why
would be control variables?
I'm sorry?
Those would be control variables. Those would be variables that you attempt as best as possible to keep constant.
Okay, so then you're just saying that the experiment wasn't controlled properly.
What do you mean by control
like I said,
anyway? Are you just meaning you're just faking your numbers anyway? They get just consistent average then?
No.
Yeah, but then that's
you're
not
creating
a
an
proper
environment
test.
that
That's
is
not what he's talking about.
strictly right. So you will detail the environment very concisely in which you are conducting the experiment, so that anybody else that wants to repeat the experiment will know the parameters involved in achieving the result that you got. And if they do that and they get a different result, then something's amiss, and you would collaborate with your peer and find out what the missing variable is, what the unaccounted for variable or variables are.
So I'm looking over this thing from Libertex Chemistry, and it looks like you guys are in agreement with each other. You just don't know it yet. So this entropy and entropy, these values that are given here, it's kind of like Schrodinger's cat, right? Like it's kind of the wild card. So it is to do with variables, if I'm understanding this correctly.
this Gibbs tree energy is highly related to a lot of different variables, but that doesn't mean that you can't isolate those variables the best you can and understand. Like what I'm suggesting or what I'm talking about here, this is not insane concept. This is very standard for any kind of materials person, anybody that looks at metallurgy or crystallography, anybody that works with materials will understand that, okay, at different pressures and temperatures, you might encounter a different phase of a material. The structure might change. And
Get was here. He could have this conversation with you, but you're outside of my wheelhouse here, partner.
I know.
I'm just going to be
sorry.
honest.
I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
And
it's all right. I just can't give you any answers on it. You brought up something I don't know about yet, and I have to do my research to give an honest answer, right?
Well, that's very honest of you to say that, which is, and perhaps this is something that we can talk about later at a different time. But in these models, one variable they take into account is S, and S in this case is entropy, and entropy is a very tricky topic. But to my understanding, just because a reaction is favorable and just because it's most likely spontaneous does not mean that it can always occur in every scenario. So this allows for this whole idea of statistics, because although you can have a reaction occur 99% of the time, 1% of the time it doesn't occur. And there's a lot of study into this because on different occasions this can be very useful and very not useful. For example, if you look at your phone has a lithium ion battery, and the ions are traveling from one side of the battery to the other side, from the anode to the cathode during discharge, and during recharge from the cathode to the anode. Now, typically it's always from the anode to the cathode. Just if you're talking in redox terms, they switch. But the point is, there's a percentage of those ions that don't properly intercalate into the cathode.
Battery degradation. Right.
Exactly. And this is how we get battery degradation. So the question is, why?
An anomaly.
Why does this occur? And so dendrites can be a possibility. A lot of other things can be a possibility. One of the big possibilities is the simple fact that not every reaction has to occur under standard temp or under any temperature and pressure. There's this whole idea of entropy that we have to deal with.
Are you thinking of entropy as randomness?
That's that's kind of a bad way to put it.
I agree. Yeah, I don't like that either. That guy who said, I can't remember his name, but the guy who said that entropy is just randomness. No, to me, it's the exact opposite. Entropy is always hot to cold, high temperature to low temperature, high pressure to low pressure, and an object in a medium will seek its equilibrium, just like the other three things, right?
Yeah, I like to think more of entropy as diffusion. Like if you have a drop of like food dye, and you put it in water, and you could see how just over time everything equilibrates.
Right. Yeah, that's really exactly how I understand entropy.
So
I don't really understand.
Entropy
is always happening. It's always happening, right? Until it reaches equilibrium.
Second law of thermoentropy is always increasing.
Right. So my thing is that once you do the experiment, right, you try to debunk yourself, like as many different ways as you can think of. You go away, come back, go away, come back, and then once you can't really debunk it, then you like pass it to your friend and say, okay, I did this, see if you can prove me wrong. And then that's basically how science is supposed to work, with peer review, even though that's not part of the experiment. But once you have done the experiment, then everything gets philosophical. Like, okay, was it a light? Is it a particle? Is it a wave? Is it both? Is it neither? Is it one at a time? That's when the philosophy comes in. So you have to understand that when you're talking about the scientific method, right, which is the hypothesis test, right, in natural science, the experiment, that's the science. Everything else is leaning towards philosophy and imagination. So when you're talking about statistics, I kind of think that statistics is a useful tool, but it's not as good as the actual experiment. Would you disagree?
Larry, I agree with everything you said. I think what you said was immaculate. That was perfectly well said. And yeah, you're right. But this is one of the this is what I'm trying to also conclude here is that, okay, if we're going to say that like there's this that we can't imply causation because of correlation, then we can no longer look at the discussion and the conclusion sections of any experiment because that's all the philosophy, like you're saying. Which I agree with you. Like, yeah, philosophy can be debated and stuff like that, and experiments can be rerun. But this is
you guys are great talking to. I'll catch you
good
later.
night.
Peace, bro. Continue.
But this can be the byproduct of acknowledging this as philosophy. Now, I agree with you. I personally do agree with you. It is philosophy, and yeah, all of these models that we have for electrons and stuff like that, yeah, they of course they are models, but they fit in like basically almost every circumstance, almost. So, because of course, yeah, there are fundamental broken laws in both big physics and little physics. I'm talking like, regular gravitational physics and quantum mechanics. Like
talking about the cosmological constant crisis.
All kinds of stuff. Just the fact that electrons can teleport, tunneling, that's insane.
Do you think that entropy, if it's found, do you reckon that is the same as trying to find the truth and how everything began? I.e., we're never going to get to the bottom of entropy. That's why it leans into philosophy.
No, so entropy is a law, right? We're not talking about philosophy. So a natural law always happens no matter what, like every single time. Like if you get some hot coffee, you set it down on the table, take a phone call. 30 minutes later, you come back, what's happened? The same thing every time. Every time, no matter what, right? So if you have a tire and it's filled up...
He's saying that it doesn't happen all the time.
No, he's not. We're in agreement. You're in a misunderstanding. Can you just let us finish talking, please?
There's a possibility, but what Larry's saying is correct, that as long as entropy is always increasing over an extended period of time, yeah, the coffee should become cold.
Room temperature.
Yeah.
Right. So entropy is always going to happen. You're never going to have a hole in your tire and the hole has broken the container open and it remains at 33 higher than 14.7 psi, depending on where you're
at. Right. Okay. So it's grounded.
It's always going to equal out. It's always going to equal out to whatever gas pressure you are getting from the altitude that you're at. Every time, no matter what.
So why do people get confused with it being random?
There's a guy who, I can't remember his name, but he came up with this crazy concept that entropy is always random, and he equates it to randomness, which I think he's an idiot.
Actually, the opposite. Entropy is order, to my understanding.
Me too. I agree with you. Yeah, that guy should be scrubbed from Wikipedia. They're promoting it like it's true.
I think he's getting it because Jordan Peterson talked about that term, and he was saying that in order to go from one place to another, you need to have a sort of like a vision, whatever, to get to A to B. But if you don't have it, that's the essence of entropy. It's just
my friend, you're off topic.
The reaction of not being active.
My friend, please. Yeah, it's not very often we get Globers in here that can agree that 2 + 2 = 4. So it's nice to have people in here that I wish they would come back and educate the regular Globers in here about how science works, because you wouldn't be surprised. You would be surprised how many people are scientifically illiterate.
Yeah, let's not. Jordan Peterson is not a good explainer of entropy. That guy is not qualified to talk about that subject. Let him talk about neurochemistry and cry on camera.
He probably he probably knows his neurochemistry. I'll give him that, but he's not an expert in entropy. But
that's what happens when it moves.
My friend, I'm going to have to mute you. I keep on trying to talk to this guy. I'm not trying to be rude to you, but you keep interrupting. So, back to the science, right? We were talking about natural law, which is separate from a scientific experiment, separate from a colloquial theory, absent an experiment. And then we have to get to a scientific theory. I find that often people talk about these scientific theories as if they're kind of quote-unquote settled science, when sometimes these scientific theories haven't even been run through the method. And that's what I mean by ambiguity. Like, someone says theory, and then people automatically hear in their mind scientific theory. So this is like verified. Like you were talking with percentage earlier, even though I don't really have a dog in the fight, I am curious about the conversation. To you, like, you're fundamentally believing the atomic theory, whereas he does not accept it. So what about gravity, right? The 4 fundamental forces. If you're a fundamentalist and you believe that gravity is a force, I guess you would have to reject Einstein, but I digress. We gotta go to, what the fuck is gravity?
You know, Larry, that's a great question, and now I'm gonna have to take your stance. To be honest, I'm more educated on the chemical side of things and not so much on the gravity side of things. It took like maybe a couple classes once a long time ago on like kinematics and stuff like that, but understanding exactly why particles that have mass attract each other, this is not my expertise. So
I got you. We've reached the limit.
Yield that point. Yeah.
Well, that's fair, right? Because many men know many things, but no man knows everything, right? So we can definitely move on from there. Yeah, what is gravity? It's a great question. Not too many people can answer it. But to be fair, neither could Neil deGrasse Tyson. He said, I don't know, next question. And then he described it in an Einsteinian point of view, but he didn't act like it was settled, right? So that's my thing. I'm not a fundamentalist. I don't believe that gravity is a force. I'm not sure that Einstein was correct either. I think Malgromian gravity is a much better understanding. Maybe the electric model of gravity is even better. I can post that for you if you like. Oh no, we're looking at new information.
Can you post the electric gravity?
Like the one aspect though is that, you know, when we're talking about the atomic structure, and this is like one area that like I can perhaps say a thing or two, is that there is, and you're also talking about like science and stuff, is that there is a lot of science data out there that supports our current understanding of the atomic structure, at least in the case of protons, neutrons, and electrons. And one whole machine that's designed to measure whether or not something has extra protons and neutrons and electrons is something called an ICP-MS. But this is a machine that's designed to measure isotopes and it's mass spectroscopy. But it's designed to measure how heavy different particles are,
right?
Or excuse me, different elements are.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
The atomic weight. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Atomic weights. So like if we're saying, if the argument is that these things don't exist, well, then that's not fair to that machine that we've used for science, that I've personally used. Like I've used a lot of these machines myself. The SEM, I've used that before, you know. So like,
I think you understand the electrostatic model of gravity better than you're letting on, because you went right into the cause of this version of gravity. So I'm posting some documents for you right now. And I think you're quite aware at studying at this level that Einstein breaks down below the Planck level.
Yeah, I agree. Einstein's his stuff doesn't hold up everywhere. I agree.
All right, so you are aware of the cosmological constant crisis. I posted some things for you, sir. I hope that you enjoy them, and I'm going to open the floor back up because I'm not the only one here, and I'm sure that other people would like to speak with you. The floor is yours.
Gravity, what's that?
From a layman's perspective, could you explain what this anomaly you guys just talked about?
I can. I think that question is directed towards me. Would you mind if I answered?
Yes, go for it.
The crisis in cosmology, right? You can look that up. There's plenty of papers that have been written about it. Over 300 proposed solutions trying to make gravity work at the quantum level because of the conflict. When you look at the vacuum catastrophe, there's too much energy in the vacuum, and the discrepancy between theory and observation is an incredible 120 orders of magnitude, according to Harvard. Would you like to see the link?
No, it's okay. I'll just look it up
No?
on Google.
You're just going to
Oh,
take
I
my
mean,
word for it?
yeah. I don't think I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
Oh, Google's good though, but yeah, go for it.
And Weinberg was the guy who came up with this, and it's really interesting because he was actually teaching at the same college as Kuhn, and if you look at the Kuhn cycle, I want you to try to be open-minded and understand that the lambda-CDM model is circling the drain of the Kuhn cycle right now, according to Weinberg himself. And I'll post that next if you'll just be patient. Thanks.
Did you send it to me on group chat?
I will post it where everyone can see it if you'll just be patient.
Oh, sorry. Didn't hear that.
What does this crisis in cosmology even matter?
Well, you got a
Doesn't matter to you,
paradigm
Mez, 'cause
shift.
you're not. You don't need to worry about it, Mez. You don't think reality is real. And that's a fundamental
I think
issue.
reality is real.
Well,
No, you don't.
Mez, I can answer. I can partially answer. If we figure this stuff out, why these like breaks occur in our physics, like this is how we start developing. Like the science fiction faster than light drives. It's this fundamental stuff that we don't understand that's holding us back.
Right. Right, but remember, we're not talking to normal people here. We're talking to flat earthers. These people don't think space even exists.
Okay, so now we're using stultification tactics to discredit the thing that we're talking about that we're all agreeing
Well, no, hold on.
Poisoning the well,
Let me cook.
except for you
Let me
guys.
cook.
Yeah,
Because
so you're going to start by poisoning the well?
Don't forget to send it.
Come on, friend. Come on, my friend. It's okay if people disagree with you about your opinions, and it's okay if people that agree with you also agree with us too. You'll be okay, I promise. Would you like to start over without pissing in the punch bowl?
Yeah, he got in
Sure.
his
But
feelings.
like, what I'm getting at, right, is that you guys don't even think space exists. You think it's all made up by the.
Yeah, but we're not talking to you,
strawmanned
though,
us.
right?
Go ahead, I'm going to post my link. I'm talking to the other guy, not this guy.
I'm not
anyway.
even talking to you, Mez. Like, you're just mad because other people agree with us that are globers, and you're upset about that. So you try to poison the well, make it seem like people are unintelligible that are speaking from the flat earth side. So you want to say something that makes you feel good. Does it you feel better now that you said that? It's all about feelings with you, isn't it, Mez?
I muted him. I'm going to wait till I'm done with this other guy, because this other guy was way better to talk to.
Oh man, I'm pretty discussed out. I think we I don't know, I think we got to like a good conclusion. Or
Well,
at
are
least
you
a
going to
good...
at least let me post
Larry's
what I was
like-
going to post? Freely?
Larry's like, man, we got 3 songs to dance to, man. What do you can't leave the dance floor yet? Just 3 more songs. What are you doing?
Yeah, we can argue in circles with these other people about the difference between the vacuum of space and saying that space doesn't exist when this other guy leaves.
It's crazy that I don't know that we actually don't know that much.
We
I'm
don't.
just reading the first one, but it's sort of like what's that stuff they put people to sleep with? Like they don't know how it works, but it just works. So they anesthetic. Crazy.
The revolution
But
that didn't
anesthesia?
happen. There it is.
Yeah, anesthesia.
Here we go. There we go. All right, I'm done. I'm going to go on mute and let other people talk. Go ahead and tell us about how we don't believe in space, like the space between you and I.
I think we both know that that's not the space I'm talking about, Larry.
Oh,
We're talking about outer
what space. Are you
space.
talking about? Outer space? What's that?
Yeah.
Can you define
Well,
that?
exactly.
What is it?
You guys don't believe in it. So what I'm getting at is why do you even bring up the crisis in cosmology? If you
Well, actually,
I want you to define.
first.
Yeah, I want him to define what he means by outer space because he just said some words that he doesn't understand. So go ahead, Mez. What is outer space?
yeah, just the space beyond Earth. We all know what outer space means.
Well, what does that mean? What does that mean? The space beyond.
Come on, Alpha.
What? How do you?
Be a little honest in this discussion.
Well,
Come on.
I am, but
No, you're not.
The rest of the people listening
What
to you,
people?
Mez, don't know what you're talking about. Well, how many people do you see on this call, Mez?
Let's have a look. I don't know. It's quite a few.
Outer space.
I think they can all see how dishonest you're being, Alpha.
That's the
So,
people that I'm talking about.
What I'm getting at.
Back to the question.
You know exactly
What
what
is
outer
outer
space means, dude.
What is it? Well, you seem to know.
I'll answer
The
if they
space?
can't do it.
Okay, so, all right.
They're talking about a vacuum 10 to the 17 negative torr, but they can't answer it, so I had to answer it for them.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sure, if you want to use that definition, we can go with that.
Wait a minute. Like, hang on, Mez. You called me dishonest, and you didn't want to answer that simple question. Why is that? Why
Yeah,
did
because
Larry,
you know
who's
what
a
outer
flat
space
earther, have to
means,
answer me?
Alpha. You've been in this discussion a
No,
million
I
times
want
before.
you.
You think there's a container blocking
You know
our
what?
exit
Here's
of
the
the
problem.
Earth.
You like to overtalk people. That's your problem. Here's the thing. You're not being honest, dude. If you were honest, you'd be like, I mean, the space that's 10 to the negative 17th torr. That's what I'm talking about. But you didn't want to say that because saying that will make it sound like that the space vacuum exists. So it makes it like you make a claim. So that's the problem. You don't want to do that, right? So you're spinning your wheels, doing all these mental contortions. No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. He said you guys don't believe in outer space, which
so we
also
got the-
strongly
what do you-
suggests,
what do we got?
which also
Hold on.
suggests that he would support the idea of outer space.
You guys need to be muzzled because when it comes to this, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to go one by one. First of all, I'll start with Mez. And then I'll go to you, Edmasto. Because you guys are always in here doing the same thing. And probably Matt Nuclear, if he starts chiming in, I'll go to him next. All right. What's outer space, Mez? Define it for me.
Well, Larry already
Be
did,
honest.
but that's not the point I'm getting at.
Oh, so then Larry already did. You didn't do it. Let's see if Edmasto can do it. Let's see.
Alpha-
Let's just see how the honesty. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see the honesty in these characters, right? Edmasto, what is outer space?
Outer space is the physical universe beyond the Earth's atmosphere.
Beyond the Earth's atmosphere. What is the extent of Earth's atmosphere?
The extent of the Earth's atmosphere is.
Go ahead.
I don't definitively know it. I know that it is.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, who else wants to define outer space? Or not define it in this case?
Yeah, I don't think he was being honest.
Step forward.
Alpha.
forward.
I'll also throw in a definition because I think AK's definition was pretty good. I think the 10
No,
to
he
the
didn't
negative-
define it, sir. I'm sorry. He didn't define anything. Larry did.
No. What?
You're mistaken. I offered Mez the opportunity to define it. He failed to do so because he said somebody else said it. No, I'm not asking for you to say somebody else saying it. I want you to define it. How do you say it? See, this is the problem,
No, he's
right?
talking about the other guy.
In this, hold on a minute. In this arena, when you say something, you're held to that. So if you say, well, I think this is that. Okay, how do you know this is that? We start asking questions. And so they don't like to incriminate themselves by saying something, making a claim. So in this arena, you have to be disingenuous to kind of stay in the fight so that you're not held down to a claim that you can't provide evidence for. That's how this works, sir. If you're brand new to this argument, that's what happens in this room. People are disingenuous when it comes to the answering questions because they don't like to incriminate themselves because they know what it implies when they say a claim.
Alpha, there's no need. There's no need though to mute them. I think we were having an argument in good
Yes,
faith.
there's a need. No, sir. I'm sorry. You don't know how this room works or how people operate in this arena. So you have no knowledge. And so because of that, you think that that's how the way to go about it is your way. And it's not. We've done this many times. We're very proficient at what we do in this room. And we are efficient as well. So we want it to be clear that we want people to stand for what they say and say what they mean and mean what they say. That's all we care about. So if you're not willing to do that and you're being disingenuous, yeah, you will sit on mute. That's no problem.
Alpha,
Maybe for a couple of
Miggy, he said he doesn't know, and then you muted him.
Alpha,
being
they're
genuine.
they're trying, but you just muted them. So
No, I'm sorry. No. All this white knighting and advocating.
Yo, Kyojai, I don't know about they,
Yeah,
but
that's not
definitely
gonna work.
the
Stop
second guy said he didn't know.
Here's the thing, right? You can do make some good
True.
choices. You can interrupt me, or interrupt other people, and you find yourself on the wrong end of a mute, or you can just be like, look, this is what I think, and then I'll tell you the reason why that doesn't work. Pretty simple. These guys are not in here to have an honest, genuine conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have people opposed from the idea that the earth is flat, and those individuals are seeking every single day to thwart the efforts of intelligible, reasonable logical thinking people. Now, you don't know that because you've only been here 5 minutes. So your assessment of what's going on is not what is actually happening. And I'm sorry to tell you that. How long have you been in this argument, sir?
I've been here for like the past 2 to 3 hours. We were having a really good conversation. You came in here and muted
I know
these
that.
two guys. They were talking. I think they were talking on good faith. Just let them try to explain themselves.
No, sir. No, sir. You don't dictate. Sorry, you don't dictate this room. This room has moderators which can actually do that for you. The reason why we do this is because you don't have. Listen, the only reason you and Larry had a great conversation is because he was able to mute others who were interrupting him, and you had no qualms about that.
Wrap it up.
You didn't say, Larry, why did you mute that guy, Larry, that you just muted? Why did you do that? Let him speak, Larry. You didn't say that because you were having a good conversation. Now I come into the room and get these guys to be honest, and they're not honest. Now you're crying about it. But because when you had a conversation with Larry, you didn't seem to mind that.
I'll extend.
Hold on. No, let me go first. Mickey, I got a question for you. You asked AK, what's the extent of Earth's atmosphere? He said, I don't know. And then you're calling that disingenuous. How is saying I don't know to that question disingenuous?
All right. So percentage, you always make the wrong. I didn't say that, but when you assess what I say, you always feel like you have something to say about what I do, but you misinterpret the actual thing that happened. Right? So did you see what happened when I went first to Mez and I asked him what
stop sniveling, fuck, carry on the conversation. God damn, bro.
Yeah, can we not?
All right, if you don't like it, sir, I'm sorry, but if you don't like it, the door's that way. Okay, you don't have to be in this room. It's a privilege to be amongst these intellects. You don't have to be here if it bothers you that much. You can go the other way or to another room, right?
Well, Alpha,
Easily.
you are destroying the opportunity for us to see how intellectual they are because you've destroyed the challenge. These two individuals, AK and Mez, they're challenging this idea. And so far, AK said that he didn't know. There was a question that Larry asked me that I said I didn't know too. And so we continue on the conversation, but there's no need to mute them afterwards. Just let them ask their questions.
Yeah, you're very new to this topic. I could see that. You have hopes you have hopes for humanity to have like a better outlook, but I'm telling you, people are not that way in this arena because of the fact that their whole paradigm has shifted. Now they know that people exist in this world that go against their belief in the Earth being a globe. They're upset about it, and they have a mission. They're on a mission right now. Their mission is to thwart the efforts of anyone in this room to have any logical, consistent conversation. Let's point out one thing, right? So I can show you. I'm going to use this as an example. What did Mez do when he was able to speak about Larry's, telling him about you and him having a conversation? Well, it's simple. He tried poisoning the well and saying, you can't talk to these flat earthers because they don't believe in space. So
he rightfully deserved to be muted.
So hold on a minute. Right away, he was chomping at the bit so that he can say that, so that you can have a different opinion on Larry's conversation with you and him, right? I already knew that's his main objective. See, wait a minute. Don't jump in right now. So the important thing is you don't know that their objective is to thwart the efforts of logically thinking people. You think they're honest, genuine human beings that need a chance, but you don't know how many chances they've had already, right? So that's the thing. I'm long in the tooth about this because you don't realize the implications of your white knighting right now. You think you have a good thing to do. You're standing up for muted people. You don't realize that these guys are not here on good faith.
Yeah, but Larry said try again without pissing in the fruit bowl. He let them talk again afterwards. He muted them to show that you can't say stupid stuff like that.
Then
was not contributing.
What did he do right after that? Like, he went right back to it. There's a reason why I know what stultify means. It's not a word that I grew up using. I had to learn about these tactics that they use against us. And these tactics that they use are often very dishonest. So I would beg you, sir, in your free time, tomorrow while you're doing the dishes or going for a jog, brush up on logical fallacies, and then get your ass back in here and listen to these globers and what kind of arguments they make. These people do deserve to be muted sometimes. Sometimes mods are a little heavy-handed, but when you're questioning people's paradigm, how do you think it would go over if you went into a Muslim room and tried to say that Muhammad was not the prophet, right? You're going to get muted. And that's what's going on, but in reverse in this room. So we have to be able to have some sort of control, but either way, people are going to complain. Either we're not moderating enough or we're moderating too much. It's best just to let the mods who have uber experience doing this do their thing. And, you know, if you're honest, you'll just do what I asked. Brush up on your fallacies, come back and pay attention.
The people that have made moderator position have earned their right to be in the ranks that they are because of the fact that they've dealt with a lot in this arena. They've been called all kinds of names. I've personally heard people tell Larry that they wish he was not even born, that he was in this call, on the call. So I know you're new to this topic and you wish that humanity would have, another chance, but it doesn't work that way. I'm sorry. I mean to burst your bubble the way I do, but it's the truth. If these people had genuine, feelings about what was going on in here, number one, they wouldn't poison the well. They would be in good faith. They would be honest about everything. They would say, hey, you know what? I don't know what's going on. And that's fine, right? But see, when they, let's say, Admasto, AK, was advocating for Mez, and then it's like, okay, so if you want to, throw your hat in the ring, now you're going to stand for what the guy was saying. Do you think he was saying something important about outer space? Can he define it? Larry didn't have any problem, according to the globe, to define it.
Well, so that's the thing, is that I would like to continue that conversation because I had a definition for it, but we didn't get to continue the conversation because you just muted them. So I think it would be
oh
at least
my God,
the
dude.
Context of this.
Moderation. So one more time in time, sir. When another moderator, Larry, said, let the mods do their job and you do yours, be a good guest, that's all you have to be concerned with. You don't have to worry about who's muted and who's not. That is not of your concern. Or White Knight for them, or chime in, or just carry a conversation in here about your ideas and thoughts and whatever. And don't worry about what we're doing with the other guys. We handled the other room, the other guys the way we do, because we're showing the rest of the people, when I ask them questions and they didn't answer, or they're being disingenuous, or whatever it is that they're doing, right? When I ask them and they're not being, forthcoming with the information, what is it? I mean, any guy would be like, wait a minute, why aren't they being honest about stuff? Why do they have to be, shady about it? So, for the rest of the room, I am fair. Look, I open up their mics, I allow them to speak. But when they come in here putting their foot in, I'm long in the tooth. I'm just going to go and stop. But I'm going to tell you, just let the mods do their job, and you be in here, be a good guest, and, get your questions asked or answered or whatever you want. That's it.
Nah, Maggie, you weren't being fair, man. Straight up. I love you, but the way that you said, how many chances have they been given? And you gave them a chance. You unmuted him. And you asked him a question, and he answered honestly. He doesn't know the extent of the atmosphere.
Man. This is exactly
what
the
answer
wanted.
you want to hear. You muted him again.
Percentage,
it wasn't a fair shake.
Percentage, I hear you, but please read the definition of stultify. This is exactly what they wanted. To prevent something from developing or preventing someone from developing new ideas. This is obfuscation.
I think they wanted to talk, man.
Do they really? If they want to talk about, the meta conversation like we've been talking about for the past 10 minutes, would they have done that? I mean, wouldn't they have jumped right in and talked about the cosmological constant problem and how that we really got to solve this problem and we're having trouble solving it? They didn't do that, right?
Listen, I don't know about Mez, but I heard AK's response, and his response sounded genuine, so I say we give him another shake. Give him a fair shake.
Yeah,
no, you are.
It is what it is.
Listen, dudes. Listen, yeah, eventually he'll get unmuted, but for the moment, because of the way he was his behavior, his demeanor, you already percentage. You've been in this too long, man. You know that these guys get unmuted eventually. They eventually get unmuted.
I know, but it's still unjust to mute them, when without cause. That's just my thing. Even if they do get unmuted eventually.
Percentage, you know, we used to do this on the fly where everybody got to speak freely and nobody got muted. And that was just 10 people on Google Hangouts. And you know it was absolute chaos.
Yeah, of course. No, moderation is necessary. Absolutely. Like Mez, when he started poisoning the well, absolutely, it was rightful moderation, rightful mute. But you know, you can still mess up too as a moderator.
But also, there's a healthy amount of challenge and chaos, because when you mute them, you've now destroyed the opportunity for you to demonstrate your intellectual prowess. Now you can't do that, because now we've just been having this meta conversation about the conversation, where we could have been talking about space right now, because I want to talk about the space thing, and you know, because I disagree with the whole 10 to the 17 Tor definition. I don't think that is what space is. I think like, where does that value come from?
Here's the thing. When I listen to people talking here, I'm a very straightforward person. Like, just be honest about everything that's being said in here, and you'll get along just fine. Nobody's going to get muted. Nobody's going to get, muzzled or pointed out. Nothing like that, right? Just be honest. If you don't know something, say, hey, I don't know. And there's nothing wrong with that. No one's going to hold anything against you. But here's the other thing, right? And I was listening to this. Larry did ask you, hey, let's continue the conversation. There's a lot of good things we can talk about. You're like, I'm all talked out. That's what I heard. Now it's like, let's have a conversation again. But when the opportunity was afforded to you, you said no. So I don't know. I think there's a little bit of
a new
like
topic came up. That's because a new topic came up.
I know that, sir. But the point is, like, when you say things in this room and you don't mean what you say, it's almost like, well, I mean, so you're saying you're going to leave, but you're not really, because, you said it. Now you're going back on it. So
not that I'm going to leave. Larry said that he was going to mute himself. Why can't I say the same thing? Like, we were both talking about the same subject. We were both the two primary people talking. Well, you can't take a little break. You're gonna say I'm being disingenuous now?
Did I say that was the case, sir? You're the one that said you were going to take a break, which was fine. And Larry said, I'll open up the floor so anybody else can jump in. And of course, Mez put his foot in his mouth. But like, that was the point. So then now we got onto this conversation, and you're like, oh, I'm ready to talk again. It's just not a problem. But the thing is, like, when the floors open up again and other people start talking, maybe somebody else wants to chime in. I mean,
I posted the link. I posted the link for 10 to the 17 negative Tor. That is a standard lambda-CDM globe Earth model claim.
Okay, let me look into this, because I'd like to see exactly how they're measuring this. Because if they're saying this is just like an average measurement of space, well, the space that's in our galaxy isn't completely empty. There's certainly some particles in it, so it's not a complete vacuum. Because my argument would be that if we're going to talk about what is space like on a fundamental level, like, okay, this would be the void in between two physical bodies. And that void has an infinite measurement of vacuum. There is, to my understanding, we don't have a scale that, like, do we have a scale that can measure the infinite vacuum of void? Is Tor one of them? To my understanding, no. Like,
well, yeah, it's just void. It's a void. How do voids bend?
How do what?
Yeah, that's good. That's good percentage. But just wait. Like, I just want to go on the point that he was talking about. So if we're talking about a Tor value, which is a super low pressure, right? There's the guys who are talking about it is mainly just a gradiated calculation. So if stuff goes from 14 psi around there at the surface level, and it goes to a gradiated pressure all the way up, in elevation. So if you start getting on altitudes where planes fly and all that, and it's a specific Tor value there, and it goes higher as you go up, it starts to become like more of a mathematical solution that they come up with, and it's not something that's verified by demonstration or some mechanical means that they've took some device and actually got the Tor value from the vacuum of space, right? So that's not something that's in a way demonstrated, right? So they're more using it like, we know how the air from the atmosphere is gradiated out to a certain pressure level. Now I've heard from the exosphere, which is past the Kármán line, something like 10 to the negative 6. Outer space is considered to be a little bit more than that, which is 10 to the negative 17, and on further on, it goes to whatever Tor value. But like, still, we are understanding that they have made this claim as if these pressure values are something to know or somebody can know about, but they're not really you can't pull like well, what device did they use, right? You can't go look at some device that they actually measured this Tor value. So it's merely exists in mathematical form. So it's not something that you can say, I know for sure that as you go, 300,000 feet up, it's going to be at this specific Tor value because they have this device that actually measures that. They don't have that. These are all calculations done by.
So then Veritas, but then what about like a pitot tube on an aircraft that measures air density?
Yeah, it's not doing what you think it does to actually get a Tor value, but it will measure that air density where the airliner is, at the altitude that it is. So, but not saying that they couldn't have a device. If you, well, yeah, what depends where you're flying, but yeah, I would say that you're measuring at that altitude for sure.
Okay, so if you put that on a rocket, if you put it on a rocket and shoot it up, the same device, and you just simply get a smaller reading, is this not empirical as well? You're saying that we don't have any empirical way to say that out of our atmosphere that we can measure pressure?
That's correct. What device is used? Go search for it.
Okay, let me search for it.
You mentioned this. You mentioned this device, but go look for the device that actually does that. That specific function that you said will constitute for it being a device that can actually do that. And then figure out its tolerance. Figure out what makes that device work the way. Because you have to know a little bit about the device itself, so you can say, well, I know it does what it does. You can't just read an article and say, oh yeah, this is a device that does what it does. You have to know if it can do what it does.
Correct.
You know what I mean? Like there has to be a little bit of knowledge behind like the mechanics that actually went into the engineering that designed this thing. If such a device exists.
I agree. I'll look into that and get back to you. I already suspect it has something to do with piezoelectrics because that's how we can measure like very, very incremental changes in pressure. Like for example, in any biomedical application, we do use that. But let me get back to you.
Nice.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you don't have to be rushing through this. It's like we're here 24/7, so just take your time in researching and you're doing the best you can. I would say do due diligence and as much as you can cover the device if you find such a thing, and then talk about it in a way that we can all kind of look into it.
Good interaction.
Yeah, and while you're at it, bring physical evidence of an electron, please. Thank you.
You went from at least being something possible to the impossible.
Yeah. it's like saying bring blue.
Yeah.
Well, that gentleman, I don't know if you heard, Miggy. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead, Larry.
I'll be quick. I don't know if you heard, but that guy was talking about entropy and the way that it works in science and how it affects, the outcome of science sometimes. So he is well versed on entropy. So when he comes back after, learning about the vacuum of space, and he's going to find out that allegedly the atmosphere goes all the way out to the moon, but somewhere along the lines it tapers off 10 to the 17 negative Tor. That is a strong vacuum. I mean, a vacuum that's so strong that we can't even recreate it on Earth. Like the atoms will squeeze through the cracks in concrete and steel walls to fill the available space. Because the vacuum is a concept. There's no real thing as a vacuum. Even if you could suck out all the baryonic matter of any given volume, there would still be energy in that vacuum. So it's a concept from the get. And to think that there's this concept of space
I've got a question
next
then.
to, if I could just finish,
Sorry, Larry.
To think that there's this place, right, 10 to the 17 negative Tor, adjacent to a gas giant, and for some reason Jupiter is not expanding to fill that available volume, you would have to have, a great deal of fundamental faith in the weak force called gravity. Thanks.
Oh, sorry to interrupt. Just I hope you didn't. I love you. It's triggered something that I've wanted to speak to you guys about for a while. What do you have any idea of what the
vacuum of space is, or how to measure it. I mean, I hear all of these numbers. I don't know what Tor even is.
Concept, just like space-time.
Yeah, but how'd you get that number?
I didn't make it up.
No, I'm not saying you
I'm
made
getting
it
it from the
up.
Globers. I'm getting it from people who propose that there's a globe model.
Geeks,
That's why I'm confused. That's why I'm
Geeks, you think
confused.
Larry made that number up? Did you?
Well,
You think
but
he's
why?
the one that actually?
Well, no. That's why I was confused. I was like, why use it then? If
This conversation. Okay, so this conversation has been going on for a good 10 years, like that we've been in it. Like
no way.
You don't think I'm? You think I'm joking? At Masters,
No, I
the
can't
AK
believe it. Carry on.
The AK guy's been in for sure at least a good 4 to 5 years, being an anti-flat earther. Like
No, I'm
for
not
sure,
an anti-flat
4 to
earther.
5 years.
I'm not an anti-flat earther, though. You perceive me as one, and I can understand how that image comes to be, but it's not correct.
But sorry, Ms. Larry, maybe I misunderstood like your intention when you were using that number. You were using it kind of tongue in cheek.
No, it's an actual Tor value that they actually tell people that they believe in, that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. That further out from the Earth's system, that
there
you
is
get
this number. Yeah.
the pressure value actually it gets to a low pressure value of 10 to the negative 17,
but
which
you
is like
that.
there isn't any. No, it's not that we accept it. That's what they're saying it is.
Yeah,
So,
no,
okay,
they're
so
saying it. Do you accept it?
It doesn't matter if we accept it or not. That's what they're saying. So, okay, so the globe side it has rhetoric. It has like its own, lore. I don't know what you want to call it. It's fantasy. So whatever it is, it's lore, like fantasy. Yeah, like a story. So basically, what it has all this like attributes of it being, this fantastical place that you can go to, and it's got super low pressure values.
All these numbers,
yeah. So it comes complete with those numbers. It comes complete with like dark matter and dark energy. Black holes, quasars. Everything that you can think of, right? Inside of this outside of this Earth, you're gonna find all this stuff, right? So when Larry says 10 to the negative 17, he's actually referring back to the story, the lore that you've been told, that the Earth, outside of the Earth, has this low pressure system. When you get further past the moon and such.
Tongue in cheek, like not seriously.
No. They're serious. They're saying this actually exists. So what we're saying,
Larry.
So what we're telling you guys, they're telling you guys that this Tor value exists out in space. So what we're telling you guys is like, well, how's it possible, right? Like well, let him answer.
I don't want it to be misrepresented, just in case.
So there's this other.
Go ahead.
Well, there's this other concept that I wanted to also throw in there.
Whoa! I'm talking to Mr. Larry, sir.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Bro, didn't you invite him here so that he could talk to us?
Yeah, that was kind of a troll, but I regret that. This person Geeks is a troll. They don't actually.
Well, you made your bed, lie in it.
They don't have good faith conversations.
Geeks, he's not always here. You're going on mute. Sir, could you go ahead, please?
Yeah, so earlier when you quickly mentioned, I don't know if you thought like this was impossible, or maybe I misunderstood exactly what you're saying, but how particles can go through stuff at those very small pressures. Yeah, that's standard and expected, and that also happens at like room temperature and pressure. Like we know about hydrogen embrittlement, like all the bridges in California, all the hydrogen is destroying those bridges because they go into the metals, and we know that when metal absorbs hydrogen, it becomes brittle. So this idea of particles going through like other solid phases.
Yeah, that's not in contention. It's kind of like the concept of diatomaceous earth and bugs. Just rips it apart, rips things apart. Yeah. But the thing is that they're claiming that there's this vacuum that's like almost zero. There's no such thing as zero pressure, but if you could imagine such a concept, it's close to zero. And that's just, crazy to me that there's a lump of gas in a vacuum. Is there any way that you could recreate this in a laboratory where you have a sealed container, right? Create a partial vacuum. So you get it down 10 to the -6 or whatever, right? And then you put a lump of gas in there. I mean, you couldn't even put a lump of ice in there. And, you know, it's it's going to instantly, what's the word when it goes from a solid to a gas?
Sublimate or
Yeah.
sublimate?
Yeah, it's going to sublimate, right? There's no
Oh.
way you're going to have a lump of gas in a vacuum. You can't even have a lump of ice in a vacuum.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So are you saying that the pressure or the force of the vacuum should sublimate basically everything that's solid in space?
Well, no, we're just talking about entropy. The gas will fill the available volume. They say that Jupiter is a gas giant, but you can look at the what was it, the Levy comet that hit Jupiter, left a scar on the surface for a couple months. So how is that possible that a gas giant would have a surface to begin with, and then when it gets hit, it leaves a scar? Like, can you imagine me smogging out my single cab pickup truck and we're smoking like blunts and bongs and everything, and then we roll down the window and somebody throws a football like right in between the two windows? Like, how long would that little hole that football made stay there? You think it would stay there like a whole second, or maybe less than, right?
Okay, so to address the first part, I would say the current justification is that, yeah, the gravity of the particles all working together creates a layer that is strong enough to hold whatever object it is in space together so that it doesn't just completely go outwards. And if you'd like another example of a battle of forces, like surface tension is a great one, where you can have battling forces.
I get that, but think about how stars are made, right? According to the mainstream narrative, there's a supernova or a nebula cloud, right? And these clouds of gas collapse in on themselves. Now think about the nature of gas, right? Look up the laws that have to do with gas, right? It's expanding to fill the available container. Is that correct? The gas pressure is the pressure the gas molecules exert against the edge of the container.
So
without the container, it's going to do what? Entropy, reach equilibrium, like we talked about earlier.
Equilibrium with what, though?
Yes. So the thing is that, and when we look at like the universe on that scale, like for example, like a nebula, just straight up, let's just talk about a nebula in deep space. Like, forget about the rest of the galaxy. Let's just say there's a nebula, right? So yes, there's the force of diffusion, where over time those gas particles should be expanding outwards to fill the infinite void that is space. But once again, there's also the gravity aspect, which would pull those particles together. And I think one comparison that you made was that, like, look at how strong the power of a vacuum is. It can sublimate all kinds of stuff, but I think that's kind of an unfair comparison, because depending on the scale that you use, you can sublimate all kinds of stuff. If I concentrate energy, like I can make really, really hot temperatures. Like welding is a great example. We can, as human beings, form metal at 1300 degrees Celsius at a point, but to do that at a very large amount it is very difficult. But like what I'm trying to say is that the idea of these reactions occurring doesn't saying a force is strong or weak in general is not really fair. All of this is in comparison to other forces. There's a constant battle of forces.
Yeah, I understand that. This was an open question to Neil deGrasse Tyson that never got answered. It was a open letter, and it's been a point of contention ever since. But really, it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, right? That's why that guy brought it up, in my opinion. Right?
What was the question for Neil deGrasse Tyson?
There was an open letter. One of them is, how do you have a high-pressure system like the Earth's atmosphere next to the vacuum of space without a container? And the question is, how are we breathing right now? This was, quite a few years ago, and it's been a point of contention ever since. Although it's not an argument that I lead with, but there is, kind of a question that I like to ask people, like how do they have over-the-horizon radar? Well, they're bouncing signals off of the ionosphere. Well, that's a container. If it contains signals, what else might it contain? Well, how did Marconi make a radio broadcast from the UK to Australia? Well, either the Earth is curved and he bounced it off the ionosphere, or the Earth is flat and it was a straight line of sight, because the technology back then was line of sight. Go ahead.
Yeah. So to answer the first part, then, to my understanding, like the fundamental forces that hold Earth together are gravity and electromagnetism. And I think also electromagnetism, I think, is severely underlooked in the concept of space, because like our solar system experiences a lot of, and you might disagree with a lot of this stuff, but it experiences a lot of cosmic rays. Like, for example, if we had a spaceship and we made the spaceship just in orbit of our Earth, it's going to experience different amount of radiation than if it was orbiting our galaxy. Because not only does our Earth have a certain electromagnetic field that shields us from a lot of radiation, but also our sun does as well, that shields us from other radiation. So there's a lot of shielding and electromagnetism that's going on. That's not, I don't want to say it's independent of gravity, but like I think it's definitely underlooked. So these forces are not, it's not that we can't say they don't exist. Or actually, you might say they don't exist, but how do you feel about electromagnetism? Is electromagnetism off the table for you? Because I think gravity's off the table, but
Come on, man. Electromagnetism is the bee's knees as far as I'm concerned. Like, if you think that there's no electromagnetism, you got to be psycho, in my opinion.
Okay,
you got to
so
have some form of psychosis, right? Mass formation or psychosis or something. So what the thing is that the Electric Universe, Thunderbolts project, I just posted a link. You might enjoy some of their stuff, especially Rupert Sheldrake. That's what they're saying. They're saying that this whole concept of dark matter is making up for the shortcomings of gravity at the galactic level. Black holes too. And people like LPP Fusion, Dr. Eric Lerner, he writes books about how there's this helium catastrophe and the Big Bang never happened and all these things. But the electric universe is where it's at. That's the actual science, in my opinion. We've been chasing our tails with E equal MC squared for the past 100 years. Meanwhile, corporations and government that went underground and took the Tesla tech and ran with it. That's my opinion.
I'm down with you on that. I agree with you there. I think electromagnetism is hella underrated. Like, but so then that can be an argument that says, okay, here's one of the concepts that makes these particles come together and form a star,
or form matter, for that matter. Because even according to the mainstream creation myth, which is the Big Bang so-called theory, eventually the bang happened, and 300,000 years later, some stupid number, matter formed. First it was hydrogen, and then everything else. So if it could happen then with that, how come it can't happen now with something like the Schwinger effect, with really high amounts of energy, or particle smashing like at the LHC? Why is that so hard to believe? Because we're not saying that it's coming from nothing, free energy. No, we're not saying the first law is over with. What we're saying is that it's possible that we have a fundamental misunderstanding of our world. Just like in the 1800s, when that dude whose name I can't pronounce said, "Wash your hands," and they locked him up and he died from an infection that he could have cleaned with distilled wine. Now everybody's like, "Oh yeah, wash your hands," especially after touching a dead body, right? But he died for that. And he was talking to learned men of science, physicians. And he said, "Hey, these midwives, they got like really good statistics and you guys suck. Like, why don't we have like an experiment where, Dr. Bob and Dr. Don wash their hands for 2 weeks and we'll see how they go." "No, he's crazy. Lock him up." And what happens? He gets his ass beat in the insane asylum and he dies. And how did George Washington die? He had a sore throat. So what was the answer? Bleed him like a 57 Chevy?
That's pretty terrible. But I think, Larry, I'm in agreement with a lot of the things you say. But like, your argument for saying that how come that there's this floating body in the universe that can keep itself together and not just dissolve into, I guess dissolve is a bad word, but like dissolve into space. I mean, we've witnessed all kinds of strange phenomenon, so like I wouldn't put it past the universe to be like this. And say that. Like, are you saying that this doesn't occur, or are you saying that it does, but we don't understand why it occurs?
I'm saying that cosmology is not a science in the way that biochemistry. Biochemists are real scientists. Like, they're in the lab doing stuff, like making observations, making experiments, and changing the world. Where cosmology is more philosophy, right? And I'm going to post a paper from a college that you'll respect, and maybe you could go over it if you have some free time. But you can't manipulate the independent variable of the stars, the heavens, space. You're just observing. So observational science is like the first step of the scientific method. Observe a natural phenomenon. Well, what do you do after that? Well, you got to do the rest of the steps. You can't just observe a natural phenomenon and then smoke a joint or drink a beer and then tell a story about beer bubble universes popping in and out of existence. That's not how science works. That's how philosophy works. I'll give you that. But earlier we agreed on the line of delineation between the experiment and the philosophy, did we not?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just continuing down that same path of logic that we got to separate the pseudoscience from the science, because we have to do that this day and age, especially after what happened in 2020. I'm not going to get into it, and neither are you, but you know damn well what I'm talking about. We were told to trust science. That's the thing about science. You don't have to trust it. You do it. You do the science, and then nobody can disagree on the results from the experiment. You can start disagreeing when the politicians start moving their mouths or the scientists explain what they think they saw. You can disagree with that, but I think it was Richard Feynman said that I would rather have questions that can't be answered than have answers that can't be questioned. So in order for us to be free, science has to be free, and that's why Dr. Rupert Sheldrake wrote a book called Set Science Free.
I
Because
agree.
apparently it's not.
I'm in agreement here. One, going back to Tor and pressure and systems like this, do you believe that absolute zero exists in terms of the Kelvin scale?
Makes sense to me.
Okay.
All right, I got this paper from Stanford. I guess you could go down to...
And Reckoners in the comments, I have heard of Hutchison. To my understanding, that guy was doing some shady stuff with electromagnetism, dissolving metals in air at room temperature with radio waves, and then they sent a military commander to go check it out. And he reports publicly that nothing ever went through when other people were there, but that's what a military commander said, so they could have locked up the actual tech. Like, who knows?
Yeah, never trust a dummy. Military intelligence is a... it's an oxymoron. Oh, you didn't laugh. You're not in the military. Shout out to QE, by the way. So yeah, I would look at this Plato Stanford.edu thing, and there's some interesting stuff about the discrepancies of science and observation versus experiment. So I don't drive my alternator to work. There's this thing called the division fallacy. So observation isn't science, just like alternator is not my car. So yeah, we can look at space and we can look at the stars and we can use spectrometry. But yeah, I'm going to post one more guy for you. This guy, he's saying that the model of the sun is incorrect for the same reason I'm saying that the model of Jupiter is incorrect. And he's an expert in his field. So I'm going to post him in just a second when I look him up. And giving you lots of homework, which I'm pretty sure you probably already have homework, but you're just going to have to either be curious or not. All right, let me find it.
Now, AK, I see that you posted this graph of Voyager 1 and 2. What is on the y-axis? You said, what is that, mega electron volts? It's in the language that I don't know. Can't read.
It's in English. Oh, no, it's German. I'm sorry, my bad. So this says number of charged particles per second. That charged particles are like have more energy than 0.5 mega electron volts. And that's the y-axis. And the x-axis is time in years.
And so what were you trying to explain with this graph?
I was not trying to explain anything. I was just providing additional background information of what they claim or believe happens to Voyager 1, because you posted this nice little illustration of solar system's wall of fire kind of thing. That wall of hot plasma, the information that I found on it is this solar shock at the edge of the heliosphere, or what they call the heliosphere, the heliopause. And yeah.
I posted some things from this guy, Sky Scholar. If you look him up, he's like a legit scientist, and I think that you would find his arguments better formulated than mine. I'm just a layman, by the way. So, yeah, I'm going to appeal to the specialist. You can call that an appeal to authority, but who would you rather hear, layman or specialist?
I don't know, both. This was a good conversation.
You said you regretted coming. Come on.
No, I regretted the other guy coming. The other guy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he is a bit of a troll. Anybody who brown noses too much, I'm automatically going to be leery. So yeah, I posted a few videos there, and if you wanted to hear like a rebuttal, I think Professor Dave has a rebuttal against this guy, although he's not a professor. Nominally professor. And then he has a rebuttal against Professor Dave, so I don't know. I like debates. I like hearing both sides of the coin. I like thinking for myself. I like pay attention to the opposite of what they say.
You know,
I like
Larry,
looking. Go ahead.
To be honest, I don't think we've actually disagreed like on anything so far. Like now that I'm looking back through our entire conversation, was there a point that we legitimately disagreed with each other?
I think you still believe in the fundamental forces, so you're still a fundamentalist, but if you keep studying, I think you'll find at the bottom of the cup of science that things aren't as concrete as we once might believed, and we should remain open-minded enough to let the experiment do the talking and realize that there's a reason why we have 2 eyes and 2 ears and 1 mouth.
See, I still agree with that. It's like I don't think we have any points of contention other than like, yeah.
I mean, I think we've been lied to about our cosmology. I think it's more akin to how many angels can dance on the head of a needle than heat causes water to boil, or vitamin C and selenium makes vitamin C bioavailable. That's 2 totally different claims, right? Or 3, 4 totally different claims. But you get my point.
I think so.
Yeah, you need selenium for the vitamin C to be bioavailable. Like, you can go to a laboratory right now and pay them money, and they'll demonstrate this for you, and you don't have to question it, right? Because the experiment is right there. You can watch it happen, or salt and water and cells. You can watch it happen. But when it comes to this is how stars form, you've never been to the OB in the stars in space. You've never been there. It's myth, right? Like the Big Bang Theory is a creation myth. And you can believe it, that's fine. You're an American. You have the right to any religious belief you want to. But it was created by a Catholic priest, and it's a creation myth.
No, the fact that it was created by a Catholic priest does not make it a creation myth.
That's not my argument. It's a creation myth.
Why do you mention it was created by a Catholic priest then?
Because maybe he had motives.
Okay. Do they matter to the content? The factual content?
No, but it's factual nonetheless. Am I wrong?
No, I'm just interested why it's of relevance.
I think all information is important, and just because there's a correlation there, maybe that correlation deserves investigation.
Okay, so let's talk about the formation of stars real quick, Larry. So,
sure.
Would you agree that when you smash two hydrogen atoms together, it can release a lot of energy? And yeah, that's a bad explanation because what you're really doing is creating a new, more stable form of matter. So the excess energy is released outwards. In this case, thermal or whatever, electromagnetic and radiation, all kinds of stuff. But really what I'm trying to say is, okay, we know that stars burn, and we have proof of stars burning by looking at them, and we also made nuclear bombs, and specifically I'm referring to the hydrogen bomb, where they, smashed deuterium together and made a big boom, big explosion. So we know that like a lot of energy can come from those reactions, and those reactions can have chain reactions. So the back end of like a star burning is like, or I guess the middle part of a star burning and its continuous fusion and fission reactions, nuclear transmutation all over a star. Those are pretty like well tested today. Would you agree with that, or say no, it's not well tested today?
I'm not sure that it's well tested today because you're depending on spectroscopy, right?
Correct.
And spectroscopy in a lab setting is phenomenal. But when you start pointing it at the sky, how do you control for 93 million miles of helium and hydrogen atoms and molecules?
Okay, I agree with you there. The spectroscopy stuff. So what are you saying? Are you saying that like the internal of the star is not similar to a nuclear blast?
No, I don't think so at all. I think that would be more appropriate if you had been diagnosed with something to get a biopsy and take it to the lab before you decided whether or not you're ready to make that transition, if you know what I mean.
I don't. You got to explain that one more.
Yeah, if you had some sort of cancer, right, in your nethers, you might want to get a biopsy before you lob it off, right? I wouldn't be willing to bet the farm on it just because somebody took a picture of it and says, I think your stuff there is malignant. Well, it might be benign. I'm going to go see a second doctor and get an opinion because you didn't even take a biopsy. So now I don't trust you. But if the second doctor were to give you a biopsy, maybe then we could talk, right? Well, there's no way to biopsy the sun. Despite what AOC might believe, you can't go at night. That's a true quote, by the way. And these people are running the country. But I digress. There's no way for us to know, right? There's a difference between first-hand primary knowledge and I think I saw. Well, anytime somebody opens their mouth, you should probably say maybe. Maybe not. That's what skeptics do.
Okay, so let's talk about spectroscopy for a sec. So what is your primary disagreement with spectroscopy? Because I have in the past done spectroscopy on a nice telescope, and I've also been in a class where you take a piece of cardboard and you make a tube, and then you put a small filter that filters light in a special way, and you could see the signature of certain elements burning. And if you look at a copper flame, you'll see certain lines, and if you look at a magnesium flame, or at least near it, because you don't want to look directly at it. But
Yeah,
if you
it
look near
fails
it,
at the verification process, Kyodai.
which is
The verification process. So when you see something here on Earth and you run a test on something like, a light bulb or something that's burning, you can know what elements you're working with. Is this correct or incorrect?
Yeah, to an extent.
Well, not to an extent. You're working with tangible things here on Earth. So in a controlled setting, you're able to then decipher certain elements because you can work with them.
Right.
It's pretty simple to understand this. It doesn't take a genius to realize. Okay, so you take that same concept in a controlled environment, move off into an uncontrolled environment. How can you get the same results?
So then my question would be, what are your definitions of controlled versus uncontrolled? Because if we look at space and we're saying that it's mostly empty space between here and the star, then that's a greatly controlled environment. There's like nothing to distract us. Whereas if we're doing that same measurement on Earth, we might run into that same problem we were having earlier. Is okay, if you make a vacuum and then you try to burn something in a vacuum. We don't even use a vacuum to burn this stuff. Like when we get the signature of these elements, to my understanding, like we burn them in specific atmospheres. We don't even burn them in a vacuum. And the spectroscopy that we get from stars is because of their own atmosphere.
I know. But you can't verify that, can you?
But the stars don't have atmospheres?
Can you verify the atmosphere of a star?
Verify in terms of what? If spectroscopy is
can you say okay, I'm saying that it's this particular element. Now let me check to see if it's that element that I said that I'm claiming that it is. Can you do
right?
That?
And so
answer my question, please. Answer my question, please.
So then I would ask, what do you classify?
Can you answer my question, please?
Okay, well, Alpha, I'll try, but
can
please
you
don't interrupt.
answer my question, please?
There's no need for this. Let me try to
answer my question, please. Can you verify Can you verify the atmosphere of that distant star?
Yes. So let me try. Yes.
Okay.
Let me.
Okay.
Let me
so
explain.
your answer is yes, and here's the problem, right? Because you said yes, so you don't realize that it's a situation now. It's a problem. It's an issue. So if you said you could verify something that you cannot go and check to see and compare it to something else, then how do you know what you're saying, that statement is true?
Yeah,
because that's an issue.
So let me explain. So if we can say that spectroscopy is a form of verification on Earth,
yeah.
and then you're telling me that I can't use it in space because you're saying that because you're saying space is an uncontrolled environment, correct?
Correct.
Then I would ask you specifically what factor makes space uncontrolled versus it being controlled here on Earth? What is the eliminating factor?
Simple. You don't know the constituent parts of any element that's out there in a place that you can't get to.
If I was to give you some random elements, and like let's just say I don't show you which elements.
Isn't my logic sound, sir? Isn't it sound?
We're using this.
Sir, I don't know why you have trouble with actually understanding that the logic that I'm giving you is sound.
I don't think it is, because if we're saying the spectroscopy
right. So you said let's use spectroscopy here on Earth, right, in a controlled environment. Okay, you can interact with the elements that you're working with. That's understood. When you go to an uncontrolled environment, like let's say from you to that distant star, you don't know the constituent parts of that star. You're giving your best guess due to the fact that you're making an analogy to something here on Earth in a controlled environment. And then saying that thing over there is exactly like this thing over here. Now, this is important, right? Because a lot of you guys who think they're pseudo-intellects come in here and act like you know what you're saying. And I'm sorry, but you're very prideful right now. So if you were to understand the fact that I'm telling you the logically consistent point that you can't know what's out there because there's no way that you can verify it, you're not going to capitulate. Instead, you're going to ramble and waffle and do every mental contortion that you can think of to make your point sound, and it's not going to be ever sound because there's no way that you can know what's out there in a verified process. There's no way that you can test anything that you're saying is that particular element that you've had in a controlled environment here. Thus, it is not what you say because for the sake of you saying it. Yes, it's a nice little story. I get it. And it does make sense to you because you wanted to make it sound like, oh, every element is just what it is in the universe. It's not going to be a change in elements. Well, how do you know that? By what are you comparing that to? There is nothing. And I would say that you're just making up a story because it sounds good to you.
Well, no. Let me ask you a question, because if I was to set up a situation where I have some kind of element, let's just say I have copper, right? And I'm going to burn it in front of you, but I don't tell you that it's copper, okay? You don't know what it's copper. But I give you a spectrometer, and I also give you all the data we have on the serial number that you see, the optical serial number for burning elements. If I give you a whole encyclopedia for these things, and then I ask you, what element am I burning? Do you think you can decisively tell me what element I'm burning?
Probably not.
Okay,
Not on the onset.
You don't what?
Not on the onset. I wouldn't be able to. But with
What do you
further
mean not on the-
investigation, like right away, I wouldn't probably be able to guess it as a guessing game. But if I did some research and I studied what elements burn at what colors they burn at and such, I'd start to know more about it. I would be able to figure it out and then compare that element to how it burns, and then I would be able to figure out the colors and such as it burns.
Exactly.
But because
this is what they do with stars.
I know, but here's the thing. There's a story that's equivalent to what you think those things are. The story goes that you think those things that you're looking at are some type of plasma or burning gas or some type of atmosphere that surrounds them as a best guess. There's no way of you knowing any of that information can be validated or is legitimate. These are just educated guesses, sir.
Well, this is why I asked earlier. This is why I asked earlier. What do you define as knowing? Because if you're saying that spectroscopy is not a form of verification,
it was given to you,
and it's not a form of knowing. Well, even if I give you a powder, that's 99%, or even if I say this is copper, there's still going to be a part of it that's not copper, and so it can give off a slightly different tinge. Like this idea of exactly knowing for sure. We already had this argument with me and Larry, and we're saying that a lot of this stuff is just us human beings trying to understand our world. But you're
trying to do the mental contortions
off the table. I think that's totally denying a huge
it's
part
off
of
the
science.
table. It's off the table because it's in a controlled environment here on Earth, and it's an uncontrolled environment out there. So you're misappropriating a device that's used for something here on Earth to then say that we're going to use this same device to tell us what elements there are in the vast cosmos. If your paradigm, right? So in your paradigm, there's this ever-expanding cosmos that
How
you're
is it
saying
uncontrolled when you told me that you could figure out which element is which with the proper research?
Because here on Earth you can have something to test against. Meaning, I can tell you what looks this way as the element burns, but guess what? I can see the element itself. I can verify that it's a different. I can change the elements. I can put a different element. I have interactions with these elements. Those things up in the sky, you have no interactions with. Zero interactions.
So you have additional ways, you have additional methods of
More mental
knowing.
contortions, right?
What
else?
Yes. Well, if you conduct spectroscopy, if you conduct spectroscopy on Earth versus on a satellite, you might get a slightly different result.
Have you done that?
Have I personally done that? No, I haven't operated a satellite.
Okay, so you're taking secondhand information to then support a claim that you think is true.
Bro, but I've done that for a lot of my argument. I haven't done every single. I haven't shot a cathode ray at a piece of gold. I haven't.
Listen, I get it, Kyoda or Dai or whatever your name is. Here's the thing, though. When you start looking more into this, you're gonna find out that everything that you've been supporting, it's a fantastic story. I'm not gonna disagree with that. It's complete with the lore of traveling through space to go to different planets and colonize and all kinds of good stuff, right? Humans are going to travel the stars.
But I have used a spectroscope. I have used a spectrometer that I made with my own hands at different distances. And yes, you do get different results.
Yeah, good for you. But here's the thing you haven't done. You haven't verified that spectrometer can actually tell you what the atmosphere of something at a very distant place that you can never get to, or nor will anybody else, to then say that thing has verified through your spectrometer because you said it is just so. It just is. Because we know elements here on Earth are burning at specific wavelengths and different colors. Then, therefore, my assessment of looking at that thing in the sky will be such that the spectrometer will work also to that thing in a distant place that I cannot verify. And that's where you're making the logical leap. And that's where you're wrong. Because you can't then therefore test something against the thing that you think is happening up there when it could be completely something entirely different. And this is where you think you know what you're saying, and is where you at least need to be a little bit humble and say, there's no way I can know that. let's just be real here. It's an educated guess at best. That's all I have. It's just an educated guess. I don't have true knowledge that that's what it is.
Everything is an educated guess. I'm not denying that.
Incorrect. Incorrect. Not everything, sir. No, not everything.
Okay, what part of science is not an educated guess?
Okay, when we interact with things in a particular way, that we are able to discover new things about the physical and natural world, we're able to work with certain things, right? There's chemistry, there's physics, we're interacting with the effects of things, we're studying the world around us. So we're identifying certain things that can actually have applied science to, right? So those things we can know things about, right? So
the sun, if you look at the sun with a spectrometer at the bottom of Mount Everest versus at the top of Mount Everest, the results change. You want extra forms. You want extra forms of the experiment to say that yes, it is actually this thing. But if you already admitted that the first experiment is verifiable, you're admitting that spectroscopy is an okay form of experimentation as long as it's properly controlled. So far, you haven't pulled an exact area where we've lost control of the experiment. Where have we lost control
already when you're making logical leaps, Coyote? You're making logical leaps and then affirming it by saying, well, we can use the device in this particular way. Thus, I can use it in any other way. So I can say in a distant, like when I'm seeing something in a far away place and I can't get to it, it's okay because I still see the same colors that I would see here on Earth. Therefore, because of that, I can now say that element is this particular element, which is you're wrong. Because if you're going to say that, I'm not talking to you. So if you're saying that, then you're going to be able to identify that thing over there is done in a very controlled way, and you can say, well, my spectrometer is functioning properly because I've tested it against that the chemical that it looks like it's burning up in the sky, and I'll be able to say for sure that it is. But you can't do that if you can't do anything in this conversation. Be honest, sir. And many Globers have come by here and they've been excited. They've been kind of giddy about talking about space. But here's the thing that some of the most intellectual ones will say, this is my best guess. And I respect them for that because of the fact that being forthcoming with saying they can't verify that thing up there. No one can. It's right now it's an impossibility, but sometime in the future, humans will evolve and whatever. But they're at least honest to this point. You're not doing that right now. You're actually saying you're saying that you're using a spectrometer. You're saying that you're using a spectrometer to know what elements are there in the sky, and you can't use it for that because there's no way of knowing. You can at least get an educated guess and say, "This is my guess." I mean, these elements could exist.
I already said this is an educated guess. So if you're arguing on that,
as far as that goes. You can't then throw the baby out with the bathwater. Because what you did was, well, since that's an educated guess, everything's an educated guess. And no, that's not correct. Because what you're doing is with discoveries, right, here on Earth, you're able to tangibly work with things and then extrapolate the methodology or the experiments to then ascertain the information from your hypothesis test from a controlled scientific test. Then you're going to be able to say, well, I want to find out what's causing this effect. So, well, that's going to earn you a mute. Thank you. I've been wanting to mute you, so I just looking for an excuse. So that's another thing, right? When you start
so you're hunting for other independent variables to manipulate, so you can get other forms of verification. And now I gave you two forms already using a spectrometer. You can change the element you're burning. You can change your distance to the element. You can also change your lens material that's filtering the light. Those are three things. These are three different forms.
Excellent. Yeah, you can do all those things, and I agree with you. There's no disagreement here when it comes to that. But the disagreement happens when you make logical leaps with things you can't work with. That's where it falls apart, and you can't say that it does not.
What do you mean I can't work with it? Looking at something is certainly a form of working with it. I'm observing something. I'm literally absorbing the radiation that's coming off of that.
You're not absorbing. No, sir.
No.
It
Stop
pierces. It pierces your eye and goes to
Would
your
you cut it
retina
out?
in the back of
No,
your
it's.
eye.
Are you can't be serious, are you?
Are you telling me that light doesn't go into your eyes?
What did you just say it does?
Light going into your eyes?
No. Go back like 1 minute before.
It pierces your eye and goes to your retina.
What does?
Light.
You said another word. Starts with an R.
Retina?
No. Radiation.
Okay, yeah, radiation, electromagnetic radiation.
Mm-hmm.
Light.
Yes. So when you start to invoke all these things and then say, because of your spectrometer, you can know this for sure. What I'm asking you is that the constituent parts of the thing that you're looking at, how do you know the element is made of what you say it is and not something else? It's some unknown element.
It could be an unknown element.
Listen.
No, hold on. I'm not denying that.
The
It could be an unknown element.
The scientific communicators of today, right? The ones who are actually speaking about science today, they do not say that they have knowledge of the cosmos. In fact, they say the opposite. They're 98% stupid about the entire cosmos.
That doesn't delete the 2%. That doesn't delete the 2%.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter about the 2%. But see, here's the thing that you're saying.
Why doesn't it matter? You said that they're 98%. They don't know. Okay, what about the 2%?
They're saying this, right? This is what they're claiming. I'm not on that side. So, but this is what they're saying. However, individuals such as yourself come in here, and you're so full of pride and bravado that you want to say things like, "We know that the stars are made of such and such," and it's like, dude, really, get off your high horse once. Because you can talk about science here on Earth, and that's great, right? You can say all the things you want about spectroscopy and controlled environments, and you can change elements and whatever. And on Earth, it's just fine. When you say that you're going to look at something very distant, and to your knowledge, right, it's millions, if not billions of light years away, and then say, I know that the element that it's made of. Really?
Okay,
that's a fantastic story.
The sun is not millions or billions of light years away. I think it's like 7 seconds away or 7 minutes away in terms of like light.
How far away is the sun?
In terms of light years, it's like actually like 7 minutes away.
I'm not talking about light years. How far away is the sun away from us?
Geeks, shut up.
How far away is the sun?
It's apparently 93 million miles from Earth.
Okay, apparently. How did we figure that number out?
I don't know. They probably use spectroscopy.
No, they didn't use spectroscopy. But
yeah, why not?
That's fine. That's fine if you don't know, right? But
well, no, you can tell the distance of objects with like redshift, blue shift, all kinds of different.
God. No,
there's several different ways to do this.
Cannot.
There are different ways to do this. You can use telescopes. You can measure all kinds of angles. There's not only one way.
Stop. Is a telescope a measuring device, sir? I have to. Oh my brain's starting to hurt. Is a telescope a measuring device?
It can be.
It can be.
Yeah.
How do you measure? Yeah. Okay, stop. How do you measure with a telescope? Please tell me.
Okay. Have you ever seen the scope on a Dregnov SVD?
Is that a type of telescope?
Yes, it's a type of telescope. The reason why I bring it up is because on it,
from an observatory, right?
What?
It's from an observatory or just one of the commercial?
This is a sniper scope with an inscription on the lens. And what it shows is a horizontal line and a curving upward line. And these two lines, when you compare them to like a human body, for example, that's standing up, you can do some mathematics where the human body is relative to those two lines, and you can make a measurement of distance.
You can't be serious, are you?
It's like a ruler.
You're not
I'm
serious,
completely
right?
serious. Do you know what?
No. I'm not talking about the actual measurement of here on Earth.
Telescopes can't be used to measure.
No, wait. No, I'm not talking about here on Earth known distances. Known distances that we know here on Earth already. Oh my God!
What makes something known? How many methods of verification does it take for it to be known?
Listen, because you can go from point A to point B. I'm gonna tell you, you can go from point A to point B here on Earth, right? Like, let's say I told you take a drive to 10 miles away. You could take a drive and arrive 10 miles away from your location, right? Geographically, you can be 10 miles away from your original position, right?
Go on.
Okay, so if you were to use that little sniper telescope that you had, you'd be able to have known distances applied to that telescope. Yes or no?
Correct.
Okay, so moving forward, you could say, let's go another 10 miles. Let's make it 20. And, your telescope could be seeing, probably it's struggle, depending on what type of telescope you're using and, how much you paid for it. But you could probably see a little bit farther. And then, depending on the day, you could see, through that telescope and then have another marker on the, known distance. You could have a marker or, something on the lens to give you some kind of known distance and, how far away something is from your geographic location. So this is garnered by having already known that at certain distances and the type of telescope that you use is able to have this information already input into it. It in and of itself is not a measuring device. It's been measured and then put into it. The measurement is put into the device or the lens. So therefore, it is not a measuring device. It's already have something measured and then put into it. It in and of itself is not something that is used to measure. Let's say it this way. If there was nothing,
if you're going to argue this,
let's say it this way, Kyodai. If there was no numbers on that scope, could you measure?
Okay, so then you're getting into what a scale is, and a scale is
answer
relative.
my question. I need you to answer my question. If you want to be intellectually honest, answer my question.
The answer is yes. The answer is yes, because you don't need numbers. You can always do comparisons with other objects. If I made the scope, circle, triangle, square, you can still make a system to figure out the relative size of an object. You're just arguing scales and
no. So here on Earth, at least to the effect here on Earth, you could probably attempt to do what you say you're doing, right? Because you have something to compare these objects to. You can actually arrive at where these objects are and say, look, it's probably this big, but here I am at the location where the object is, and now I know it's this big, right? So here on Earth, it's pretty much a bit more plausible. But when you talk about some place you can never get to because it's millions of light years away, how big do you think it is, or how can you know?
What millions of light years? The sun
star, sir.
Right. The sun, our sun, is not millions of light years away. And if you want an example of how we like,
okay, so you're talking about the sun. I was talking about a star. Okay, so you want to talk about the sun? That's fine. So how
is the sun not a star? We do spectroscopy on our own star.
When have you seen the sun looking like any of the stars, sir?
Wow.
Answer my question. Answer my question.
Every fucking day.
Answer my question. Answer my question, Kyodai. Please answer my question.
Yeah, the sun looks like a bigger star compared to the other stars out there.
Wait a minute. That's not the question.
Alpha, have you ever heard about the inverse square law?
Yeah, you bring that up, but you're 17, so you don't really know what you're talking about. So when you're talking about that, we can see the sun.
Don't do that. Not just because he's 17. Come on.
When you look at the he's 17. But listen, when you
didn't matter.
He's been in the argument for a while, Coward. Don't worry about him. Why when Larry mutes somebody, you don't worry about it, but when I do, you start to whine and moan? Why is that?
Because Larry is polite about it.
I don't care. He can do what he wants. He's a mod. He can mute somebody and you don't complain about it. Oh, so let me just make it nice. Let me sit you on mute, Sir Isaac Newton. Don't worry about it. We'll talk to you in a little bit. Is that better?
Well, that would be better, yeah.
Good. I'm glad I made you feel good. All right. So now back to what we're talking about. So when you look through a telescope and you say, I'm going to measure something, and then you look up at the night sky and say, let me measure something that's far away. How far do you think those things are? The sun, the stars, the moon. How far away can you actually know that they are? How do you know that? By looking at it.
Okay, so do you want me to explain the concepts of spectroscopy? I'll tell you, I haven't measured every star.
That's not the point, though. I think we're bouncing back from, and I'm just letting the audience know, we're bouncing back from spectroscopy, giving you the elemental composition of things that you see in the night sky or the day or whatever, and then saying that they're this way, thus because my spectrometer is telling me so.
Well, Alpha,
we can talk about. Listen,
is this flat Earth belief that the sun is not a star?
No, here's what you don't understand, right? Have you you still haven't answered my question because everybody wants to throw their body into the gears when you're ready to answer it. I need you to be intellectually honest here, Kyodai.
I am being intellectually honest.
All right.
There's no need for those statements. I'm the only one here that's been trying to be the most genuine.
The statement is because any logical thinking human that goes outside doesn't see what you are about to say you see. Now, I'm not going to divine your thoughts, but I know more or less where this is gonna end up. All right. So when you go outside and you see the sun, right? You see the sun every day. It goes from east to west. You know, the sun is the sun. All right. So when have you seen the sun looking like any of the stars in the night sky? Please tell me.
It looks like stars in the night sky to me, just a bigger one. It produces light.
Just a bigger one.
Yeah.
It produces light. So are they exactly the same? Do the stars light up the sky like the sun does?
Not exactly the same.
Not
There's some
exactly. Okay,
differences.
so that's one. So are they as big as the sun?
From the perspective on Earth, no, the sun's the biggest
Okay,
one.
no. So how, in comparison to a star, does it look like the sun?
They both produce light in a shimmering
Who
fashion.
cares? They're not equal.
What do you mean,
in
who
any
cares,
way,
bro?
They're
You can't
not
just
equal.
throw-
What
bro,
you just finished it? Okay, Kyoda, you
You
just
just
finished saying they're
denied.
not.
You denied my perspective. You're just saying
I
that. Oh, who
denied it.
cares
You
about what
said,
I
listen,
think
you
it
just
looks
finished
like?
saying, Kyoda, you just finished saying that it doesn't look the same. You said that, not me.
It does.
You did.
No, it does. You asked
Oh,
me
it
about the
does.
differences.
Which star looks exactly like the sun? Which one?
I never said exactly like. I said there are some
Oh,
similar
no, not
aspects.
exactly. So they don't look the same. Is that true?
Bro, I'm not saying similar. There are some similar. The stars and
What?
our sun
Which one?
look
Which
similar.
one? Point to one star that looks like the sun. Point to one. I don't care which one.
What do you
Name
want me to go? What do you want?
Name
Polaris.
Polaris. Okay, let's compare Polaris and the sun. How are they similar?
They both shimmer.
They
and they're
shimmer.
both light in
Okay,
the
where
sky.
do you? They both shimmer. So you see the sun shimmering
Yes.
or shining.
Well,
What's the
I mean,
best way to
shimmer-
describe?
Both shining and shimmering. Shimmering in
Okay,
the sense
so-
that it's not like a. It's you know how when you look at the sun, it's or if you try to look at the sun, it's like it's not a it doesn't look like it's not moving. It doesn't look like it's a static object. There's a ring around the sun that's like moving in different directions. And you look at stars, the stars shimmer. If you actually look at a star and concentrate, you might be able to see it shimmer.
All right. So are they comparable to the sun size in the sky?
I told you that on Earth
they
the
comp-
sun looks
No, but
on
just be
Earth, the
honest.
sun
Are
looks
they
like the biggest
answer
one.
my questions, dude? Why are you struggling to just answer the?
I think they can be comparable.
No,
Yeah,
no,
I think they
don't
can
think
be.
it's not about I think. Are they comparable to the sun in the sky?
Bro, yes, it is. I think you're asking a human being what.
Yes,
their
it is.
perspective
I think. Yes, it is. I think. And in what way?
Do you want me to tell you what I
Which one
don't
of the
think?
stars? Yeah, which one of the stars looks exactly like the sun? Which one?
Veritas,
Polaris?
You're arguing the stupid semantics of a conversation. If you want me to tell
Semantics.
you,
I think that's how we communicate. We have to understand what words we're saying to each other.
you're
right?
saying
That's
that
semantics.
I can't think. You're saying that I have to make all of my statements with like 100%. This is true 100%, which I already said that I don't agree with in terms of science. I do agree with educated guesses, and yeah, this is what I think. And if that's so difficult for you to understand, well, maybe we shouldn't have a conversation at all because this is very
because
basic.
you want somebody to enable you, and I'm not doing that, and you're struggling.
No, it's
in
because
this
you're
arena-
thinking as well. It's
in
because
this
you use your
arena-
brain. No, Veritas, you're
Yeah.
using your brain to think,
What?
right? So you're
Yeah.
you're getting like intimidated by the fact that I said that I think. What's wrong with using this in a conversation?
I'm not intimidated, that's for sure. But what
Okay,
I am doing is exposing you because you think that you're so high and mighty with your knowledge, but you don't have any
I'm
knowledge.
not.
You don't have your
why
bankrupt,
why
sir.
are you trying to put me on this high horse? So
You
this
are.
entire conversation, you're like elevating me to this.
You're a bit hoity-toity because when you're coming in there, you want to sound like you're talking about space-time, and you don't know the first thing about anything in the sky, sir. You're saying that
I
Polaris looks like the
disagree.
sun.
I
You said that
disagree. I see the sun. I see the stars. They look comparable to me. They do look similar.
How? In what way?
They're
The sun
both
does not
objects
look like
in
the
s-
stars, dude.
Okay,
Nor
then
does
I
the stars look
disagree.
like the sun. They don't look like each other. Do you
I
see them
disagree
looking like a big
completely.
orange ball in the sky? Which one looks like a big orange ball that lights up the entire sky? Which one of the stars does that?
It's not
Which
just
one?
orange. It produces
It's
all
not
kinds of
just
colors.
orange. So okay. So which one of the stars lights up the entire sky? Which one? Polaris?
What?
Whoa.
No star lights up the entire sky.
Okay, they're not comparable then, are they?
No.
Are they the same? Are they the same optical
That's
size
not.
that the
That's
sun
not
looks
what I
like?
was saying. That's
Are
not
they
what I
the
was
same
saying.
optical size that the sun looks like in the sky? Any one of the stars you look at?
No, they don't look like they're the
Okay.
same.
Terrible
This
then.
Mastiffs Alpha Veritas. It's the same size as Mastiffs.
Dogs, be quiet.
So this is important because a lot of pseudo intellects, such as yourself, come in here and they want to talk their knowledge around here like they know what they're saying, and you don't. I don't enable people like you.
What?
I want you to realize. I want you to realize your position in this world, and that is you're the same like the rest of us. We don't know what's up there, and so you think that you can compare something that's not comparable. So I'm putting you on display right now to show how idiotic people like you are. They want to just
Veritas,
you want to
this
think
is
of
so
these
unnecessary.
these
now you're
imagination. Oh, it's
doing
not
unnecessary
unnecessary.
character attacks. Like
It's not.
this is actually really immature. Not once did I call
It's
you
not immature.
stupid. Not once did I call you idiotic. Not once did I say that. Oh, you're just trying to make a fool of yourself, or you're trying to make a fool of me. This entire conversation, I've been trying to answer all of your questions to the best
You
of my
haven't.
abilities. Not
No, you
not
haven't.
at all. Not at all. Did I, okay? Well, then that's just
Okay,
disingenuous.
let's answer this. Is the sun? Does the sun look like Polaris?
Yeah, I do think they have similar features. Yes.
What way does Polaris light up the whole sky like the sun?
I don't think either star lights up the whole sky.
Either star? What do you mean either star? We see the sun and we see stars. Does Polaris light up the sky like the sun?
You know, at this point, we're going.
Answer
We're
the
going.
question.
We're
Well,
going
you
in
said,
circles, Veritas.
You said I tried to. This is what you told me right now. I tried to answer your question, Veritas. I tried to. Well, you're not doing it now.
No,
When I'm
because we're
asking you,
going. We're
does
going. We're
Polaris light
going
up
in
the
circles, and I'm
No, we're
losing
not.
interest in the conversation because we're
Well,
going in
well,
circles.
listen,
See, look, Kyodai, this is the point where you just point out that Alpha's got nothing other than appealing to incredulity, and then you just declare victory.
Yeah, I look, at this point, I would suggest, why don't you try unmuting some of the other guys you've muted and have a conversation with them, because I don't think that you actually want to argue in good faith anymore. Now, I don't want to engage in this
I'm not
conversation.
enabling the poor little baby, and now he wants to go and hide because now he's seeing that he doesn't have an answer
No,
to
it's
how
because you've
Polaris
been
looks
going.
like the
It's
sun.
because you've been going in circles and you've been throwing insults, which is just unnecessary.
Well, why won't you answer the question? That would
Because
be easy.
I already answered the same question 5 different times, and I don't care to answer it anymore. So you can talk to someone else. I'm going to disengage here. This is a silly. These are not cool tactics. Very unprofessional.
So
I just got
AB,
okay.
AB, you
The
might.
other guy keeps saying,
You
for
might-
some reason, that Miggy is appealing to incredulity, and the fallacy is a logical fallacy that occurs when someone assumes that something is true if it is easy to understand or imagine. So, in this argument, Miggy's not making a positive claim. He's not assuming something is true because it's easy to understand. So he's not committing the appeal to incredulity unless you can, with his words, formulate it into the fallacy. Otherwise, stop saying that, 'cause that's not what he's doing. Try again.
So AV, you might actually be interested in.
It is the guy who keeps on saying it from the chat and from through the mic every chance.
Thanks
he
for
gets,
interrupting
he's gonna
me. Well,
acknowledge what I said.
Yeah, was that Mez?
Oh, it's Kyodai. The guy I've been speaking to.
No, the
I
guy
didn't
who
say
said
anything in the
personal
chat.
incredulity. Hey, Kaldai, Kaldai, I've got just one thing for you. Okay, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Do you understand Polaris to be one star?
To my understanding, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but the outer space religion, which like these guys have, is strong, and it's strong with this one. So he hasn't been forthcoming with answering honestly. He always like,
No,
well,
that's wrong.
you know,
Veritas, that's
you know.
incorrect, man. That's just not
All right, then
true.
answer the question. Does Polaris look like the sun? And then tell me the attributes of how they're equal.
I already answered this question 5 times, and if you didn't pick
Well,
it
why
up,
won't
the
you
first
say it
5
like right
times-
now? See what I'm saying? You
Because
don't
I
do
don't
it
want
now,
to. Because
Kyodai.
repeating myself doesn't move a conversation forward. This is why I like talking with Larry.
Why
because
can't
he actually,
people-
Because he actually acknowledges what I say and then moves forward. And then
I don't enable people like
point
you,
out a
sir.
disagreement, but you don't. You don't even have a conversation. It's like
Yeah, I
talking with a
do.
brick wall.
No, it's actually getting you to realize that all the things that you think are similar don't have any similarities. The sun doesn't do what the stars do, and neither do the stars do what the sun does.
I disagree
So
with
when
you.
you
I,
make
s-
these,
I simply
I know
disagree
you
with you.
disagree, but when I ask you to point it out, and I say, how is Polaris similar to the sun? Does it light up the whole entire sky like the sun does? And you don't want to
I
answer
said
that.
neither. I said I
You
know.
see?
It's not that I didn't answer.
Look at
I
how you
said
don't answer it.
neither. Okay,
Who's
so
being
you're just
disingenuous,
you're just being
Kyodai?
you are because no, you are because you
Then
asked
answer
me
the
a question.
question.
You asked me a
Does
question. And
Polaris
I
light up
answered.
the?
I answered
Does
several
Polaris
times.
light up the sky?
I answered several times, and this is like the 10th time I'll say it now. Neither light up the entire sky, and yes, they do. They do
you're
both
so
shimmer, and they
you're
do
so
both. They
bad.
do
You're,
both produce
dude,
light. And
how are you
you are
saying
choosing
that
to
right
ignore
now? And
this.
how is everybody swallowing what you're saying? Like it's
You are
like
you are
something to
actually
say,
choosing to
bro.
ignore everything I'm saying. This is like
The
so
sun lights up the whole entire
unnecessary.
sky. It lights up the sky at noontime. What are you talking about? What
Yeah,
are you talking about?
Well,
what you're doing is
he's
so unnecessary, very completely unnecessary.
But he's basically asking you what the similarities are. Like, obviously, the sun gives us daylight. Stars don't do that. You're saying, well, the stars look like a light source, and so does the sun. Okay, but there's no other similarity. You're saying, well, from Earth's perspective, you agree with Veritas. You're saying, well, from Earth's perspective, the answer to your question is no. I can't identify any similarities.
No, that's
So that's why I keep
incorrect.
saying, why don't you answer the question?
No, that's incorrect. I did identify similarities, but you guys are just, I don't know what, if you have earplugs in or if you put
Well,
beeswax in your
didn't
ears
I
because you
just
don't want to hear the
identify the
thing that I've
one
repeated
similarity?
like 10 times now.
But didn't
I'm not
I
going to
just?
repeat it again.
But you said
It's
that
just,
he
this is a
was
stupid
being
conversation now.
unreasonable. You said he was being unreasonable, but did I not just identify the one thing that you said was comparable, which is that they both look like they are light sources?
That wasn't the
Yeah.
only thing. It's not
No,
that they just produce light. It's the way they produce light. They shimmer. Both of them shimmer. This is something that you neglected to mention.
Shimmer. The sun doesn't shimmer.
Okay, well then
Why?
I
Are you
completely disagree
open-minded
with
to
you.
listening? Because you
I
said you wanted to
completely
have a
disagree with you
conversation.
because when I look at it,
it just seems like you want to complain that we're not listening. But I heard what you said, and now I have a rebuttal. Are you going to listen?
okay, what's your rebuttal? But if you have a better explanation, because when I go
don't have an
outside and
explanation. You have a
I
claim,
look
and
at
I
the
have a
sun,
rebuttal.
it
I'm
looks like
sorry.
it
You have a
shimmers to
claim,
me.
and I have a rebuttal to your claim. I don't have an explanation. So let's get that straight right now. We're having a real conversation, right? An honest one.
Okay, what is your rebuttal to my claim that from my perspective it shimmers to me? How are you possibly going to refute this?
Okay,
Go on.
the only reason that the stars are claimed to shimmer, and the reason that the sun doesn't shimmer like stars, is because we can see the stars through our atmosphere, and they shimmer the closer they get to the horizon. So they claim that it's due to the atmosphere.
That is not what I'm talking about. Has nothing to do with horizon. I didn't mention the horizon once. So you are completely on
You're not listening to
a
what you're not
tangent.
listening to what I'm saying. I just gave you the claimed reason from NASA why they shimmer.
I didn't mention NASA. I'm not talking about NASA.
It's because of your angle to the star through the atmosphere as to why they shimmer. The sun doesn't shimmer like that.
That's okay. That's not the only reason they shimmer, number one. And number two, if you think that's the only reason, or if NASA thinks that's the only reason, then I will publicly disagree with NASA on that point. So that's a stupid point. And third of all, you're agreeing that they do shimmer, even by like going with the argument. So once again, we're not making any positive ground here in any direction. This is just an unproductive conversation. I have to say, look, out of all of you guys that have spoken, definitely Larry was the best at properly having a conversation.
Yeah, but we're still trying to have a conversation. So are you going to make a point and stop talking so that I can?
No, I don't think I want to have a conversation with you guys anymore.
Well, what did I do that was wrong? I mean, I'm not. What am I doing wrong?
Because you went off on a
That's all you
tangent
got.
that didn't have anything to do with our actual conversation. You're
He's
you're
upset.
saying
Eli, he's
just that you're
upset, dude.
saying that the
He's
sun
just mad.
shimmers, and we
your
all know it
tangent was
doesn't.
NASA's claim. I have nothing to do with NASA's
Can you
claim.
give us a video of the similarity of the sun and the stars shimmering alike, like similarly? Because you're saying obviously you've seen something I haven't seen, so.
Okay, well that sucks for you. I'm not going to prove it to you. I can't take a video. I'm going to specifically choose not to.
But wait a minute. You just said Miggy, was appealing to no, you didn't. The other guy kept saying he was appealing to incredulity, which he wasn't. And I'm listening. I heard your claim, and I'm just asking you. You're saying there's a similarity. The similarity is the way they shimmer, and I'm trying to get where you got that information from.
I looked outside. I went outside. I told you. And so this is how I know that you're not paying attention. You're not listening to what I'm trying to tell you. You're not hearing my arguments.
You
I
said
told
the
you
outer
that when I
edges
look
of the
outside,
sun
when I look
appears like
outside, from my
the light is going
perspective,
in different
they look like
directions. I
they
heard
shimmer
what you
to me.
said.
No,
But you
no,
just wanna
you actually interrupted me
persevere to say
just
that
now while I
I'm
was
listening to you
re-explaining
when
my
I
point.
actually did. But I just
Bro,
want you to clarify your
I'm
position.
not doing this with you. I'm not going to talk over you. I'm not going to. That's a stupid way to do this. I'm not doing that.
Okay, well, you're saying you provided something that you didn't, and now you're acting upset to try to, like, I don't know, get out of it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, his feelings are hurt. He just wants to have a conversation where he can talk about space and all that.
Well, I think he's okay because he's almost there at the flat Earth. Like he looks up in the sky and he sees Polaris as one star using his own senses. He's almost there. Because if he looks up what they really told him that if he looked up what they told him he's seeing, he'd probably be like, "Yeah, that's a bunch of bullshit."
Yeah, but he's saying that Polaris is a sun. It's a sun.
Yeah, he's not all the way there. He's almost there. As soon as he said Polaris is only one star, he's almost there.
He's all confused. He's all turned around. He thinks that a sun is a star and the stars are a sun. Wow, it's crazy.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. It's crazy in this day and age. People have that much of an imagination to think such things, or follow blindly to some idea that they think is true.
Yeah, Alpha. I don't think he's doing that because he didn't say Polaris is 3 stars, 4 stars, 6 stars, 10 stars that vary from 100 light years to 400 light years. He didn't say he'd come up with some sort of bullshit. He just straight up said, when I look at Polaris, I see one light in the sky, one star. He's like 99% of the way there. He's not regurgitating complete nonsense from Google it.
Yeah, look, Crit, you are correct. I am speaking from my perspective, and I think that you are definitely more on the having a realistic conversation side.
Shut up, dude.
I'm starting to think that these two guys are basically just trolling.
Up. Why don't you guys shut up? How about that?
You can learn something from Larry. He can actually maintain a proper conversation.
That ain't Larry. That's Crit.
Positive momentum.
Hey, Larry. That's Crit.
Yeah, I think our voices even sound close.
And
Larry's
but here's the thing, Crit. This is a guy.
I know
that he likes to be babied.
I know that's Crit.
He
I said his
thinks
name in the conversation.
Shut up, dude. He thinks he's a smooth
look,
brain.
right here
Hey,
it
there he
says-
goes. He's ready to leave, dude. He just was looking for the door.
So right here it says, why do stars shimmer? The stars twinkle in the night sky because of the effects of our atmosphere. By the way, you don't see that from the ISS, funny enough. That's odd that the stars don't shimmer because of the atmosphere when we're looking at the lights supposedly from the Earth through the atmosphere, right? But anyway, the stars twinkle in the night sky because of the effects of our atmosphere. When starlight enters our atmosphere, it is affected by winds in the atmosphere and by areas with different temperatures and densities. This causes the light from the star to twinkle when seen from the ground. So obviously the sun doesn't do that. But I'm trying to. You're saying that they do have similarities. I was just asking. Well, other than you saying it, like, where can I evidence this? You're saying you're not going to provide any evidence. Are you telling me just by looking at the sun, I can see the same thing?
He dipped prior to you starting that, Eli. He's just a big old baby, dude. Like they want to have their way in a conversation. He earlier, prior to this convo, he was white knighting for other people. I was muting Mez and Admasto, and he's like, "You should unmute them. They should speak." Like, dude, we deal with them all the time. Let moderators do what they do. And like, he just come off a conversation with Larry. He was high on the hog talking about space, so he just felt like, you know, that's the way it's got to be now. So.
Yeah, have you guys ever stared at the sun with your eyes closed and then for like 10 seconds just getting the light in your eyes and you see basically with your eyes closed so you're not burning your eyes, all right? And all you see is pure red, and then you cover your eyes with your hand and turn around, and what do you think you see?
No one cares.
You see,
it's not a valid.
You
just, dude, like
you see pure.
No, stop it.
You see the same thing you see when you have like a bright light in your face.
It's just nonsense. What's up with this morning, dude? I think it's the eclipse, man. It's getting to people. Something's happening.
Look at the news
out
for
the
today.
woodworks.
Their prediction was wrong. They had to update the calculations for the path of the eclipse.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so they're saying new map outlines the correct path that it's going to take.
You know what's weird is that defeats the Glober's idea that they had it. Well, it's exactly Matthew Learns could probably hear a dose of that. He's like,
yeah.
Well, how do we know? Because he's always like, well, how do we know whether angular eclipse is going to happen? Well, it's because of the globe. I was like, dude, no, it's not because of the globe. You weenie, dude. Like he's always thinking like if he heard that information you just told him, he would have been like, no,
Yeah, because he thought the first prediction was perfect, was picture perfect. It's wrong. Your model cannot predict.
Well, the answer to Matthew is that the Sarah cycle predicts when it's gonna happen. I mean, he's gonna say, well, it doesn't predict the type, but it predicts exactly when it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Hey, can we
Yeah,
Matt come off mute? Or is he
Matt Nuclear?
Yeah.
I don't care. He's deafened though, so he's probably not gonna.
Yeah, he's
be that
DMing
much
me.
of a combo.
I want to talk.
We can talk.
You there, Matt?
Matt, you've been bugging Crit. You want to talk? There you go.
Yeah, why were you saying Polaris is not a sun or whatever the hell stupid
Is
shit you were
Polaris a
talking
sun?
about? You mean Polaris a sun? What do you mean by a sun?
Does it look like our sun?
Is used to describe what we see every day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you see
Fundamental
Polaris?
difference. What are you talking about?
Do you fundamental difference? Do you see the sun looking like Polaris? And do you see Polaris
No.
looking like the sun?
Polaris is really far.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's all.
Well, I don't know why you were saying that. Is Polaris a sun?
So you're
Is not a sun?
scrutinizing,
You know
that
the sun
was
is a
the
specific
guys.
name,
Were
right?
you listening to what the guy was saying?
You're
Yeah, I
scrutinizing what
was.
he's saying.
You kept
When
confusing
you're
him.
saying there are fundamental differences, but Alpha Veritas was pointing out that there are fundamental differences too.
You weren't even here
But
then,
the
I don't
other
think,
guy was
Elijah.
saying that they were the same thing. Obviously, you believe that they're the same thing too, but at least you
No, I
understand
don't.
that there are fundamental differences despite what you believe.
What do you mean the same thing?
This is what the guy was saying. Were you not listening, Matt?
What are you talking about? I was
Did you
listening
he-
the entire time.
Oh,
when you
so
were
what did he
confusing
say?
him.
What did I was confusing him? Really?
Yeah.
No, sir. He
Yeah.
was already confused in the argument. He didn't know. He thinks that the Polaris is a sun, and it's exactly like our sun.
Well, please, as a grown man that you are, please stop saying this over and over again. The Polaris is a sun, or thinking Polaris is a sun. The sun is a specific
Okay,
name
am I like in
for
a Twilight
our
Zone
star.
right now?
Can you understand that? Can you grasp
Am I
that
in the
concept
Twilight
already?
Zone?
In your
Is this
mind?
kid having trouble with understanding that the guy was the one making the claim, not me?
Remember,
No,
he
you
dropped.
were the only one that said
He
that.
dropped the claim of the kid now, right? You're an adult now, or are you back to being a kid again?
All right,
You for real?
let's say this in a way.
What is Real talking about?
You can't be for
Let's
real.
say this in a way that's more accurate. Is the sun a star like Polaris?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So now that we can get the silly, oh my God, what do you mean out the way? Because I basically said the same thing Alpha said. How do you validate that belief?
Well, that's an entirely different argument. Other than him just saying the sun is, or the stars are like the sun and whatever the hell
That's
he's talking
exactly what Eli just said. You dumbass. That's the same thing he just told you.
about. No, we changed what we were talking about. I was refuting the fact that you were saying the sun is the Polaris, or is it the same thing as Polaris?
You're
And I told
having
you
a
that it's a
conversation
specific name.
in of itself, and I don't know what your premise is because we were refuting the guy's previous premise.
Are you saying
that
we? You
the
joined here
sun-
like 10
the
minutes
sun
ago,
is
dude.
the sun is a star. So if you have a
Yes.
premise for the sun being a star, then just lay it out and we'll hear you out.
Crickets.
Oh my God.
That's you're dismissed. We're done.
What do you
It's
do?
just connecting the dots.
Just that easy. I mean, it's not even that hard. When you're being honest, you can't answer the question because if you can't say that it is a star, you can't. The sun is the sun.
What? That's the sun?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a name for the star.
Oh my God.
Look up
For
what the sun
the
is.
star.
It's a star. It's a
Yeah.
star.
Yeah. Do you see it looking like any one of the stars that you see?
Yeah, you know what the inverse square law is?
No, answer my question right now. If you want to stay off of mute, answer my question. Which one of the stars does the sun
Ask
look
him
like?
how he justifies that it is a star.
Okay, so I'll answer your question in the correct
Answer
way
it.
to answer your question. The
No.
sun is 93 million miles away.
That's a claim.
you know?
Now you need to verify that claim. Please verify 93 million miles away. Go.
Wait, you need to let me finish refute.
No, we don't need to let you finish. You just made a claim 93 million miles away. Now I need you to verify that for the class. We want to know how you got that the sun is 93 million miles away. Tell us, please.
You're changing the goalpost, dude.
No, it's not. You said that, not me. You did. So now you got to back up your 93 million miles. How do you get that number?
Yeah, you're changing everything.
Yeah, because you said that, not me. Once again, how many times do you want me to tell you said that? Because you said that. Could rewind the tape. You said 93 million miles away. Did you not say that?
Yeah, because I was explaining.
Okay, that's cool. Now we want to know how you got the information of how it's 93 million miles away. We're not going to skip over that. We got to get to that juicy bits. How do you know it's 93 million miles away?
Do you need to keep muting people?
Yeah, because you're not answering my question. All you got to do is answer the question. How do you know it's 93 million miles away? Just say it.
But I don't want to change the subject, though.
Well, we can't gloss over that. That's a crucial part to our understanding. So how did you get the distance to the sun being 93 million miles away? Go ahead.
Well, can I explain to you what I wanted to explain and get back to the...
Not really. We want to get to the crux of the issue, which is how you got the information that the sun is 93 million miles away. Just tell us, dude. We'll be done I promise. It'll be over quickly. Just tell us how you got that information.
No, it won't be over quickly because...
Well, if you keep stalling, it won't. But if you give us the answer, it will. How did you figure it out?
Well, he says that
trigonometry is how we figure it out.
He says that the
Can you stop the muting now?
Is
And I just stop talking?
Is not relevant to the conversation. So let me ask.
No,
you
he
this.
changed it, dude.
Yeah, no, I didn't change it. No, hold on, Eli, because I'm on a point. Right, dude, you're the one that brought 93 million. Hold on, no, you brought 93 million miles away and then inserted it into the conversation. It was not needed, but you did. So now, why did you bring it up if it's not a part of anything?
I brought it up. Can I tell you why I brought it up without getting muted? I brought it up because we were talking about distance, right? Stars are distant.
Yeah. Okay,
right?
So good. Now we clarified that point. But my thing is, because you are saying now, okay, distance, 93 million miles. So it seems like it's crucial to your point. So I need to know how you know the sun is that far away. Because, I mean, it's crucial to your overall point, right? So let's figure this out. Do you have the answer to knowing how far the sun is away from us? 93 million miles away. Please tell us how you figured that out.
Yeah, can you stop muting, or are you just that
Yeah.
incapable?
Are you going to tell us the information that supports the claim?
Yeah, we figure out how
Okay.
far the sun is through trigonometry.
Okay. What did we do to
That's how
figure
we
the
do
sun's distance? Tell me. Walk me through the method.
Trigonometry.
Walk me
Look
through
at
the
certain
method.
planets and what distance they are. We use lasers.
How do we know that? Lasers.
And we do all sorts of stuff. That's how we figure
Which
out
lasers?
and measure
Which
the sun's
laser?
distance.
Which laser? Which laser?
I mean, which lasers? Do you want me to get
Yeah.
you the exact stuff they use?
Sure.
You see how
Yeah,
you're
give me-
changing everything now to run away
You're
from
the
what we
one
were talking
saying
about?
it, Matt. You're the one saying
Yeah,
lasers.
I said the
so
sun
I
is
wanna know
93
what-
million miles
He
away to
just
explain
gave
you something
you-
about stars, and you didn't let me
He
finish.
just
Eli,
You
let
just
me-
kept
let me-
muting over and over
one
again.
of which is completely ridiculous.
This is what Alpha
He just
Vertex
said
does,
they
dude.
use
He needs to keep
trigonometry.
control of the conversation this way. He needs to keep muting you over and over again.
Well, I'm not
So
the
he
one
just-
saying things.
Muting
You are.
spree.
He
You're the
just
one
Sure, can I
said
explain to you what I wanted to explain to you without getting muted?
He
And Elijah,
just
shut up
said
for a
that
second.
they
Can I
use
explain to you what I wanted to explain to you without getting
patently
muted?
false.
Yeah, and lasers.
What are you talking about, Elijah?
You said that you use trigonometry and lasers to figure out the distance to the sun. You said all of this.
Yeah,
you
we
did.
do.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, sure.
You didn't even.
Can I finish? Can I
Okay,
finish
I'm
my
like, no,
original
no,
refutation
you're
though?
not. No, absolutely no. This is how it's going to go down. You're going to tell us what trigonometry, how it's being used to figure out the distance to the sun, and you're going to tell us what laser used to figure out the distance to the sun. So all of that. We need to know all of that. Now, if you don't have the answer, just say I don't have the answer to that, and I will not mute you. But you have to be honest, Matt. I will not mute you. I promise that. But you
Okay,
have
first
to be
of all,
honest.
there is a fundamental difference in
No, there isn't. You're not going to continue to keep going. Either say that you know the answer or not, and I will not mute you. But you need to tell me that you don't have the answer. And if you do, then give me the answer. But if you don't say I don't got the answer, I'll leave you unmuted.
Alpha. Can I speak? Tell me when I can speak.
No, sir. You cannot. That's the only one thing I required from you. You didn't give it to. Go ahead.
I do have to be fair to the guy. He said that they use trig, and if you look it up on Google, that's what Google says. So I mean,
Yeah,
he's
he says
valid
that because
for
he
saying
looks
what he's saying, but he
yeah.
has to actually dig into the source and explain how it actually
Yes.
is utilized and how it actually is trigonometry.
That's right. So it's one thing for him to say it, it's another thing for him to prove it. And that's what we're walking the path. And he doesn't want to walk it because he just read something really quickly. He does this the whole time. His gimmicks is to do that. Type it up into what is it, ChatGPT or Google, and then give us the answer and think that he's won something. But he doesn't. He's going to have to talk about the method. He's going to have to say how it was ascertained. All that's pertinent to us knowing that he actually knows what he's talking about. So my method seems like madness, but it's always with a point, always. And it seems unfair. It's not. So, yeah, he stays on mute because he wants to be dishonest. And the only way to get through this is to be honest. Hey, if you don't know, just say you don't know.
Holy
Simple.
shit! They use a clear and direct equivocation fallacy on Google when it comes to trigonometry when they're talking about using trigonometry for the stars versus on the earth. And I'm like, you sneaky fucking dogs. I'm
Yeah,
gonna bring
because
this up. That's an interesting topic.
that is interesting, actually. All right, let me see. Let's get some of these guys who writhe in chat. All right, dogs, you're unmuted. Mez, you're unmuted.
Yeah, remember, dog, shake that stinky leg. You could be insulting to me, but anyone else, and you're gonna get thrown out
Sombler,
of
you're
here.
muted. Matt, you're unmuted.
AV.
Go ahead.
Finally got
so
unmuted after Alpha can't hold a conversation.
my Chihuahua. My Chihuahua is really small. Is it same size as my Mastiff?
Dude, what are you on about?
Just answer
don't
the
know.
question. It's a pretty basic, simple question anyone can answer.
If you have to ask that question, you're out of here, man. That's like complete like Alpha's not going to field something
To the
so
rescue.
stupid.
Bum, ba, ba, ba. Crit to the rescue.
No, it's not crit. Dogs, I'm helping you out. I'm apparently in your worldview. I'm obsessed with you. I'm letting you know if you
Crit to
ask
the rescue.
Alpha,
Can't let the boy answer a simple question because it might set him up for failure.
if you ask Alpha something so stupid, he's just gonna throw you to the wolf pups. Okay, like try again. Okay, I'm obsessed with you, and I want to help you out.
You are asking what are the properties that are similar between a star and the sun? Do they both light up the full sky? Well, a Chihuahua and a German Shepherd or a Mastiff, they're wildly different sized animals, but
Which
they're
one,
still
Mastiff
dogs,
or
aren't
German
they?
Shepherd?
So maybe there is some variable between a Chihuahua and a Mastiff, or a sun and the star we've seen in the
Which one,
distance.
German Shepherd or
It makes
Mastiff?
it so that they look slightly different in some respects, but they could have similarities that allow us to class them as the same thing through observational evidence.
You should have went with
I've said my
Yorkie.
piece. Thank you. Goodbye.
You should have went with Yorkie and German Shepherd. They really got the same fur pattern, but different size.
But they're all called dogs, aren't they? They don't have two different names, do they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not.
I mean, dogs, you can talk. Okay, the only
They're not
thing
both
you...
Chihuahuas and they're not both Mastiffs. Dogs.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't know
like
why
you
you chose
can.
dogs, anyways, but that's fine.
Yeah, I guess he's got two dogs in his room, and that's all he could see. He can only observe what's nearby.
He's got dogs on the brain.
I mean, surely if the sun and the star is the same thing, they'd have the same name.
When
What
they
do you
go
mean
get
they got the
into it
same
with the
name?
man,
You know why they don't have the same name?
You need to answer two questions. What are you talking about? You chimed in. I unmuted you because I was gracious.
Alpha,
enough to
I
just
destroyed
let
you
everybody
so
else.
early. You had to mute me, man.
You destroyed. Okay, man. All right.
You can't even let me finish my destruction, my obliteration of you.
Okay.
Well, let's play the game. I'll ask you what the sun is. You tell me if you know anything about it and what you
My
know.
answer to I believe it was dogs or gods or whoever it was that tried to make the silly comparison with the dogs. That's an incomplete comparison fallacy, which is a fallacy, a logical fallacy that occurs when two objects are compared, but one or more important
Can't hear you,
aspects of
man.
the comparison are left out.
Yeah, I hear that, and I'd love you to explain which important property of the analogy. Excuse me, I'm still talking. Excuse me, I'm still talking. Excuse me, I'm still talking. I'm trying to ask you a question so you can answer my question. Thanks,
Just
buddy.
so you know, I'm not explaining
Excuse me, I'm still talking. Excuse me, I wasn't done talking when you interrupted. Sorry, this is a problem you have. Anyway, so which of the important parts?
Well, you committed a fallacy, so I'm not explaining anything other than the fallacy that you committed with your words.
Here, dogs, I want to help you out. I'm so obsessed with you. If you want to have a battle for the mic, you can't start screeching like a banshee. You gotta talk level keyed, normal voice, normal conversation. The person who starts to spaz out and start freaking out like you did is the person who lost the plot. Okay? They
Wait,
sound
how is
like
that losing the plot? Insisting that I'm actually the one that should be allowed to speak since I was already speaking? Is that
because
losing the plot to
you're
you?
no longer talking with common vernacular. You're kind of freaking out.
What do you mean, common vernacular? I've been using the exact same language the entire time. I was
Yeah,
just
but
being
your
insistent
voice
to be
went
real that he not
soprano.
interrupt me before I finished my sentence.
Yeah, your voice went soprano and you started to
That's
just
fine, Fred. Justify him interrupting me and then say, I'm the one upsetty spaghetti.
Because
this is why you don't live in reality.
I'm letting you know that if you start,
I was actually responding to a complete thought, a complete sentence you did have. I'm not going to be responding to everything that you're saying or thinking, but you did say specifically a comparison between a small dog and a big dog, and the obvious thing there is that they're both dogs. Well, the obvious thing there with the sun and stars is that they both appear to be light sources, but no one has given any other comparisons. But you're claiming that they're comparable and that Alpha Veritas was being ridiculous when he was asking the question.
Yeah, and I explained how using an analogy. You haven't explained how mine is a fallacy, so please go ahead and explain.
Well, you did. You think that
Just an assertion isn't enough, mate.
You think that two dogs are comparable to two suns. Well, we don't have enough information to say that Polaris and the sun are either two suns or two stars, however you want to look at it.
No, I was pointing out that you can have two entities that can have characteristics that are different while still being the same entity or in the same class of things. So you can have suns that are different colors and different sizes, and you can have dogs that are different colors and different sizes, but they're all suns and they're all dogs.
See, that was much
But
better.
you're going to do a cow
You don't
next?
have enough
Near cow, far
information
cow?
to validate that your comparison is actually a true comparison. That's
Awesome.
I literally read out the fallacy.
Yeah, but you didn't link that fallacy to my argument. All you did was say it was a fallacy without giving me an explanation.
Okay, so I'll try again. Right? A logical fallacy.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I'm just going to read out the definition of non sequitur at you.
So he asked me to do something, and now he's talking.
Oh, sorry, was I not allowed to?
Well, you asked me to explain how, with your words, you use the fallacy. That's what you did, right? You did say that, right? You did. Did you say that?
Yeah, I did. It's really frustrating when someone interrupts you at the end of, like midway through what you're saying, isn't it?
No, you asked a
Had a big
question,
one?
and I'm asking you if you asked that question.
Yeah, I asked that question. Now, don't just read out the
So
definition
did you
of the
not
fallacy.
expect
Link
me
it
to
to my
answer it?
argument, please. I did, but I was making a point of interrupting you halfway through your sentence
Well, how could you
to show
ask
that
a
it's
question and
frustrating,
make a point
which
at
is
the same
exactly what you
time?
keep doing.
How can you ask a question and make a point at the same time unless the question
Yeah.
in and of itself and the answer to it is the point?
Yeah, so if I ask you a question and this whole time you've been interrupting me and it's been, very rude of you, I can interrupt you when you start answering that question.
I don't get what's happening. He asked a question, I was answering. He said, how did he commit the fallacy? I was going over it, and he's complaining that I'm interrupting him.
So can you please
I don't
read
know,
the
this is
fallacy
probably
and
the
link it to the
most
argument that
simple
was made?
thing that's ever happened. Yeah, go ahead. Like, this is really simple information, buddy. Like, were you not given lessons as a child by your parents? Like, if you were caught smoking, were you not made to smoke the path?
So how was
If
the
you hit your
sun,
sister, were you not spanked?
dogs? How is the sun the same as
Okay,
Polaris?
Alpha's come in with the escape hatch. All right. Elijah loses.
Well,
1-0 to
he
the
told me to
Well
go
done, everyone.
ahead, and then he just kept talking. So I'm trying to figure out what you guys think is a reasonable dialogue. Like, when should I enter the chat?
Well, I gave you the
when they feel
reasonable
like it's
dialogue.
necessary. That's what Elijah. When they feel like it's necessary, that's their answer.
Has to be flat.
Shut the hell up.
So I
When they
gave
feel
you the
like it's
reasonable
necessary.
dialogue when we started talking and you ignored it. And then I outlined that I don't like that you're ignoring. It's not reasonable to do that. Then you got upset when I just mimicked your behaviors.